全部がフレーサマスの女上斜め上の角度から似たようなやつ飽きならこの指止まる差し強い Hey I could never hear しない今のまねライアマインシュ俺らかぶらん bullshit マジイケてな bullshit 目触りつくつくしょ無駄な見栄は張らなそのくらいの方が調子前に言ったはず正気の捨てじゃないとねだから無策略ボケに化けの代わり爆薬楽々軽々耳元まで転がるラップだって真夏の雪だるま主題スタで上から大爆発までわずかサマスのメンター逆転の発想さながら昼の月お前が聞いてるあいつはトレッシュ俺らフレッシュはドギバデンラタなクレイシーこしらえちっちゃな街からフライ縦横無尽西からガシ個性のない前よりマシアフトな体でバッシローディーAP パテコないけど前には勝ってこない俺に勝てるのはせいぜいかけっこくらい迫力待ってのライおウィニリスタンテとマイクションベンするシャンペンタワーにテンプレフレックスシャンポンだまYeah, Tiffany Doe, Pigeon the hoe, the team I can low, man I'm sneaky that I'm gonna take it go. Some of us
Trust it.
り上がりラッシュもあり君の誰よりも稼ぐ前に勝ち上がり上げる価値君の家族仲間恋人も俺が好き It's a pandemic It's a pandemic It's a bonnie 毎日まるでハロウィン It's a pandemic It's a pandemic 誰も止めれないつまりこれが pandemic 首にアイスイン羽までアバランチ超大好き好き大好き君の彼女ならば俺は紳士だけど服はポロよりバーバリ上がる数字いつの間にか100万再生公園のムービー今じゃ1000起点で買えるルイビーダイヤモンドのアクセサリーだからいつも末端冷え性 I'm a candy candy candy candy candy 俺で埋まるあの子のカメラローありがたい彼は俺の通りこう君じゃわからないあの日だけなかったドラもシワのエアフォースもシャツも鼻の周りも真っ白東京のように眠らない気持ちにリフトベッド新しい時代に連れてくよのキャピ雨のように甘くないから人生は超楽しい成り上がりラッシュもあり君の誰よりも稼ぐ前に勝ち上がり上げる価値君の家族仲間恋人も俺が好き It's a pandemic It's a pandemic It's a bonnie 毎日まるでハロウィン It's a pandemic It's a pandemic 誰も止めれないつまりこれが pandemic Why
to hear a sound from my lip as I take a chance, a happy ending. I wish that's all we had.
I got that cash. Show me how you roll out. Hey, baby girl, bounce that. She got that Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
Leaning so hard, he hit that sub. Looking for itchy on the bug. That hit harder than a funk beat. Exclusive, no, it ain't cheap. Matsuwa singing so he see me. On my face, no, this ain't no freebie. Built to anime eyes. That you see. Almost with the thigh highs. 자, 너네 그래. 빈보 조금만지 일하네. Baby, but money to sound like his wife. Who's sending my clip, but don't ask me to. She ain't no ego, she a savage. On the track with Shiki, so you know that she a bad. Getting rich like I'm in a Kawaku. Nah, money got me wetter than a champagne top. I'm a big gal, know that I get down. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
I'm a cheap gal, click on me now. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. You know, Simp, I fuck like a give it back shots to the baseline. Feeling the cold hot, show you back, no lie. Gonna be busy for a long time. Only fans on my paying a fee. Discount cause she f with me. Cosplayers keep 2 on my D. 3 if I count your sis, my G. Girl on her tail, she a neck on new shite. Gonna be a freak from the get-go. Laying her down like a make instrument. No skip back like a can on. My hoes know I don't f with the friend zone. Always score like a seed that ends on. J-pop girl look good with her hair long. But I won't f in the vibe wrong. Cheeky and pinky making tracks that's freaky. Girl wanna get itchy. I'm on fans lead spinning stacks. It's so sexy when a Gyaru texts me. If I tip her, then she'll let me see that.
I'm a big gal, know that I get down. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
I'm a cheap gal, click on me now. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
Life is like a game, I'm tryna get to the tokens. And I swear y'all
some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some EXP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, I'm frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Headed stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Been in a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds. Who you talking tough, but to me, just nothing. Cause the lames always be chirping, yeah, we keeping them ducking. It's the end of discussion, re-up on greed just like a stamina. Girls keep on flocking cause I got with like a Madara. Up all night and I'm still to the AM. Rolling with some misfits, I got all my homies with me. Got me feeling animated in the digital world, and I'm posted up with Pinky. Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens, and I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some EXP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, bitch, I'm frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Headed stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. In a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Akatsuki with the black, I got good. Bad deeds for Sakura, gotta have my hair pink. Wanna buy my bubble gum, but sorry, but I gotta run. Jason, oh big bag, I own it. What a buns, and I got that baby face. So they call me Tokyo Bun. I'm like the day, nights around the world. But what I like, I say what I want, cause you know I'm that kawaii chick. Otoko no me wa kini shinai kara do shite mo I'm getting made. Simulated, I'm thinking of that she flying so high. It's like say get I'm coming back, I still got more guys. Switch your petrol on another planet till the sunrise. As I'm lighted, baby, you feel like it is shooting eyes.
Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens, and I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some EXP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, bitch, frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Headed stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Been in a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Wait for me, I'm not far behind. I know that I can change. Remembering all of those nights beneath the window frame. Don't know. We could go round and round in the same place. Can't decide.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, two teams are fighting for a prime playoff position, and unfortunately, two are going to have their trip to Japan end early. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of Masters Tokyo. Of course, we're coming at you live from the incredible Tipstar Dome Chiba in, of course, Chiba and Tokyo. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, joined by Mimi as well as Kakuka. The fans are rolling in, and what an experience this has been so far. We already saw a few teams. One team in particular, EG, punched their ticket to the playoffs in spectacular fashion. We'll see who else will be joining them here. And yeah, I mean, really, the opportunities are endless. What we have in store for us today, Mimi, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, these games are going to be great. We're already starting to send teams home very early into this tournament, so the pressure is on today for those squads who lost their first match.
Yeah, exactly. We're only on Day 3, but this is how international events work. We know that the seasons, that the rest of the year has been a little bit different, but now it's all about what you can do in this very little time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's go ahead and talk about what ended up happening yesterday, because we had a few really good matches. We started off with a banger of a matchup between NAVI and NRG, one that we were so excited about, given the history, Kakuka, of these two teams. You knew that you were going to be in for a treat, and a treat is exactly what we got.
Yeah, a destiny that was intertwining between these two. I think that, you know, what we saw on the server, and NAVI a little bit, you know, following the traces of what they had been doing during the regular season. To me, the biggest surprise was the good shape with NRG, the way that they came super prepared and very well ready to present themselves like this on an international stage.
It was great for them in those first few maps, and being able to pull off the win on this Lotus in the latter part was quite impressive. But then we got to split, and then I think we started to see some of the issues from NAVI. It didn't seem like they were fully ready for the pace of this double duelist comp. NRG got a crazy amount of momentum going and carried that through to take the win on that third map fairly dominantly, and are now a win away from making it to playoffs.
Yeah, but again, it was just such a spectacular matchup to watch, especially though if you're an NRG fan, just because you're really starting to see the fruits of the labors throughout all of America's really begin to take shape here in Tokyo. But then we go into our EG-DRX matchup, which was one that I did not expect to have happen. Not because, you know, I didn't believe in EG, but because I just had Mimi so much belief in DRX that they would be able to make this one into a close game, but EG had other plans.
Even though DRX has been struggling, you'd expect it, oh, this is the match where they're going to turn up. It's a group stage of an international event, but
especially Ascent.
It was just dominant from EG, especially in this first map. EG came in and looked so incredibly prepped on their Fracture. Every time they used an ultimate, they had a cool preset plan or a fast reaction to support their teammates, and just the depth of this squad is, I think, what impressed me the most.
And what a way to close this match with that play from Demon, just popping out the blades from hell, just getting the kill from the operator. To me, the most important bit is the fact that they're living this experience so full-heartedly. Like, we see them every single round, with every single win. They just keep building up, and now they're the first team to make it out of groups.
Yeah, and for DRX now, this leaves so many questions. They're always the team who's dominant in the group stage, making it out the swiftest without really looking like they're breaking a sweat. But in this one now, they're down in the lower bracket. They're at risk of being eliminated. It's a very new situation for the Korean squad.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be shocked if there's some sweating on that stage when we see DRX take it later on. But that being said, though, with those crucial matches underway, let's actually take a look at our group stage brackets. First, we'll start with Group A. As you can see, NRG T1, they're going to be clashing against one another today to determine who gets that top spot out of Group A. Will it be the Korean hopefuls of T1 or the uncrowned kings of NA with NRG? And then on the bottom, a situation that I didn't think that we would see, NAVI and EDG both down there. That's going to be an intense matchup there.
Yeah, and not only that, they do not even have a day to rest. They're playing today. For example, in the situation of DRX, they did lose today, but they have one day to rest up and kind of build up, you know, and recover themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, even for like NAVI, right? They jumped straight into it. EDG got a little bit of time to relax. Yep. We'll see how this plays out when the match begins. But let's jump over though to the other side of the bracket and see what's up with Group B. Because over here, EG, well, they managed to punch their ticket first team to do so, and now we await to see who joins them out of that one, Mimi.
This is a scary looking bracket if you're Foot or Attacking Soul Esports, both down there in our first elimination game of this group. And if you win that, you get to face DRX, and it'll be a really big uphill battle either way for those squads. But they both had a time to recoup, and I think it'll be an interesting stylistic match where Foot is normally super slow, super structured, and ASE was already just displaying their crazy pace on the stage.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be complicated because we see that every single matchup in that group has been a 2-0, but definitely in the server it didn't feel like that. We could see the resilience of some of the teams, so I expect some bangers for today.
Oh yeah, that matchup, when you're fighting for your life, backs against the wall, that's really when you get to see the best of the best come through. But as always, peeps, we want you to use the hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Masters. Let us know what you think about the show, what's been going on, who you're rooting for today. We want to hear from you, and then we might actually feature your tweets on the broadcast. Look at that, technology at work. What a wild time to live. Of course, we also want to know who do you think has the best chance at surviving today's elimination matches, right? Is it going to be EDG, NAVI, Foot, or Attacking Soul? Make sure you scan that QR code right there. Okay, cast your vote. We want to hear from you. We'll see, because that actually is an interesting poll. I'm curious to see who the community thinks will survive today, Mimi.
I feel like a lot of people will think Navi, but I think that EDG game could actually be quite close. I would almost say that Foot is probably the most heavily favored in their matchup today.
Listen, it's not an easy time to be an EMEA fan, okay? So just bear with me on this one. It could be a devastating day for the region.
We'll bear with you.
Yeah, okay. we got you covered. But thankfully, we have some fun and games, because before we move on to today's matchups, it's time to play ourselves a quick, fun game. It's something that we like to call Lost in Translation, and we want to see how much of the Japanese language we have absorbed here in our trip to Tokyo. And you know, not to flex, this will be my third time. You would think, though, that I would know a little bit of Japanese.
You said 3 days. He has already flexed twice about this is the third time that he's.
I don't know what you're talking about, B. I would never do such a thing. All right, so here's how it works. All right, guys. So you're basically going to hear an in-game voice line in Japanese.
Okay.
And then we have to guess the translation. So let's actually go ahead and hear from our first Asian, and it's going to be Yoru. So let's go ahead and take a listen. What do we have? We got to hear it.
I can't hear it.
I can't hear it too well.
So quiet.
Okay, we're triaging it right now. This is live entertainment at work, people. But
I feel like there's a ghost in my head.
there you go. Okay. I definitely don't know what that is. Let's go ahead and see.
It's short.
Oh, wait, so
It sounded like he's only saying a few words in that one, so probably not an alt then.
yeah, okay, here are the options. Because Lord knows I wasn't going to be able to guess this. All right, my portal broke, won't happen again, block vision here, or they dragged Chamber out of his corner office. I can smell his cologne from here.
Probably the last one.
Man, I love the last one.
Yeah, it's got to be the last one, right?
I'm going.
I'm torn.
I got it.
Going...
All right,
Got it down.
I got mine. All right, ready? All right, of course. Okay.
I don't know. I'm between A and C. I don't know.
You can only pick one.
I went
I'm
B.
picking A.
Okay.
I went B.
I'm also picking A.
You went A. Okay, let's see what the answer is. I'm kind of curious because I'm right.
Won't happen again.
I use context clues. I use context clues.
What context clues?
It sounded like it genuinely did sound like won't happen again.
No,
it sounded like dismissive, but like in an understanding manner.
If you had been here 3 times already, you would know that.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Honestly, it's just because I'm a genius, genuinely. Okay, I lost my eraser. Next one, let's go ahead and listen to it. It's going to be Raise. What do we have here? It's in Japanese. Go again.
That sounds too good.
Okay.
Okay, all right, let's see. What are our answers here? A, my ult's ready. B, can't use that. C, someone's in defender spawn. And D, I think we need the spike.
She sounded pretty, like, casual.
You're cheating.
But all of these are casual. None of these are
If I get this right, if I get this right using the same exact logic that I applied to the first one, I am a gosh darn genius. I chose A.
I went with D.
I chose A again. I'm taking the same approach I did to the ACT. Just guess the same letter and you'll eventually get it right.
All right. Let's see what the result is. What's the result? Yo! I'm a genius. Never mind. I'm a genius.
So he is cheating.
I don't like
Dude,
this game.
that is actually crazy that
I'm
he's
a
continuing
genius.
to cheat at this game.
Everyone's like, oh, GB, blah, blah, blah. Look at me. Predictor. I'm the predicting champion.
The
and now
predictor.
the predictor.
Okay, noted predictor.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
I think we'll call it a wrap on that one. I definitely want to do this game again, Kurt, so please make it happen.
Please.
But in any case, though, guys, coming up next, we have some more Japanese love as we're going to have local caster Uda joining us here. And, of course, we'll see you on the other side. You don't want to miss it, folks. Welcome back to Masters Tokyo, and joining us here at the desk is a member of our Japanese broadcast team. It's the one and only Oda here. How's it going, buddy?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful to have you here. First, I want to ask you, how long have you been working in esports?
e スポーツでのお仕事は何年されてるんですか
12年.
12 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Same here.
Oh, thank you. Nice to
There
meet
you
you.
go. All right.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
First, most importantly, how did Valorant become so big in Japan? I know this. I've loved this country for a very long time, and the fighting game community has been very important to me here. So it's incredible to see games like Valorant get bigger.
日本でバロラントがここまで人気が出た要因って何なんでしょうねと、一ファンとしてもすごく日本は注目していたんですけれども、本当に驚いてます。
ありがとうございます。まず I can speak English. Sorry.
It's okay. I can't speak Japanese.
Sorry.
everyone.
Okay. ライアットっていうところで競技シーンでそこで戦うチーム選手がまずは成長してくれて、そしてキャスター我々が盛り上げてそこを支えてくれるファンの方々がいて、そして何よりタリック・シュラウドのような、なんだろうな、ストリーマー、ジャパンでは日本ではストリーマーがすごい人気でして、でこの競技シーンを、ストリーマーが面白いよって広げてくれたこと、まずそこで、その中で昨年、この FPS っていうタイトルでなかなか日本としては成績が伸び悩んでいたところでゼータディビジョンがマスターズで3位を獲得した、そこで一気にメディアの皆さんが取り上げていただいて、彼らがバロラントのプロゲーマーではなくスーパースターと、海外のプロゲーマー全てがスーパースターとなりました。で、日本の皆さんもそのスーパースターを見に盛り上がっています。
So first and foremost, I have to thank the Riot Games, making it fundamental for us, getting easier for us to work, and then players and the fans to enjoy this game.
Wow.
Yeah, and then probably we have to mention about the Zeta Division getting into top 3 of the world at the VCT 2022 Master. So that, Zeta Division became a superstar here in Japan. So that the fan knows that all the players who play Valorant are the superheroes. So, everybody who are here at the moment is enjoying the moment, watching superheroes playing right in front of them.
Well, we are definitely enjoying the moment as well. And this audience has been genuinely incredible. Thank you so much.
本当にありがとうございます。ファンの皆さんを見ているのも感激しています。
And they've been amazing. We've been to so many different places for Valorant and gotten to see the local fans there. But it seems like there is just a special passion with the Japanese fans here. Even though there's not a Japanese team playing, still tons of people have come out, are cheering for every team without bias. What do you think it is that makes the fans here just so passionate about the game beyond any specific team?
日本のバロラントのファンってその国境を越えてバイアスなくどのチームのことも平等に応援しているっていうすごく素敵なパッションがあると思うんですけど、それはどうしてなんでしょうね。
おもてなし。
hospitality.
That's very good hospitality.
みんなもう本当にスーパースターがもうスーパースターだと思って見てるんで、メジャーリーガースーパースターだと見てるんで憧れの存在です。
Everybody look up to each players who are on the stage for the Valorant. So they're superstar, superhero. So they admire and look up to.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
That respect is amazing.
Respect.
Incredible.
It's really shown from everyone here in the crowd. For you, watching the tournament thus far through these first few days of the group stage, what was your expectation going in, and what teams have broken that expectation? What's been the biggest surprise for you thus far?
ここまで2日間見てきて一番のサプライズは何でしたか？
もうたくさんありすぎてこの短い時間では語りきれないところはあるんですけど、昨日のやっぱりイービルジネスと、あとは DRX の試合でデーモン1が、日本に来れるのか来れないのかっていうところから、あとは疲れもあったと思います。その中でどれぐらいのパフォーマンスを出してくれるのかなこの日本でっていうところで、我々が想像してた以上のパフォーマンスを見せてくれたので、そこはもうサプライズというか、もう僕にしてはびっくりしましたね。嬉しかったです。
There's so many things that I want to talk about, but if I have to mention one, that will be yesterday's DRX versus Evil Genius, and we weren't sure if Demon One could come to Japan or not, but then he make it. Maybe they must be very tired, but then we feel the energy from the stage, and they got victorious, and they were way higher than we expected. So it was really a big surprise for me.
Well, before we let you go, unfortunately, I wish I could have you on my analyst desk every day. I would like to ask if you want to give a message to the audience at home from the Japanese Valorant community and also to the people in here as well.
もうね、ずっと解説でここにいていただきたいんですけれども、時間がないので最後にファンにメッセージをお願いします。
本当に我々の日本のこのコミュニティ、ファンの皆さんのバロラント愛というところを本当に海外の皆さんにも知ってほしいなというところで、ここでさよならは言いたくないので日本語で See you again みたいなところでまたね伝えていただいていいですか。
Okay, on behalf of Valorant community, I would like to tell everybody how much we love the game, and I don't want to say goodbye, so I want to tell you the Japanese word for see you again. またね。
またね。
またね。
またね
またね。
皆さんこれ3人で言ったら拍手くださいね。はいということでグローバルの皆さん。
Okay, let's get together then. またね。
2, 1. またね。
All right, well, I think that's a good place to close out. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pisuka, as well. Ora, ladies and gentlemen, but folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And of course, you guys at home are going to get your show back. We'll go back to ours, and we have NRG taking on T1. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to Masters Tokyo. Of course, it's time to talk about our first match of the day. T1 takes on NRG, and a win here moves you to the knockouts. And of course, you will have to end up. Well, let me go ahead. Let me restart that real fast because a lot of things is happening. The point is, you got to win this game.
You got to win this game. Stay alive. It's our first elimination match, so big pressure. Or excuse me.
Dude, was that? You guys okay?
Me.
I know that interview was great, so I understand that you're a little bit out of the zone.
I'm going to be very honest with everyone watching at home right now. That was one of the coolest things I ever did in my entire career. and it actually made me rather
like a little
emotional.
bit of chills,
so,
yeah.
yeah. So allow me a moment to reset for a moment here, but let's go ahead and move on and talk about T1, our first squad here, as we have really just this squad has had a rough history with the core of NRG, right? The famous core, the Crashies, the Finesse, the Victors, right? It has caused problems for this team in the past. Mimi, T1's going to have to overcome that here today.
That they will. They got their first win internationally against EDG, but now they're facing a team, well, this is a Korean squad playing in the Pacific League. 3 out of these 5 players competed in Valorant in North America, and all 3 of them have played against this core and lost them. And I think the most crushing was this one. When Saya was on the guard, they beat Optic, that is now NRG, to make it to Reykjavik, and then at Reykjavik, that core knocked them to the lower bracket in the first round, and that heartbreak was there for the others too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a little bit of everything. They've been on the winning side. They've also been on the losing. We feel, though, that those losses were harder than what the wins meant per se. So now they get a chance of redemption, and we love those stories.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we did see T1 take on EDG, right? And this was obviously EDG looking for that first win, right? For China, for the region. But for T1, it was really about a similar path that EG had, right? And that Foot have had, which has been like a team that no one really thought would be here, but yet here they are punching way above what we thought was their weight class and showing that they are heavyweights in the game.
I think it would be a milestone for either of the teams. For T1, it was their first international win. Now they have a chance to make it out of groups and make it in amazing fashion, making it being the winners, the #1 out of this 4 teams.
And the way in which they beat EDG, I was really impressed with, because honestly, they let map 2 slip away. It should have been a 2-0, and then on the 3rd map of Pearl, it was slipping away from them again, but they recovered at the end, pushed it to overtime, ended up winning out in that series. And for T1, I think that's a milestone, not just in winning the first game, but showing great mental resiliency and being able to adapt to an EDG, which has a really crazy play style that's pretty hard to compete with.
Yeah, and if anything, it just shows that this T1 team is the real deal, and they are here to compete. We actually did get an opportunity to get some words from Saya player as the team had arrived. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Just gonna grab you real quick, Saya, if I could ask you a quick question. Just after the EDG game the other day, with Kang putting up an insane performance, are you more or less scared facing off against Artist today?
Honestly, for me, Kang is more scared.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any particular reason why?
I mean, he's always insane, like he never missed shots, but yeah, I mean, that's why.
Okay, excellent. Looking forward to the game, man. Good luck today.
All right, and of course, you know, the head-to-head matchup today to watch out for will most definitely be Saya player taking on Artis. Artis, you know, I think had his redemption arc yesterday, Mimi. He was able to take out his former teammates, and even though there's no bad blood there, it was still nice to see Artis kind of have that moment to really show, like, hey, I'm here with this squad. We won as a team. We lose as a team. The journey that NRG have taken with Artis has been incredible.
Yeah, Artis was a really strong player, but for Saya as well, I think what impressed me was how his style has shifted now playing with T1. He's so much more aggressive than he was on the guard. He's flexible as well. His raise is amazing, his jet is amazing, and his individual performance was one of the big reasons that T1 managed to push that series over the line.
Yeah, but there is something that both of these players struggle with, and is actually finding success in those first duels. We're talking about the duelists, and of course, as you're saying, Mimi, the change in the being extra aggressive. Sometimes you're not successful with that, but both of the players managed to find the impact outside of that. If this is not working, okay, I will let my team do something else. We will change the pace. We will try a different way, and we'll still get the win.
Yeah, well, let's, of course, go ahead and move on, though, to NRG, because, you know, I think that this is a team that is clearly started to find their footing. They're on the path, and NRG are a force to be reckoned with here in Tokyo, Mimi.
That they are. They normally have slow starts into international tournaments, but here they showed up and instantly looked good. They had great preparation against NAVI, despite them going back and forth on all these compositions, and their mid-rounding was great. Starting off on Lotus, I think they had great ideas of how to play against this fade race, using the Neon to get ahead of that, and then slowing down their mid-rounds. But they also did still show issues on that one. This Lotus ended up slipping away, I think in part due to kind of a bad read on how to play their defensive side. They were really committing to these aggressive fights, and the Victor operator on the Neon, and it didn't really work out.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe making too many concessions, maybe being too aggressive, and a lot of clutches that we also saw for those rounds. But hey, we saw the way that they improved their game, and they only have to keep it up.
And they did close it out on that map 3. Not just close it out, but they did so very dominantly. So this is an an NRG that is showing up in great form, more so than they normally do at internationals, but it's a T1 who's already defined their expectations and has won their first match, and we'll have to see if they can make it to their first playoffs.
Yeah, let's see how far they can go with this one. But folks, our coaches are ready to go. We are ready to go. So let's go ahead and get this show started because everyone's fighting for survival here. It's T1 versus NRG, FUT versus Attacking Soul, EDG versus NAVI. Day 3 of VALORANT Masters starts right now.
但是 EDG 的实力，总有一天会看见的。如果技不如人的话，我们就回去再练，再练，多练，拿命练。
I watched the match against T1. He was playing good operators. I hope we make a good fight in operator.
CNET 这个人就狙击枪很厉害。 但是我也不怕他，其实我也没有发挥真正的实力吧。就算 CNET 是冠军截锋，我也想把你打败，而且我觉得我能够把你打败。
Of course, they are good players, but it's fine. They will see in the game.
Lower'dan gelip daha da hırs dolu bir şekilde, daha da sağlam şekilde geleceğiz. Hatalarımızı ders çıkartıp daha iyi oynayacağımızdan eminim.
我觉得我们状态发挥到自然的话，我觉得我们会比他们更厉害很多。
Yani kim gelirse gelsin biz asla rakibi küçümsemeyiz, her türlü oynarız.
NRG 팀은 저희가 북미에서 연습을 할 때부터 그리고 저희가 그때랑은 많이 달라졌기 때문에
Before they moved over to Korea, we were dominating them in scrims, so I think they're going to remember that.
아마 다르게 느낄 것 같아요, 저희를.
When I reach my ultimate form, the world is not ready.
Okay, let's get started. Match 1 of the day. NRG T1, NRG, you are higher seed. So would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B, so T1, you will be Team A. And we will start with your first band.
Split.
Band split, your band?
Fracture.
Fracture, and so map number 1 from T1.
Lotus.
And side on notice.
Attack.
And then map number 2.
Bind.
Side on bind.
Defense.
Defense. Next set of bands, we'll start with T1. You have Ascent, Haven, and Pearl.
And Haven.
And Haven, your band? Ascent.
Ascent.
Okay. Map number 3 is going to be Pearl, side on Pearl. Defense. Okay, gonna run through this really quick. First set of bands, we have Split and Fracture. Map number 1 is Lotus with NRG on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with T1 on defense. Next set of bands are Haven and Ascent. Map number 3 will be Pearl with T1 on defense.
Yep, perfect.
All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck.
players have crossed paths before, but now the stakes have never been higher. A playoff spot is on the line. NRG, T1, let's do this.
T1, they have memories of losing to this team. They have history with them, but this is a new iteration. This is a new squad being put together for T1, and a squad that has progressed so much from losing in the first round at Lock-In to making playoffs in Pacific and now qualifying here to Tokyo and being 1 away from playoffs.
And no one gave them the time of day. No one thought that they would be in this position coming out of Lock-In. But here they are right now, and I will be so as far as to say, even though I have immense respect for NRG, Kukuka, T1 have a very real shot to win this game. It's just going to take a lot of work.
One of these teams is going to make a real statement today. Both of the games that they have played, they were a little bit shaky, not easy wins at all. But today, this is the win that matters the most. It's actually the winner of a group that has been ruthless.
And it's the question for NRG. Can they make it a clean run? Pretty much every global event, they go down to the lower bracket in groups. They just barely make it out. In Americas, it was 3 weeks of rough gameplay at the start to recover. It was a lower bracket run to make it to the finals. This is our chance to do it cleanly, show that they are still in the peak form where they could compete with Loud back in Americas.
But think about how incredible it would be if T1 were the one to have the clean run into that playoff bracket. How the story would shift dramatically, and maybe, just maybe, people look at the name T1 when they see it on VLR, on Run It Back, wherever it is, and say, yeah, no, I think they actually do have a shot.
Especially now that DRX is on the lower bracket already on the other group, the story for this team could have a major shift and completely different narrative towards the region.
But it's going to be difficult, especially considering the maps here. We start on Lotus, which has been a map that T1 is very comfortable with. They pick into it here, and they play this Harbor Viper composition. And, well, NRG struggled a little bit yesterday. They let this map slip versus Navi on their defensive side with, I think, a bit of issues on their aggression there with Victor's Neon. This is still a map that they've been very competent on back in Americas.
Definitely T1 saw something in this Lotus yesterday that looked a little bit shaky on the side of NRG. Maybe they decide to pick onto that one. The problem is, I agree with you, Mimi, I don't think they're going to make the same mistakes. We're not going to see a Victor maybe taking too many risks. I think that we're going to get the Victor that we saw in Split.
T1's composition on this defensive side will oftentimes revolve around a lot of retakes, especially towards B and A. What Harbor Viper is good at is flooding, and you can see it in their defensive side win rate, 64%. They're solid on this side, which is difficult here on Lotus, but NRG are really good at playing the mid-round on this attacking side, finding that free site, and getting really strong forward positions with Victor and Crashes.
That's going to be a fascinating matchup to see unfold as we get ready to jump into the action. And I just got word, we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You know what, they have a little bit of jet lag, but it ain't gonna stop them from killing it in this cast. It's of course, Pansy and Hypoc.
You're absolutely right, GB. Nothing is going to keep us from this game. Again, we see the likes of Bind, we see NRG coming out, especially up to T1 as well recently. Looking pretty hard to trot, but jet lag aside, our little excitement aside, what do we now expect with these two teams? We've had a little glimpse of them, one match played each. Where do we now see this head-to-head looking?
I honestly feel like T1 come out in that first series looking pretty good, honestly. It's a trial by fire to play against EDG.
True.
And again, it's just because of the playstyle, right? They're almost forced to approach that very differently. Now, the concern today is, do they come in and almost over-prep for NRG? I think there's definitely something they've identified here from yesterday's performance, potentially versus NAVI, because NRG dropped that, and NAVI struggled regionally massively.
Strange.
Massively on this
Yeah,
map.
it's weird. But I still find it hard to put NAVI in context, regional to international, but you're right, there were tangibles there to hold on to, which made NRG look a little bit flustered to a degree. Now, has T1 got that capability to exploit it though? Can they push to those limits? Do we see a different look from Victor today? There's so many potentials that could change up here.
Absolutely. I think this composition builds around what their big win condition is going to be in terms of pacing, in terms of bringing that kind of EDG ethos, I guess, from that opening series across here to Lotus.
Oh, the fans are excited for this one. It could be a cracking game. I don't know what version of which team we get coming out today. You know, we could see the championship run look in NRG. We could see that T1 deadly form able to handle powerful individuals like they did against Kankan. But We wait and see. We already start out with Victor taking a whole lot of space. That Frenzy posted up nice and deep here. Does he get the little green light that he wants? That, absolutely not. Sire player played in very nicely off the back of Carpe. Beautiful start.
Time to perfection there. Well, isolate Victor as well, somebody who is pivotal in terms of NRG's mid-rounding on the attack. These will clear through the Trailblazer. NRG stacked up here as well, but already 3 T1 bodies ready to defend the C site.
Yeah, pivoting. They have to. They've already got so many of these rotations in, so much of that counter utility in place. It's somewhat at least denied that springboard effect that maybe NRG wanted to try and pressure towards that C site, and it's a double back. Maybe just taking their time through here, see if they can catch one player overextending, but no one is. This is patient play from T1.
Definitely looking to slow things down now. Ardis reveal, but actually still punishes Munchkin on the swing off the turret there.
Over-delivering and trying to keep their attention towards B. He can cause them so many problems now, trying to, I guess, hit that rotation back from the C site. But again, we look at what could stop them this. Do they still think the Sire player would be here? It was a glance. It was just a quick look from Crashies, but he adjusts well enough to find Sire player. That gives them the sight. This is a really nice round from NRG, just drawing T1 so thin across the map.
Beautifully recovered to get into this position now. T1 lagging behind a little bit in terms of the rotation timing as well. Now allow NRG to set up very comfortably. And look at Ardis' disconnected position. These players on site just need to buy time for him.
Paranoia is going to help. That should have connected at least towards 1, maybe 2. Pop Flash goes in, and FNS can't see a thing. Now, Crashy's still going to find value, though. Could be a third not to be. Here we go. Now we look towards Ardis. He was the final player, meant to be the final boss in this. Note, no one is on that spike. It was just a tap. The second time of asking, he's got a nice little line of sight on this. It was chip damage. Oh, the spacing on that was a little off there. Ardis gets away, and now time is against Carpe. He's got no time left on this one, and Ardis times it to perfection.
Opens up with the Red Bull clutch here in the pistol round. And Ardis definitely the power player in that setup, but NRG crumble on site and still able to close it out. That safe plant position. Beautifully done by NRG to recover that round into that position, but like I said, Carpe and Zeta did everything they needed to on site here.
So many swings and roundabouts in that round. That first pick played in perfectly, Victor going down.
And a little bit chaotic as well. With this plant, you must read that Ardis is disconnected, right? And the swing from Carpe is just so off kilter. I don't know if that's a miscommunication. Somebody's looking to tap and Carpe's not swinging, but it looked like that first half was going to be stuck at least.
We do have a stack coming out from T1, just leaving, I think it's Carpe, yeah, only Carpe towards that C side, so he's going to be going through the process of doing what he can. He's got a classic, so T1 trying to just keep bodies on that A site. Did do well to facilitate that first pick in the first round, but going to be hard to do it now. Let's see how clean NRG can keep this, though. They do obviously have some much better weaponry. We just have that Marshall out for Sire player, so that's the one you want to be seeing potentially find connection. But for NRG, they're going to start feeling all of this pressure. So many bodies now kind of identified towards the A side that I wonder if they continue on this track.
Well, you obviously heard the Marshall ringing off here from Sire. No tags coming through just yet. Looking for a blind spam, but Victor explodes onto Sire. We'll find 2.
Such a little animal like this. Does so well on the Neon. I know he had a little bit of a shaky performance last time, but it's beautiful to see him get that little confidence building early. Eco Cobra round short. You take him when you get him. Hello. They're just going to find one. Sire player did connect towards Ardis, so not as clean as you'd imagine, but there is a recovered weapon. It's not much. Can they make anything of it now? Carpe really wants to try and tee up Zeta to do something. That's going to do it. Now Victor's gone down. This is a problem. Getting a little bit more dicey here. 2 more seconds on the flash. Cove's gone up. But Crashies is just body blocking that spike. He's going to keep himself on this, just put his life literally on the line. Oh, toyed with! Gorgeous! Zeta now, can he get past on the final? Rain Bossy's done it! Has he got the time on this one? I think he does. That's a tragedy for NRG and T1 turning those tables around.
Back-to-back rounds where this post-plant hold that should be fairly comfortable crumbles for NRG. This time around, T1 capitalize. Get the defuse on top of that. But a flip here in round 2. Massive boom to the T1 economy. And Zeta's upgrade from Finesse, dropping that Spectre at the top of the ropes, makes all the difference. You see the engagement, there's Stinger versus Spectre there from the ropes, and Zeta able to punish. Ardis going to throw a Guardian in here. Victor back on Stinger once again. Actually, Sheriff's in a frenzy here, so if they find an opening pick, actually could make something of this.
Victor's going to be overwhelmed with the 3 players on this. T1 willing to brawl it out now. Crashy's going to go down first and foremostly. The rest of NRG hoping for a favorable outcome, but Artist already taken low, but does take one with him. Carpe still just standing. Joined by Sire player here. They're willing to shoulder this challenge. I mean, they've got the Vandals. If you start losing out, you do feel a little silly. FNS actually making something on the Sire player now. Gotta deliver, and he does. Beautifully done. Got a little bit dangerous there. If he goes down, suddenly it's a little bit more vulnerable.
Absolutely. Bladestorm online, though. Nice and early for Sire. So a little offset to the economy if they do want to try and get an operator in his hands early on. He's going to try and spread the funds potentially. No, banned down at 150, so maybe going to use that for a full purchase in the next if NRG are able to strike back here. Lockdown available, Seekers available here for Crashies as well. That's our T1, reckoning Seekers and the Bladestorm. Curious really if this early trend will continue, because I was talking about T1 potentially being conditioned by that EDG matchup in terms of being ready for aggression, being ready for very explosive early rounds. Finesse potentially going to be tested here. Artist alongside him.
Yeah, they got caught on the flash, so the T1 know that there's players here. Oh, Carpe just couldn't capitalize on the swing. Sire player gets out of there, but NRG now given a chance in this.
And Carpe's the one to swing wider on that. I don't know if Sire was expecting to maybe bait off the back of that, but Crashy's looking to follow through the Trailblazer here and potentially even throw the Seekers in here. Big damage, yeah, and with Carpe falling, Sire's going to have to play this out at 21 HP.
Do they continue on this track, though? NRG have options. They've still got 55 seconds to make best of a bad scenario. Going in towards Sire. Cove popped. But they pause for a second here. Sire player goes looking for information. He finds all too much.
Forced out by that utility perfectly. Som capitalizes. Lockdown invested as well. NRG want to get this round on the board.
How much can one man do? He's got to stand and fight, and he takes no one with him. Life up for grabs here, and NRG just storming the site. Gorgeous from Som, expecting the positioning from Munchkin. And Ban identified, he doesn't need to overdo it now. NRG have basically got this round on wraps.
Ban not even going to look for an exit. Do have the chance, obviously, with the Bladestorm being available, but down at 150 credits, maybe just wants to protect a full purchase here. Artist slipping up. Yeah, he is jumping up towards the archway. Isolated, Ban will find one. A consolation at least. LG, on the other hand, with those credits remaining, probably not wanting to hunt this down too desperately.
And turn in the second round certainly going to haunt them if they did over-expend towards chasing the rifle. So, kind of taking pause for thought here. NRG course-correcting quite quickly. Coming back on track here, tying this up at 2 apiece. Now, again, kind of rolling it back. Ban, I don't think in this one I'm going to kind of put him in the same light, but we saw in that previous matchup against EDG, for example, wanted to see him confident early, started to really come online towards the later stages of that previous game.
And I think this round is a perfect indicator for how T1 want to approach this, but NLG having a second stacked up on this extremity, the awareness needs to be there from T1 that that is a possibility after that EDG matchup, and then being, like I said, forced into a position where T1 had to be the aggressors in a lot of their defensive rounds, just to try and reduce numbers.
And still with so many ults to play with. Carpe's got his, Zeta and Sire player all ready to go. Obviously Munchkin and Ban a little further away, but similar scenes at the start. We've seen this kind of almost consistently. Sire player willing to take an early fight here, look for an early challenge, but mostly just take space. Now, first time we're really seeing NRG, though, with bodies behind it, exploring this B option.
Zeta taking a ton of damage there. The other side, actually, Victor gets tagged up as well. An exchange, but doesn't amount to anything. Crashy's actually taking the orb outside B here. So Victor was one away, slowed down by the Nanoswarm now, but T1 have relinquished a little bit of control for the time being. But big information off the Trailblazer. Munchkin actually capitalizes.
I was a little nervous that Victor has the spike there. That could have been so much worse. Luckily for him, Crashies is able to grab it, didn't fall too far away. But now looking across the map, Finesse outdone Ban, so ready for it, working perfectly off the back of the utility. And NRG not finding the success they previously had, losing out on players on towards B, losing out on that presence on A. Do they get any success towards the site? No, Som's gone down one by one. This is just individual work unless Artist can over-deliver, and he absolutely can't. T1 holding the ground there.
Yeah, Artist actually got two in that situation. Not entirely sure how he found the second there, but T1 find their third. You noted, these ultimates aren't being relied upon here. So still some tools at T1's disposal. Finesse, unfortunately, just can't find it. Oh. I thought maybe that was over the top and Sire saw a pixel, but was just a blind spam.
Broken buy coming out from NRG.
Forcing around Victor's ultimate potentially does have a stinger in hand as well, but Guardian in the hands of Crashies.
Making quick work here though, but you can see Sire player exploring towards middle this time. On the other side is Ardis. And the adjustment not quick enough for that one. Ardis all too prepared. Having quite a nice game already, Ardis. Miscasting games that he's in. But NRG going to fall away from this. They've had that early win in this round, right? So with 1 minute 15, they've got options to explore.
Carpe looking to swap out with Zeta, potentially to make use of the Seekers. NRG this time around, I haven't really seen them comfortably take an opening duel. Zaya gives this one up on a platter, to be honest with you. Got to be careful. Kobe actually bouncing. I'm not sure if that will leave a gap. No, we'll still cover the choke point.
Yeah, but Victor's just straight to work, straight to business. He does find Zeta. Damage taken, yes, down to 15 HP, but he's still alive and still a threat. Carpe going to try and catch him across the wall, but it's Munchkin. Finds Victor, and they take back the site control. They're not giving it up just yet, though, as Som takes that critical kill towards the site. That could facilitate the plant now.
30 seconds left.
And Munchkin, a 2v4. NRG still haven't fully got side control to obtain this plant. Maybe waiting for some smoke to come through. Come through at the perfect time. Munchkin even eats a little bit of spam on the way out, down to 7 HP, makes this almost undoable. See already on the mini-map, we'll retreat away. And I want to see T1 lean away from some of these solo swings in the early rounds. I mean, Saya and Carpe previously looking to take deep control outside Mound, maybe pick off Finesse or Ardis, whoever they're expecting to find outside C lobby. This is another example where Saya's given one up and there's no possibility of a trade. Absolutely not, and they don't gain anything in terms of information because then NRG can just slow things down. Then a slight overcommitment from Zeta as well. I mean, he's got the Reckoning, can potentially slow down a hit, but it just comes so late on. There's no pressure on NRG. I think even actually the AoE was just outside main anyway. Maybe Victor, regardless, he can zip straight past that. But potentially here, if we see Saya pick up the operator, maybe that's an indicator to slow things down and maybe look to... It's just comfortable for Ardis there.
Yeah, these do feel a little bit individual, even just the fights alone. Yeah, obviously kind of signified very clearly at the start by Saya player, but let's see if he can maybe get his head back in the game here. You can't be giving NRG those opportunities. They'd absolutely love to be giving them. Still a close game though, 3 apiece. Not seeing either team fully break away just yet. NRG back to this early lean towards A.
I mean, in terms of the numbers, though, this is the half that you want to see T1 post up an advantage. 64% win rate on defense overall regionally. It's definitely where we want to see them set up for success in a second. Victor looking to actually find some space here, and he's got very deep. He's going to find Ban, potentially. No! Ban finds the headshot.
I'm amazed that Ban got away with that one, but the barrel even showing. The Finesse giving it up. Crash is taking the damage, but going to deliver the kill. But the site, yes, it's theirs, but they've suffered so much on the way in. Victor and FNS going down makes this tricky, and now the flank has got a lot of bodies towards it. Ardis got 3 potential targets to handle. Spots 1, takes 1, but that's all he's going to get. TP toyed with. So I'm going to stand his ground. He's got Crashes by his side, but they've been struggling in these post plants.
And it's been on this side they've struggled, Lauren.
Gap's getting closer here. Crashes has no idea. Well, unfortunate for him as Som now left in a 1v3. Big round, not gonna happen. Carpe's got him, Som's gone down. And once again, those retakes elude them. They evade them here. Not getting what they want at all.
It's a similar setup as the pistol as well. Ardis disconnected initially, there to greet the pressure outside Mound. Just holding onto that C lobby position, but...
This was huge.
Yeah, Ban does go huge for T1 here. To find the second as well. I think even a lot of chip damage done onto Crashes with that Nano Swarm at his feet. LG will pump the brakes a little bit here.
So looking at what we've seen so far, it feels like a little bit hard to kind of characterize because we have seen these back and forth rounds, but the issues in those post plants, a couple of other things, are those what they need to address here? Where do you look?
I think the onus of pressure really lies with T1 here. I want to see them disconnect from some of these early set pieces to take away control and If it doesn't result in a kill and it doesn't result in anything tangible to really, pressure NRG's backline, I want to see them disconnect and just come back towards a retake setup potentially, or address another part of the map, because so far it's very value dependent, but this mound control isn't really amounting to too much.
You're absolutely right.
And NRG are greeting it perfectly.
They're holding on too well. So this is an NRG timeout if you are just tuning in. Just again, back and forth game here. Now for NRG, I'm looking at the money. That could be a little bit split too.
I mean, if this is an attempt from T1 to almost condition NRG into focusing more towards A and relying on Ban as that heavy anchor towards Tree, and obviously having the complement of Munchkin's utility there, then sure, but I do want to see them start disconnecting a little bit.
Yeah, because you set that conditioning in hope that you get that additional benefit down the line. So maybe that's what we start seeing them lean towards going forward. But I also got to say here, Ban being a nice, safe pair of hands on towards A. We kind of credit the anchors as to how well they handle this. Let's see what we see this round, though, because does that conditioning continue? For now, though, NRG actually testing it over towards C.
Yeah, first time actually we haven't seen T1 with a couple of bodies stacked up here, but Sire's on that solo exploration outside of B. Other side of the door right now. Potential to be played in with maybe a wall up from Zeta and a flash from Carpe. I'll try and catch them in the choke point here.
There's the flash. Wait and see if side player does much with this. It's actually Carpe to find Som. Where did he just get him?
Just on the backside of the mound.
Wow, okay. Yeah, Carpe. Beautiful start to this, and that's frustrating. Som going down does remove some of those later round options.
Hey.
Sire player 1-for-1 trade, though.
Yeah, I mean, you take that in this situation after Som's already fallen. Now you want to see T1, like I said, disengage from this. Use the numbers advantage here and minimize the risk on the way in.
Well, the options for NRG are looking dreary, aren't they? Yeah.
Slim.
What are you meant to do with this? How are you meant to take towards your site? I guess you could take a gamble, hope that maybe Ban's in an uncomfortable position over towards A. Where is Ban? He's just jump spotting. Okay, so he should be able to get the information early. There it is. Whoa, okay.
They didn't spot initially.
Hold on. Well, Ban's made a meal of it.
Fumble.
That's tragic.
He spotted on the first jump spot there, but didn't react at all, and Crashes was actually ahead of that first jump spot.
Though this has given them such an opportunity. It shouldn't have happened. Lockdown on either side as well. 3v3 now in the post plant. Can NRG make up for those lost rounds they've been struggling with here? They don't have to go too far away from this. They do have to kind of go back towards Tree, slip back a little deeper. Artist still has a little bit of kit to play with too, but going to be taken back towards the site. FNS should be able to catch that cross, apply some pressure once they start trying to get towards the site, but he looks like the first port of call here. They've already made it through. Now there's problems. He tries to overextend. He gets taken down. Artist holds the line, though. Site's still NRG's as T1 struggling to take those next steps.
Comfortably closing out an A site post plant hold here, and the lockdown exchange really doesn't favor T1 at all. A little bit baffled by the investment there, especially the timing. If you just wait for that to close out from Artists, I feel like they can invest this much smarter. The thing is, Finesse falls here, but he gets off a crucial snake bite to stop Carpe and Zeta from actually flooding back in onto site. So even though he goes down there, able to still assist a little bit. I think actually the vulnerable taking effect on Munchkin on that initial swing into mid-site.
I'm just still worried about Ban after that round. He's going to have to get his head back in this game. Silent player, though, had this ult for a moment or two. His challenger is just tucked in the corner. Oh. Not good enough that time. Artist. Patience pays.
That shouldn't be a surprise, though. And again, it's another one where burn a flash from Carpe. If you're going to make a play like that, just have a flash to confirm presence there.
And they've been doing well at that before. That's the crazy part of this. Okay, Victor caught in no man's land. Nice soul spray again. This is going to be bits and pieces. Yeah, Artist. Heads up work from him. Lovely little round. NRG starting to string together some rounds here. And again, I need to see recovery from T1. What they look like here. Operators out. You kind of considered that earlier on in this game. This is the round they're going to invest in.
Is this going to be a little more of a passive hold here from Sire? Have the Seekers, have the pit for Ban, so you can maybe reinforce that anchor towards A site. We'll still see Munchkin provide a little bit of support in terms of utility. Artist disconnected once again. Doesn't have Finesse now in this position. We saw them stacked up previously together in the early rounds. NRG looking looking to step the pace up a little bit in terms of early round pressure.
Yeah, trying to work in the dark a little bit here. None of the presence can be fully confirmed that there's bodies behind it, but there's a lot of utility shown, a lot of audio cues. But Artis goes walkabouts. This time Munchkin's got him dead. Not going to get as much freedom as they had before. They get to slip away with the man advantage early, leaving Sire player posted up with that operator.
Yeah, just spotted with the Trailblazer. Won't necessarily have confirmation there's an operator in hand just yet, but in terms of the mid-round, this looks much better for T1. Now they have some sort of, I guess, safety net with the Viper's Pit going up and an operator on the other side of the map. NRG look as if they were, I guess, posturing towards a B split here. But Crashies with the spike drifting towards the backside of the pit here. The alarm bot's got, so again, Munchkin is wary of any sort of lurking towards spawn, but a little bit of a gap here for NRG to potentially make something happen.
Do they let Som slip deeper? That's what I'm hoping they do, and they have. They've got him just posted up towards CT, not going too far away, but they've done this quietly, right? They're working in the shadows towards it.
Will be forced into I guess, an unorthodox plant, but the pit is so deep towards spawn.
And that just cuts off so much of the avenue of approach until then. Victor's fallen and giving Munchkin the way forward. They've now got an opportunity. Now it's actually NRG looking a little surrounded here. A couple of brave explorers towards that pit might be happening as well. Let's see if they hold on towards that for Finesse. As Crashy's looking to maybe remove Ban from this, find themselves a little bit of a corner of comfort.
Crash has got a shorty.
Oh Lord, the drop! Hello, Crash is going to take down Ban, but it's Munchkin having a round here. 3 already. Crash is burning both flashes, but Munchkin is not relenting. This guy has just aced NRG, and in no easy feat.
And a totally new look to the A side post-plant with this pit up towards spawn, and T1 once again come out on top of it. What a strange round. And what's even stranger is that a member of T1 comes out with an ace here. I mean, Crashy sends both flashes in here and Munchkin stands his ground. I mean, this goes completely differently. If there's still a Poison Orb and a couple of Snake Bites for Finesse to work with, NRG can potentially commit to a much looser, more passive hold here. You can see Crashy's desperate to try and negate that pit towards Tree. Munchkin's found one for free.
Yeah, saw nothing. I'm pretty sure there. Victor going down instantaneously, just caught on the cross. That's going to be frustrating. I'm going to note that there's been some deeper progress made from NRG, but they've been sent on their way. They can't make it towards the site just yet. T1, this is much nicer. I mean, yes, off the back of Munchkin, but still. And look at this space for Sire player. He doesn't have to go too far here.
Yeah.
He can just sit on this. The map is theirs, basically. 3 players ready to greet them on A. You've still got that presence of utility towards B. And obviously Munchkin there, Sire player. That's a shot you want to be hitting, but they now know that the map is indeed very small.
I mean, that's the green light to hit towards A. There's so many questions elsewhere. Som will open things up, Ban will fall. The Seeker's invested here. Lockdown to potentially counter, but the plant will come through. An opportunity to reset here for NRG.
Okay, wall goes up, trade comes in. They're going to get back towards the site now. That flank is still something that's going to be weighing heavily in NRG's mind. You can see already the T1 trying to toy with the timing. It crashes. Not going to fall for the flash. Does well against Carpe. There's the flank, though. Sire player going to answer back in. With the tap on the spike, they have to respond. They have to check. And Zeta was auto ready. And now it's on Sire player to try and do that damage. And one, two. Oh! Zeta! How'd he get that one back? Oh, this looked good for it.
I was in the same position as the pistol.
Yeah.
This time around, Zeta lands the shot. Operator retrieved. And T1 will come into the final round 1 up. NRG, 2 Guardians and a Bulldog on the board earlier. We'll see how the purchase actually ends up. Beautiful adjustment here.
This is huge from T1. So impressed with their work. And NRG back to what they hope is working. Victor being found so early on certainly doesn't help matters, but once again, Sire player. Yes, this time there's a little bit of utility there. Yes, this time maybe Artis comes back around. But again, it's so indicative of space given.
Even so, Sire's continuing to pressure the backline. And this time, NRG, I don't know if they feel as if they've done enough work to force him out of that mindset, but we see otherwise.
Does he get checked? He does. Okay. Tries to swing ahead of it, tries to make something of it, but Ardiz just claims him through the wall. That's Carpegon and Munchkin. That's a B-side looking so vulnerable. Yeah, Sire player took some space, but who cares at this point? That should be a plant if they need it.
Still got that alarm bot to deal with. I don't think Ardiz is going to get out of range of it. So Sire's got to reconsider maybe approaching the door here. Reckoning invested. Again, there's no body to swing off this, though.
Store. Anyone?
Thank God there's an extra wall there.
Yep, that would have been you dead otherwise. Now just down to Sire player. A 1v3 required. Only a Bulldog picked up. Isolates the first. Crashes goes down. 2 more. That's a hard angle to clear, though. NRG making no mistakes at the end there. Taking this back to 6 apiece. This is a very hard fought game so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Ardiz having a fantastic performance. 17-8 on the half, and with T1's approach here, he is the pivotal player for NRG, controlling that flank, reinforcing that backline, and allowing actually NRG to explore the map with relative freedom.
This is NRG and T1 tied up at 6 apiece. Desk, what do you make of the first half?
Personally, big fan. I like what I'm seeing from both teams here. I think we're getting the matchup that I was hoping that we would get. A T1 that's coming into this one really competitive and showing NRG that they're simply not meant to be trifled with.
Yeah, I really thought that T1's aggression they showed versus EDG would get consistently punished by NRG, but instead this high-risk, high-reward style has been working for them thus far. Normally the strengths of this comp are in kind of playing back, maybe pushing one side with a Cascade Flash to get early space, and then playing retake with your Harbor. But T1 has been taking a lot of aggressive fights, and we're actually committing to hard anchoring in a lot of these rounds. And NRG was exploiting that. But the thing is, as we got later into this half, while T1 was still taking those risks that might not be quite as optimal with their composition, they were finding those early advantages and converting so many of these late rounds.
Exactly. We were talking about the Harbor, how predictable the utility was becoming when they're being aggressive. At the later half, we see a Saya player that is just pushing with that operator. I think that also the utility dumping that they were doing so many times where Zeta will get to the postman and not even have the cove, a little bit, you know, trying to playing into NRG's game, just dumping all of that for them.
It was tough, but now in the second half, the question is, has NRG improved their defense? Against NAVI, this was the big issue. 44% win rate generally on this map, and what they were struggling with was how they wanted to play this Neon. They were playing more similar to Foot than Cloud9 with the Neon, where they were going for a lot of aggressive extremity control. They were having Victor off. It wasn't really working. I'm looking for them to have actually less aggression against this Harbor comp, and instead to look to play more rounds in that retake and to flood with the Neon stunts to stall.
Yeah, it is going to be quite fascinating to see how this one actually plays out here. Granted, we saw what happened with NRG yesterday. Will history repeat itself? Let's go ahead and jump right back into the action as we get into that second half. Pansy, Hypoc, over to you.
Yeah, the second half leaves us with quite a few questions, Mike. Yes, it was uncomfortable for NRG. Yes, this is a closer game. Can T1 push them to that same position? Do you think this has got enough that we've seen from that first half? What do you expect now? Seeing that Neon again, obviously it's the easiest question to start with.
Yeah, definitely. And this is where I lean back towards the point I made before this map started, is how T1 are going to approach this in terms of the pacing. I do want to see them build around Sire here on the attacking half, but might even be an early exchange here. Some will fall immediately. Sire doubles down.
Huge work! The crashes as well. This is so clean. Sire player really making sure he's dead there. Finesse is down. This is, look, they
do we have our answer already?
Yeah, I think we do. They were trying to fight fire with fire, and T1 win that cleanly. NRG feeling embarrassed after that. Ooh, all 5 standing. That's a message, Mike.
The Prime Gaming Flawless to open up the pistol round. And one of the quickest we'll probably see.
Yeah, what a start. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, 135 basically first blood, fully confirmed, drawn. Sire player, man, so clean with it.
Beautifully done. And this is a statement send if T1 now build upon this and set the tone here for their attacking half. Actually, Sire 2 away from the Blade Storm already. Had a very early Blade Storm in the first half after that round 2 flip.
True. Okay, so it's going to be Finesse feeling that pressure over towards the C site. Couple of shots coming his way.
And a heavy lean towards A for NRG.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 3 players, yes, dedicated, 4 almost if you want to throw maybe some into that mix too, but now what can FNS do with this? He's got support on the way, but there's a gap and it's closing. Yep.
Caught by it.
Bye-bye. You can already see the Hunters coming on down. Sire player, though, the counter flash wasn't bad. That could have been maybe a little more to it. Maybe they can get something a little bit wild going on. Victor starting to become a threat, being a problem. Down to now 3. They've lost out on the rifles. Yes, recoverable though, and they have side control. Spike back to hand. They should be able to secure here. Can NRG cause any more mayhem?
Taking a while to get the plant down though. NRG are going to be in a position to set up here. Paranoia and a flash to come through immediately.
Yeah, they've fallen away from the site though. That allows a little bit of room for T1 to re-engage. Nicely handled here by T1. About
a ton of damage done though.
Yes, yes. If we look at kind of, I guess, the minutiae of it, NRG will be happy with that round. They made something out of very little, but the stability from T1 to cancel on that Paranoia was fantastic.
I think Ban and Munchkin actually came out with 2K on that, so not the worst, but the timing on the swings here, NRG just so slippery to pin down. Enables Victor to find 2 with the classic. Make this interesting, yes, but T1, like you said, perfect time to cancel the plant and commit to that engagement. NRG make absolutely the right decision there. You can see the utility was on point to try and flood back onto site.
And this is when that benefit of having Sire player, having those big impactful rounds early on, those first 2, he's been able to farm up towards Blaze. Munchkin finding FNS. Again, that was on that solo flight towards C. Why is Victor in the middle of no man's land? What's going on, Mike?
I mean, just absolutely collapses outside rubble here. It's a wide open A site for T1 to capitalize. Som making his way back over towards stairs, but another one that's just, it's over in the first 15 seconds.
Was it the timing that Finesse fell that suddenly Victor and Crashes were vulnerable? I want to see the timing of how those kills came in. But at this point, this round's wrapped anyway. Som and Ardis are saving. There's no questioning that here. And considering the buy, can they bolster this much? I'm trying to see if they can get any more. I think they'll be happy with what they got the upgrades on anyway. They've been able to kind of fill out the buy.
Well, this is a little unorthodox. If Ardis is going to commit his utility over towards C or towards B, and Finesse not be that typical Viper anchor towards Tree, then they either need to commit to this fight or be in a position to, I guess, play damage control, right? Mitigate as much progress from T1 as possible, and they're on the hunt right now. They're looking to punish, they're looking to try and potentially remove these weapons, but still a big gap. I think there's, I mean, Som's the only one that looks like he might be caught, but Munchkin hesitant.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to see a very early timeout here from NRG.
Okay.
To maybe reconsider this setup.
Yeah, I want to see the timing on this again. Yeah, finding Finesse, that's not ideal. Finesse gets found, he's going to drop, and then, yeah, you just, Victor trying to make miracles happen at that point. It's just, I'm a little surprised that Finesse got caught, if I'm honest.
Yeah, like I said, if you're going to switch up like this, then your anchor can't die like that.
Nope.
It has to be post-contact. You know, yes, you can take a little risk and maybe spot for information, but T1 looking to continue with this pace.
NRG have taken, at least a little bit of map control elsewhere. Gonna be able to post up. I imagine it's Ardis. Yeah, Ardis tucked up a little bit deeper towards C, kind of off the back of Finesse. So that's gonna be those 2 dealing with that. But they've pulled the plug on Victor as well, bringing him back towards B, sitting super deep on this A side. Crash is just jump spotting this, if anything.
So is this NRG leaning towards a retake setup on A consistently here? Crashy's with the drop down, semi-committed towards this site hold.
What does he have? Okay. It's not much. It's been seen. Flash can be sent. Nah, no opportunities off the back of that either.
Ardis has slipped through. I don't think Munchkin's in range of that turret. Could be. Yeah, he is. Actually does spot out Ardis.
They're trying to fold. They're trying to fold through towards B, but Som, he's there. He's even ahead of the Flash. Great work from Som. 3 massive kills. And now, 3v2. FNS Victor and Crash is still not ideally equipped, but still, 30 seconds at least with their lives. 28 seconds, and T1 are struggling. The spike is down in such a precarious position. You're going to have to see Carpe go huge here. Still has a flash, gets the spike, waits to see anyone swing, no one does. Victor takes the next step, but takes his life with the classic.
Victor is just nuts with that gun. Finding another kill here. Finesse going to wait things out. 10 seconds left. Munchkin, an awful lot left to do here.
Nope.
It's not pretty.
No, it's not going in the highlight reel.
T1 desperate to play this out and almost react based on something at NRG show. As soon as Artis is spotted on the flank, they look for this split through Link. They look to pop the door, but Som digs his heels in. Massive bailout round from him. This is on the back of what? The save rifle and a stinger, I think?
I think it was one of the only rifles they had. Almost made it a fourth there.
One enemy remaining.
It's quite good with that gun, isn't
Yeah,
it?
he's all right with it.
97 though, NRG get themselves back on the board in this half. First one they've been able to post here.
Victor going exploring with the operator. I don't think confirmed on the other side of this, but Munchkin has to be on red alert now.
While this is happening, you can see T1 taking a lot of space towards B. There is a massive amount of utility set up there, though. Artis littering it on the floor. Side player's gone down as well. So that's a little bit of the utility removed, but Victor has to get away from this. Oh, gorgeous. Just dips away from there. Find a new angle to play from as T1 look to try and explore that option on the C site. 4 of them now standing, and the lockdown invested. This will force the hand of NRG.
Victor desperate to try and still make something happen with this operator, but T1 wait out the timing on the lockdown perfectly. It might just catch one. Yeah, Finesse, we'll have to wait this out.
But NRG surely can't make it back to B.
Som's got an Odin as well, so...
Can get back there. Okay. So now this is when there could be a little bit of danger on this one. The Seekers, it's all headed one way. Straight towards them, on towards CT. Plant gonna come in, does it get denied? No, okay. Plant's in, time on the side of T1.
To get that down there, Bam will find one onto Artis as well. So it brings it to a 4v4.
I do like the way they kind of fought for that connector side of things rather than trying to face towards CT, but where are the options now for NRG? Brought back to 4-4, it's tricky to make this work. Operator in play, Odin in play. It's not going to be as easy to try and find those next steps, but Victor desperately looking for that pick, has to switch up to the rifle. Flash goes in, notes the player on the right. Carpe should be seen here, and he's dealt with. Victor, lovely. Next couple of steps, they've got to get a move on here. They've got the time against them, and Victor is running it back perfectly. Anyone else to find him? It's Munchkin waiting. Defuse started. Oh, and Victor again. Gorgeous from Victor. Defuse is there. NRG running it back with just a second to spare.
What an insane retake by NRG. It feels like the time has almost passed here. That window of opportunity had closed, but Victor able to pick up the pace a little bit. You see Zeta just half a second off saving Carpe with the wall going up. The finest of margins in this round. NRG will double down now, 2 rounds to the name in the second half. Haven't broken the economy just yet of T1. But we'll force the timeout.
Yeah, and I want to see what they do in these early rounds now. Starting to see a little bit more life in NRG, kind of forcing unfavorable situations to T1, losing out on a player on that B take, for example, then having to pivot towards C. And again, we saw what happened there. That retake was down to literally like a second or two spare, but I mean, they pull it off, so you have to kind of give credit where it's due. Now about to tie things up, though, for T1, is there an easy adjustment you see in this, or is it beyond some simple adjustment?
I think if they can identify that actually it's Artis and Finesse majority of the time committing towards holding C, then they actually commit to this rubble engagement. Again, Som, he's kind of the one that's in the safest position, I'll say, inside Link, but again, for me, the weak links in terms of on paper, when you look at how NRG are playing here, it has to be Victor and Crashies. Now, that's a different discussion altogether. Calling Victor and Crashies the weaker side of the defense, exactly, of a defensive setup from NRG. But I don't think T1 have clocked onto that just yet.
Maybe with that timeout, they've been able to kind of find it, talk through it, see if that becomes something now. This time around, a little bit of an adjusted setup as well towards C. Artis spreading the wealth of the utility as Munchkin trying to find that fair fight on FNS. Already a little bit of damage done to him, towards him, so clearly they spotted each other out in the early round.
Let's say, was that a spam from the jump spot potentially?
That's where that benefit of that Killjoy utility will be found. Artis this time with the operator towards B. That's a little interesting. Trying to imply pressure on the A site though. And T1 starting to drift away from this. That's a little bit of a different look now for T1 to try and navigate through. There's contact also hitting on the C site.
All out some utility, but it comes on very late in this round. And the problem being, these indicators is going to force them towards Ardis' operator. Trailblazer will force him back a little deeper. But lots of question marks across the map here for T1.
Yeah, T1 taking the tour, right? They start out towards A, kind of split towards C a little bit now, leaning heavier this way. Can they get that lurk to be activated? Can Ban find value? Som's been outstanding at this role, and he's done it again. This guy just holding it down. Now there's really, well, shouldn't be as much doubt as there is. Ardis, this is everything, and the shot's missed. Unfortunate, yes, but it's the way it goes. And now T1 have full site control. Trying to get a little bit deeper. Munchkin, it's deleted by Som. Who's starting to really hit here, bringing it to a 4v3, favorable towards NRG, but the time now is on their side. They have the plant down.
Crashies and Victor have to play damage control here. Prevent any further progress from T1 into spawn. Messiah forced back by the paranoia. Carpe will bail him out though.
Oh, shots from Carpe. 1v2, Som's been good. Oh, you can see the paranoia caused by that TP. Zeta still though, focused on the wall. Som looking for an opportunity, a chance. Anyone out of place, the wall's gonna drop. He sees no one. Disappeared. Spotted now. Zeta's got him. Carpe delivering well there in that post plant.
I thought the paranoia would force them all the way back onto site, but it's actually a re-swing here from Carpe to bail Saya out, and then they double down. Massive value found. Slight adjustment on the plant as well enabled them to be more aggressive towards spawn. It's unfortunate. I think Ardis is even looking there to pop the nano swarm potentially.
Like it's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, a rough timing moment for him.
But a different look from T1 though, kind of taking the tour of the entire map. Yes, kind of leaving a player posted on every extremity, trying to get that lurk going, but...
And it's interesting as well, because obviously without this Killjoy utility, it commits Crashies and Victor towards staying here very late. They have to prevent a lurk.
Are they getting proactive? A little bit here. Yeah, Flash goes in and say hello. The Flash found nothing. Ban a little ahead of it. Gonna note the Crashies is nearby. Gotta be careful. There are still pistols out. Guardian as well for Som. But Ban's done very well here, mitigating all of that threat that could have come through towards A. And NRG not finding the start they'd want here, maybe cause a little bit of problems on those early fights, but this buy not going to find any value so far.
Team Finesse does concede that space on mound outside C, but T1 will pause, waiting for maybe an information peak. They're stacked up now and they've cut noise.
I like this though.
Confirm. Does Ardis get a chance?
Chance is a strong word. It was a glimpse for a second. And this is nice from T1. Very clean work. They were up against kind of a, not really a force fight, just a very light investment. It was just bits and pieces. So not too much to write home about, at least in that round, but we have to talk bigger picture here, because that's T1 making it up to 11. That's big, and that's why NRG just hit the brakes, right? This is now it's crunch time. You've got plenty of ult zone, Mike. They got almost everything ready, barring the lockdown, which is only one away.
I mean, the stars aligned for them. They have so much to invest here behind this. This feels like a must-win. What? I mean, call it 1,500 credits across the board for NRG behind this purchase. And with a Prime Gaming flawless, actually puts T1 in a position where they can play out a few more risky engagements here. The benefit of the scoreline as well. T1 in the driving seat here. They have a Viper's Pit of their own, the Reckoning as well.
Yeah, still
hands of Zeta, so
something to play with. Well, one away from the Blade Storm as well, I think, for side player.
Yep.
Okay. This is when the game gets fun, right? Because the fact that we came onto this map in T1 clearly identifying a vulnerability with NRG, right? Maybe from that NAVI game, maybe even beyond that, but regardless, identifying something. This half was always the worry as well. If you're an NRG fan, you're looking at being a bit worried.
Just to talk about the setup, once again, defensively, you don't want to see Finesse or Ardis really overcommit to these duels or really denying any space from T1, because like I said, Crashies and Victor have to stay in position with no Killjoy utility there to prevent a lurk from rubble through towards stairs or onto A site. They're already leaning heavily towards a retake on B and C. I mean, B's the only one that potentially they can stop a push or be there to greet the push and actually fight for it, because there's two weak extremities.
Deep breaths now. One of the odds invested so far. That's towards B, so Viper Pit going to be committed. We see a 3-play walk over towards Mound as well. Crashies, Victor, Som, all there. And it's Sire player, top of the box. Dog gonna come in. Paranoia Ascent doesn't get affected by this just yet either. And it's all posturing. No commitment behind this.
Oh, but didn't want Sire to see anything there. Defensive flash to prevent a push, but look at where Victor's already disconnected to. Let's come back now. Som will be healed up, but no first blood conceded.
This is
T1, I guess T1 definitely looking to try and get a grasp here with the Viper's Pit towards B. It indicates a switch up. So where's that pressure point? Now we have that Killjoy utility littered across A site, and Ardis will potentially try and slow things down, maybe even get a kill and get the lockdown online. T1 still noted here.
Are they going to commit on this? I want to see if they fully go for this. They've drawn out a lot of utility, 35 seconds, they can't pivot too far away. Flash goes in, Som goes up, 21 HP though, he ain't got much to play with. The adjustments there, Sire players in, Crashies holding it back with Victor. They've denied the cross and the spike's gone loose. With 24 seconds, we need miracles from Sire player, and it ain't happening. NRG with the bodies in the right place now, Munchkin knifed out, he has no idea. They've already taken so much space, and Crashies wants him dead, so does Victor. Crashies the one to get him, but talk to me about that round, Mike, because that felt like T1 walked into what NRG wanted.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's no confirmation from T1 of numbers on the other side here. Big question marks, and it almost feels like, yeah, let's throw out the reckoning and wait half a second to maybe look for a ping, but NRG are able to just position here. Again, Som takes so much damage, but as soon as he falls, there's no second layer to this from T1. Nobody sweeps around towards Waterfall. It's all one-dimensional towards Som.
It looks like they're trying to run it again. Yeah, so FNS posted towards B, Ardis over towards A this time. You know, obviously that Killjoy utility is there, but it's a switch around, right? So you've got the 4-play stack over towards the A side for T1 here, and now you can already see the hunt coming out from Victor, though. He wants to close that gap. He's found a target. He's got a victim. That's Munchkin gone, and now the backline is not secure, but you've got to go towards Ardis. In between literally a rock and a hard place. How do you get past this? Simply stall. That's what Ardis wants to do. Oh! And he does more than that! Oh, come on! This guy, always so good, but can Carpe do something unthinkable? Finding 2 already, but he's got to find 3 more. Flash not going to find anything. Does he spot a pixel out of place? No, FNS keeps himself way deeper. Flash, again, confirms no presence. Maybe feeling he's got a little bit of space for a plant, but they're so close by, Mike. This is going to be brutal for Carpe.
Yeah, to get it down, but not much time to set up here. And
no Flash. Nowhere to play, vulnerable, closed on, gorgeous, NRG. That's a lovely little round there.
Ardis goes huge to anchor here. Slows things down with a Nano Swarm, then isolates every single member of T1 that swings onto him. Goes absolutely huge here. Again, this adjustment of putting Ardis towards A site now, feeling as if NRG have a little more freedom to take the initiative, be decisive here on the defensive side. And actually now the cracks started to show in that T1 economy that looks so healthy. When the scoreline was 11-8. Yeah. NRG, like I said, that was a must-win round, and look what position it's put them in now. A chance to tie things up.
I love the switch up again, though. Look at the variety we're seeing coming out from NRG. We're going to have this time around Ardis towards that C site, littering the utility over towards there. A little deeper, though. Not going to be putting it towards that early contact. We've got the 3-play stack almost kind of working through B early on, leaving Som the solo towards A. But how far can they get towards this? You can already see T1 trying to consider their options, trying to go through the protocol list. Going to spot a little bit of attention there. And T1 have to go through such a long list to try and figure out where players are.
This thing, if you think about early on in this round as well, T1 didn't have many fact-finding rounds. So almost having to re-explore the map. NRG have made beautiful adaptations here.
Right call so far towards heading on A.
Look at the difference in terms of how deep this utility is invested from T1. And they gain nothing off this.
I think Munchkin might have heard the rotation from FNS at the very least, but there's still 2 players here, and there's still all that Killjoy utility. So the adjustment's just right. Again, this is all an information game. Though. Yes, I think he did. FNS comes back around, that's 3 players there. Is that enough of an indicator to keep them committed towards this? It's Som this time. Ardis over-delivered, bailed him out last round. This time, Som's got to go huge. Paranoia sent in, should catch Sire player, but does he get out with his life? Yes. Keeps himself standing, that's all you got to say. That's all he's got to do so far.
Really well navigated by Som, actually, to not concede that first blood. NRG will be in a 5v5 retake situation. Ardis does have the lockdown as well. So they're invested here, but the pick goes down and it does spread across the spike.
This becomes very usable now. FNS going to find Carpe, though. Apply that pressure through a link. Side player trying to look towards it. Tricky to see with the lockdown in play, but still has to respect it, has to fall away. Side now going to be tested. Munchkin tries to get aggressive, and FNS not having any of what he's trying to sell. A tap on the spike will draw the player, but only to their death. Crash is going to find him, and now leaving it all down to one, and not for long. Som takes back his sight as NRG get the defuse.
Finesse stands his ground here in link, goes huge to deny that second wave of aggression from T1. And he's commanding so much respect. He's keeping 3 members of T1 fixated on this door. Unfortunately, then the pit amounts to nothing on site. NRG are able to just stack numbers up here and play trades inside it. Didn't even need to play trades. It's only Ardis that falls here.
Pressure time now, 11-11. All tied up, map 1. T1 hitting the panic button a little now. This is, again, when we kind of talk about these teams, when we go bigger picture, depth, capability, you always give a little nod to that man there as well. Always able to give them something, you know, else to work with, a little bit of adaptation, you know, all of that experience coming through. They have that backlog of capability. T1, that's a little bit of a different kettle of fish. They're coming into this with the best they can, and they've done incredibly well to 11-11. Do they have adjustments now?
Look at the contrast in the first 6 or 7 rounds now to NRG really, I guess, spinning the wheel in terms of some of these defensive setups, and T1, like I said, there's so many question marks. As soon as they see an indicator, previously the pit outside B, they then have to explore who's where on the side of NRG. Everything they learned in the first few rounds, out the window now.
Yeah, it's the beauty of NRG that they can do that. It's a very impressive skill to have alone and be so good at it. Yes, you could, I guess, technically adjust things, but being able to be so diligent still it deserves praise. Now, what does T1 come up with, though? What is the plan here? They have the lockdown still to play with. Zeta 3 away from his ult, but that's about it, really. You have the Seekers for Crashies, too. This is crunch time, isn't it? This is when... This has to be a big round from T1. I'm not sure what they're going to go for here.
Munchkin's been finding value in this lurk. Trying to slip his way onto Finesse's site previously, but switch up here. Let's have Ban in support, and NRG actually resorting back to basics. That original setup we saw with Crashies and Victor over towards 8. Som in a position to crunch through on rubble as well if they feel the heat a little bit.
I'm just trying to hedge their bets a little bit. Unsure if T1 were going to do something a little different, but it's just a pace change so far, at least this very slow approach. Maybe looking for a B crunch, maybe just looking for early success somewhere. So far, no one being given that chance. Slipping a little deeper though, Munchkin does get pretty far up on this.
Resmoke comes through. I'm not sure if Munchkin's looking to actually find a lurk. All the way up in towards spawn. Trailblazer burn early.
That's first contact in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Does Som break the door to try and deal with the lockdown? Gonna send the paranoia, here's his chance. Door goes, as does the lockdown, Som gets away. Now, do they springboard towards B? Yes, that's the next goal for T1 here. Ardis trying to hold them back as well. You've got Som pretty close by, but T1 are in on the site. We're down to 14 seconds. If anything denies this plant, we get put into problems. For now, though, T1, 5v5, post-plant on B. This is going to be chaotic, to say the least. Already, Munchkin going to find Victor. He's been holding them back towards that A site. Leaving the Reckoning to throw in on top.
Som's here with a shorty. He's waiting for somebody to come through. Ban on the other side with one in his hand. Som able to wait this out.
Yeah, but where do they find that next bit of success from? Just holding these choke points with the shorty. So difficult to find a way in on. Munchkin all too aware that Som could be looking from that A. They noted that flash coming out there earlier. They're running low on it. Carpe's going to find Finesse. Yes, Crashies finds one, but he needs to find a whole lot more, and he ain't got many seconds to do it in. He's gone down to T1. Looking to fold. Looking to find that purchase towards B, and they do exactly that. NRG had no answers there.
Slow burn pays off for T1. I'm looking at this. There's no pinch onto Som. Som's able to throw a paranoia, remove this lockdown for free. Yes, Ardis had a little bit of utility here scattered across B site, but there was numbers for T1. And when you've drawn the attention of Som,
that should be good, right?
Yeah.
You've done the big challenge there.
Ardis has to go huge there. And even, it's just a little bit late with the Cove. You think NRG are going to be able to recover there, but so much time passes before NRG make a move. Yes, they have to wait out the reckoning, but there's no catalyst there. There's nothing for NRG to latch onto to get back into B site.
Ooh, okay. Commitment towards A, though. First time we're seeing this deep exploration coming out from Victor, coming out from Crashies. Now, T1 have been playing these patient defaults. This is going to be quite telling. They I'm not sure if they spotted 1 or 2, maybe just 1. There are 3 players here. On towards Mound is the other 2. So, how far does NRG go on this? It should at least cost T1 a little bit of utility on the way back, having to clear close. Should burn it up, make it a little easier to hold on towards the sites for those 2. And they have cleared that. So now where does T1 go? Again, they're not finding much of this info, Mike.
Looking to run the clock down once again. NRG relinquish some of this control towards Rubble early on. Victor and Crash is now back towards a more traditional position.
It's just Ardis and FNS to hold this.
They have to go huge here.
How much can these 2 do? Nice stall for 1, but Sire player reads through it. Catches FNS looking a little out of sorts, so it's just Ardis, and the support's still a mile away. Trying to play cool, probably calm, he's gone down. T1 now with only 3 more to find, and this map's theirs. Plant gonna go in, time on their side. Crashies gone, that's Sire player wanting more. Meets his maker in the form of Victor, but it is gonna be just the last 2. Som and Victor try and turn any of this. Can they take it to OT on map 1? So much to come up against, look at this. First contact on towards the turret. There's the swing, there's the kill, and there is map 1. T1 digging deep there to beat out NRG.
Beautiful stuff in the last 2 rounds as well. Looking to slow everything down. Allow that pressure to build, and NRG went hunting a couple of times, but didn't pay off for them. They struggle once again on this defensive half. Yes, they had a beautiful adjustment halfway through that.
Yeah.
It looks as if they got themselves right back in a position to close things out. Ardis having a fantastic game here on the Killjoy. The T1. I'm a little surprised, I'll be honest, because this was something I was looking at, and I wanted T1 to approach this with the same confidence and the same willingness to play aggressive and really take the fight that we saw versus EDG. Here, initially we saw in the second half, but they looked as if they strayed away from that. That's where I got a little bit worried, honestly, because that's where an IGL like Finesse really starts to excel. Once he gets his finger on the pulse and really grasp what T1 are trying to achieve, that's the sort of game that you expect NRG to win.
If anything, that credits T1 higher.
Absolutely.
They're able
like
to
I said,
pull
I'm
that off.
very surprised that they closed this out.
Yeah, what a stark contrast to their initial opening game up against EDG, right? That is a totally different tone change, pace change coming through to this, and be able to kind of adjust to the depths that we were crediting and praising NRG for that little late game run to bring them back up to 11. Hey, T1 did it right back to them. Now you would say though this map, yes, it's probably the most favorable one that T1 has available. Next up, they've got Bind to look at. That is a whole different beast.
Yeah, and again, NRG's pedigree runs so deep on Bind, so T1 definitely a bigger challenge now, but for me, big tick in the box to get themselves on the board here with the first map of this series.
Yeah, this is huge. T1 showing us a fantastic performance on map 1. Bind on the horizon. That is what I cannot wait to see, so do not go anywhere.
Wow. Okay.
to doubt. It's true, I can live without you. I've a day in and I'm down in the city. We're done playing around. It's true, better off as two. I will never run away. I need to stay, holding on to the air with every breath I take. I will never run away. I need to stay, holding on to the air with every breath I take. Thinking you got the last laugh. Your love is a man to down. It's true, I can live without you. I've a day in and I'm down in the city. We're done playing around. It's true, better off as two. I will never run away. I need to stay, holding on to
That's got to be a dream start for T1. I'm joined by their coach, Autumn, here with me. Now, NRG, they showed their Lotus yesterday. How much did that help you in terms of preparation, and did you see any weaknesses that you used against them today?
Honestly, they have same strat and same way for their both of sides. Like they played on NA VCT. So I thought their system of the game is totally same, and honestly their attack side is pretty good, but I saw their defense side is really weak. So I prepared their attack side. So I told my guys how can we counter them on our defense side, and it worked.
Yeah, you did a great job. Thank you very much, Autumn, and let's just see if you can close us out on Vine. Good luck.
Thank you.
It most definitely did work as T1 get a 13-11 victory over NRG. And NRG were making that one a real close one at the end there. But it was good to see that T1 doubled down and were able to bring it back. Welcome, everyone. Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Kukuka. And, you know, I have to say, like, again, it's just great to see this T1 team just not give NRG, you know, a step. But also NRG kind of forcing the situations at times, well, maybe a little bit to their detriment as well.
Yeah, I think NRG is continuing to really struggle with this defensive side. And T1, to their credit, played super well on the attack. They really slowed things down on their Lotus. We're playing a lot of these rounds where they're just waiting to use their utility to feel out NRG's aggression, and then mid-round re-pushing for extremity control and ending in these really effective late pops.
I love that we heard Autumn talk about it. I think that they kind of read them to a T. They know that they're not going to be on those fast rotations. They're going to take their time. I think that the flanks were very good and very clean. They understood exactly the timing and when to do things in the game, not only round per round, more than just in the round itself. So I love to see that T1, you know, decided to go for this map and was very right about how to approach it.
And, well, we do have to give credit to T1. I also have to critique NRG's style with this composition because they're falling into the same traps. It started with a lot of this overly aggressive extremity control. They would wait to see if there's any utility for T1, and if there wasn't, they would still commit for these fast pushes towards Rubble that were getting punished by T1, who is ready for those. And when they decided to slow things down, their default setup had both the Neon and the Sky anchoring on their A site, which meant they couldn't be as proactive to re-clear space in the mid-round or use those Neon stuns to stall out executes, which is one of the biggest strengths of this composition when teams like Cloud9 play it.
I think that also the fact that the timeouts were so very well prepped, knowing that, you know, it's not only what we identify as their weakness, it's also the change that they're going to make. Let's try and read onto that. Let's try and change the flank for this round. I think that it was a very good masterclass from T1.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and shift focus to our Aim Lab shoot around. And we're going to be checking in on T1 Saya player. Always fun to see him shooting some bubbles. Or in this case, inanimate objects in the shape of...
They're animate. They're moving. They move.
I guess so. Yeah, you're right. They are animated in the video game known as Aim Lab.
Of the game? Like it's anime?
By the way, I believe if you scan that QR code, you will get yourself a, I think it's...
Saya player for yourself.
Yeah, that or a discount. It's a nice little discount. That's what it is. We changed it up a little bit, guys. Nice little discount for Aim Lab Plus. So go ahead, check that out, scan that QR code, and you too can shoot the animate objects. Like Saya.
Good fix.
There you go. Thanks.
But Saya was playing exceptionally well on that first map. He's kept his performance from the game versus EDG here internationally, and I'm sure that feels good to him to get that first win over NRG. Because, well, a lot of these players have played against this core in the past and have lost them. It's this guy who went to Reykjavik, got knocked down to the lower bracket by this core, and has really felt the crushing loss before. And now he's turned that around with T1.
He really has, but I think it's also important to note as well that this team still very new, right? As we get ready for map 2 on Bind, and they're going to NRG's home turf. I mean, this is a map that they are so good at, Kakuka. So you have to be a little concerned that T1, you know, when they see this structure here from NRG on Bind, hey, anything's possible.
Coming into this event, there was only one map. By the way, this is the first bind that we're getting, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And there was one thing that I was looking forward to the most, and it was T1's bind.
Okay.
If they're going to run that Viper Harbor Gecko, I cannot wait to see it.
All right, well, actually, we did end up getting some words from Chet ahead of this matchup with Yinsu. Let's check that out.
I've got Chet, the coach of NRG, here with me before we head into Bind. Now, Chet, you've been in these positions before, one map lost. It doesn't seem to phase you guys. You normally still close out the series, but what is the strat now? What's the most important thing for you when you are behind?
Well, I felt like we just didn't play our fundamentals good in this last game, and I think we played down to their level instead of playing like how we are, like a tier 1 team. So I feel like I just had a talk. We just need to do our stuff correctly, and we should just win.
You've done it before, Chet. Thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck.
I just love Chet interviews. You know, we're a T1 team. Even though they're called T1, not T1, but we'll win the next one. I will say though that Mimi, at some point, I do appreciate the confidence that he has in his players, as he should. But you really do have to start putting some respect on the T1 players, or else they'll catch you off guard again.
They say those things, but I'm sure he does. And talk of this comp that you were excited for, Kakuka, it's back. The Gecko locked for T1. So this is really modern Bind. It's going to be Harbor Viper versus Harbor Viper.
I'm excited about this. I know the Angel is excited about artists playing on the stage. Definitely two compositions that are going to clash against each other. But, you know, talking about preparation, NRG decides to go for this map. If T1 makes the mistake that, according to them, NRG was committed on that Lotus and play exactly that they play in that region, that Gecko can fall flat pretty easily.
In this first half, I think we should be watching for the extremity control from both these teams. With the Gecko Harbor, T1 will be really good to push down with a Cascade and that Gecko Flash or a Sky Flash behind it. And on the other side for NRG, they have good util for that as well. They play really slow with this comp, and they have lots of stall in their post plans.
It may look statistically favorable for NRG, but do not sleep on T1 because they got some things cooking. Let's go ahead and send it over to Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
Yeah, thank you, GB and the desk. And I think I have to ask you the question then about this modern Bind comp, however they phrased it. Oh, that face not quite telling.
Something.
How do you feel about it?
I mean, I feel pretty good about it. It's the sort of thing we were talking about EG yesterday with the Sova on Fracture. It's another one of those ones where it kind of throws off the protocols, and NRG are a team that are very reliant on that, right? They're very reliant on the prep, and I mean, Chet put it really well, right? Yeah, we need to play our game, stick to the game plan sort of thing. So this is another one that I think is an example. It's going to test the preparation for NRG for something that potentially isn't, you know, familiar ground to them.
You're right. Okay, I like that. I guess if you're going to look at this map head-to-head, pound for pound, if T1 played the way NRG was going to play, NRG are going to win that every day of the week. So why not try something a little bit different? Speaking of something that's not too different is okay, bye-bye, Victor. I guess that's how you deal with Victor trying to do those things. Something quite choreographed and well-read.
Some will get the plant through though. All will go up behind. Rashi's will test it, but Carpe gets two there.
Wait.
The mosh pit finds as well.
Where was the mosh pit put down? Maybe
inside the cove.
Oh dear, NRG. This is going to be a shaky start. Here we go. How much can they do here? FNS only got one in him. Not going to be able to find any more. Artists. Nah, not happening. T1.
This is definitely something to keep your eye on as well. We talk about now Harbor getting more playtime, I guess, across the entire map pool and counters, right? What can you do to really, I guess, remove the ability to find that guaranteed plant inside the cove? And the mosh pit, perfect example. To force them out, it gives them extra time to break it or for it to even expire. This is something that NRG might have to adjust slightly on their default plant locations. If they've got lineups potentially for the cove coming in or anything like that, it's going to force NRG to adapt on the fly to some of these post-plant setups.
But also, I love the fact that Carpe was just sat there waiting with a shorty. Like, that made me so happy. Because again, when we look at the likes of Victor on this map, a couple of them are very like stylized, right? We're very, very aware of how they like to play because it's been so good historically. So if we get more of that, can't wait.
Even on top of that as well, Sire with the satchels, another tool to disrupt that cove plant as well.
True.
Much slower start here. Emphasis shift from NRG towards Showers, but already Finesse has slipped the net. It's posted up, but the awareness there from Carpe. Look at the reposition here from T1.
Yeah, they're playing backside, allowing NRG. Oh, not allowing NRG anything. I've lied to you. Zeta doesn't even see him to kill him. They do make it towards the side, but that weapon just ain't enough. Carpe feeling the pressure now, though. Artist wants to close that gap, but he can't quite do it, so he has to just sit by Tribox. He's down to the last two. They do get the plant down. Carpe could do with some help here. Being toyed with, yeah, an Artist given no play in that. Som now, last one there. Dizzy going to be sent on it. And hello, final player, Som! A little spicy, but ain't gonna be enough. That's three standing, that's a defuse. T1 looking very composed here, Mike.
Carry across three weapons as well. Carpe and Sire, 400 and 500, sorry, 50 credits. So not they're going to play this through and try and protect the economy a little bit. The early progress here from Carpe will result in the ultimate being available in round 3. Zeta just catches a glimpse. Makes them pay for it. Actually, for the first time on the floor towards B, or at least initially here, lent that direction. Another thing, got my eye on, as always, Finesse. What value can he find behind this wall to lurk up on short? Heavy lean towards A here from T1.
He's got a lot of players to potentially find value against. Three there. Oh, hello. Munchkin noting quite the substantial presence towards B-Long.
And a big indicator who it was as well. It's the Sky and the Rays, so no rotation comes through just yet. I want to see Munchkin back off a little bit and respect this pressure early on.
I think he's just trying to buy a couple. I don't know. He's not even.
Nobody's moving
rotating.
yet,
Yeah. So I guess him holding like that was a little bit daring, but does eventually slip back towards elbow.
Maybe posturing up a little bit just to imply there is a second player of T1 here, but NRG looking to follow through.
Now I want to see the commitment on this.
Is this just all catered towards isolating a player outside hooker? Maybe a TP crunch coming through.
Okay, burning the ult. That should confirm there's no one on the side, so it should be rather telling that it is just one player, so they should be able to get the plant.
Yeah, they clear through with Carpe's ultimate.
Yeah, okay, so noting very little, sees a whole lot. Now it's time to go. Can they make anything of this? Yes! Sire player there so quickly. Finesse trying to backfill though, gonna catch at least the support system of Carpe coming in, but now Sire player's attentions turns. And it's gonna be FNS looking vulnerable, but standing tall. On towards the site though, any more presence coming in from CT. Munchkin, yes, noted, and not handled, crashing. Oh, Munchkin! The Forbes, unreal! And now FNS and Victor, looking worse for wear. FNS is the best he can. 3 huge kills. It's all on Victor in a 1v2. This shouldn't have been this close. They reveal, and now the 1v1. Victor is ice cold in these though. He's not gonna fall for it, he doesn't. NRG barely make it out breathing, but still standing with 1 on the board.
Victor goes huge with the Red Bull clutch, and T1 really taking the fight to NRG on this B site execute. Beautiful approach here. Maybe this is the indicator here with Carpe's ultimate of how they want to approach some setups here. Heavy emphasis towards A early on. They don't spot Finesse on that deep lurk outside.
Without him,
And
that
he goes
round would be
huge.
lost.
Yeah, 3 kills on the round for him. It's only, I believe, Zeta's Snakebite that finally brings him down.
That was the bonus, keep in mind. That was T1 with far less. Now we see them on the bite. What does NRG have to bring to it?
Well, Ardis down on a Spectre. He has to prioritize, obviously, the wall. And does actually go for a full shield here.
Okay, so Zeta and Carpe playing once again backside, super deep. Information, nothing noted down towards Fountain, deep B long. You already saw the, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Munchkin sending out utility there time and time again. Still nothing flagging, so they've got to be aware there's a high chance it's coming towards A. They've pulled over the third player. Slayer player now towards the A site, and NRG playing contact. They're so deep already.
Probably wondering, but yeah, where do you want to play it?
A little bit of an anti-plant setup almost there. Mosh pit can be invested, allows time for a little bit of a second glance from Carpe. Spams in, maybe looking for Victor, but he doesn't find the target. A little delay on the plant. Sure, Slayer player's Paint Shell will find some though, but the plant is in now.
Ardis is going to have his hands full. Luckily slips away from shorts. 2 players from T1 look to retake that space. Pit invested towards Lamps here is going to allow NRG to solidify this hold for the time being.
Crashies can't stay alive. Ban's got him. And now they start to get back towards the site. Ardis falls, and now it's down towards what's in the pit. You just saw Victor slip on through. I'm pretty sure he's just seen. FNS gets a little closer but falls. And now it's all revealed. The fuse comes in. T1 navigating this NRG threat so well. 3 alive. The fuse is there. 3-1 now.
Carpe waits until the final moment when there's definitely a commitment behind this utility. And that's the catalyst for T1 to follow through. NRG, like I said, it felt as if scratching their heads walking up here onto A site. Not a single player showing their hand from T1.
Because it kind of felt bizarre almost that we've seen T1 kind of play like backside, right, sitting super deep, but then their anti-plant setup's kind of denying that space between, you know, the mosh pit coming in, the paint shells, everything else. They've got a lot of kit to kind of give themselves that retake potential almost before the spike's even down.
Victor does have the showstopper here. Side player in a position to greet them, but Crashies will punish for the Sheriff.
There are 3 players here though from T1. So this was a sack. It is going to be only Munchkin over towards that B side, so they should be able to hold on towards this one. NLG finding more connections. Oh, Ban, that's nasty. FNS are not going to be happy with that. Ban wants him dead. One more shot in this. And one more bullet, but Zeta Snakebite will do it. Leaving just some Crashies now. Spike's not even down. T1 really problematic to play against. I feel we're going to see a timeout from NRG. Soon is a strong word, but I think we'll see it relatively quickly as this is very much a different looking bind coming out here. Do we just see Seekers?
Yeah, Munchkin's just posted the Seekers on B.
Wow.
A little bit of an overinvestment here, but I guess T1 desperate to convert this anti-eco. Crashes down to 32 HP and Som down to 78, so got a question there. Som's already done some work here from that same position with the Sheriff, but Zeta shuts it down. A pit as well. T1 throwing everything here.
30 seconds left.
They're terrified of Crashies. Already got 2 kills this round and gets himself the Phantom.
Well, now's the time to be scared when he's got the upgrade.
20 seconds to play with and 32 HP. Dips on in, tries to keep
He's got time to hit this TP.
I think he's going to do just that. Munchkin, though, can't position just to catch across. He has to just beeline towards the site. This shouldn't happen, and it won't. A lot invested into that, but for T1, I guess it's another round posted.
Yeah, but I'm looking at that. It's a massive overinvestment in my eyes.
Doesn't even break the bank either.
I mean, the pit's the one that's...
That felt like a lot.
Yeah. Especially here on the defense on bind, but have to wait and see if that amounts to anything here. Obviously, Showstopper available, Crashes now with the Seekers online. NRG with the advantage. Maybe T1 just throwing those in, knowing that NRG slightly off kilter with this ult cycle.
Aggression?
Yeah, looking to switch things up massively. Deny this space from Finesse, but...
And how contrasted. We've seen them playing deep backside. First challenger found and falls. It's Sire player going down, and FNS passes with flying colours.
They're on opposite sides of the wall there. Carpe swinging one way, Sire swinging the other. A little bit disjointed, and we saw a few examples of that on Lotus, but time being, NRG a 5v4 situation presented.
Scout destroyed.
And now they're exploring towards showers. They're desperate to get FNS down. But look at his positioning. So hard to clear. There's no way you're going to be going that deep, are you? How far do they take this? FNS could be anywhere in their minds, but the crazy part is that NRG are coming back this way. This could be bizarre in a couple of seconds now.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers should tell, yeah, a very, very strange picture that someone's pushed up, but do they expect the second player here as well? It'll be very difficult for them to get out of this.
30 seconds left.
And in position to fire, Robert crashes, stands tall, finds the first, but Carpe will respond. 3v4 now for T1. Not much utility to work with either, outside of Carpe.
Yeah, flash just back on now for Munchkin. Contact there, picked up, fully flash, fully white. It's Zane to take down Som, they know where Victor is. And he's gonna have to pop the ult, he has to do it! He only gets down one though, but he still gets to keep his life. Diffuser started, gets denied, Carpe gets off it, takes down FNS. Now down to the 2v2, but time is ticking. They've got to find these final players and Artist. He's holding that back line. Munchkin now, forced further away, Victor puts him to his grave. NRG burns a whole lot, but they walk away with their second now.
Okay,
Important thing here for NRG to reduce this lead.
Hopefully that's enough.
Again, looking at where the purchase will lie here, Munchkin toying with a Guardian, but
30 seconds
yeah,
left.
very strange to see Sia and Carpe so disconnected here. It was those two players on Lotus I'm talking about. There was a couple of examples where
Female in my fam.
these swings just aren't diligent enough versus a team like NRG. A Judge, a Stinger, Marshall here, so light investment on the side of T1.
NRG just going through the checklist, right? Clearing out towards shower, spamming out box. And they are now forced the hell away. Ban. Trying to stick around on this a little bit and gonna lose his life. A little bit of an interesting choice, yeah. Wrong call there from him. Carpe tagged up. Pain Shell could be the death of him too. See how much damage he takes. Fair amount. Down very low here. You're already going to hear that TV taken. Shot comes out. Victor very clean on this. And the last two players, Zeta and Munchkin, this is a near an impossible situation. A Sheriff and a Judge. Very hard to pry any more value out of this round. As NRG looking to stabilize here, and they're not far from it. It should be a 3-4 scoreline. Potentially 5 alive if they are managing to stay away from those last two weapons.
Zate's just desperately waiting for anything. I don't think we'll even find a consolation. NRG should be able to solidify their position overall here. Give them effectively a round in hand if they can keep this. Keep all of these weapons on the board. We'll be careful. Zeta doesn't follow into the TP, but no, Ops just fall. And building back towards a couple of these ultimates as well. For Victor, 4 away from the showstopper again. Ardis just about getting close to that first res. The T1 actually with that overinvestment previously, in a pretty good position in terms of this ult cycle, Lauren.
Yeah.
Carpe back on that ultimate. We saw it used in what, round 3? Side play on the showstopper as well. NRG looking to continue pressuring this A site hold. Curious to what the adjustment is here for T1.
Victor, first port of call to try and take a little bit further control now. Over towards Lamps. We have seen that T1 are happy kind of playing from backside to an extent. They're very tough to get away from being able to deny the plant coming in, but that could be quite telling. First time we're seeing Artist down deep by Fountain. But wait, you're seeing them walk behind this. Hold on. Munchkin's going looking for this fight here. Pop Flash. You sent through Artist. Got to be ready for this one. He's not. Munchkin commits, and now this is scary, right? Trying to get through. They push through this. There's that ult as well. Masses of information. Paint Shell sent as well. Lovely combination work.
Som stuck in the detain. falls to the paint shell. Mosh pit denying space to Finesse here.
Slowing them down.
Yeah, Carpe stalling this one out.
Sire player on the way as well. Still Boombot there. Still has the ult as well. Maybe they could decide to dip through the TP if they want to. But again, look towards where Munchkin's positioning is. He can be such an issue if they want to try and cross out
30
through
seconds
from
left.
Luca. Down to 27 seconds. Flash. They know it. They know what's their way. Zayd's going to find Finesse. And there's going to be the showstopper. Crashies making something for it. But 18 seconds, a 1v2. It ain't going to be easy. Oh, he makes a damn good go, but the positioning was great from Munchkin. They're on time, keeping T1 just a little further ahead of NRG.
Yeah, maintaining a 2-round gap here. T1 will be able to scrape together. NRG actually going to pump the brakes here. Call a timeout. And some of these pinches through the TP, you can see Som just desperately trying to get away.
Yo, not even close!
It was pretty close.
Not even
Yeah, it was pretty close. Yeah, curious if NRG are going to come out and switch things up a little bit here. Testing this A site hold once again. I guess struggling a little bit in terms of finding some sort of comfort here on the attack. It feels very, very hit or miss in terms of they find an opening engagement and create an opening, but T1's utility work has been fantastic there.
Yes.
They're ticking both boxes for me here. The anti-plant setups are perfect, and again, using the utility to stall when they do feel the pressure, and they concede that first blood as well.
Yeah, it's such a different tempo and kind of pacing to the game. Considering that, it's a very unique lineup in the agent composition that, as you said, it makes the rhythm that NRG are trying to set a little off kilter. It's a little harder to depend on those plants coming in because it's, again, T1 will give up vast majority of side control. We're rarely seeing them go for those early challenges apart from that one that went pretty poorly against FNS. They can sit back, kind of just keep denying time and time again till those rotations are in. They have, that nice 5v5 on the site if they don't lose players. But I do want to see what NRG now lean towards, right? They've kind of had a lot of that test towards A. We haven't seen them explore that B site all too often. Might be seeing it now.
We have Artis and Finesse disconnected from this, so a widespread default. Take control outside the TP here, but Artis have his hands full if T1 look to aggress, and not expected at all. Artis finds 2 absolute freebies.
Do they just take the TP and go? Surely. Yeah, you absolutely do. Now, the only man who can stop him is Carpe. Moshpit gonna buy time, isolate a fight towards FNS, but not enough. FNS disrespecting that. Goes back in for a second look, and why not? Sight's all theirs, Plant gonna come in. This should be comfortable.
Carpe thinking he'd force Finesse off that angle, but
Spike planted.
he said re-challenging opens the site up for NRG. T1 a little lazy on this push out of showers, you got to say. Try and pull something like that out of a timeout. You have to anticipate NRG have switched things up.
Last player standing.
Crash is sharper than Munchkin this time around. It's just out in no man's land.
Yeah.
Zeta positioned here in elbow.
Yeah. Credit here to NRG for adjusting very well after that timer, but I think you're right in kind of highlighting that sort of clear through showers. I guess it's the first time they'd seen that sort of thing, maybe just expecting FNS, but not expecting an adjustment off the back of the timeout. Maybe short-sighted there.
Yeah.
And again, like to have seen a little bit more intent behind it. Does Victor get this final one? See. Yes, he does. Okay. Rifle removed. I want to see where the money lays for T1 as well.
T1's success hasn't come from aggression or being proactive here on the defense, so that's why it's a little strange to see it right out of the timeout.
You fought well.
I think it's, yeah, bands deeper on the angle. It's, I don't know if they're expecting to swing at the same time here, but just off kilter. I even said earlier on in this map, it's not the first time we've said that in this series about T1. Some of the setups they have.
It's a good picture of Wing.
Is it? Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice. But now, there should be formalities underselling these sort of rounds. I want to see if NRG
should tie up here, though.
Yes, it should be 5 apiece, considering if it does get into dangerous territory, you have 3 very impactful ults coming through. You have the full purchase. you've been having the success you need, it would need someone to be either caught in a terrible mistake or over-delivering massively. For now, seemingly very cognizant of Munchkin's positioning. It's been a bit of a nuisance towards Ardis when they had been going for that heavier lean towards A, and Ardis left to kind of deal with him towards long. Dog to clear, Ardis to follow, and Munchkin has to respect that.
Very early on, though, you just see Munchkin solo posturing towards B. This time around, 3 teammates stacked behind him, so he's going to try and bait out a little bit of pressure here. Ardis needs full effect on that flash, and Munchkin posts up deeper on the angle.
I kind of like what Munchkin's doing, though. He's like almost overselling, right? He's like trying to bait them in towards playing the site, which with the Seekers coming in kind of negates that. It loses a little bit of its validity as NRG go, hold on, all of those Seekers just went towards this site. I think there's a stack.
Looking to commit behind it, though. Victor looking to find some space. Wall committed now. Showstopper as well.
Yeah,
Next found one.
Time, 10 seconds, hold on. Where's that final player, Sire? What can you do about this? Only a Sheriff, 5 seconds. The plant's in. Victor down low. But the rest sitting pretty. Perfect HP. This would need miracles for Sire player. And NRG are giving him nothing. No flank to be seen. They are sat waiting. These crossfires breaking would be very difficult. And again, no one's moving a muscle. NRG are waiting this one out. Spons Victor takes him. He was the weaker of the 3. And the other 2 can just filter away, posture towards long, get ready to slip away. And Sire player losing these opportunities second by second here.
That's on the way out. No, Som turns on it. NRG do try things up. 3 full, but finances protected here. We have to purchase out for the rest of the half. Requires a little bit of investment on the side of NRG. Only the res available here. Said time definitely became a factor here, and that's where actually some of these scrappy little stacks can cause problems. NRG wise to it, clean up nicely.
It's a remix. Okay, so Seekers for Munchkin, Reckoning as well. Zeta's actually only 1 away too. That could be interesting. I wonder if that comes through in this round. What do we have here as the start? So a little bit more of an interest towards the A site. That I mean, it's your bog standard default really, but with a little bit of intention towards Shower behind it, and FNS slipping on up.
The adjustment here though being it's banned to support Carpe and not Zeta this time around. I see only 1 snake bite. I don't know if that was invested or wasn't brought into the round.
Something magnificent about hearing Wingman in this arena. Seekers going to come through, as does Munchkin. This now is a crunch, but Crashies fights his way out of it with FNS's deeper position. It catches off Carpe, and now the plant can come in. They've got them pinned. Now, Victor, how much more you got? Oh, that's just ridiculous work, but Munchkin overwhelms him. We're down to a 3v3 here. This is still very, very possible. Tough work, though, for Zeta to try and build back through from CT.
No utility to work with. Munchkin down to 9 HP, and Ardis looking to punish Munchkin. Post up at the angle, though.
Oh, he's got
a
him!
kill.
Massive player advantage now. FNS and Som. Starting to feel that strain. Som trying to slip away a little deeper as FNS trying to readjust here, make it work on the fly. T1 starting to be hands forced here, have to make the way, and FNS doing everything he can. Oh, it's not enough. This time is on their side. T1 clawing this back.
Finesse nearly with a beautiful on-the-fly adjustment of this Poison Orb. Finds a freebie in the backlines and bails out. Som here. Yeah, Munchkin, this is the crucial kill. Ardis is readjusting here, potentially to find that res, to get an extra body back online in Showers. Beautiful awareness from Munchkin. Carpe brings a Bulldog in here, but 1 away from the ultimate once again. Zeta, Psy, and Ban all have theirs available. Viper's bit off the rip. Will secure that Showers control early on. One should lean deeper towards this B commitment. As you can see, actually, yeah, Ban making his way across. And Carpe retrieved the orb as well, so beautiful position to be in here for T1.
Yeah, you can see Carpe's diligence starting to show because he's been punished by FNS slipping here so many times. I think FNS is timing on that. Yeah, okay. Carpe was ready for it this time, but has to make a quick evacuation. The site is fully under NRG control. They've got everything you want. Yes, the mosh pit's going to come in to slow it down a little bit. Viper Smith being almost thrown up as well. This is everything being poured in. Victor going to isolate Carpe with just the spam straight on through. The plant denied still, held off still. See T1 want to fight back in.
Finally, the plant comes through. Shows
Oh,
over here.
denied.
Saya doesn't come it through, but
Oh, get Tardis!
wait, Som took the spike through the TP.
Som's got to run.
Whoa.
He's
I
a
was gonna
lucky
say,
boy.
Munchkin.
He's heard this. Surely Munchkin has heard these steps. They bought so much time for this. What a bizarre scenario, Mike.
30 seconds left.
So many ults committed here on side. So much utility.
25.
Not a lot of time left on the clock.
Look at Munchkin.
This is huge.
If they have any more utility to throw in, this would be the time. Slow it down for just a second or two, and Munchkin can be down. Oh, the TP! They're making a run for it. 13 seconds. They're off. He's double checking. He's making sure. He's triple checking. But no, they've made it all the way out to B. And if you're Munchkin, you are furious with this. With only a second to spare, the plant is in, and Saya player overextends a little too far. It's Victor to find him. And now man advantage sat with NRG.
Crashy's looking to make something work in elbow here. Van has to find this kill if it's doable for T1, and he doesn't. Crashy's will shut him down.
It's going to be tied all up. This could be 6 apiece on the half here. Munchkin, good work. Needs a lot more though. Tag and the frag. Zeta gets it. Time now.
Safe plant.
Oh my god, it is. They've got to fight into it. Crashies. It ain't pretty. Zeta gets towards halfway. He's got to go huge. He can't do it. Crashies closing in on the gap. Bringing us back to 6 apiece. This is the game I want to be seeing. NRG being challenged on a map that is so notoriously good for them. This composition. I see the method to the madness here, Mike.
Yeah, definitely. I think T1 applying it perfectly.
Say it, buddy.
LG with the right response, but coming out level pegging here. 6-6 on the half.
Safe? No.
A couple of these right down to the wire. NRG sweating in the last 15 seconds of some of these attacking rounds.
This is just brilliant. Where else would you want to be? I want to see how this concludes. At 6 apiece, I think the desk will be waiting to take you through so far.
Trust me, I want to see how this thing concludes as well, Lauren. That was probably one of the most wild rounds of Valorant we've seen at an international event in quite some time, but 6-6 again, Kukuka. I don't think anyone going into this was like, yeah, you know, these two teams are going to be evenly matched. Like, don't get me wrong, not to try and, like, throw shade, but oh my goodness gracious, T1 are bringing it, NRG's bringing it, it's amazing.
You're saying that you want this to end? This is probably the most entertaining map that we have in the competition so far. And I was so excited to watch this composition, especially because of the way that this utility is going to be used coming from T1, and we can see it in this round. They have the mosh pit, they have the snake bats, they have the pain shield. There's so many things that they can use to prevent, to delay the plant, and of course, to create that chaos, that damage that will give them a huge upper hand when we're talking about those retakes.
And I think a lot of that is a prep against the style that NRG plays on this map. When they go for these executes on either side, it's quite predictable. On A, it's a wall from the stage to block off. You're planting close, and you're normally holding in U-Haul to hold for this post. But T1 are constantly disrupting that with utility. The first volley is those mollies you're talking about, and the second volley is always a combination of the Sky Flash and the Dizzy coming over at once, which lets them flood in and find such good value in these retakes. But now we switch over into the second half here, and for NRG on the defensive side, this composition is one where they're normally really good at playing into these retakes. They don't have the same stall that T1 does, but where they will thrive is fighting back in using those Sage Wall and the Harbor utility to block off that spike.
I think that Carpe has been doing an insane job. So now if we take a look also at that attack win percentage, it's also pretty high for them. I think that we're going to get a lot of what we saw in the first half translated into Carpe. Also some brilliant performance on Harbor.
Oh, this match has truly been the gift that keeps on giving. And the good news is we have plenty more to come. Let's send it right back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, 6 apiece. I don't know how this then translates into the second half though, Mike, because I just don't know enough about this composition, right? When we see these agents coming out, how viable is it on the second half? Yes, it looked great on the first half. They've certainly kept up at 6 apiece. I keep going back to, you know, historical results. You know, you go to what you know, and obviously NRG, on paper, you got to put a lot of stock in them. But here, they're being challenged by all occasions.
So actually be in position to receive a lot of information early on here. NRG will have to pivot away, or reposition at least. Ardis tasked with anchoring towards A. Late investment of the wall outside showers, so we'll give him some sort of comfort. NRG still looking to probe here.
They're going to carry on this path. They're stuck in no man's land. They've got to win the fight, and they do. Som and FNS keeping NRG standing in this, but look at the HP. Yes, they're down low. Can Sire player catch the punish? I think FNS has read it well. Absolutely now hearing that frenzy fire. The Pain Shell Munchkin tries to slip away a little quietly on this. Still trying to go for the same approach, though.
No regrowth here from Crashies, so Finesse down to 18, Som down to 10. Ardis on the other side of the map won't be able to heal anybody up. And they're committing towards this four-man stack. They're expecting T1 to wait outside this cut sound and wait for the rotation to come through, but we can see it's not happening. And actually, that's a big, big tool for T1 to work off now. The flash finding nothing, and NRG drift away, Lauren.
Yeah, you can see Ardis maybe calling for help, a little bit of utility coming through that's keeping his attention turned. But now, does Crashies call him back? No, not yet. They're leaving it down to the two here. Som is very low, though, and he's held his ground well. Munchkin going down is huge. And now just the two remaining. But yes, the HP is low, but the heals are going to come out. You're going to start seeing some of these players getting back on their feet. It's only Som really left. Down on very little. Need almost an oversell here. And Sire player trying to be pivotal, trying to be that guy. Does do well, but he's lost Zeta in the meantime. Now there's problems. How does he get past four players? That's the first, that's the second!
He's got the nade!
Shell, switch up to the ghost! Not gonna happen! Wow, FNS called in there to deal with the problem that was on the site, because that got way too close.
Yeah, T1 play this to perfection, though. Like I said, waiting outside here, NRG anticipating that, the flash finding nothing, and they commit to that rotation. Luckily, though, Som with 10 HP finds a crucial kill to bring it to a 5v2. Massive from him. Sire makes that one interesting, yes, but can't get anything done with the nade reset. Just a Marshal invested here, two Sheriffs, Zeta and Carpe.
Toxins going up.
Really, in this half, you're looking for NRG to, again, mitigate some of the risk early on with this utility from T1, but also prevent T1 from really having strength to set up for some of these executes. I'm curious, once we get to the buy rounds, how NRG will approach this.
Just the same old exchange of utility. I wonder if maybe Carpe and Ban could have caught a little timing on FNS there, but no. He's been playing a very, very good game, FNS. Playing in Crashies here on that lovely little pop flash. Lovely. Keeping it clean, fixes in the right place. T1 not finding any real room to work here. I mean, the spikes are back down in spawn. They're not particularly doing too much in that way.
Look at the probe on both extremities, try and find something tangible to work from.
Shield going up.
NRG able to slow this down, though. Sire going hunting, but Ardis is positioned close on bench here.
30 seconds left.
Will punish. Carpe down to 1 HP. Come through, Ban will respond. Anything extra here will be a bonus, but Ardis finds his third.
It didn't feel like there was masses of intent from T1 in that when you see
Not a lot of
spike
threat, no.
down. Nah. But the bonus isn't going to be particularly strong coming out from NRG, so a very good opportunity for T1 on this buy to come back in with something that should get them in this round, or at least in this half.
Yeah, come into this with a Stinger, 2 Spectres. NRG definitely trying to prop themselves up a little bit here. Some early rounds. Sire player already 2 away from the showstopper.
We go!
About the only progress to write home about. I guess Som 2 off the reckoning on the other side of things. Deep control maintained here. The wall, but again, it's so early on that T1 probably going to wait this out. A little bit of Ardis love in the picture-in-picture there.
We all love Ardis deep down.
Yeah, you might not see it on this map, though.
No.
Angel's about the only person excited watching this.
He's absolutely frothing over this one. Loves a bit of it. Now, we are seeing a late walk Down mid, hold on. Ardis and Som. Is T1 checking it? Yeah, they do. Okay, so they're a little aware there's a chance of that little deeper exploration mission with 49 seconds now. T1 starting to make their move towards the A site, as Ardis does need to slip away. Find a corner of safety, try and find a fair fight. He's done it. Overwhelms Carpe and gets himself an upgrade.
Yeah.
Suddenly becoming a little bit more dangerous and has to wait for the other three to make it towards the site. The plant is down now.
Zeta no snake by a Sire, no paint shell, so not a lot in terms of utility here to disconnect from sight. Zeta and Munchkin, are they looking to re-clear back through showers? Potentially, but a little bit of damage done onto Sire is going to force him back deeper. They've got to be quick about this if they want to.
Yeah, they've left him very alone, but Sire player apparently good for it. Got the ult as well, going to probably send that. Yes, he does. Doesn't get it though. FNS. Oh, okay, it's Munchkin to hold on to this. Victor does have a rifle, he had it at the start of the round. Not going to get the chance to fully bring it in. T1 surviving there with two standing. Casualties for sure, but still.
Yeah, NRG draw blood and force a massive repurchase here. Now alive, Munchkin's going to drop one across. And very diligent on the approach here to re-clear Som on top of the box, because it's Ardis to bait out the presence.
I got you, okay?
T1 actually on the brink of a couple more ultimates though. Seeker's nearly there, Reckoning nearly there. LG do have the res, and actually Som one away from his as well. LG looking to get a little proactive potentially here, or just retrieve the orb. Carpe close, but not there to punish.
No, just a second or two off from that. You can see the progress being made on the other side of the map though, so hookah control will be at T1's hands. FNS calling over some support here, going to be seeing Victor lean over a little, but going back towards 8. Maybe feeling out the pressure over towards it, not reading into too much, but Sideplay's got a dirty little angle if anyone does try and come over to try and hit that rotation.
Yeah, very deep hold on B here. Finesse tucked outside the spawn entrance and crashes over towards elbow. But not committed angles here.
I think the flash wouldn't have found anyone there. The second one will do. Okay. Should be enough to pull over the players here as well, because side players on the site. So he's been able to clear pretty well through this. You noted it earlier though. Very, very deep hold coming out from NRG. Maybe leaning straight into that retake rather than the challenge.
Again, an overstep here from Zeta because NRG have the Reckoning, so a big retake ultimate available here.
Speak of it. What did T1 do about this? Try and take a fight on the way out, but you can already see them being caught, being crossing away from elbow, and it's so clean on the play back in. So clean from NRG.
Victor too with the paint shells. Was that off the stun? I saw Som get the assist for it, but two people eat the same stun for the Reckoning and die to the same paint shell. Not sure if we'll get a chance to look at that.
There it is.
Yeah, get forced back inside the tube. That's huge. And again with, I'm not sure why, but unorthodox plant spot here forces T1 into a very committed post plant on site.
Yeah, a little underwhelming in that round for me for T1, a little bit short-sighted, considering the kit, the tools that NRG had to play with. Crashies this time. Tested quicker, but again, look at the bite. Okay, Sire players found him behind that wall, so that is a recoverable rifle if we see FNS going to sit a little bit deeper, which I feel like he will do. Can't particularly stand and fight on this one, no. He will respect it enough. So that is a rifle to hand. Zeke's going to come in as well. They want this one. While going to be coming through. And all players towards CT for NRG.
That's it. Ultimate coming through here. Carpe going to clear some space. Does it catch anything?
Nah.
And ready to follow up, but nothing comes of it.
A little window towards site. Didn't find much this time with the paint shell though. 3 players towards elbow, 1 towards CT. Ardis trying to be held back here. Lovely control being shown by Sire player. But you saw in the meantime, Son did isolate Munchkin. Swing through the wall, they lose. Sire player still standing, but only for so long. Once again, NRG pulling off these retakes very well.
Saya finds 3 on the round, but nobody else from T1 able to secure a kill. Victor back on the showstopper now. NRG on 10, and a crucial round here for T1 to come back into.
There's a timeout. I mean, the side, we kind of looked to see how it looked on the second half here, Mike. It's not looked good.
Yeah, it really hasn't. We haven't seen much value, if any, from the utility on some of these executes. Yeah, it's only really Band's utility that's the focal point of these executes. So very curious to see if T1 are able to dig a little deeper here, show us something else.
Yeah, I kind of hoped we'd see that same, slightly varied approach that we did on that first half. Brought in here something a little bit new.
Yeah, the difference in reliance on that utility is this is the half you expect to see.
Yes. Yeah, it's a bit strange. Now, obviously for NRG, if you're going to play them at a more standardized pace, a more standardized game, they're going to thrive in this, which we are seeing now. All going to come in though. Som being chased down here. Side player is hot on his heels, but not going to overextend on this. Artist already going to be holding back Ban. Falls away. Again, this is feeling individual, but it's worked well enough at least for one. Seeker comes in. Som can't quite step forward in time. I thought he'd have that one. Spraying wildly towards CT, but the plant has at least gone through for T1 this time.
No flank coming through, so T1's backline will be safe for the time being. Again, look at the utility. There's nothing available now for T1. Victor has a showstopper to work his way back in. A flash for Crashies now, who's on the operator. And 2 snake bites for Finesse.
Oh, denied! Oh, right back at you though. Som showing up here, Crashies connecting. And NRG starting to front the side. Carpe and Munchkin do anything, no! NRG once again strolling through him.
So T1 just have no tools available whatsoever. NRG, yes, they concede the plant, but it doesn't cost them an awful lot.
Nope.
There's none of this inventory being drawn out by T1.
I'm honestly a little underwhelmed.
I mean, the timeout's coming now, but it's very late in the day. There's not enough rounds really to play with here. That felt like a must-win. They get the plant, yes, so it might enable a light shield purchase, but there'll be gaps in the utility, or you're forced onto an SMG. Sire player will have the showstopper, so there's something in terms of a confidence builder at least, but there have been very few positives on this half.
Yeah, only 1 round claimed so far for T1. That was the bonus, and it was actually a pretty poor bonus you're looking for.
Right, yeah, two came out of that from T1.
Yeah, so it wasn't even a clean victory in that way. Yeah. Now, okay, if we talk, more, I guess, outside of what we've seen so far, yes, NRG are extremely well known on this map, very, very diligent, of course. But again, it's not even that really. We're just seeing that T1 don't have some of the key stakes that we were really excited by on the first half. That's just
pretty flat. There's not really been an awful lot of depth there. Not achieving too much in the early round, and they're not creating enough pressure. Like I said, NRG thriving in this. I mean, we talked about on map 1 that NRG would thrive in that sort of play style, and I think it's starting to show here on the second half. T1 lacking ideas.
Yeah, I don't know what this timeout's going to be able to achieve. That's what we're here to look at now.
Well, they've, see here on the screen, forced back in, a judge potentially in the hands of Sire player who does have the showstopper, and rifles across the board. Zeta being the only asterisk. A Bulldog, but favoring the utility.
Yeah, Victor's got the operator though, and that scares the life out of me. They will be able to get pretty close towards him. He has to respect that utility and back away here. So player doesn't get anything.
What?
Huh?
They tried to pinch through showers, but the showstopper doesn't find his Som. Invulnerable in that position, apparently.
I'm a little heartbroken from that. That looked pretty on the money. Ban going to suffer the damage to try and get the plant down, but it's something to get the punish towards Munchkin. And now 3v3. Artist even having that res in pocket, going to bring him back up towards 4, but Ban going to find Crashies. Okay. The HP a little low, yes. Damage trying to come through. Just trying to hold on in this pit. Being surrounded, chipped away at Carpe, takes a step through. Isolating Som is perfect, but can he find the final 2 here? Carpe trying to slip around a little here. This could be everything. He couldn't quite adjust towards Victor, but he's made it doable. He's made it possible. But the paint shell's so good. He's taking him down so low. And Victor didn't even see him.
That is ridiculous from Victor. Goes absolutely huge for NRG to find them their 12th. baited in perfectly.
Match point.
T1. This is going to be a hard game to look back on this map here. Now the money's pretty shoddy too. Operator still out. This just hasn't felt like they've got this half at all.
No, I mean, look at the timeline here. It tells you exactly what you need to know. The last 4 rounds, all defusals for NRG. T1 burning everything up in terms of utility to get them into a post plant, and then they have nothing at their disposal.
Yep, NRG starting to outclass here, but it ain't over yet. Got a long way back though, and FNS gets away with his life. Still standing. Needs the res. Oh my god. Victor! How is he getting away with this sort of thing? I mean, this half has been black and white. NRG clear T1.
Cool, calm, and collected as well. Barely breaking a sweat there. You can see on the faces of NRG. T1, like I said, just lacking the ideas to really tie anything together. As well, this is just the story of First Bloods. In total, it's 7 First Bloods overall, same as the round count for T1, but the second half, time and time again, their inability to create openings, create opportunities for them to find comfort on the attacking side. And like I said, the synergy in terms of the utility available in this composition just wasn't there. There wasn't enough versatility to it.
No, it felt, as I said, NRG looked comfortable throughout that second half, and that's something you never want to be seeing because they get to play their own game plan. They don't get forced out of it. They, as I said, comfortable. First half felt completely different. The first half, you're like, okay, I love this. I love that they'll be able to deny these plants by so much time. This is great.
I'd be curious to know what actually is the catalyst to make this sort of change in the second half, because, like I said, it looked so well composed. The timings were perfect. Again, Carpe and Zeta's ability to really mitigate damage on those A-site holds and wait out for the flanks to come through, the rotations to come through, and addressing the backline looked fantastic from T1. The second half, we didn't see any sort of examples like that.
And that scares me though, going into what, map 3. Now maybe not as out there, maybe the picks aren't going to be as quirky, but it does worry me that if NRG come in now feeling confident, playing their own game style, you know, a little bit of a reminder that they are the favored team on paper by quite a decent margin. What does T1 have left to do with this?
Yeah, because T1 was stretched to the absolute limit on Pearl by EDG. Again, a very, very hard-fought victory, finally in overtime. I'll say NRG going to feel it like they've got back in control of this series slightly now, heading into Pearl.
Yeah, it does feel like NRG with a stark reminder of who they are. A little bit of a spark brought back to them, but map 3 is going to be everything. Pearl on the horizon. You do not want to miss that.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Feel it inside. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4.
T1 thought they had NRG, but to quote one of the greatest poets of our time, Vin Diesel, you never had me and you never had your car. Welcome back, everyone, as we go to map 3. We have NRG T1. And look, I fit a fast reference in a broadcast.
You know who Vince is.
I know, Vin.
Is there a problem,
We're
maybe?
in the Japan. Why are you talking about cars?
Is there a
man?
problem?
Nani?
Actually, Japan car culture is quite goated.
And Tokyo Drift and Ski
and
Uzumi.
also Initial D. How dare you,
Speaking
man?
of people who are drifting and are really good, Victor, his raise was fantastic in that match. His satchel movement continues to be like world
Jump
class.
into it. Let's talk about it. Victor had a game. Victor has been having a series so far, and it's quite fascinating that the series layout has played out the way it has, because we haven't seen artists in these high impact roles. It's been Victor, but he has been bringing it, Mimi.
He absolutely has. Victor's consistency is wild when he gets to play on this raise role. It feels like since the dawn of time, when you put this man on this agent, on Vine, he will perform.
Yeah, and it's not only about the entries, about that initiation power. No. It's about staying alive for the later round and actually performing insane clutches, these double kills, the retakes from NRG. I think it was the most beautiful to see. And we had found a T1 that could only achieve 1 round on their entire attack.
And his utility usage is so intentional. It's saving the nade to be in a specific place for the retake. It's using the satchels to clear a close corner. It's all so well done from this guy. But from T1, it really did come down to an issue of that attack side. They really were able to pick up pretty much nothing throughout that entire half. NRG was consistently giving them a little bit of space and then pushing back in with a combination of a molly nade, a flash, and T1 were really struggling to contend with the pace of those reclears.
It reminded me a lot of the energy that we saw against NAVI yesterday on Ascent, where every single retake was so beautiful that it was impossible to stop them.
Yeah, it really was, meticulous as we take a look at those retakes and discuss how this whole thing played out. I mean, it's just important to note here, right, that this is the bread and butter of NRG. They are a fantastic team in the retakes. They're a fantastic team on Vine. But I will say this much, though. Credit to T1 for at least trying some new ideas, even if, as Hypox said, they kind of ran out of options in the end.
Yeah, I think they did run out of ideas towards the end of that one. We're struggling. If you go aggressive in the post spikes, you're not going to be able to get anything done. If you're staying passive on site, you're going to get ran over. And a lot of that is because of the way they play this Harbor Viper composition. They're saving that high tide to go up as they're pushing in, and they're also consistently funneling orbs into Som, so they have that reckoning, which is so powerful, especially for those B-side retakes. Without a comp like this, are very hard to do.
Yeah, he was getting fed, and he was very healthy that game and was able to really have impact on it. Great combinations, but that is Vine, and that takes us over to the underwater city of Pearl as we get ready for the decider between T1 and NRG. And now, obviously, Pearl has kind of become a little bit of a, the bog standard map for compositions, but I do want to see some unique ideas here implemented, especially considering, Mimi, the stakes that are, at hand here in this game.
The stakes are huge in this one. NRG are looking to find a rare, clean path out of the group stage instead of having another slow start. And for T1, this is their chance to finally make history, go from their first international win to their first international playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And we have seen them on this map already against EDG. And Saya was not having a brilliant time, especially on those opening duels when he was on the attack. But we're getting a lot of Harbor here today.
Oh yeah, Prime Gaming Agents Select here, pretty much what you would come to expect on this map.
It's no surprise. Harbor Viper versus Harbor Viper. This has been the meta for pretty much everyone here on Pearl. But what excites me most about this game is it's the first time this match we actually get a duelist head-to-head between Saya player and Artis. Artis has been flexed over to different roles across the first 2 maps, and now he gets to play on the role he's known for.
So now the question is Artis going to step up and give us the brilliant performance that we have been seeing from Victor? Is he going to be, that defining factor in the head-to-head that we highlighted at the beginning of the match, or is it going to fall flat?
Oh, we'll see. This third and final map decides which team heads to knockouts and which team has to fight for survival tomorrow. Here's Pansy and Hypoc for the cast.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to this one. Obviously, going the distance this series now, making it to map 3, playoff spot on the line really is the big thing these two teams are fighting for. But we've seen a little bit of T1 as of late, right? We've seen them quite recently.
Yeah.
Where do you now put this? Because I know you alluded to it before we went to the break, but for those just tuning in, now we're on Pearl. Do we see the creativity side of T1 that looked great? Do we see that composure from map 1? Do we see?
Well, I mean,
what do we see?
that's not what they relied on versus EDG, and I think they struggled massively. They managed to, I guess, scrape a win through is what it felt like. EDG definitely felt like they were the ones in the driving seat, but even regionally, there have been some concerns with T1's performances on Pearl in particular. Obviously, those 2 losses to DRX, the ones that stand out, because Pearl doesn't really sit in DRX's wheelhouse in terms of, you know, the upper side of their map pool. So it's definitely be an interesting one. See NRG's previous appearance here, that loss to Cloud9. I'm not sure T1 are going to be able to achieve the same sort of things. Artist digging very deep for this engagement though. Munchkin, a ton of damage done, but stays standing.
I've got to say it. As someone from EMEA casts that region, the vast majority of the time, I've missed watching Artist on a jet. That's always normally a treat. Let's see how he fares in this one. Crashies and Victor going to see a little deeper on the angle. I think that's going to have all the information though. Yeah, Artist called back in to try and handle this, and he does! 3 big kills! Beautiful work, saving his 2 teammates who'd pushed a little deeper towards CT. So what can Munchkin and Zeta achieve?
2v3 now. Snakebite sent in. Som will have caught the information on the second as well. Crisp on the first headshot. Just Munchkin now, tagged up earlier on, 20 HP left, and a classic in hand. Nothing else to work with, and Crashies will seal the deal. NRG will find themselves the pistol round here on Pearl. So a beautiful, beautiful opener here from Ardis. Again, great setup as well. 2 stacked up close here. Yes, Victor falls, but Ardis there to bail out Crashies, who got stunned up by the Trailblazer, by the way. The clearance would have been pretty easy for T1 on the way back through. Very aggressive stance to take as well.
So we see that Marshall out for Sire player. Beyond that, it's just classic. So again, keep it clean. See how quickly Ardis can build as well towards the knives. And poor old Munchkin, oh dear. I wouldn't go any further on that pathway. Yeah, it does dip away. Keeps itself alive, so again, not the worst outcome possible, but beyond that, NRG just testing the waters really, taking the tour.
Finesse hasn't been spotted out on the other side yet, but Sire posted up with the Marshall. Will be greeted by a few members of NRG here as they crest the corner. Yeah, no confirmation just yet, though. T1 have lent heavily towards A. Finally now, Ban rotating back across, but Sire has to go huge if anything is to happen here in this round. Ardis finds him, though.
Yep, chip damage on Ban as well. With that sort of control, they can get the plant down. B-site's theirs.
Spike
It's
planted.
going to be very hard for T1 to forge any path back through as well. 1 flash to play with. Yeah, Carpe's got a little bit of utility. But even with that in mind, what are you meant to do?
I don't even think NLG want to go fishing for these frags either. T1 probably just going to sit behind this and wait it out. Only classics in hand. Probably just going to give this up to the Spike. Crashes with the Ghost, yeah, maybe go and explore it. Try and find some progress towards the ultimate. Too much of it, and Som actually finds 2, but Fan responds. Try and protect both rifles though, yeah, Bulldog and Phantom carried across. Do you find the second?
Okay, 3 standing. Got what they need, as you highlighted, protecting those rifles. Now, this is when I want to start seeing T1 dictate the pace a little more. Kind of stop being told what the round's going to look like. Take some matters into their own hands, because I feel like they've been a passenger in the last, at least that last half on the second map, and now at the start here, but let's see what they come up with this time.
Munchkin actually donning the Odin here.
That's how you survive.
And a 4-play stack to maybe try and fish Finesse out of this position on B long. Finesse disengaging very quickly, actually. Not sure if there was any sound cues coming through. Munchkin just looking to commit to this span. Ardis takes a ton of damage. Still 71. Get topped off a little bit here with the regrowth.
He starts his exploration towards CT again. They've got the site that they want.
The awareness is there from T1, but again, it's that same 3-tiered setup here towards dugout.
No flash this time for Carpe, so it's got to be the dog. And Ardis gets caught here. Ban's gone down. Not sure how that happened, but oh dear. Yeah, follow-up as well. T1 held back. Unable to make anything of this. They have to back away and keep those weapons.
Finds a consolation, but this deep control, once again, like I said, that 3-layered setup towards dugout pays off for NRG. I want to see the adjustment from T1 to take another look at how they want to defend A site. I don't know if in this round they're just expecting the bread and butter Pearl gameplay of run it down B long, but Munchkin, unless he's given, you know, potentially 1 or 2 kills here, with the spam from the Odin, this round is...
There's always going to be...
Yeah, they're playing from the back foot.
This, I need to see a little bit of a personality change here from T1. You can't let NRG just have their entire game plan against you. I don't know how you're meant to dissuade it now, but... the adjustments there, though, they brought 2 additional players over towards the A side. The flash is going to be highly telling that this is a very different look. Carpe trying to, I guess, be the front man of this one. Does have side player by his side, so NRG given a different perspective here.
Looking a little more traditional in terms of the setup from T1. Munchkin will tuck in towards Link, but actually now repositioning back towards Halls here. So an artist does still have his dash, so he'll be able to create a little bit of space here. As NRG reset towards B long, the spam comes out. Munchkin will be noted at least here. And the weapon revealed as well.
It's getting more and more isolated. You would see the cutoff as well towards B-Link. Munchkin now living on borrowed time, it feels like. Can Artist close the gap? Yes, he can. Okay. Bad tries to lean in a little early, and he's going to get 2 for himself. But the plant's now down, and they've got such a player advantage. It's just Sire player, and he's over by Art. He's so far away. Once again, T1 being bulldozed here.
And Munchkin just isolated once again. A position where you can't have a say ahead of the execute, then nobody can drift ahead of Som's utility to try and bail him out. In these sorts of setups, you want to see Munchkin just completely abandon site, concede it, and commit towards a 5v5 retake, but I'm not sure if that gets lost in the comms or what. NRG, yeah, like I said, as soon as he's revealed, the game plan is there. Isolate him, pressure him, find the kill.
This worries me, Mike. I want to see an early timeout from T1. I mean, keep in mind, this problem feels like it's kind of poured in from that second half of the second map. They had that break, obviously, to go back after map 2 and kind of talk about what's coming in. There's the timeout, thankfully. I think this is just a big adjustment. These players look quiet. We've not seen much from Sire player yet. I think only 1 kill posted thus far. But it's not even that. It's approaching this game. It feels
they haven't
so
had a say in these rounds. It's not as if they've been able to. They haven't been able to get into a position to really, you know, define the outcome at all. NRG have had absolute freedom. Again, I think that's symbolized by how deep they're able to take control on these A side post plants. That's just something that can't happen. I hate to say it. It's not down to Munchkin. Again, as the solo anchor, you don't want to see him committing to the engagement, but you give NRG a little bit of room to maneuver, and look what they do with it.
Oh, this is dreamy for them. They couldn't ask for a better half. I've got to say, T1 haven't been in this game since that second half of the second map. It feels it's been a drought since that point. The gear that NRG have kicked into, fantastic, good to see, but I want to see a fight out of T1. I need to see a whole lot more than this. This is now getting to worrying territory. If they don't answer back in the next 3, I put a fork in it, it's done sort of deal. You know what I mean? This is scary times. Yes, it's caliber of player, it's experience as well. T1 don't have that depth in the same sort of way. But still, the first 2 maps looked so much better. How Lotus looked was great. I want to see a bit of that here. Need to see more than this. NRG not going to turn down this opportunity. You've got a weakened team against you who's not putting up that same sort of performance. Absolutely. Take it with both hands. But can T1 course correct now? What more can they bring to this matchup? As NRG look to at least posture towards B-Long early.
Versus EDG, it was Munchkin and Sire to put up massive numbers on the defensive half. And so far, barely a squeak. Munchkin playing way ahead of his utility here.
You love that.
Love to see it.
Decides
Had an inkling to drift back a little deeper. Obviously only a Sheriff in hand. It's not a massive issue in this round, but Trailblazer will clear the way. Flash through to mid as well from Carpe should indicate that this is fairly invested, fairly all in from NRG.
Yep, Artist comfortably going to take away the turret. See the site take in mind here from NRG. We have seen that flex down towards Pit and further towards CT as well. This time though, T1 do have bodies on the site. We do have the additional player towards Pit, that being Zeta. Little check towards Art, make sure nothing's going on, but actually the spike goes that way too. Could cause a problem on the cross as Sai going to catch one, but he does get quickly traded. So once again, this kind of offset of timing.
30 seconds left.
Not particularly dissuading NRG. Is T1 going to retake towards the site? And it's comfy. FNS and Artist all too prepared, all too ready. NRG not feeling any strain at all.
See light investment here from T1. Maybe trying to get ahead of the curve and prevent that spike from going down. First time NRG haven't had to rely on that spike being planted. Blade Storm online now for Ardis. And closer and closer to a couple of other ultimates. T1 Reckoning in hand for Ban, but yeah, it's 2 or 3 away from a couple of the others.
Okay, right place though. T1, they've got bodies here.
Out of my way.
Side player wanting to fight. And Artist willing to give him it. 6 to
far
1
up
so
he is.
far, it's clean. No trade potential, nothing to support him. Side player out on an island.
I mean, he's isolated so easily by Som's utility. That's a free opener here for NRG. We'll be able to slow things down on the back of that first blood now. Wait out this first wave of util. Crash, he's probably going to clear things out with the Trailblazer here. Som might even invest the Reckoning behind it. Definitely now with Carpe showing his hand.
There you go, Sight looking very much on a platter here. Ardis, take a couple of steps, he's feeling it. NRG just, this is a bit of a shame to see it kind of whimper out like this so far. Zeta and Munchkin, I mean Munchkin's on the other side of the map. Zeta's not really had a say in this one. And NRG just outclassing T1 as it stands.
Yeah, not having a say in these rounds once again. Sire isolated, and after that, it's, I mean, a really awkward crossroads. Yeah, do we commit to the engagement ahead of the site here? Reckoning's thrown in. There's no value whatsoever on the back of it. Barely even slows NRG down because T1 don't have the numbers to flood behind that ultimate. Which is what you need to do with that ult. It's create chaos and take some space back, but it doesn't happen. And T1 now trailing by 6.
This is going to break the hearts of T1 too. It's quite hard to watch it because it's all individual fights. It's all just dribs and drabs. Nothing working for T1 here. And yeah, I just noticed it now, another timeout coming for T1 because they know this is do or die now.
Well, it's concerning because Bind obviously showed that they had an inability to really kind of innovate on the fly, right? Come up with some responses to NRG's approach to that second half, and already here, I mean, what you said, you give it another 3 rounds, you call it wraps. With what we've seen so far, it definitely feels that way. Like I said, we're only coming into round 7.
I think the thing for me is the way that we've got here. I would like, obviously, if we take it, you know, from an NRG perspective, they're doing exactly as prescribed. They are following the instructions to a T as to how to play this, but they've had no resistance.
Yeah, that's
nothing has dissuaded them.
Exactly.
We've seen a little bit of an aggression coming out from side play, for example. Let's take that, right? Throws it in. One, you noted it. The utility work alone coming out from who was it? Som? Just set up Artist for the most favorable fight. There was never any threat to Artist being traded, and if he goes down, it would have been, you know, as I said, he decided to pull off a miracle. Following that, the ult gets used. There's no threat behind it. Ban invests the ult. There's no one there to make much of it, and they fall 1 by 1. Again, there hasn't been any resilience to NRG just having their way through this map. T1 need to wake their players up right now. This can't be how they go out of this. Again, this is a playoff spot on the line. This is that difference. This is that jump up of capability. You're seeing it here, and you're watching T1 crumble under that pressure.
T1's response looks like it might be to switch up Munchkin once again. Body stacked up towards the A side. NRG though, find a little bit of space to work with once again. Again, Fact Finder's coming out now through mid. Will be at the cost of a lot of progress made down B long.
I've got your trail.
Look for Munchkin to get the hell out of sight here and not fall ahead of this site here, and Crashies will find him.
There's another.
Side says nothing to disrupt the plan either. Get a little bit of heal up there. Yep.
Time to hunt.
And now, how do you look threatening? Well,
I mean, Crashies got a Trailblazer at a post plant.
yeah, that says enough, doesn't it? There's no threat on the way towards the site. And actually, even that Trailblazer going so deep knows that they've got so many more seconds to play with. Right, T1. Show me a little something here. Sai's got full kit from Jet. Maybe able to get into it, but not finding a body to try and take down him. Crashies just staying alive behind the utility. NRG, unfazed so far. T1 just trying to make it look intimidating, but there's no threat behind it. They're backing away. They find nothing.
At this point, yeah, they don't want to feed across the ult progress. This one's all but done. Crashies will be spotted here. Carpe still falls.
Come on. Nothing's going right for him. Nothing.
No.
There's no more timeouts either. There's no more conversations with coach. There's just facing the music. And sometimes there are better teams than you. Sometimes it's a horrifically strong reminder. Again, coming out of APAC, yes, T1, kind of that third place team, did very well in a couple of, the deeper runs there, looking like the team that could do some, a little bit of damage here, picking a map here and there. But then you face an NRG. You face a team who does have that deep run potential, who has that caliber to their name.
Depth is the word I come back to.
It's there. You're
twice now in this series, across two different maps. We're seeing two very similar examples. RG's just in total control. So much freedom. You can see T1 is just so hesitant, apprehensive to push a little deeper here and try and deny this space to NRG. Pick goes down, Plant's going to come in.
I love that Crashies got a little interested there to try and go a little bit further. This time, no bans found artists. Okay, so first real time we've seen a threat being made of any sort of round. But yeah, the Viper's pit ain't pretty when you got shorties everywhere. He takes down Crashies. Som, only gonna get one. Here we go. Maybe there's some life in them yet. Maybe this is the...
He's got another snake bite though.
Fluff that reignites the fire, but can anyone close in? Yes, Munchkin. Well done. Finally, they get around. Finally.
Carpe, I think, able to find 2 kills with the Sheriff inside the pit there, and like you said, there was Shorty stacked up. Artist, unfortunately, also a wallbang. Again, it's just so chaotic though. What are the tangibles that T1 latched onto? In terms of that round victory, it gets them on the board, yes, but can they build upon it?
I got money. Need something?
All right, do it again. Got a lockdown. We got Seekers.
Well, T1 finally hitting it what feels like a complete ult cycle here.
Yeah.
One off the Blade Storm, one off the pit as well. So in a position to potentially make this backstretch of rounds interesting here. Sire player tucked up in art. First time Victor's really going to challenge his position.
I think they had contact in last round, but no commitment behind it. That time there's a commitment. Side player wins it. That's perfect. Again, man advantage. 4-1 found. Artist goes down. This is the T1 we need to be seeing. Where's that next layer of threat going to come from? Finesse fancies his odds. Wins the fight too. Side player going to fall. Okay, bring it back down to a 4v3 now.
A pause for thought here. I think Crash is going to head across and heal Finesse. We pull out the pit from Zeta. Try and secure a site here as Munchkin's still got his setup, still got a lockdown to commit as well if it all goes wrong for him. And RG probably going to try and find the space here through double doors. So when, or where Carpe's actually going to invest this flash.
Slow
30
progress being
seconds
made
left.
down B-Link. You've got 2 more players waiting on the site. That setup is going to be a nuisance. Contact made. Can't be as subtle as they'd like, and there's that lockdown. And there's the swing. Carpe, good timing, and the follow-up flash. Perfect work from Munchkin as well. T1, there it is. Not out of it yet.
Potentially need another 2 rounds like that to chip away at the finances of NRG. Still got a couple of ultimates to work with. Required a fair amount of investment in terms of the pit and the lockdown on these defensive rounds for T1. We'll force the timeout at least. NRG, I'm going to say, it's not as if it's a misstep here. They're starting to explore the map elsewhere. This unfortunately caught off guard with a wall bang in the previous, now a blind spam into a smoke, I believe. So these are curveballs that T1 haven't necessarily achieved so far in this half that have amounted to round wins, though.
Yeah, you take them when you get them, especially when you've had none of them before, but you're right. But again, for NRG, they still have another timeout to burn if they feel they need it on the second half anyway. I don't mind it as like a check-in. Maybe something that Jet's seen and they feel like they could just at least tweak up a little bit here so they don't run into a little bit of a flat point. Don't mind it at all. But this is given a chance, right? This is given a little bit of an opportunity to at least close the gap. Now, NRG, obviously, they're going to be on 7 regardless, but it's what's T1 get, really? Do they manage to close in the gap? Does NRG kind of pick back up where they left off? Nice purchase coming out for T1, though. Got to see that operator, Sire player, going to get the chance to bring that through. What does NRG lean back to? They go back to this B piece? That worked quite well sometimes, but it looks like maybe even T1 are considering that too. So, lots of consideration here. Lots to be looked at, and I want to see Sire player shine a little in this one. Lovely to see him have a game. Noting here, Munchkin going to be littering the ground with that setup over towards A. Going to have the support as well from Zeta, but that's about it. It's a 3-play stack towards B long. And NRG willing to meet this as well.
Now with the operator in hand, can T1 string something together?
Okay, they've got a note players pushed up now. Very, very telling. How much play does Sire get on this one? Ball goes up, NRG looking to try and dismantle this aggressive stance. Sire player with a chance and it just dwindles. Didn't connect on the shot and he has to respect it now.
Bit of spam comes through. Artist will be healed up. G will pause behind this. Trailblazer won't find anything. An unorthodox wall here from T1 to try and deny some of this space behind Pillar, but Sire player is getting curious once again.
Oh no, that's so many players on the other side of this though. He's being spammed out! He must have been seen there's a ping towards it. They must have known something was up because NRG now burst towards the site. It's Bam on the back trying to hold them. Trying to keep them away from the site and keep numbers! He's done more than that! Takes down Victor, takes down Crashies, and he's still trying to isolate. Swats out Finesse, he's wanting more, and he's getting more! The final victim on the other side, spotting out Som. Ban is desperate for this, he'll give it over to Carpe. And at this point, you'll take the round.
This is after NRG get a freebie, I guess, on Sire being spotted. Like you said, the ping comes through, so
don't know how.
It's 3 people spamming towards that position. But the difference being here, finally, this 3-man hold towards B site actually pays off for T1. Previously, it's Munchkin isolated, punished time and time again, and T1 left cowering behind the utility of NRG. 3 on the board.
It's huge. It's given them. It's a small chance, but it is a chance.
We're talking about the finances as well. Actually, only another round away from removing this massive advantage that NRG had.
But look at NRG exploiting these adjustments. The kind of you're bringing that 3rd man towards a B early on. Well, sure, where are you going to take him from? Middle. Cool, we'll take that. They've literally just taken over the middle of the map, so any rotation is going to feel horrific. So if maybe they pressure on that A extremity, they do this, it's going to cost them so much.
The read is perfect that T1 will now shift the reliance onto that 3-man stack on B. Find the space, but let's just convert to a plant.
Munchkin getting close. He gets, well, dealt a terrible hand. Artist all too ready for it. Crash is starting to take towards the side. Plant going to come in. Now you may note it as well, Zeta is still here towards Pit. You have Ban as well, playing towards Secret. Lockdown invested too.
We up a lot of time here. And NRG taking the space elsewhere. Sire's got to be careful. Ban's found the kill onto Victor. Oh, the timing's awful though, some will fall.
It's game back on. 4v3, make it a 4v2. Ban is activating. There's Crashies and FNS. Got so many targets to get through. Make it just Crashies. I don't think he's got the time on this one, but he's doing the best he can. That's only towards halfway. Still an opportunity, and it goes. Carpe's there, Diffuse comes in. T1 are back in the game.
The plant comes through, so I think NRG's purchase will be protected here. Won't be any gaps in utility. Somehow, some way, there's a chance we close out this half at 7-5. Like I said, a couple of these, I don't want to say 50-50s or coin flips, now going in favor of T1, which was completely absent in that first stretch of rounds. Just nothing was coming off for them.
Yeah, the activation of ban is massive. 13-5. Starting to come online here. Sitting anti-flash with the operator with Sire Player, goes back in. Oh, it's quick as lightning! Sire Player falls away. And that's Crashies removed. So much of that ease of access to the site now gets taken out of NRG's hands.
Get out of my way.
For their Snow, trying to find space on the other side of the map. A little bit more proactive. We did see this early on in the half, but Munchkin's utility is going to be there to spot things out. Don't think he's sure.
No, I was wondering if Sire Player was...
Well, there is a ping, actually. A ping comes through on the minimap.
Okay, definitely noted something. There's that look. Oh, FNS just gets backhanded, down to 23.
Yeah, he catches the headshot through the wall here as NRG try and find this rotation. It's drawn all of T1 over already. Gonna leave Sire to anchor with that operator.
Munchkin just drifting in the open. But as you highlighted, the cavalry had arrived. Right, the spoils here, and Ban, the man of the hour who started to come alive for T1, has made it to the site. The spike goes down, and the last player standing will be Artis. A 1v4 for him. 19 seconds and a hope in hell. 5-7. We finally have a game on our hands now.
What a recovery from T1. To bring this back to a position where it's only a 2-round deficit. Absolute miracle workers here. We said Ban the one to really make this a possibility.
One enemy remaining.
Very top-heavy scoreboard on the side of T1.
This is an incredibly close game now, and 2 streaks of rounds. Who knows what the mental's gonna be like for these two teams? Well, I do know is the desk is waiting down.
Thank you so much for that. And Kukuka, it was very obvious that one of the things that we were missing at the start of this was honestly the guns from T1. They weren't finding the shots, they weren't finding what they needed, but they managed to rally back in a very big way.
We were getting ready to probably the first 13-0 here after how close every single matchup has been. And then what happened? They just appeared again. We of course have to highlight the first rounds from NRG, just playing the basics of this comp. I don't think that they were going too deep into doing something crazy. They were just very consistent and very confident on their steps.
Yeah, it was very fundamental from NRG, just going for a lot of these straight-ups. I think Sexy were finding some good gaps in these late rounds, and T1 looked boomed. You could see the faces of the players on the stage. They looked out of it, but then it was a couple little plays like Ban's 4K that started to be the catalyst to get them back in, and sometimes that's all it takes. Just one round, one moment that you can rally behind to start to believe you have a chance again, and they pulled so much momentum off of that. Now 5 rounds in a row as we switch sides.
That came off of a NRG timeout, so you know that that also had to have boomed the NRG side as well, when you would think that maybe there was going to be an opportunity for them to try and get back into this one. But as we get ready for this next half, Kukuka, curious to see how T1 tries to get in this, because all they need at this point to tie is a pistol on the next.
Yeah, exactly. And as we can see now in the graphic, the attack win percentage is not that high up. Definitely they still have a hill to climb on this second half. Is not going to be easy, but already having the mental resilience to come back from an 0-7 says a lot about this squad.
It's impressive thus far, but T1 need to shore up an issue they had last map, which was their post buns. They generally struggle with that here on Pearl as well, and one of NRG's strengths with this composition is is flooding back in with the hard wall up. Their protocols on it are excellent. T1 needs to keep this momentum.
Yeah, we know the pieces are there, but can they put it together to close it out, or will it be NRG's day? We're gonna find out in just a moment. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you. Yeah, 5 in a row for T1, bringing this game back to touching distance, because I thought this was going to be a blowout, Mike. I thought this one was wrapped. The mental looked absolutely shattered as T1 were unable to make any semblance of damage, and a flip was switched. I don't know how they did it, but they certainly did.
And the concern being really is T1 struggling the other day versus EDG. I think they managed 3 first bloods on their attacking half. They were constantly playing from a deficit. Have to hold that fort for the time being, because it might be a brawl here outside pillar. Saya going to open things up. Finesse ball. Carpe doubles down, though.
Yeah, Crash, he's caught with his hands full here. Ardiski, you got to swing. He has nowhere to go. There's Storm enough to catch the cross. You got to go huge. He's got 2. That may not be enough, leaving Victor with it all to do.
The clutch man.
Victor with a classic. I mean, there's a real chance on this. Hold on. All right, show me what you got here. Side player looks unaware of the chance, but he snapped back real quick.
Pistol on the board, a chance to tie things up off the rip here in the second half. NRG looking to be a little bit proactive here in the pistol, and it's punished. See if that trend does continue. If they feed into it, well, potentially giving T1 a little momentum booster here in the second half.
1 enemy remaining.
Momentum, name of the game. Can they keep it clean though? Can they try and find some real confidence off a round like this? Just Eco Cobra it out. Gonna hear that Marshall rattle off a couple of shots.
And this is the man you want to see get some of those Eco Cobra frags. Saya,
True.
A very rough first half. Get some early progress here towards the Blade Storm. Could be the catalyst here for T1.
Gotta be careful of this stack though. As it stands, all 5 players are here from NRG.
Careful. Here.
Slow and cautious progress being made by T1. Side player trying to keep track of all of this. And it is go time now. How much danger? Oh, come on! They haven't seen him! They haven't seen him at all! And now the reveal. What can NRG do? That's what they can do! Artist rips away 2 of the players. Zeta and Carpe left in tatters on the floor. And Artist, the last man alive with 13 HP. How lucky is he feeling? Not very. They made a little bit of a problem out of that round, Mike, but it wasn't enough to do much more than that.
Yeah, draw some blood. It's 2 Bulldogs saved across from this. Obviously the Marshall coming in, a pistol as well. A lot of artist love, actually, with the...
You know, he deserves
yeah, no, I'm fine with it, yeah.
He deserves it. We didn't give him enough love in the EMU. Could have picked maybe some better ones. You're not who am I to judge?
T1 will throw a couple of stingers back in here. Try and protect the purchase here in the bonus. Good progress already, actually, for Ban. Towards the Reckoning. T1 looking to continue the trend here. Big long pressure early on.
Yep. They look like they're committed behind us too, yeah. Away they go. Let's see how Side player gets on, how he fares. Just going to slip through towards CT, apparently. Dips back in, though, has a second glance, and now he falls. It's only Munchkin to really do any damage so far as Ban. Well, taking down his own teammate if he could. And a 3v4, though. Victor watching that cross out. Carpe pin mid, swings out, isolates. Ban! Beautiful! Victor shredding T1. And Munchkin a little late to the party here. Yeah, put to bed. Crashies. Keeps cool. NRG take back control of this series.
4 left standing as well. Obviously, we know T1 protected the purchase here, so... Actually, Saya down at 3100. Didn't even spot that in the previous, so we'll only have the Guardian to work with. No Blade Storm available just yet. Saya just chomping at the bit, desperate to find an engagement, but NRG... Damage limitation being key here. Saya not given a chance to really have a say in that round. T1 continuing, though. again stacked up outside B long.
They're going back to it. Spray comes in. Somehow
I'm not sure where are those shots are going, but
how are both players standing? No problem. They're going to force the utility to be invested a little earlier on. Still a question mark maybe towards the back of the screen there. Could be playing just behind that wall, but there's that early progress of the ult you noted with BAM, so that should be able to kind of help them out towards the site. Take plenty of bodies on the site, though. It's going to get one on the way. Zeta goes down. They're still trying to be a nuisance, still be a problem. Play to the madness of this, but they're not committing with that spike.
And NRG able to actually deny the plant as well. With the ultimate being reinvested here, will clear out a lot of the space, and T1 be left licking their wounds as they retreat away. Leave Munchkin posted up, but again with an alarm bot here, there's a chance he's still going to be neutered a little bit in terms of his ability to lurk through.
Now the pinch will come down.
30 seconds left.
FNS, the one to maybe feel the brunt of it, does have the turret there though as well. That's going to be taken care of. Trying to bolster himself as best he can towards this. The timing on the crunch is everything. Munchkin, that's not it. Outdone, and now suddenly they've got a little bit of room to fall towards. Over towards long for NRG. The cross going to be watched, going to be punished. Perfect, FNS. No access to the site now. Nice pivot from T1, but it went nowhere.
Beautiful adjustment here with the poison orb. Finesse and Victor then stack up, commit towards this crossfire on long, isolate Munchkin, and regain control. Oh, this actually finds a blind kill. I said the timing of the investment, or the reinvestment I should say, when Som actually gets closer towards B site, it denies the plant. And even then the Trailblazer clears inside the cove. There's lots of information gathered by NRG that allows them to play that perfectly.
It looks like a brawl. Sheriff, so all the T1 can really claim. That's going to do well, but the rest of NRG clearing up. The two players from T1.
What a beautiful snake bite from Finesse, by the way. Lands perfectly here at the choke point and allows NRG to find these kills. Munchkin slipping through. We'll find a response, but 2v3. And Spike firmly in control of NRG.
Here. Does fall a great deal towards Munchkin's capability to do something with this. That flash is going to really sell out Zeta. It looks like Munchkin's going to try and join him potentially. So many bodies on the other side of this though. Far better equipped.
Yeah, they're close. They're close. Zeta catching a little bit of a jump scare there. Yeah, I haven't actually spotted Finesse sending that snake bite previously, but no, it's just a perfect read here after not much success on B long. Anticipating here, but it definitely makes the anti-eco a little more comfortable.
Will we get it again? We'll see. He actually might get it again, I wonder. Flash there, T1, going to work on forward. NRG this time actually rescind back, not going to take the challenge on this one with the by side T1. This is a key round for T1 if they want to try and keep into this matchup. NRG doing what they need to get to those double digits.
They have Lockdown and Seekers to potentially clear out a lot of space on A here. After the initial pump, Ardis might be greeted outside Art. There's a chance to isolate Zeta, but that has now passed. We have a couple more members of T1 staring him down. Yeah, T1 looking to pinch behind this Lockdown.
He's got to overdo this, and he ain't going to do anything. Sire player, great work. Art now available, they can access towards the site. Crash is just trying to spam away. Does catch Munchkin with a little bit of damage, but the site should be theirs. Let's see if NRG play back in. They do a little. Some getting closer. Tap on the spike. Seek's going to come through. Note the player very, very close by. One towards Pit. Counter Lockdown.
Forced out, we'll force them back to main and a little deeper in R. Finesse also positioned here outside connector. It's taking NRG a little while to take the space. One detained here. Finesse, can he find it?
FNS is close by. There's a support system. Carpe there to defend Sire player. And now Crash is trying to find one towards what?
What is that?
Man! Nasty with it there, finding both players. And it's just Som left alive now. So much to do, and he ain't gonna be able to do it. T1 make it through the round. 4 alive, closing back in on this gap.
Again, key that 4 are left standing here. Gives them a chance to solidify their position in terms of the finances as well. NRG, full repurchase forced. Beautiful stuff from Carpe as well to bail out Sire player there after being detained. But back within touching distance here. 2 rounds separate them.
I see Ardis, I see Operator, I also see T1 going that way.
Yeah.
I get excited. Don't underwhelm me, Ardis. I've missed watching your games. Let's see what you got here. 13 to 10, make it 14! Zeta goes, as does Ardis. Dips away, doesn't want to outstay his welcome. The rest of T1 starting to pressure towards the side a little more, trying to work around that ult. Ardis not fully falling away from this just yet, forced to respect a little, but not a lot. Shorty on the other side. Site now being taken, Victor gonna be isolated, can't be helped out here. Wall's in the way, Carpe's the one to get him. Back down to a 4v4 now.
Come back through. Crash does have the Seekers, a flash available as well. Invested here. Do you want to get back on site as quickly as possible? It doesn't clear too much space.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't give the full picture here. Ardis want to take those next couple of steps. He has to go in unison, though. Carpe waiting. Sire delivering. That's Ardis gone. He got crashes to... Oh! Sire player! What a time to come alive!
Completely blind on the second there. Beautiful stuff. And immediately, NRG gonna call a timeout on the back of this. T1 starting to make him sweat here.
Flash. Nice surprise we see another one in the feed.
Guys. Big round from Sire. Talked about him having a quiet first half. Starting to find his footing a little bit here, Lawrence.
Needed that. I mean, Ban's leading by a country mile. The guy's on 21 to 9. Huge influence. Not just in this half, but that first half. He was the one that brought them those couple of rounds that got them back in this game. And now we look towards Sire player. Is this when he starts finding that hot hand here as well? Because those two with a 1-2 punch, right? They look good in the last game. They need a lot of that to come through here.
It was noted, it was actually Sire that, obviously we're talking about the first blood versus EDG.
Yeah.
Constantly T1 were having to play from behind, conceding a first blood and having to equalize. Actually in mid-round, it's very rare in an early round trade. We were talking about versus EDG, their inability to force Kang deeper on the operator, you know, the lack of focus around utility in the early round. Yes, it's stylistically a very different game here from NRG, but T1 now showing that they have that in their wheelhouse, the ability to do it once again.
I'm so glad they woke the hell up, Mike. I was so worried they'd go with such a whimper into map 3. I'll take this. Even if T1 lose from now on out, I don't care. They've had a little bit of something brought back into this matchup, and NRG forced into that timeout, clearly feeling that stress. Feeling like they didn't have all the answers. For now, it starts with map control. Over towards 8. All gathered. And looks like they're going to leave Ardis up here for a second.
Yeah, Munchkin's on the other side of it. Seemingly no awareness on either side. Well, a rare miss from Ardis. Has to try and get the head out of there. He scored! Munchkin found 2!
He doubles down on it, Munchkin is out of his mind! Catching crashes is everything! You'd almost cut your losses at Ardis, but the find on the second is unforgivable. Devastating impact. And now you look at it, the bigger picture too. Evan is still on a stinger. I mean, he's trying to take some space towards long. He has no idea what's waiting on the other side. There's 4 players up here. He's walking into the den. Zero awareness of it. Tried to do a bit of damage on their shore, but it was never going to be enough. And now down to Victor and Som. Good luck.
Som's obviously very disconnected from this. Is he leaning towards saving that operator?
Surely.
Can Victor go clutch once again for NRG? No, he can't. Only Carpe claimed here. Som probably heading back towards picking that operator up.
There it is, get it and go. This is going to be 10 apiece. We've got a game on our hands. I didn't think
Munchkin, man.
The
what
first,
an opener.
The first, I'm like, cool, yeah, that's kind of sick tracking. He caught Ardis, you know, is he updrafting and trying to get out of there. The second?
Yeah, because I think Ardis maybe caught off guard, whiffs the shot, but then also whiffs the cloud burst. It goes way off to the wall.
Yeah.
Doesn't give him any safety to dash into, which is why he's forced into the updraft as well. A little bit flustered there. on the retreat.
I want to see that from Munchkin's POV as well.
For the player cam. Yeah. Oh, looking to maybe try and pressure this operator. Ban on the other side of things. Not much time left to try and find it. Again, they've got the funds to support this. We'll find the first.
And you're down. That's prize possession lost there.
Big denial, actually, because NRG are going to feel the pinch.
I mean, T1 is on like 7.7k on side
Yeah.
play. He's loving it.
Even here, somebody throw Carpe a couple of pennies. It's down to 1k, but beautiful stuff. What an opener.
That's massive. Yeah, state of the economy for NRG. You can see why they desperately wanted that operator, Mike. They're left with nothing.
Stacked up here towards Pillar. No resistance early on here from NRG. Oh, Crash is going to have some utility sent his way.
A lot of players here. Som, one to fight Ban. Som finding a second. Gonna need a lot more though. Down on 5 HP here. Forcing the hand a little. T1 not having the easiest of times.
You have the Reckoning to pressure this pit a little bit, but Artist down to 20 HP, Som down to 5. Crashes has fallen, so no heal available. Munchkin could get caught off here.
This is so dangerous. This is so terrifying. FNS is there. Munchkin's gone. It's basically on Zeta here. The only one sitting pretty. He's doing everything he can. NRG, come on, Zeta. What a round.
And NRG try it again. They're so good at flooding these Vipers pits.
True, it's
this
true.
time around. Zeta pulls out an ace to secure this one. To find T1, they're 11th.
And credit to NRG for even being that threatening. Their buy this round was garbage. It was Guardians, Frenzies, odds and ends. But the pressure was on for Zeta. It was only the two of them left standing. His teammate was down to nothing that final one. Woo!
Insane stuff. Artist though, operator in hand once again. This time around, Sayak going to try and face off against it with an op of his own. Oh! This finds it! Just a pixel exposed.
Wild is quite good at this game. Band's gonna try and pick up the mantle. That's a tag towards Carpe 2, down to 52. Next angle, adopted. Oh, Artist, you barely see him. You barely see him. He's just a phantom out here. There's another glance. He's basically controlled the side. This round looks wraps just on the back of him. What else are you meant to do?
Munchkin trying to find some space elsewhere, but much looser hold here from Som. Was happy to concede this space. Finesse on the hunt though. And Som will reveal himself, I guess, or a deep position here with what looked like a desk pop.
Okay, so I'm going to watch that cross. Do they have anything to get them across safely? I mean, 2 flashes.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
Oh.
I think he's there.
Yes.
Well, the round has gone from possible to less than. Mike was in hand and FNS is there. Yeah, lovely. Start to end there though. That started with Ardis, and in some fine fashion, even you were surprised at that pixel that he had spotted there. I think we've got a replay of this too. Let's have a little look at this one. Come on. Come on.
The adjustment is beautiful. Where's it here? Ban. Didn't even see him.
Yep.
Didn't even see him. So T1 comfortable in the purchase here, but not, well, yeah, not massive stacks behind this though. No gaps in util. Blade Storm available, but it's the only ultimate on the board here.
Let's try and test Ardis again though. He will be seen. He's respecting it enough to fall away a little deeper to that next angle, the one that called ban off guard. Even further back from that now. Is the Reckoning's going to come in? How long does he stick around on this? He's staying in this position. Sire player got to be careful too now. Into the blender. Barely breathing on 8 HP, gonna get a little bit of a heal up. Unfortunately for him, NRG, hold on, up and above we go! Artist wants his name up in lights apparently. It's Sire player to fall off the back of that. There's a long old flank on the way as well. T1 gonna feel surrounded pretty soon. Artist misses, Zeta wins out. And now they give themselves a little bit of pocket of safety to play in.
The awareness here of where's the flank. Do they prioritize small? Do they push deeper? Carpet's going to find one. Victor, he will find the trade though. He finds a second.
They had to have won that fight against Victor, otherwise now there's problems. It's a 3v2. Zeta's still alive though, Munchkin's still there. Tap on the spike, but he gives nothing away. FNS, so heads up. And now Munchkin, he's got to play the time just right here. Crash is trying to defend. FNS, he goes for it. The defuse is through. NRG make it to 12.
Total faith in his teammate there. Finesse sticking the defuse. A T1 unable to make the right decision in such a high pressure situation.
I even like the idea, but it's just like they couldn't get that fight on Victor.
It's Victor on the other side of it though.
He knew that he was the target.
Yep.
He knew that that was where they wanted to be. Once that crunch comes in, once they felt that pressure, they had to fight back somewhere. And Victor's just playing so perfectly in that. 11 to 12 though, we ain't out of it yet. There's still a buy in this one. T1. It's OT or it's GG.
Are they
gotta do something?
Are they destined to see another overtime here on Pearl? Getting forced down now with 2 Bulldogs in the inventory. Do have the Seekers available, but this Munchkin's lockdown is the next objective here. If they can secure orb control here. NRG switching things up though. Look at this.
4-man walk, middle. I don't believe what I'm seeing. The timing on Windows ban check. Ban's having a look back here. He's just looked away. He's no idea they slipped through. Oh, the timing! Oh, he's made it! Oh, no! Heartbreak for Ban! He's absolutely fumbled in the hour of need. Perfectly positioned for it. They're not out of it yet, though. There's still a chance, but that could have been everything.
Munchkin does get the lockdown off this, but again, with no progress, Zeta has been sat at the top of B-Long here. Saya, a little bit disconnected. And a defensive lockdown comes through. 30 seconds left on the clock. Will prevent the plant from coming through, and counter lockdown invested. Maybe catch the backside of this. Saya finds Crashies. Still doable here.
He's giving them a chance here. Lockdown just going to tick through now. Next couple of seconds. Can they get the plant safely? It looks like Victor wants to try and deny. Munchkin, he's got it down. Okay, get out of there. Into the post plant now. 3v3. Artist still standing. Som's still alive. And Victor is there. And when Artist stands, he delivers. Diffuse started. Who can stop him? Anyone. They've got to try and get him off. Som's not stopping until now. Forced to relinquish that diffuse for a second. A 3v2 though. Munchkin and Zeta's still desperately trying to pressure this. NRG now standing in numbers. Another tap on the spike. Som takes down Zeta. It's all on Munchkin. He tried his best, but it was never gonna be enough. NRG 13 to 11.
What a way to close things out. Talking about an operator in the hands of Can causing problems for T1 last time. Ardis repeating that same trend here. But take your hats off to T1. They claw their way back into this map, but they just can't close out.
Forced to bring out an incredible game here. T1 waking up late, but my God, did they wake up. A drought of rounds at the start, but then ending up at 11 to 13.
Hey, bear in mind, it was 7-0 at one point.
Yep.
Feels like a lifetime ago. Ardis and Sire player though, what a head-to-head in this final map here. And NRG close out another 2-1 to book their ticket to the playoffs. Blood is drawn, yes, but they seal the objective.
Yeah, getting pushed here today, but man, stepping up to the challenge. Some real heater rounds coming through as well, some key moments there. I mean, same as we said though, T1, considering they're that 3rd place team coming into this, they have over-delivered to many people's expectations, and they're obviously not out of it yet. But what a great performance from them to bring us this caliber of game like this. I'm thoroughly impressed with them.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's a couple of concerns, sure, I guess in terms of the depth, but again, you take it with a pinch of salt in terms of the international experience that this roster has. Again, there are still lots of accolades they're waiting to achieve. Obviously not out of the competition either. They still have a chance to go away and obviously take some learnings from this. Again, the one that sticks out to me, that bind composition is tried and tested, but I don't know if it's a confidence thing, if they're a little bit shook that it's NRG on the other side of it. Just didn't see the depth there.
And the thing is that you see that potential, don't you? You see that
Absolutely,
chance.
yeah.
And you're right. Imagine that second half had maybe been a little bit closer there. They came with some more confidence to map 3. It could have been a totally different picture. But again, a young roster. Still, yes, some experienced players, but there's new blood into that they need to try and acclimatize towards this. But yeah, Sire player, what a round there as well. Love seeing that.
What a
Data as well. I mean,
series from him once again. Sire's been fantastic, and yes, he is the, I guess, the headline, but also just behind that, Munchkin, Zeta, Carpe, and Ban all stepping up. Ban on this last map made this doable, period. That first half performance made this doable for T1.
He finished topping out the game as well, 22. Now, obviously, in his mind, I'm sure he's going to be heartbroken after how that went down in that final round. When he caught that flank timing, I'm sure that's going to haunt him, but they wouldn't even been in this position if it wasn't for his earlier performance as well. He played out of, he played his heart out. I can't deny him a thing for that. But NRG proving they still have that depth, they have that capability, they have the reputation for a reason. These guys are absolutely the real deal and still are. And they deserve to be in the playoffs, Mike. That has to be it. I want to see how far this team can go. Pressed here, pushed here, but succeeding. Sending T1 away, and NRG moving straight on through to those playoffs.
Tripping through the darkness on my own. Will I find my voice, trust my choice? I try to keep my head afloat and my eyes open. Should I chase my fears and face the fall below?
Lights were shining bright for both NRG and T1, and they delivered. What a match we just saw between two teams that wanted it more than they could breathe. And unfortunately for T1, it's NRG's day, but we will most definitely see T1 down the line here. And what an incredible match we just witnessed.
It felt like every map of that series was defined by something different. The first one in Lotus was about back and forth adaptations. The second one was about the retakes, and then NRG being so good at adapting in the mid round. And then this map was just chaos. It started 7 rounds in a row for NRG, and then it was 7 rounds in a row for T1. And then they just traded back and forth, having moments of insane individual brilliance for NRG to eventually close it.
I have to say, not only this has probably been my favorite match so far, I do not remember the last time that I enjoyed a Pearl map like this.
It's rare.
The performances we were seeing, artists coming back alive. We were talking at the beginning of the day, the Saya versus artists that we were finally going to see at the end of it, and here artists, I think that he just won when it mattered the most.
He did, and it's so heartbreaking for T1 because they pushed this team so close. They were just a few rounds away from being that first squad in playoffs
OT.
from this group.
We deserved OT.
We did, and again, it's this team, it's these players having an opportunity ripped away from them, from the core of NRG. For Saya, he felt that heartbreak at Reykjavik. He's feeling it now again going to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
They do look good enough to make it through in that lower bracket, but it really is a heartbreak.
Oh yeah, they most definitely look like a contender. Of course, that means though that NRG will be moving on to the playoffs, but it does bring us over to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because we got to give some flowers here to the boy Saya player. My guy with this ace was just unbelievable, or sorry, 4K, regardless, should have been an ace, was so incredible, Kukuka.
Yeah.
But also, it's just great to see this player, who you and I have been following for a very long time, really begin to find his footing here in Valorant.
Yeah, exactly. I think so many rounds were flashy like this one, the 4Ks, the ace as well. I'm loving to see it, of course. You know, it's the kind of kill when you're blinded that just happens in your ranked, and now it happens in the server, and NRG was just on the receiving end. It just happens sometimes.
Just the individual plays, man. Well, we had a hard time picking what we wanted for the sponsorship segment, okay? That's how insane all of the plays were. Amazing stuff there, but I believe if I'm looking over, yep, she's ready to go, so we're ready to go too. Let's actually send it over to Yintu, standing by with Crashies for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much. Golden Boy and the Des. That's right, I'm joined by Crashies from NRG. First of all, congratulations. I got to ask though, the clutching from you has always been good. We know this, but this tournament, the last couple of days, it's kind of been insane. How do you do it? How do you keep so cold?
I don't know. It's just it's in the blood, honestly. Ice in the veins. Shout out to Marv for that one. But yeah, I mean, took a page out of his book, and yeah, it just feels so natural.
I mean, you're fully getting the rounds for your team. But I will say, are you a little bit concerned at all that you are really relying on the individual brilliances of yourself and artists and so on having to make those clutches?
Yeah, we definitely played super sloppy today, in my opinion. And I mean, heroics were definitely pulled out today as well. And obviously, we don't ever want to win like that. We want to win with good team play, good strats, good anti-strats. So we're looking to clean it up for playoffs, honestly.
In terms of that, though, are you a little bit worried that maybe you've shown too much? You played a lot of maps, a lot of rounds, and those teams looking at you at playoffs are going to be anti-stratting you as well.
Yeah, I definitely think we played a lot of maps, and it's a lot of info for teams that are in playoffs watching us, so we just have to go back to the drawing board and hopefully come up with new stuff in time.
And in terms of those teams, which team do you want to go up against at playoffs?
I'll take Fnatic. We've never played Fnatic before. I'll take Liquid because they look really good right now, and beat Fnatic and EMEA, so you know, one of the two. I mean, Loud we've played so many times, so hopefully not Loud again, but yeah.
HyperX would also be fun, I feel like. That would be a fun one.
Yeah, I just want to play HyperX at their full strength with something, so hopefully something's able to make it, but yeah.
I also got to ask, you know, we have a lot of meta talks every single time we come into a tournament, the chamber meta, you know, the Astra, we've been through it all. But for you, I don't even think it affects you because Sova, Sky. I know the Killjoy came in as well, but what do you think of the current meta?
It's all right. I think this Harbor meta is a little boring, to be honest. At least with Chamber meta, you had to push the op back a lot. You had to be a lot more strategical how you played the game. And right now, it's just a bunch of spamming phantoms through smoke. And yeah, it's kind of boring to play, but yeah, I mean, I feel like I could play anything, so it doesn't really affect me.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe you whip out something new as well. I like to see it. Thank you very much, Crash, for joining me, and we'll see you at playoffs. That's it for this match, but we have more Valorant action coming up for you guys. Enjoy the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and when we come back, it's going to be Foot versus ASE.
Today, two teams are fighting for a prime playoff position, and unfortunately, two are going to have their trip to Japan end early. These players have crossed paths before, but now the stakes have never been higher. A playoff spot is on the line. NRG, T1, let's do this.
Crash has got surely.
Oh, Lord, the drop! Hello, Crash is going to take down Bam, but it's Munchkin having a round here. 3 already. Crash is burning both flashes, but Munchkin is not relenting. This guy has just aced NRG. Let's go! And Victor is running it back perfectly. Anyone else to find him? It's Munchkin waiting. Defuse started. Oh, and Victor again. They're running low on it. Carpe's going to find Finesse. Yes, Crashes finds one, but he needs to find a whole lot more, and he ain't got many seconds to do it in. He's gone down, and there is map 1. T1 digging deep there to beat out NRG.
Victor looking to find some space. Wall committed now, and Showstopper as well.
Yeah,
Zeta found one.
Did isolate Munchkin. Swing through the wall. They lose. Sire player still standing, but only for so long. Once again, NRG pulling off these retakes very well. NRG clear T1. And T1 going to retake towards the site, and it's comfy. FNS and Artist all too prepared, not feeling any strain at all. Carpe waiting, Sire delivering, that's Artist gone! He got Crashes to... Oh! Sire player! What a time to come alive! It's basically on Zeta here, the only one sitting pretty! He's doing everything he can! NRG, come on! Zeta!
Carpe's going to find one. Victor, he won't find the trade though. He finds a second.
He tried his best, but it was never going to be enough. NRG, 13-11.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
Welcome back to day 3 of VALORANT Masters Tokyo and our first elimination match between FUT and Attacking Soul. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by Kakuka and Mimi yet again. And this is a heartbreaker one, right? We never want to say goodbye to a team, especially this soon, but those are the ropes in these types of tournaments.
I think that the worst part is the fact that EMEA is going to be on the line for the next 2 matches here, and of course the stakes are completely different for us.
Yeah,
it's high stakes though for either of these teams. For FUT, they really defied expectations by making it here. Trying to get out of groups, push further would be huge for them. And for ASE, they're still trying to find the first win for China.
Yeah, and we're still trying to figure out how to actually spell HFMI's full name because we have to talk about him. His full in-game name, by the way, is it unpronounceable? Is it a troll? What does it mean? Does it have some existential thought out there? We actually had an opportunity to catch up with him to get his thoughts before this matchup. Let's take a look.
For you personally, obviously, you have probably the best name at this tournament, and a lot of people have had questions about it. I just want to ask, how did you come up with it? What's the reason? Is it just to troll? Did you want something fun? How?
其实这一次你也是在这次大赛上面得到了非常多的关注嘛。那想问一下，就是关于你这个 ID， 就是你当时到底怎么想到了这样的一个 ID， 然后有什么样的一个背后的一个小故事？
这个东西。 我觉得我一开始初衷取这个名字就是我自己知道就好了，我不太想让别人知道，所以让别人觉得我是乱码也挺好的，就有意思肯定也没有意思，对。
Well, at the very beginning, I just felt like I had this ID and just keep it to mine, and I know it by myself that that's it. But I'm not intentionally making that everyone know what it is. It could be meaningful, it could be nothing. So, it might be a troll.
Okay.
Well, you know what? Look, I have been in esports for 15 years, and I've been called Golden Boy for those 15 years. And honestly, I'm 35. I'm too old. I can't be Golden Boy anymore. And this guy's got the best name in the game. So I figured I would ask him to rebrand me and make me a new name. So HFMI, if you don't mind, here you go. And this is it. This is what I will become from here on out. If
you really
it's good.
did need a new one.
Huh?
I think it's a great idea.
Honestly, I mean, nothing beats Evil Cat, you know? So I figured it would make a lot of sense for him to just throw in as many random letters as he wants.
因为他也是在电竞行业已经深耕15年了，然后他也被称为 Golden Boy 已经这么久了嘛，他觉得啊，我现在好像也已经上了年纪了，好像就是被称为 Golden Boy 稍微有一点点不太恰当了。那感觉你是有一个非常多的想法，哪怕就是说用你的直觉直接来写的话，你会给他起一个怎么样的新名字？有可能他真的会在以后的直播流当中。
Oh, he's got an idea. He's got an idea. Here we go. My new name shall forever be Nezukozy. I am now.
That's good.
Nezukozy. That is, I think that Neuzcuzi. Nailed it.
Perfect.
That's basically going to do it for us here. Thank you so much, Iris, thank you so much, HFMI, for your time. Really appreciate you guys, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank
okay?
you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
this is it. Signing out.
Hello, everyone. My name is...
You already don't remember it.
That is my new name, and I shall be going by that from here on out. Address my name.
It. I wish he would have made me one too.
Yeah.
I like Evil
Cat. No, I need a rebrand.
Actually, a little fun activity for people at home. Go ahead and make a new name for Imimi because she wants to rebrand out of Evil Cat. So use hashtag VCT. That being said,
it's really got to fit.
Doesn't feel evil anymore.
That being said, though, we learned nothing, Kakuka, from that interview about what the name actually means. But we decided
it was an automatically generated password.
I thought
sounds like it.
That actually would make more sense. But we're going to try and make this happen. Okay, so we have some random letters and numbers, and we're going to try and spell out his name. So we do know, at the very least, HFMI.
Okay,
so it starts with an H.
HFMI.
I have an M here for you.
I have an H.
Okay. And then I have to try and find. Oh, goodness gracious. Kurt just gave me
numbers.
What?
Okay, the F
we
is
have
here.
a clock.
We have
30 seconds
to do this?
HFMI. Then it's 0. I will get 0.
HFMI.
Okay.
It is 0.
Where is 0? Where is 0?
Zero's right here. Zero's right here. Okay.
M.
Okay. M. I. 0.
Zero, D.
Z.
D.
It's a Z somewhere.
D, C.
J. No, J.
There's a Q. There's a Q in there somewhere
No,
as
there's
well.
not.
There's no
Definitely a Q. Definitely a Q.
No, there's a 9.
Wait, there's a 7, right?
The 7 is
There's
the
a
last
7,
one.
and
And the C.
we didn't get it in time.
Z.
Okay.
What? It's a pie.
We overcooked this bit. What is the name?
How do I?
So we achieved nothing. We did nothing. The last 4 minutes of the show.
It was in order, okay? At some point it was.
Oh,
but
man.
There's 2 C's.
That's
it.
We failed. Move on.
Guys, you know what?
Get it out.
Look,
I'm sorry, I will clean it, I promise.
there was an attempt. All right, let's go ahead and hear from Coach Ego as the team arrived today.
Maybe we'll learn something from him.
Maybe.
Coach Ego, come join me. So good to see you again. Now, you played already on stage your first time. What did you learn?
We learned a lot from everything, like from us, from ourselves, our opponent. It feels different when you play like a LAN game like this internationally.
Well, hopefully you get your win today. 加油, good luck.
And yeah, they're looking for that first win. It will be massive, and we have created a mess, evidently. But let's just jump right into it and talk about this ASC roster because, you know, they had moments, and we saw what the pieces were, and also the skill of these players as well, Mimi. Like, they're here for a reason, and we know that the capability is there.
Yeah, it is, and I think they showed that versus DRX. We expected that game to honestly be a stomp, but it was a close matchup. They had a lot of good ideas in the early run, and they really pushed DRX. The issue, though, came at the end of these matches on their attacking sides, where it looked like they were running out of ideas. On both maps, the last 3 or 4 rounds, they kept going for the same set execute over and over again, and it just was not finding any value.
Yeah, and also I think it comes down to those first duels, those having the advantages and actually not capitalizing onto them. Even in the game on Pearl, they ended up with 13 entries and they only secured 7 rounds. So it's also, I think, says a lot about DRX as a team, the resilience that they have and the study that they have on each map. For ASC, I do think that it, you know, it gives us a glimpse of the future that can come for this team and what they're capable of.
And that's the thing about ASC. The things I'm happy about is that they do have these set ideas, these more set executes to add some structure into the play. The issue is that when those initial ideas go wrong, they're constantly going for something else. Someone is greeting for another kill, trying to get them out of a deficit. And that oftentimes leaves situations where they might be slightly disadvantaged to snowball out of control.
And this reminds me a lot of like, back in the day, right? Masters Reykjavik, like, like New Turn, right? Like we were seeing like cool ideas, but the moment things started to just pivot away from them, things started to just not go their way. But one thing that did go their way, most definitely, was Life, because Life had a game. He delivered, he played stupendous Kukuka, and I think that this is pretty much the bog standard of what we would come to expect here from this player.
Yeah, exactly. Coming into this tournament, definitely this was one of the players to watch.
He was playing Gears of War.
Sometimes it gets ridiculous.
He was playing Gears of War there with the shotgun. It's nuts. This kid is absolutely filthy, but if he does pop off Kukuka, if he has that high impact performance again, honestly, FUT need to be careful.
He's definitely going to need it. I think that this team is following the progression of every new team. First, we have very heavy shooters, and then we go into the planning of the game, and then we go into the depths of Valorant. They already have secured that first part.
Yeah.
But I'm happy he's playing well, because this is his redemption arc, really. He qualified to Champions with EDG, didn't really get to play with them, only got 1 match, felt ill at that one. Now he's re-qualified, and he's taking this opportunity with Storm. We'll have to see how far that can get him and his team.
Well, and they are going to need to go far here. They're in an elimination game, but history could very well be made here for a Chinese team here. Now, that is going to be a very important thing to keep a note on, Kukuka, but I think that, you know, if FUT do lose this, if they manage to let ASC make history against them, that's good for the rest of the EMEA region.
I mean, someone is making history.
Either way.
Definitely today. Either if it is ASC, FUT as well. We were talking about they're the second team, Turkish team ever to even make it to an international event, to qualify for it. They would also be the first one to make it out of groups, because SMB didn't even play against a foreign team. They played against Ascent a couple of times and they were sent home. But also, as you were saying, the fact that we have 4 slots for this event, but only 3 for champs, means that one of the 4 teams has to go through that last chance qualifier. Now, both of them being in this rope, if any of them loses today, they're going to leave. If both of them lose today, then NAVI would have to be the one going through the lessons qualifier, and Foot would be automatically qualified for champions.
There's a lot of conditions here, but thankfully we had an opportunity to catch up with the coach there of Foot as they were making their way to the arena. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Coach guys, merhaba, Kanka, come to join me. Now, we saw you lose on your best map, Lotus. We don't see that very often. Have you managed to fix things? What went wrong?
I don't know, against Evil Genius, we lost a lot of pistols and we couldn't play our game style. So I hope we are gonna play better than Evil Genius match. So I hope it will be better.
Go get your pistol wins today, guys. Good luck, good luck.
All right, well, obviously, you know, FUT did have a difficult debut against Evil Geniuses, but let's be honest here, FUT, you know, they played against EG. EG's kind of a brick wall right now.
Yeah.
You know, they're playing the best Valorant you possibly can ask for here, but a lot of learnings that they were able to pull from that, Mimi, I'm sure.
And I think the biggest takeaways are that they were a little bit too predictable. They played a lot of the same setups that they did back in EMEA, and EG took advantage of that on Split. EG was running them over, was prepared for what setups they would have on their defensive side, and that continued to an extent into Lotus. But still, even when Foot was recovering, was looking good individually to bring this matchup back and try new things, EG still managed to close it out.
I think it's complicated because many of the teams have said that the counter strategy has been working, that actually thinking about how the regular season has been for these teams is literally what we're seeing in the international, that there is not really a gap, there's not really an improvement. You know, Navi's still doing Navi things, Foot playing in the same way, and it's actually the teams that have a variation and that actually play into their opponent's minds, that ones that have an edge to win in these matches.
Yeah, and they're going to need these players, right, to step up. Similarly to Life on the one side for ASC, you got to look at Mr. Fallen there for Foot and see whether or not, you know, he shows up today and also the impact that he can bring to this team to bring them this win.
Yeah, for the longest time, the story about Turkey was that they didn't have IGLs. They didn't have someone who could lead a team into the future and find something. And there's still not many of those players who have stepped up to that plate. But Mr. Fallen has. He's brought his team this far as a leader. He has progressed these players to this international event. And now the question is about finding balance, their structure, their prep stuff. That's what got them here. But you have to combine that with preparing for your opponent and being more flexible. And I think that pressure falls on Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, exactly. If we have to highlight a player, as we're saying, it's not about who has to hit the shots. We know that everybody in Foot can do that. It's about Mr. Fallen. He needs to be the one, the pillar to change things. And maybe the other day we needed a little bit more of him. Today it has to happen or they're going home.
Yeah, it's time to put up or shut up, and it's time for the map selection. So let's go ahead and send it over to our coaches and see where we're going.
All right, let's get started. Match 2 of the day. FUT, you are the higher seed, so Team A or Team B? Okay, so attacking Soul, you will be Team B. And let's get started. FUT, your first band. Fracture, your first band. Haven. Map number 1. Pearl, sorry. Map number 1 from FUT. Haven. Side on Haven. Defense. Okay. Map number 2. Ascent. Side on Ascent. Defense. Okay, so we're gonna go to the next set of bands, starting with FET. You have Bind, Lotus, and Split. Bind. Okay. You have Lotus and Split. Split. Okay, so map number 3 is going to be Lotus. Side on Lotus. Attack. Okay, gonna run through this really fast. Okay, so the first set of bands are Fracture and Pearl. FUT chose Haven with Attacking Soul and Defense. Map number 2 is Ascent with FUT on Defense. Next set of bands were Bind and Split. So map number 3 will be Lotus with FUT on Attack. Good. Okay, good luck to you both.
Yep. Thank you.
Attacking Soul Sports.
Not every day that you get to see a full Turkish team take on a full Chinese team, but that is exactly what these global events are all about. Foot Esports taking on Attacking Soul Esports, and genuinely this matchup is for all of the marbles, Kakuka.
One of these teams is going to be making history today. For Foot Esports, of course, they have proven themselves in the region. They need to do it internationally, and for China, they need to win a match.
They're yet to do that. History could be in the making here, and ASC showed good moments in their first match, as did Foot, but for both of them, it came down to an issue of depth. At the end of the game, not being able to find that adaptation against their opponent. And I think these teams, they are very evenly matched today, and it's a question of who can apply the learnings from their first loss better.
You know, I genuinely think that we could very well just end up in a situation where these two teams just find themselves in the middle of a boxing ring throwing right hooks at each other with no real plan. And that's okay, honestly, because like if that is what ends up happening, then at that point you have to just rely on the aim diff. You have to try and outplay your opponent. It does make me wonder though, who is coming into this game with a little bit more prepared, Kakuka?
I mean, we can say that definitely just because of the regular season and the level of stress that it puts onto teams, onto players individually, they live in the experience day by day with barely any breaks. I would like to say Foot, but on the other side, I really want ASC to find a victory.
The thing is, though, that, well, you can look at these teams and you can see the individuals and maybe see that moment where it can descend into that chaos. That actually hasn't been Foot. They've been the team to break the narrative about Turkish teams, the one to bring the structure, bring the preset plans, and have that define them. And they haven't played against many teams like ASC, but on our first map here, it's going to be against a comp they've played against before. ASC run the very standard Breach Sova, whereas Foot get creative with this Gecko.
Yeah, I was scared for a second because I didn't see that Gecko, but yeah, it's going to be there. We were highlighting yesterday and previously the beautiful executes that Foot have so well orchestrated with this composition. They're definitely going to need it, especially starting on the attack. They cannot let what happened against DG be repeated.
They cannot. And for Foot, they have 80% win rate on this map at home in EMEA. Besides Lotus, this is really their second home ground, and ASC have looked a little bit inconsistent on this one, but they do play a lot of this map, and they're comfortable here.
Well, that was your Prime Gaming Agent Select, but now it's time to jump into the action and send it over to a couple of S-tier casters. It's my good friends, Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy Bala. We've got to talk about the Gecko on Haven right off the bat. Not something you see very often, especially in general, right? The agent seems to have fallen out of relevance.
Yeah, a lot of teams tried him, and we just saw in that T1 game, though, that bind looked pretty dang good from T1. And obviously, Foot in the regional play looked very good on the Haven. You saw the win rate, 80%. It's really good. I mean, I think out of all the teams that I've watched, they get value out of the Flash most consistently, so I'm really excited to watch it again.
It is going to be a ton of fun to watch, and then also we have to address elimination on the line history for either of these teams. There's so much at stake here.
It's really, really big deal for these two teams who have come off a failure so far in groups, and it's very, very important right here. Now we start off on a good foot for both of these teams here.
ASC starting off on the defensive side. But you're right, all eyes, all attention goes towards the Gecko. How are you going to use the Gecko utility? Are there going to be just sending in wingman to plant? How do you set that up? How do you combine utility to make sure there's value there? It will be interesting and a ton of fun to watch.
Here we go. Elimination on the line, elimination on the mind. Foot Esports as well. Still not qualified for Champions. The battle for EMEA, like Kuka was mentioning, is on. The next two matches will determine a lot here. Whether it's a group stage exit for Foot, or whether they move on and stay in contention for that slot. Meanwhile, China looking for their very first win on a global stage. Already the wingman sent in. And there's no re-clear. Just something that you have to be looking out for if you're ASE, studying this Haven. is looking for the information about where that wingman went. Are they going to pick it back up? Are they going to follow up with an execute off of it? There's a timing window here for Foot.
There is, and it's just life here on the site. Depending on how much pressure they apply through short, too, he could be overwhelmed very quickly. But the paranoia doesn't hit. The goop does.
Oh, wow. They know that he's on short.
Yeah, he just tucks in short. Look, another bit of utility use, but there's no pressure coming in from the site itself. It doesn't matter, though, as Krax gets a kill.
That's the first sign that they're very unprepared there. You've got to be ready for that flash from Krax over top of Long. And on top of that, nobody to follow up and help him. Either way, that's a great shock from HFMI.
Second one used in the round already. We saw it in the opener. Now finding value there, but Monk on the swing, trying to hold them back. That paranoia is going to help too, but out of Captain goes undetected. He's only able to take down 2 with him, though, as the pistol goes towards ASE.
So quick there to come back on the site. And Ishan as well, not even putting any util in to help life in that situation, is able to use it for the hit. But they even didn't check their corners, and they still managed to come out with that. Out of Captain with 2 from that angle. Luckily for them, he was blind long enough for them to get other kills while they flooded out.
Right.
If it wasn't for that, it'd be a completely different story. It's incredibly important for Foot to start off fast. They did not have that going for them against EG, and it's been a theme for them all season long since they actually made it to this Tier 1 stage back at Lock-In. If they don't start off strong, it's really difficult for them to mentally get back into the game.
They're wanting to go fast here, and Monk is just inside the smoke with the stinger, waiting for the challenge. Gun barrel's the first to go. How does he get 2 there? Bunt from a distance, Garrett grabbing a couple of his own and leaving Mr. Fallen by himself.
2 ridiculous kills. I mean, he should have gotten 1 for sure, but the spray looked to me out of control in Monk's hands. Really interesting idea there for Foot, too. They just threw that smoke like they're going to pop out of it, but they stopped outside of it because they knew that ASC was going to dive their way in, Monk specifically. Took them so long to make the decision to go. I think they were waiting for it to fall before they went, but they still weren't prepared for that. He should have died without even 1 there, if that is executed properly either way. Also love the Ares buy from Ishan. It does allow him to follow up on this bonus in some interesting ways. He already spammed down Garage. Didn't break the turret, though. You can get that broken just by spamming.
And they've seen it there already, so it shouldn't be a surprise. Smoked off this time, though, at least for now. And that's going to force them to put bodies in the space that the turret should be watching. You saw Monk just step into window.
Oh, that's a second smoke already used for Mr. Fallen. He used 1 on Long at the beginning, and then the second one on Garage, which was the one that they used just in the prior round.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a long time for them to be able to hit. They hit without smokes. That could be dire. Depending on if they smoke heaven, if they smoke spawn, they've got to wait another 20 seconds at least for the second one to come back up.
Sure.
Plenty of execute tools still, though.
But it seems like they're going to want to wait for now.
That dart is really shallow, though. The one down short, HFMI might have false information.
He just wants to tuck. No, it's punished by Maj. See the paranoia going out too. Utility dumped over the wall as they get their way out onto the site. The spike following shortly thereafter.
That reclear, normally a good idea late in the round to find some information, but he's not assisted and there's no util with it. So HFMI taking a very risky play and paying for it. Aftershock will be nice to help push out those players down in dark.
Well, not to mention the fault line that's there. Off of the paranoia, the dash out, trying to catch him as they're funneling out. Kiwi actually falls to the utility. But ASC in a great position here. Wingman finding nothing. Crack swing on the other side of the smoke, still healthy. On the swing, and he wasn't healthy for long as he falls. So does the rest of Foot.
They strike so fast on that retake. That's the second one Foot have lost now on A side, and it's because of that speed.
They're supposed to be fighting back, right?
And also just really good combos there. You called out the stun for Mishen, the aftershock as well that went down in the dark, and then the dash over by Life. Oh, Kiwi made an attempt. That angle of the aftershock could allow him to updraft out there. But this one covers all the bases. They're down to Eco. Speak about a bad start. Losing that bonus
right there
is huge. Now he's up to an Odin too. You saw when they went to Seaside, he's able to spam out players who are trying to hide in default. You'd see that become a theme if he is very, very interested in it.
Maj a little bit further up here. And I think that's where they're expecting the turret that's been there a couple of times. You saw the ping on the minimap and the smoke followed. But at this point, they should know that the turret is not there. It cannot be heard.
Just a Marshall. Just trying to find the angle onto Bunt. Little damage done, but he's tucked and safe. And 50 seconds right now. They're going to go for the exec, but without the big weaponry. 2 players on the site, though, they can take him down.
Bunt stun. Bonk, though, goes undetected.
Is that Odin spam?
It's, I mean, it just looks so effortless when it seems like that. A 3K for the Sentinel.
China starting off strong in this game. Honestly, it feels like nothing going other than that A take, which they get on, but then they can't play the post plant positions. And that's a frustrating start, too. Because they specifically positioned themselves under in dark when that aftershock came through in the last round. And this time, too, that Dizzy not finding any value for the Gecko of cracks. With this Haven composition, you've seen plenty of times. Flash down, hold on, stun as well.
It's fast, and that's another punish.
That's a free kill onto Mr. Fallen, the smoker. They either need to speed up or start looking and spreading for picks instantly.
The setup for it was so pretty. They had the fault line, they invested the paranoia out from Bunt too.
And look at the follow-up too. They've got the KJ util here.
I dropped the spike.
To delay even further. Don't get ahead of it. I don't even think the first one was popped there. I think they got up close enough.
His shock darts have caused a couple of problems already, and it's so early.
This time, huge ults though for Foot. Counter ult coming in as well as that breach ult. Plenty of time to run back onto the site here.
Oh, they're dropping the Rolling Thunder as well? Kiwi gets 2
Did they both get detained? Both of them in long got detained right now. No punish though.
I mean, everyone's detained. It's just like we've thrown a pause on the round. 4 players detained in that instance. Action back ensuing though is Bunt, clearing every angle that he can. Still presence in short. Via Maj, Bonk trying to find it. Oh, there was a dink there, but that's all it was. HFMI cannot convert. Footer on the board.
HFMI, the safety valve there to help when they swing, but nowhere near able to defuse at that point too, so they just went all in. If it wasn't for those 2 key ults though, Foot probably would have lost that round. They didn't have the tools to take down the lockdown.
Oh, that second one.
That's nasty. I'm still shocked how they got detained in the first place. Felt to me like Kiwi was out of there. Maybe his gun barrel sticking through, Foot sticking through.
I'll show you, Scary Omen.
3 ults online, 4 Foot, including Gekko's. We'll see how they choose to use it. Here the Blades used right off the bat. For Kiwi, meanwhile, an op in the hands of life. Blade spotted. Not a single shot fired.
Replace the KJ over here inside of this too. Just barely popped before he was about to use a Thrash. Just could have canceled it, brought him out of it. Use the wingman instead.
Oh yeah!
Here it comes into B. Ult into the back of the site as well for Mr. Fallen.
Make sure no one's there. Recalls Thrash back. Picks it up to run one more time. Meanwhile, Hunter's Fury invested here, this time from HFMI. Boy, was he patient with that. But nothing found. Now they're going to invest the Rolling Thunder and the Paranoia. They're going to try to push him up, but the counter flash from Mr. Fallen is excellent.
The spike's still not planted here.
And that's the second Thrash. The second Thrash hit short. I think it delayed. Caught 2. But HFMI causing problems. They're surrounded. I don't think they know where Maj is. It may not matter. In a position to save the round himself. Bunt trying to take it down, and he cannot. Add a captain, 1v2, 20 HP. Start to see a couple of bullets whiz by his ear as he's going to find the timing. He's got a shot to make a play here, but it's just not enough health.
That was a classic?
20 HP, it doesn't take much.
Life swapped to it instantly, too. I like that Yuchen walks all the way around to go to start that defuse while Life actually turns around. Causes a little bit of misdirection for Captain in that situation. Did get a detain here, like you said, but he did not spot HFMI in the corner. And that's the key detail. Frustration now definitely going to start to be seen on the foot side. No timeout called. And this is a force up. You've got a judge in the hands of Mr. Fallen. Weapons for everybody else. Need to start seeing some pace with these executes rather than the map control style.
See, Life can post up a turret with the op, and you have Ishin playing in link. Wow. Able to dump utility and cause problems. Fault line still in play here. Finally used. Meanwhile, HFMI getting the kill.
It's so interesting there. They tucked inside of that cubby, specifically to dodge util and the drone. And then they use util anyways. Life an easy kill on Amash for sure.
But a little fear.
I'm wondering what Foot is thinking with these ideas so far.
They're going to get through out onto the site. But between the op and the Odin on the other side, this could be problematic. It could be disastrous, but no. Cracks with the response.
HFMI still not short. They know he was there.
Cracks caught, reloading. Fight still even though. Both survive with not much HP. I mean, a total of 21 amongst both. How do you sidestep that shot? He's just waiting. He knows there's going to be a swing. He's just got to be patient with it, and HFMI gets it. But Mr. Fallen clutching it back, and now with just 11 HP, what can HFMI do? Nothing. What a save by Mr. Fallen.
And they needed that. Seems to me that they're starting to rely on just taking raw duels with these players. And I think you think back to the Turkish scene in general, yes, that's the reputation that they've had, but Foot is the one that broke that reputation. So I'm shocked at the ideas that are coming through, but it ends up working out. They get their second round on the board. And the reason why I'm saying that, that's just a dry walk up, challenging against an op of all things. Going back into that space. That Tasova just drone, and again, they go down deep.
Off
nice
the
little updraft too for the Knives to follow up, but the combination doesn't quite find anything. Remember last time with that same idea, they caught Mr. Fallen.
Enemy.
Where do they go from here? Mr. Fallen has his ult. That's all they have for now. Meanwhile, Bun is taking a fair amount of damage. There's the ult. Got over there quick.
Okay. Add some misdirection. Look at the players clearing spawn right now. Yishen really wondering, is he up in heaven? It's funny too, Monk didn't reposition. If he wasn't heaven, he might have been dead.
The judge from that distance. It's pretty, and there's help. There's help not far off. He's just having himself a good time. Both of them are really. Between the judge and the Odin, the round should be secured. Unless Maj does something ridiculous. He's already gotten two. It'll have to be an ace for him to pull it off. Bunt
30
weak.
seconds left.
But the Knives close the deal.
6-2 now. Attacking Seoul Esports, dominating when it comes down to it. And actually, Monk heard the TP the entire time. That's why you could stick right in that position. He knew where the Omen was.
I respect that so much, jumping out of the smoke with the judge. He's taking that fight, man. He's going.
So far, Foot have not shown up in the server, and very, very reminiscent of that very first map against EG.
Yep.
It's a strong start from EG. And the ideas that Foot were throwing out were just not quite enough, and they are mixing things up. Going for even different styles of gameplay.
That's a deep smoke for Mr. Fallen. That Kiwi's tucked into right now.
Maybe allows for this two-way pinch from this side if Kiwi wants out of the smoke.
Perhaps
they're close to that C-Link.
Spike planted.
Spike still invested. HFMI taking care of the duelist. That flash is just so good, but my goodness, man, nothing working Yeah, it's just pistols. But for ASC, an opportunity to really balloon things financially.
They just both ran through the molly to go for knives. Are you kidding me? Disrespect.
It's silly.
But honestly, deserved right now. I think ASC is wondering the same thing that most people are right now. Where is Foot?
Yeah.
Because they just full blinded 4 players in C-Link, 3 of them shooting at them, and they just can't find a single kill. How do you recoup from this?
That's the question they're going to have to try to solve here as Foot call the first time out of the map. They find themselves down 5 on the attacking side of Haven.
I mean, I spoke about potential problems with the mental in regaining from slow starts like this.
Yeah.
I think throughout the EMEA season, we saw, especially once Ada Captain came in as a starting role, not playing a 6-man.
Yep.
It definitely gave some energy to the team. One of those players that no matter what happens can stay in it. Very vocal for the team. But other than that, it's still difficult for the rest of that. It clearly still remains. And it will be him who my eyes are on right now. He himself is struggling 3 and 8. The score doesn't really matter in this instance. That's not what really is important. Although the kills aren't falling for Foot. It's the confidence issue that's lacking right now.
Yeah. You see the ults on your screen. For Foot, they do have the lockdown for Maj. Cracks and Ad Captain both just a couple of points away from having their ults online, respectively.
Econ not really an issue.
Nope.
I mean, it could be the reason why it continues to balloon, but let's see it.
I'll find them.
3 more rounds in this half. They need to turn this around. They're known for dominant halves on both sides of this map.
He's so far up. I mean, he's just calling the bluff.
This is scary. I mean,
that's not a jet.
Continue, no.
Yeah. Oh, but they apply pressure from short, too. Bunt's already so far up. Playing in the smoke.
Uses flash, too, and I love that idea, actually. That wall very spammable by that Odin. HFMI. Really knows his stuff on this map. Swaps it with Yu-Chan as well. Two big picks.
And the op for life is going to have to be big. Wow, the timing on that was insane.
He had insane moments in the last game against DRX.
How is he still alive? He's got a shorty! Oh. It's a terrifying jump scare on the other side, but that transfer was filthy! Not able to get the 4th, the 1v1.
That alarm bot might be down right now. He just pulled it away.
No way, he has
Does
no
he
idea.
know?
Oh, he does. 48 HP.
He can't recover the spike yet.
40 seconds left. He's got to reposition. The health is low! And HFMI with the clutch.
What a ridiculous round.
Dude, it does not look like they're playing with elimination on the mind.
No.
They're playing so loose. They're having fun.
I think they came into the series thinking, oh, like 100% this is dire for us. We're in this situation. But they came in, won a few rounds, and they're like, what is going on? And now for Foot, none of those rounds are falling. They get the 2 opening picks, and that's not falling for you? The issues just compile and compound.
Here.
Lighter buy for the attacking side. You see it, Stingers, Spectres. Smattered assortment of weaponry. And Mr. Fallen has gotten up, see, very far, just contacting. The swing is there.
They're coming 1 by 1, Doug.
Yeah, they are. That is a terrifying prospect. ASC just continue to roll. Nice. Yeah, the crowd likes that.
Those sorts of things, too, in this moment. Elimination on the mind of Foot. Champions qual spot on the mind of Foot. This first half, it's got to be hurting them, and I'm sorry, but that last round again, desperation to me. You see Maj running in by himself. You see the second player following up by himself. A player of Mr. Fallen coming out of the smoke. They call a fast strat, but it seems like ego there. Saying we've got to be able to beat them with something basic.
Oh yeah! This time Bunt's the one hopping. Not able to land the shot. You hear the ult use from Cracks.
He has a Vandal on the back of sight.
He's not going to get to use it. Paranoia's not. Wait.
Hello?
No.
Hello?
You check him, right?
Counter breach hold.
No! Wow. How is he alive? Finally dies in the least expected moment.
But all the time.
Down, C.
And now he's maybe be able to place this lockdown, but it's not going to be safe. You have to get out.
Look at where life is.
Hello?
He's behind them. And watch it. Oh, he toggled right back into it.
There's a player detained on the other side right now. HFMI is alone against Maj. He's back in the action.
Monk weak. With the swing. Dies. HFMI having to do it himself. A 1v3. Nothing. Foot managed to somehow stabilize through the chaos of that opening moment on the round.
I mean, if
to get to 3.
If Punt comes out of that detain from the crash that Cracks used and gets kills there, I'm losing my mind.
Yeah.
But at least some solace as they get one more round in that first half. Look at this again. Chaos, multiple ults, multiple flashes. HFMI tracks him with that Hunter's Fury. But at least, I mean, finding that flank kill, super important.
You don't often see Hunter's Furies targeting Jets, but it worked out that time. A 9-3 half in favor of ASC. Foot left looking for answers, not really knowing what to do. Perhaps the defensive side will be better. We'll throw it down to the desk, break down the first half.
You know, Foot may be looking for what to do here, but ASC, they're looking to have a great time, and that's exactly what's happening. Even though it's going to be 9-3 in the half, which could be viewed as a blessing or a curse, depending on how you perceive it, ASC are just having a field day out there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that we could see it from round 1 when we take a look at the retakes that they were having onto the sides. Doug and Bala were wondering how this Gecko is going to be used, and actually it was used exactly the same way that they were using on EMEA. By the way, that kill that HFMI gets there, it's divided with the shock dart. The first shot that he throws is at the beginning of the round at window, and the second one is to the plant. Insane retakes that we're seeing from the squad. And actually, a Foot that didn't even really find the post-line position or actually any kind of response to this electrifying playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so well set up by ASC. Their coordination on these retakes was so impressive. That one, the aftershock coming straight as the sun and the dark go to get life across sight and break these crossfires. It was really strong out of them, and they continued the quality in these set plays throughout the half. But the issue on the other side is that Foot was really only playing set plays. It was only going for these fast executes, and whereas the top teams right now are dividing their executes. You send one volley of utility, wait for the return, then you have a second stage. Foot's hits are way more one-dimensional. It's just investing all your utility, sending everything in, which means you're really at risk to losing out to flood retakes.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also they did try a little bit of, you know, touching the map, trying to, in a couple of rounds, trying to play a little bit of distraction, but they just fell flat at the mid-round. No response to what ASC was doing.
Yeah, well, guys, I mean, I think the question on all of our minds is, when will Foot find their footing? Isn't that right, Doug and Bala?
It's not the question.
I think I'm disappointed. But then also, that's something you and I would say.
Sorry, I had a lot of unintentional ones, but I respect it, GP. Let's go, baby.
9-3 half for ASC. What can Foot do to equalize? Remember, that was the attacking side for them too, man. Like, that's when you're supposed to amass a lead. They just weren't able to.
I've seen streaks from them on both sides, but it always starts off in the first half. I mean, that matters a lot for this team. And maybe that's why this being their map pick here is an issue. And that's a Sheriff headshot from across the map. Mr. Fallen just going for a jump peek. Would love to see that on the replay.
Yeah, that's also now really no smokes on the defensive side for Foot with Mr. Fallen down. Early in the round, too.
Kiwi's getting info here, but does not want to end up in that same situation that we saw live in the first round of the game. Isolated and alone. So he falls back. And ASC. We've already seen quite a few moments like this where they end up being able to regroup in the first half on the retakes and have solid executes. Now waiting for that fault line to come back up so that they can use it for taking the C side. But as you can see, Foot again with the scared play. They rotate around and full stack this A site because they lose one player.
Yeah, you saw Cracks shortly after Mr. Fallen goes down. Cracks checked C.
They're not even hearing the spike plant go down right now.
He checked C and then rotated all the way back to A where the bunch is. Now they've realized we've lost full control. of the map, rotating back.
Saving grace here. Still so much util for Crack, still so much util for Out of Captain. His fault line is back up, but they've got to get in positions to be able to retake fast, and they've got to find ones. But the rest of the team is just falling off. There's no smokes on this play.
Life falls. Kiwi's still healthy. You see them all playing down long, and that could be a problem for ASE. That shock dart's gonna hurt though. Krax has gotten into half. He's gonna get it the whole way. It's a pistol for Foot.
Those kills came in fast.
Yeah, they did.
They just relied on the gunfight, so finally, the Turkish aim coming through. For the players on Foot. His first shot.
That was gross.
Mr. Fallen was trying to challenge there, though, so that's the sort of mistake that you definitely want to see him. I mean, talking about discipline, there you're supposed to be jump spotting. I mean, almost every single time, especially when you don't have, when you are a very important role on your team, and you also don't have a sheriff for that long range one tap. Ghost doesn't do that.
They're gonna really help to fight back with. He was by
There's a
himself.
force. There's a force here.
That's a big one.
Full armor, Stingers on deck. What?
What?
That's the Vandal!
All right, a 1-for-1.
I like that play, but Kiwi needs to be hitting that. Got to get back into that quick before they end up getting pinched on the seaside. And you saw all of the Foot players falling off as that execute came in, but now they're in a situation where things are even. I mean, the guns are even. Almost, they do recover the Vandal.
Yeah, it's in the hands of Krax right now. But ASE on C, putting their foot down, trying to hold them back, not playing offsite. And they're just not, I mean, they're so cautious about it. They're so meticulous about it.
3 players through garage, through a smoke is the play you want to make.
Remember, this is the one gun that they have. Trying to swing into 2 Stingers like that is just not going to work. ASE gamble, they invest, they went out for it.
I mean, that's the right play, man. What you're seeing out of Foot, you cannot respect him if you're ASE. You need to continue to keep this foot on the gas against them. Keep him down, keep him thinking. Keep him believing that they don't have what it takes right now. Hey,
That's
reach.
That's so wholesome.
10-4. How can you come into this game thinking that that might be the scoreline on the first map?
Yeah. I mean, and for Foot, really, to understand you're down 9-3 at half, you win the pistol, and you go, okay, now is an opportunity for us to snowball this. Let's get through the next round cleanly. To lose that round, find yourself back on a broken bye.
Oh, you start talking about going next?
Yeah, at this point.
I got the spike.
Scary position they find themselves in.
Kiwi's got to come alive. This guy has been so inconsistently playing throughout the entire season. Sometimes, and oftentimes, you see him beasting the server.
Yeah.
It's just not been there. Maybe the defensive half will be where he comes alive, but he's got to get that up online.
And he's running out of time for it, too.
Look at the full rotate again. I mean, this is called early, 50 seconds. They're going to go for an execute. They're going to meet them this time.
They're in the right place. See him trying to play around the Cloudburst, but everyone flashed up, and Foot finding value with the pistols. But you still don't have the real weaponry to fight back.
I mean, they're trying to hold on to these guns, but they're going to have to give it up, which means lots of upgraded weapons right now. Foot full eco on this one.
30 seconds left.
Take some weapons?
No? None? One.
Only Maj.
Okay.
I mean, there was only 2 guns on the site, so maybe there wasn't even one for life. Or HFMI.
Placing swarm grenade.
Either way, Maj has a little bit more. 13 seconds left. Playing in the smoke, waiting, jumping out at the same time. Maj finding value with the Vandal. Still healthy. But not for long. I mean, Foot are just struggling.
And I'm not even, I mean, I'm still thinking back to whether there was a gun on the floor there. As that could have made the difference against Bunt's Bulldog. An eco where they could have blazed their way forward. Instead, 2 rounds away from hitting rock bottom. On this first map, again, their map pick, it's elimination day. We're sending 2 teams home today. One of these 2 right here.
It's so early, but they find themselves in such dangerous territory. Meanwhile, for ASE, you imagine it looks looks tasty. The opportunity to make history. But you've got to be able to close it out. Bunt, expecting pressure. The cue of utility and the swing as he falls.
There it is, out of captain. They trade back Mr. Fallen, who again fell early to that long C peak. This mosh pit's not going to delay them.
No, he's ahead of it.
The flash actually pings.
Cracks patiently waiting. And the patience is punished. They have so many tools, man. They've got the spike down. Yeah, they're a little weak, but they have the rolling thunder. No real qualms with investing at this late. And you see him playing off now. He's already tucked in Cubby down too long.
They're not even sure whether they want to save or not here.
They also have a reflank out from Bunt in case things get really hairy.
Aftershock will be good.
Oh, they
He
fully
killed him.
commit, and there's no challenge. Out of captain has a chance to reposition.
Did you hear him?
Bunt not moving. The tap, the paranoia, the swing, and out of captain with it. Well done, and maybe that's the catalyst.
He's the guy who stays active no matter what, delivering with a Red Bull clutch. And potentially saving hopes for Foot on this first map. The Aftershock perfect as the breach ult comes out from Yushin. That's wholesome.
Yeah.
they're cheering for AAC right there. Still respect the clutch put out from out of captain. But obviously they're happy, fully in the driving seat are the attacking Seoul Esports players. Mr. Fallen cannot lose this peak. I love that they're challenging him. They've killed him twice already. Go for it more. And he's the IGL too.
No! I thought Life was going to go aggressive on Mr. Fallen, but instead goes up top, clears out cracks. And now creeping forward. They invest the lockdown, though, as a counter to buy some time.
They're still spread out on the map. They're not even ready to necessarily commit to this C-side, and that lockdown gets baited out, but they still lose.
He's tucked in.
They know he's here. Oh my goodness, there could be a massive flank. If they end up hitting that A-side or B-side, they're rotating again early. They're trying to stack the right place.
They have no idea where he is. There's no way.
This could be the end.
They just smoked down long. They're guessing. Maj is dead. And now it's going to open up C. Remember, he was tucked in the tiniest of corners around the lockdown. It's
crazy. We saw them spamming considering it, but when the spam didn't catch him,
yeah,
they fall off. Life going for way too much here, but he should get this kill. And I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
There's no more breach ult. You're looking at that as the key factor in the retake attempt from Foot. Now it has to be pure heroics.
A total of 19 HP across the two remaining members. And they have no, I mean, they don't want the heat, man.
I mean, yeah. 19 HP, like you said. And what a decision to make on giving up match point.
You wonder in situations like that, you're right. It's an incredibly difficult decision to make, right? You risk it because you're down big and you need to make a play, or you just play it safe, which really has felt like it's been Foot's approach this entire half.
I mean, I would disagree with that, actually, in terms of the way that they're playing these defensive side rotates. I think in general,
rotating
yes.
early.
But they're rotating early. That's a gamble.
Sure.
And again, this round, it's the same thing. Twice now. It's been a massive error. Last round, it ended up working out, but just barely. This round, it hurts them. In spades, Maj just completely unaware of that possibility of the flank. This match point for attacking Seoul Esports, this will be their first map win. On the international stage, their first appearance.
You wouldn't believe it with how they've played. Look how far up Kiwi is. Is Monk aware? Does he know? The narrowest of margins in regards to time. Monk, no real possibility to know that that's where Kiwi is.
It's important there. Flash was invested, but he did not dash. That's the cue normally that you know somebody's pushing up. And also there was no smoke for Mr. Fallen on the one-way angle. Normally Mr. Fallen is doing this by himself, so I like this change from Foot. Definitely something that they've switched up coming into this game.
Oh, they know now.
That's cool. Little molly into the cubby to clear it out. But Kiwi's still holding.
And he finds one for it. That's got to feel bad if you're HFMI, right? Monk has been there the entire time.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
doesn't die.
I mean, he was ready for it too. So.
Yeah, yeah.
They're setting up to go through garage here, not towards B, which would be what this lockdown indicates. But it does also take the space in garage for them. Kiwi loves these elevated off angles. Could do some damage here.
Long falls. There it is, Kiwi. You're right. Damage found. Leaving Bun alone. A 1v4. Mr. Fallen's weak. But it's going to take a little bit more than just one weak member to pull this one off. With 13 seconds left, committing to the spike. Add a captain with utility. That paranoia. Oh my gosh, we hit all three. Woo!
Wow. I mean, that is so close from pure disaster.
Yep. The fact that they scattered was their saving grace.
I think Maj was full blind when he got the kill too. I mean, you were thinking a little bit. There's like 1 second left on that paranoia. Sheesh.
Foot not done quite yet. They get up to 6. They have the Rolling Thunder for Add a Captain too. But they have to put together a streak. They've got to put together some sort of momentum.
There's got to be a huge clean round, some sort of multi-kill, some sort of momentum swinging thing. Not just, I mean, there was that clutch from Add a Captain. That definitely can help. But that was so long ago at this point. And now they're faced with match point 2.
It's a setup that they have here. Smoking the fault line and taking space short. No, the dart keeps him back. Well considered by HFMI.
I love just sending it here.
Try to bully their way through. There are a lot of defenses from Foot here. Add a Captain repositioning. There's the Rolling Thunder. And it's going to hit them all. Nobody's out onto the site yet except for Life, who's dead. Kiwi on the swing. A shoulder spotted. Nothing but an elbow.
They still want to go in the side. They pivoted a few times, but they didn't do that much against DRX.
Will the persistence pay off? Or will it be punished? It is. A flawless round for Foot.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
ASC. I like the ideas that they've thrown in the last couple of rounds where, you know, you're trying to go against what so far has worked, trying to find the weaknesses, for example, looking to hit Mr. Fallen's site immediately where you've gotten 2 early picks against him. And now as well, stepping up the tempo on this A side, the opposite side of the map, which they really haven't been exploring much. But at this point, you need to start going for the basics, the way that you got to this scoreline in the first place.
They're down on a life eye. It's actually just Ishin with a Stinger.
Monk has been destroying players on these first kills across the map, with the Sheriff without.
Just pounding. Kiwi's playing back C by himself. And it looks like they're going to rotate out of garage. Perhaps leave a few. Oh, there's an insane fight about to happen short. Remember, it's Ishin who has the Stinger, and that's it. Swinging the fault line's not going to tag anyone.
Surprised to see him not being ready to receive and fault line off the contact of the player with the plane. Second kill for Monk. Just a Sheriff. Stacking bodies on that B side. Pulling the rotates again. This time off the A side, and there's going to be 2 guns picked up. He's throwing them over to his teammates.
Should be able to hear it. Well, Kiwi's so far up. Monk is aware.
30 seconds
Remember,
left.
the Sheriff has already found 2.
They didn't plant the spike yet. Not sure exactly what to do, looking for more picks. Kiwi should hear that turret still up.
Now they're surrounded. Kiwi still rotating through, applying pressure. See that paranoia as the 2 remaining members of ASC now return their focus to the site. Wanting to play around the flash. It's pretty. It's well done.
Seems to me Foot finally arriving on the server. Stringing together a couple now. But that was an anti-eco.
Right. And the
Monk, I mean, he's finding entries.
Take a look at that second one again. 3 bullets, 2 kills, not a bad rate. I will say too, as much as Foot have put together 3 rounds in a row now, 4 of the last 5, when you find yourself up 9-3 at half, you can afford to lose a couple, right? ASC still have a pretty long runway to play around. Obviously, you want to close it out as quickly as you can, but if things go askew, it's not the end of the world.
Fast control of A-Long. Ada Captain has to back off despite stunning. Doesn't have his partner in crime of Kiwi to peek off of that.
He just used blades. And he has the op.
Popped in the middle of the round, too.
They haven't seen him. I wonder if when ASC hear that, given what they've seen on the map, wonder what it is that they're getting a read on.
That info peek with the ult from Mr. Fallen. Spots one in A lobby. I think he saw the breach, though. And with the timing, he just saw that moments ago. I'm not sure if they're going to bite on this one. Now the timing suggests they could be over towards that C side, but still not pulling anybody.
Oh, how does Monk sidestep that? That was so close. That fall line's gonna cause problems. Oh, Life doesn't get over the top.
Self-flash.
Slaps his shins right into the box. And now dropping down. No value found. But ASC managing to find a way around it anyway. Bump with 2 big kills. And it leaves Foot in tatters. Just 2 remain. Those 2 might be enough. We heard the blades early in the round from Kiwi. Oh, what's the cue? He wanted to go fast, but instantly spotted in the window. Trying to take a peek out, trying to find someone, and he cannot. Maj 1v3 to keep the map alive. Not gonna convert. ASC take down Foot, map 1.
That's ASC's first map win on the international stage at their debut tournament here. And they go up 1-0 and an opportunity to take the first global win for China. Ahead of EDG, who plays later on today.
Yep.
Should be spoiling them, as that's EDG's 3rd attempt.
We touched on it a little bit ago, but as we think about what's before us, have to remind again that that was Foot's map pick. ASC are going to head towards Ascent with a position to close this series.
Nice! It's incredibly important that they did string together some of those rounds.
Agreed.
Start to feel what it's like to win a couple. Especially the close moments as well. Obviously, I mean, coming back from 9-3, that's not going to be an easy task. Nobody expected it, especially after losing that all-important eco. This one right here. After this, I thought the game was going to end quickly, but there's still some resilience from the Foot side. And we saw them come back a little bit in the second map because of this. They started off really slow against EG, and we were able to string together a Lotus where, honestly, they should have won. They should have made that a map 3. But instead, we see them down here in the lower bracket, fighting for their lives.
1 map away from potentially being eliminated. Odd to think, too, through all that chaos, it was actually both Killjoys who were top fragging, and Monk and Maj, and at least on the side of Foot, it's going to require a bit more of that. Be it Ada Captain, be it Kiwi, has to convert. Ascent on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wow, what a start for attacking Seoul Esports. I'm joined by their coach, Ego. Ego, it is your first win here on the international stage, first map win. How did your boys do it? How did they achieve this win?
I think it just simply goes like everything's working, like our teamwork, our communicate, everything's working. I know you mean, you cannot stop us on the heaven. Yeah. You can.
I mean, you proved it. Well, let's see if they can get China's their first win here.
Yeah, that's what we're all excited for, Yinsu, and it was great to hear from Ego. I just love hearing from that guy because he has the best lines ever. But also, I think that they were having fun. Everything was working. Everything was clicking.
It really was. This wasn't just a win, but it was a fairly dominant one. Foot managed to rally back and get a few rounds at the end there, but ASE built so much momentum in the early part of that game. On their defensive side, their retakes were looking incredible, and they converted that into the second half as well.
I think there's something that they were trying to do against DRX, but couldn't actually commit to is, they're getting their first kills time and time again, and trying to break and destroy the mental of the other team, forcing them to play into your games.
Yeah, and they absolutely did that. And I think the round that impressed me the most, where I was like, wow, this team is actually really, really good. They have a lot of cool ideas that they're bringing in on this map, was when they executed that round 14, when they forced up after just barely losing the pistol and managed to win that one out. This is a strat that a lot of top teams are running. I think the first team I saw do it was DRX, where they have this idea of pushing through and actually pinching onto the C site with the jet pathing alone through B. It's really cool, and they executed it almost perfectly. And that's exactly what Ego was saying. Their preset ideas were just working in this map.
Everything has been clicking for ASE, whereas on the other side for Foot, it simply just hasn't. And you expect a little bit more out of a team that had so much hype coming out of that EMEA region. But again, they're kind of running into this brick wall of ASE.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's also fairly complicated to turn things around after having such a difficult first half in which you were not able to find what you expected, where your fights were not going your way, where you were just falling short. It looked like the communication was not there, the position, the movement, the awareness of the map, the camaraderie, from the players was not there.
But from the other side, you just saw ASE up there on stage having fun. It was clear that the pressure of being here in an elimination match wasn't getting to them. Instead, they were just chilling out. They were playing well on the stage. They were up there with their friends, and they made it happen. But there is still a series to play here.
That's right. We're going to Ascent for map number 2. Now, obviously, in the past, it's always been known that Turkish teams like Ascent, but honestly, with this particular FUT lineup, it's not necessarily the case. Yes, Ascent is a good map, and everyone does know it very, very well. But this is ASE's pick here. This is them really looking to, I guess, put a stamp on this series here in now Kakuka, which would be quite problematic for the EMEA region, but would be an absolute boost to the Chinese Valorant community.
Yeah, totally. Of course, Ascent, let's say, is the easiest map to understand. Rotations work fairly easily, but I do think that it has to do a lot with how your Jet is feeling on that day. We know that Life is having a game of a lifetime. On the other side, we see Kiwi that's not finding what he's looking for in the server.
And I think that from both these teams, we've seen them do well with their initial ideas, the simpler executes. But what I'm looking for here is depth from both these teams, having the second layer to these executes, being able to find that pivot in the mid-round, which Foot was really struggling with.
Yeah, well, let's actually see if we can get some insight into what's going on in the Foot camp and send it right over to Yinsu, who's got guys standing by.
We're joined now by Gaius, the head coach of FAR, and Scala here is going to help me translate. It wasn't an easy start, but you can come back on the next map. What do you need to see your boys do to make sure that you do win the next very important map?
Sizin için çok iyi bir başlangıç değildi ama tabii ki geri dönüş yapabilirsiniz. İkinci maçı kazanmak için oyuncularının ne yapmasını görmek istersin?
Sadece EMEA'da nasıl oynuyorsak o şekilde oynamamız gerekiyor. Yani bu da şu demek, takım olarak bir yerlere geldik, takım olarak oyun oynamamız lazım. Başka bir açıklamam yok.
We have to do whatever we were doing in the EMEA League, which means that, we came here as a team, we have to play as a team, and there's not much else to say about that.
We believe in you, we believe in you. Thank you very much for joining me, and let's see if FAR can make that comeback.
I mean, you know, the coach is right. You win as a team, you lose as a team, but the reality of the situation is this team needs to find some kind of solution to stop attacking Seoul.
They will. And I mean, in that interview, guys looked worried, to be honest. There's
a
lot of pressure on this team. They're only the second all-Turkish team to make it to an international event. They are trying to find for Turkey that first win and for themselves maybe a chance to run through with this one, make it out of the group stage. But they now face up against an ASE who I think is looking in their strongest form.
And you have such a short time to address everything that happened on that map with your players, how things are going to be different. You have to discuss tendencies and a plan of action to what is happening, or you're going home.
All right, well, Prime Gaming Agent Select is right in front of you. And, you know, again, not really expecting all that much change when it comes to the compositions, Mimi. It's just about how you execute.
It absolutely is. And it's always the classic thing to talk about when you see it send. But I think we need to see a step up from the Jet players, specifically from Foot. Kiwi has been struggling thus far this tournament. Didn't do too hot versus EG. Wasn't able to find his normal value on Haven either. But normally on Ascent, he is a beast. They're starting on the defensive side. The stronger side, it feels like a perfect storm to rally if you are Foot.
A very easy choice when they were presented with this option. Is it going to be defense? Of course it's going to be. My eyes are on cracks. His utility usage needs to be on point. They need to be way more reactive, knowing that ASC is going to be very dominant on those attacks.
Well, we want to see a third map, but I don't know if we're going to get it. Let's send it over to Doug and Bala for the cast.
Thank you, Golden Boy. It's a big ask for Foot, but they have to convert on Ascent Bala because they find themselves with backs against the ropes.
Yeah, and this is a place where Foot, I mean, they've changed up some things, especially with Ada Captain coming in as their starter. And it's been a while. I mean, they played it a lot since then, too, and they've gone towards a more standard composition. I'm really interested to see if they can bounce back after that really, really ugly start. In my mind, it looked like they didn't show up on the server, but they did start to get a little comeback going at the end.
They did. I still think, though, in face of what we just saw take place, you ask yourself, if you're the coach, I mean, what do you say?
Yeah.
Right?
I was wondering.
You almost have to go, like, forget it, right? Like, GG, go next.
Trying to read into guys during that interview between maps.
Yeah.
I couldn't really tell whether he was mad or whether he was trying to find ways to stay positive. I think I lean more towards the mad side. And I think as looking at that game from the outside in, I think you have to be mad. How can you energize the team, though? That's the big question. Dashing forward, life is immediately, and there's the first entry from Krax.
Right into the next round. Kiwis here, drop both Jets down. Mr. Fallen's 15 HP, clinging on to dear life.
And they don't get in.
No.
They try to inject some speed, but they don't get in. Flashed used again. Really concern on Foot. However, this map is a good second map after losing in a pretty horrendous way, despite the scoreline, because you can get this streak on defense.
Right.
This is a map where momentum can shift very, very easily. Right here. And it might be what Foot need. Because right now, they stand to be the first team to lose to a Chinese team on the international stage. And also to fail for their country, which they haven't produced a team capable of competing at these global events since 2021. Until now. Or at least we thought.
Chance is still there. The three remaining members of ASE try to find their way into A, and that's going to help. Maj down. What? They're going to get another? They're both just so weak, though.
One enemy remaining.
Surely they don't pull off some heroics like this. HFMI with nothing but 6 HP tries to swing out. Ada Captain gets 3.
Biggest problem there is they tried to go 2 up close gen and 1 player taking a route over towards the right side of site, and that would clear out the site. That's why they get 2 kills. But unfortunately leaves the spike stranded. Sitting out in the open. So the 2 players remaining in Gen have to make a play out of it. It's way too hard. Love the smoke from Bunt as well. Bunt was, in my mind, even though I saw Monk at the top of the leaderboard in the last game, Bunt was really making plays left and right. Some key rounds that Foot had chances to win. He shut down.
Agreed. Bunt was very good.
Capitalized on a lot of the mistakes out of Foot side.
I did like this out of them at the opening of the round. They throw a nano to clear some space B, make sure there's no one pushing up, and they get the alarm brought down. Meanwhile, Kiwi applying pressure on the opposite side of the map.
Big pick. Cover going out. Now Yishen early. Not that there was much for Yishen.
Smoked off the alarm bot.
Well, they smoked it anyways. Talked about that deep one.
Yeah.
It's very easy to hear, very easy to spot that that is getting put down, so you have to consider the fact that ASC have options to fight through it.
Dart not tagging anyone. Kiwi looking for a little bit of extra damage with the Marshall 3. Not landing the 4th, but it's a Prime Gaming flawless anyway.
When you think about the clean rounds, they have not come through for Foot.
No.
At all in this series so far. There's the first. I know it's just an anti-eco, but they're so important. I spoke about this map being a place where they can start to get these streaks going. Kiwi is one of those guys who must get going. You're not asking for one of those legendary 30-bomb performances or anything from him. You're just asking for him to lead the team here. Might be a shark attack. Flash over top, second flash paranoia through. He's going deep for it, but nobody here from ASC to receive, and they might speed up into A because of it.
It's interesting too, is ASC were playing further back than they normally would right off the bat. It's like they were expecting it. They knew there was a possibility for it, and they play around it.
For a second, like the Foot players might want to flood against this reaction into this A side. Instead, it'll be a full 5v5 retake with 4 weaponry on the side of.
Oh. Shock dart and a nano.
Insta-kill on that. That's beautiful stuff.
No flank, it's just going to be from Heaven and from Tree. ASC with site control for now.
Wow.
That knife is big. ASC not able to hold the site. We may have another bonus on our hands. This would have to be huge out of Bunt and Monk. And it's all just on to Bunt now. It's the Diffuser's already gotten half. They swing out on the turret. Bunt gets another, but that's a bonus. Foot with a big lead here.
That's very nice stuff. And that retake, I mean, how do you hold on if you're ASC? Not only do you lose the planter after the spike gets planted, so there's that, but then you have the space-breaking TP in from Ada Captain. Really, really nice stuff. Gotta commend that Yuto combo. Guys talked about playing as a team, doing the things that were done at EMEA, and that's straight out of the Fnatic playbook. That sort of style of retake, lovely stuff out of Foot.
Both knives used right off the bat. Mid and market cleared. Oof. Kiwi taking a lot of damage through the spam.
Yes, you do have another significant buy here. So dangerous round still. These deep alarm bots are so nice out of Maj.
Great.
That's a Sentinel who really relies on his aim and his fragging ability, and not necessarily setups with his team. And he does lose. Ada Captain was playing close. His job was to hold against him.
Had a chance at it there. Remember, Kiwi at the beginning of the round took some spam damage. Now down to 12 HP, no armor. Trying to find a cheeky angle to get a kill. But there's just nothing materializing, at least not yet.
These pivots are great. Out of Attacking Soul. They got a 2-2 split going, and HFMI is going to go on the lurk.
Question is, how patient is Kiwi? Wow. And yeah, there wasn't much health to him, but a great response from HFMI anyway. Meanwhile, Crack's playing in the smoke. The swing out is there! He gets 2! Foot's defense is scattered. They're still 1A. Leaving Mr. Fallen on site by himself, and he cannot hold them back.
10 seconds left.
HFMI could get the info of where he's coming from, too. They worked the map beautifully in that one.
A 1v3 necessary for Maj to pull this round out. Consideration of time and HFMI's positioning evident. And the possibility for more, but the swing up for Monk is just too good. Very well done. Off of that, ASC get the round. They have a couple of ults close online too. Man, Crack's eating up the damage he was looking for peeking out of that smoke. But it still just wasn't enough.
I was thinking a lot how these two teams could end up matching up. Specifically thinking about the experience in moments like this, elimination. Foot Obviously played at lock-in. ASC is one of the few teams at this team who did not. The only team. So you're thinking they could just be as streaky, and Kiwi with the first entry again. They're gonna put pressure on this B side. It worked last time.
Life is going up into spawn again.
Good KO to respond. They fall all the way back.
Monk is gonna try to do some of the same. It was a counter punch. The left and the right, it was Life, it was Monk.
All the way through spawn, are you kidding me? And the chase is on. They might be able to peek spawn before they get up this ramp.
HFMI with the op.
I mean, he's holding a great angle to actually prevent them. Out of captain's in for a world of hurt, but he needs to make heroic plays here because HFMI has cut off the rotates.
The one benefit is maybe you don't consider his position. Now spotted. And Paranoia is going to hit both, but it's a great response from ASE. That was so well done, and that's like that flavor, that brand of ASC Valorant that everyone was excited to see, right? Life pushing up mid, Monk pushing through spawn at B, crunching spawn.
It reminds me of some of those early HyperX games where they found success at Copenhagen.
Yep.
Where it's just like, you never expect these sort of lurk timings.
One enemy remaining.
And the sort of adaptations that you can make off of them. Life finding a gap, Monk finding a gap. We saw Monk with huge success on that attacking side against them on Haven. Things starting to spiral for Foot here.
They're keeping the attack side up.
Oh! TP up forward with the flash to cover and doesn't find anything, but there was definitely an opportunity.
Yeah, there was.
It's a nice little play. Seen it quite a bit in EMEA for them.
Even looking for an opportunity here, getting one. But once again, Monk's timing is flawless.
It's the same engagement that happened in the last round.
Yeah.
Kiwi against each end.
A pause on the round. You see Life still with the op, still with 4 members up and 4 ults to their name.
Recalling my boss.
Any round that you can get, this is an anti-eco for ASC, but you've got to secure this sort of thing when you're playing on this attack side.
You should run.
And they will invest the lockdown. They're out with it, though.
Mr. Fallen now cleared in hell. He's still causing problems! How does he get 3? The 4th available and the 4th delivered.
Nasty stuff. So not only do ASC invest the lockdown in that, but they lose in the light buy situation to them dealing as an anti-eco.
I mean, you were just saying, too, they needed to convert that. Given the side that they're on, they've got to get through those cleanly.
That's the overconfidence that can stem from inexperience. Right there. You just wait for the lockdown. And all of a sudden, all you have to deal with is Mr. Fallen. Instead, you have a player coming through tree at the same time. Fast play with the own null command.
Oh, they're not slowing it down at all. Life falls. Monk does too. Kiwi still playing up close and personal. Not able to get away, but Mr. Fallen's the support.
Down B.
He's the help, and that was a fast one. As Ishan's the only one that remains. Wow.
Sitting duck in the final moments.
Need a draw.
5-2 now for Foot. This is definitely a good start. And rounds like that again. I mean, investing ults, going for fast plays. If you shut those downs, what more tools do ASC have? That was the big issue in their game against DRX, was running out of ideas. The attacking side of Ascent is somewhere where that can become evident very fast. The most success you're seeing where it's consistent value is these ideas where you go for the lurks from Monk. And yet opting not to continue in that style. Opting to throw in wrenches. And we'll have a timeout from ASC.
Which, remind me, I don't think they called one on Haven, did they?
So, yeah, no.
Yeah, there was just one, and I believe it was Foot's. So for the first time this series, ASC find themselves in a position where they need to throw brakes on things and recollect.
Remember, it was that defensive side that they started on Haven where they got the 9-3 in the first place. Their attacking side did end up showing a few holes.
Yep.
And again, I think a lot of that stemmed from the situation at hand, realizing, okay, Foot didn't show up in that first half. And then they started disrespecting them a little bit.
Yeah, a little more loose, a little more swagger.
And trying to punish, trying to end the game with,
yeah,
not style, but speed. Going out. All right, they forced into it, for example, after losing the pistol. That was successful, but then they started throwing in fast rounds. You're seeing the same sort of signs here on this ascent.
And to go back to the roles you said they saw on their attacking side on Haven, you expect to see more of those here on ascent. Question is, how much of that can they mitigate?
Reclear from Foot, moving in towards short. HFMI is exploring alone. Have to say, Foot are winning consistently these first engagements.
Yeah, they are. Which is just such a difference from what we saw on the previous map.
Yeah, ASC had chances and things to look out to fight for those first engagements. Remember, they were really taking it to Mr. Fallen on that C-side.
They invested so much utility to try to clear Monk there. Shock Dart, a Paranoia.
I'm typically okay with that on the anti-eco.
Yeah.
Because you have a wealth of utility in comparison to the other side. But in this case, actually, there's a lot of saved util from the prior rounds. So Bunt still has his flash. You have 2 smokes. You have a smoke from Life too. All the util out of the KO.
Foot's here. They have 3. One of them is so weak. I mean, both of them are taking a considerable amount of damage. This is far from done. He's going to be able to upgrade a weapon. Get the plant down. Yep, 10 seconds left, but he's planting out in the open. It's bold. It's risky, but how does he find the timing? How does he get it down? The dart gives him away.
Looked like he wanted to stick the plant in the first instance.
Yeah, I thought so too.
And then he gets off to look for the kill, which I think maybe somebody may be calling out that he has his ult to pivot, but there's just not enough time there. So he looks for a kill, and then he realizes the situation. That was the first thing I looked to after he picked up that Vandal, is if he swings over towards A, maybe there's a chance. But instead, you're playing with full information from Foot, knowing that he just planted the spike on the site, knowing that he's trying to plant it on the spike. Kiwi with an op. Posted towards B. We have slowed down significantly since that timeout from ASE. 2 players pushing their way up towards tree as well. KJ util is there. They've doubled up inside of A main for the Foot defense. And again, these aggressive info pieces, that turret. Protecting for Ada Captain, who's pushed himself into one right now. This setup is really good. I'm looking at Yishan as well, up top mid.
And they just continue to hit that area of the map and find success in it.
It's funny, look at Monk, he's the passive player in this. Yishan is just walking up mid by himself. It's not the Jet. They did pop those nano swarms inside of Cat. This split is tough for Kiwi to deal with.
Surrounded, nothing. Do they check Mr. Fallen? Oh, he has to go into the nano, and he spammed through the smoke.
Last player standing.
What a hit from ASE. That's now 2 rounds where they have found value from getting an early pick aggressively in spawn.
Yeah, and remember, I was just mentioning how the early picks have been going towards Foot.
Enemy down. Placing sentry.
These sort of mid rounds are fantastic.
Finding those tiny windows and making something happen out of them has been the calling card for ASE. That's what gotten them to this point, and that's what gets them to the 3rd round.
Slow burn on this attack side is important here for ASE. To convert on Ascent, their map pick.
Wow.
And there's no chance there for Kiwi. I mean, I've seen nasty things from him, but that's real tough when you're getting split on from market with no help. The Omen TP was way too late. Had to add Captain because they were busy trying to re-clear A main and going for a flank with 50 seconds on the map. You thought, yeah, there's a chance. Still got the op up, though.
And you see the positioning, right? An adjustment. This time he's posted a mid, a bit more aggressive.
Let's get knifed, though, so they know his position. Ooh, oof. Great spam for Maj. Actually, potentially saves Kiwi there from spam as he crosses. Ult possible.
There it is. They waited for it a little bit.
Wow. 2 2 tags there in between the TPs. His initial hit was trying to target Life, by the way, but Bunt got stuck inside of the space that Life left.
Had a captain with a paranoia, 2 on the other side.
Got to be careful with the spam after this follow-up. He's waiting for potentially maybe that turret on top of the box. Or the drone.
There it is. Oh! What?
I told you, man, that spam is dangerous. And they're not looking for this A side even. Monk's gonna try to get the kill, but he loses the opportunity. Life dashing up mid again. Great reposition from Mr. Fallen, completely understanding, knowing that those 2 players were just in A main moments ago.
I mean, he had the potential to cut off the rotations and secure the round, but you're right. Mr. Fallen saves the day. Or at least you'd assume with how weak the 2 remaining members of ASER. Gonna get the spike down and they'll get a little bit of extra money out of it. And the ult. Dropping the knife, repositioning, expecting pressure from Heaven, but no, he's found them all. Flash will buy some time, but the swing goes right into his death.
They all 3 came through door, which, great idea, but they also all could have gotten flashed.
Yeah. Looked like he swung just a hair ahead of the flash.
Yeah, it's tough on the back of Gen. There's not much room to work with there. When you don't know how far they've scaled up, yeah. It's not as easy. Wow. That reposition from Mr. Fallen, I mean, that's it. And the fact that he actually hangs on against Monk, Monk has found massive success. Mr. Fallen stepped up this game. Along with Kiwi. That should, honestly, based off of the last map, be enough to carry them through this defensive side. Still 2 more to play, though. Difference between a 9-3 and a 7-5 is immense. Shark attack again. We've seen this already once in this game.
Paranoia, flash, dash. Once again, expected. Look at how far back they play, man. It's like they know when it's coming.
They tried to dart and ult Krax, who was left behind, to hold top mid while Kiwi was going into it. That separates them and allows for the easy kill. Really nice adaptation from ASE. Normally, you saw them in the last time. They just walk up and go into the A side. Wow, he just crossed.
Fortunately, there were 2 there. That would have been difficult to hold by himself.
It's the constant pivots. Mr. Fallen has been on his toes in the last couple of rounds. Can he do it again? This time there's a KO ult, so he's potentially not even going to get that dart off. He just pulled it out, though. Dart coming, it's there. They can't get out the smoke.
Ad Captain's holding it. The flash, the dart, he's got to get out. He's got to get out, he can't. Mr. Fallen's going to join him. I mean, what an open.
Spike planted.
There's massive room to actually punish that. Darts up. There's a smoke on us. They've got space up close switch. Brutal, but they separate themselves from each other. I love that reaction. It's not something I see where you actually end up fighting out of top mid against the push. Oftentimes you can even add an op into that, holding top mid while the other player dashes through. Where is Artis?
Oh, he's probably chilling after the.
He's waiting for his game. He's waiting for his game tomorrow, or later today against EDG.
Get out of
Excuse
my way.
me.
Life with blades. Pushed off, and I'm not finding any value with the op. Oh, a second. They're gonna get out onto A. It's just Mr. Fallen that's here.
Disgusting.
It's just so swift.
Spike planted.
The potential for 5 on the attacking side. Unless there's some insane play that Foot can pull off. Lockdown dropped. And there's a little bit of, I mean, there are so many options for ASE here. Mon can play outside as he is. Ishin not far off either. A can just win. Oh! I respect that so much. They've gotten it down to 3v2. That nano's good. That's going to cut off space.
Oh my goodness.
As Bunt cuts off Maj's head. Cracks on the tap. Nothing found. ASC with 5 on the attacking side.
Opportunity there, but again, that holds so good from ASC. 5 on the attack. We've seen massive shifts on Ascent in recent times, but these two teams right now, ASC, they're putting it all out there. And I think they've gotten through the most difficult half. That defense from them was so good. Foot's got to put together a massive run to stay in this one.
It's such a similar conversation we were having in map 1 at halftime. Yep. You've got to put together something big if you want to stay alive. Exact same spot. The question is, can they pull it off? Golden Boy, what do you think?
Well, I mean, for the sake of having probably the longest day we could possibly have, I'm down. You know, I'm in. I'm totally. You're busy.
I said I'm easy.
Oh, okay. Either way,
I can be busy in a
you can be busy as well. But let's go ahead and jump into this one here, and we're gonna actually have some fun with this. It's a Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and it actually came from Mr. Fallen, who had that awesome 4K in round 6, Mimi.
And this was a moment where I thought Foot was just gonna run away with the half, right? They get knocked down to an eco after a few rounds in a row, get picked up for ASC. And normally on the attacking side, once you lose that momentum, it can really snowball out of control. But despite this crazy moment from Mr. Fallen, ASC in those last few rounds actually rallied back. And I think we're doing a really good job of capitalizing how little Foot is playing mid-control to find a lot of success in those splits on the last few rounds.
We know how this map is, we know how it works, we know that Foot decided to start on this defense, of course, but practically they got that pistol, and as we said, it looked like ASC started to read onto why they wanted to do it. I feel like at the beginning, Kiwi was a little bit of a final boss that they were encountering, and actually at the beginning, not really knowing how to deal with him. The moment that he stopped being a problem, ASC found a lot of good splits, a lot of good executes, and we're making it really hard for Foot to fit in this.
This second half is going to come down to Mr. Fallen. He's the IGL who pushed this team over the line, found really the first competitive Turkish team internationally in a long time, and it again is going to have to come to that IGL to call a damn good attack side to close this one out and keep Foot in it. If not, China will get their first win and ASC will continue.
That's right. Well, as we get ready for this second half, I don't know if we have the answers, but we certainly have some questions. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Doug and Paula.
Thank you, Golden Boy. The benefit is that we don't have to be the ones to answer those questions. That's really on Foot to figure out. They find themselves down to, or up to, excuse me, but they go towards the attacking side now, and ASC have stuck around in this thing. They have the opportunity, once again, we've touched on this a few times, the opportunity to make history.
First Chinese team to win a series. Hasn't happened yet. Up 1 already. Capability to put Foot away in this tournament.
It's a confidence, man. Still playing with confidence. Still taking these early fights.
And they protect him too.
Yep.
Shorty in the mix.
Huge.
Oh God.
There's so much help too. But they let them both pass, and the door, I imagine, is going to be going down. They're going to be left on the other side of it. There it goes. Life's going to rotate all the way through main.
Yeah, and that's coming fast. Remember, they didn't go through main, so.
Captain's ready for it, though. He swings out, he cleans him up.
Great job. Monk's still only with the shorty.
And still stuck on the other side of that door. Finally cleared.
Retakes were fantastic for them on Haven.
They're going to have to be fantastic again. Monk jumping out. That dart lights up everybody.
Oh,
a 2 for 2, but main still not cleared. Kiwi just saved the day.
Oh my goodness. That switch made me think that he hit that. It's Kiwi though. So close for attacking Seoul Esports to call it even.
Last player standing.
That is hero play right there from Kiwi.
Which is what we've been waiting for. Yep. Really, this entire tournament from him.
I was thinking who contributed the most to that first half. I think I agree with the desk about Mr. Fallen. He was very active on that defense.
For sure.
lot of damage, actually.
Dude, I mean, also Life, like, with a classic, no armor, decides, I'm going to go for it again.
Heck yeah. Forces a swap, too, of the weaponry. Again? Another dink?
Another dink.
I'll take his life for 3. That's crazy.
That's just insane.
They're swapping all the weapons. There's no force up here, though, for ASC. Remember, that was a factor in Haven.
I cannot use that.
They won the pistol on their defense.
Revealing area.
Smoked off instantly. Does that instill enough confidence for Cracks to walk out?
There's flashes here for Ishan.
There's a fight happening on both sides. That is just a shorty. Creeping forward.
Tried to peek with the turret, but not quite the right angle for him. And that's going to call the rotate over. Leave Monk alone.
30 seconds left.
3 classics remain. And we've seen the 3 classics, or the classics be formidable this round, but it was primarily in the hands of Life.
They're waiting for the smoke to come through. And you're right, but 3v5 with just classics is incredibly difficult.
Nigh impossible.
Still keeping things very clean here from Foot, despite the dinks, despite the damage done. That's what ASC right now are trying to target, is those players who are weak. Probably end up not doing anything in the remaining moments of the round, though. Speak about the performances in that first half. For me, ASC swapped off of relying on a lot of individual prowess. Out of Life, out of Monk, from Haven. I thought that was what they were doing. And actually relied a lot on the team play, a lot on that really, really nice defaulting that they had around the map. Finding all sorts of entries.
Ishan falls to the spike. And we turn our attention towards the next round. Foot won the pistol, they win the second, and yes, plenty of damage was dealt as we saw at the beginning, but the weapons were preserved.
Yep. Very nicely done from Foot, and they're heavily now in the lead in terms of the scoreline. ASC, with the guns that they have, this is their chance. Full light armor for them as well, by the way, completely committing to that this event.
There's no one watching B. There's no one really patient about it. All a footer towards A.
That's knife. Just caught at least 3.
The nano, the paranoia. There's no real way to get in, but Monk gets spammed, yeah. Woo! Ishan is in a position to have a ton of value here. There's help from up top. The flash out on the swing. All 3 targets there. Snaps onto Captain, looking for more. Not able to find it. 2v2 here, falls into a 2v1, and Foot on the precipice of a bonus again.
They're not recovering the spike yet. Life doesn't know, though. Now he does.
Remember how confident he's been. That confidence may have cost him his life there.
Foot with both bonuses on this map. Started out with that 4-0. Now they're doing it again. On the second half. Again, should be where you see a little bit of a comeback here from ASC, but so far not there. Opportunities abound. They had the room.
Yep.
They got the knife off, delayed the hit coming through, but that spam through the smoke from Captain.
Yeah, dropping bun at the beginning was nuts.
How the roles have reversed, right? The smoker getting abused first on Haven by ASC in this case now. It's the attack from Foot, taking advantage of Bunt's position early. But even still, after that follow-up, they got kills coming through. You had Ishan playing around the gen. That secondary flash, in my mind, should have gotten a lot more kills. But he looked for the dart, looked for the players on site, didn't realize the player was so far back. Even if he took him out anyways. And Kiwi as well, playing very well around his teammates.
Second timeout of the map called by AAC. Down 5, and you know, you talked ball in the previous round about how they were continuing to invest in this light armor strat. and that's what allows them to have some sort of a bye in this round.
Yeah, keeps them in this. Foot going up to 11 would have been really difficult to deal with, and it's still a situation in front of him. Life has been playing this pizza position quite a lot, and the dart's deep enough that he has to break it. So right now, position known, they're going to challenge, but he takes one with him.
He's just so reckless.
At the very least, yeah. That's a position you could dash out of.
Yeah, nah, I'd rather fight.
Crazy when you know they know where you're at. It's crazy.
Remember here, to go back to the first half, it was because of the light armor that ASC was able to have a bye in the 4th round, and that's what stopped them leading. Can they do it again here? Another 1-for-1. Bunt trying to anchor by himself. Nothing done. Krax has been so good this map.
One of the ones who struggled a little bit against EDG. Now definitely having a good game, and Shifamai out the smoke. Give space for Monk to find another. But the 1-for-1s are not quite enough.
They just add up to another round for Foot. That's 4 now.
The crazy thing is, yeah, 4 in a row, but ASC still might be able to put together another bye. Because they've got knives in live sand. See what they choose to do. They were all hovering around 3.2K. And it's going to be just Sheriffs. So they're playing almost for OT, but definitely a dangerous one. Life continuing to play in mid. There's no variation here. Mimi was talking about this on the desk. They start to run out of ideas, run out of fuel. That's what happened against DRX. We saw multiple instances where they go for the same round over and over, and Life again gets picked out of mid with no value. And everybody's peeking by themselves.
Yep.
They didn't have a timeout to talk about this.
The call out of the timeout was, we're just going to solo fight.
Okay.
And the biggest key to success for ASC in this round was the knives, and they're gone.
This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
They're just all going 1 by 1. And it might honestly win the round.
We're going to see an entire round of just 1v1s. It's still possible. Monk has upgraded a weapon here.
Okay, they're regrouping.
There goes that upgraded weapon.
There it is.
This time in the hands of Bunt.
Planted.
Door in his face. Has to clear that out before he even consider getting the retake.
This was one of the players with light armor. There's only 3 of them.
Cover going out.
There's still duels possible. But they did regroup into A. You heard the dash in that direction. But he has to deal with the crossfire from A main and down in dark. What?
Early. Almost ahead of the tap.
Yeah, he was. He started tapping away before that.
Max point.
Kiwi with 4, Foot with map point. 5 rounds in a row on the attacking side. I mean, even this, like, I understand it was a light buy, and really, you kind of were going to ride or die off of Life's knives. But as soon as you see the dart come through, doesn't really play off of anything. He just goes up, takes the fight.
Yep. I mean, it's nice. It's a great attempt.
Yeah.
So many Jets go for that because the Sova's constantly playing out from there.
Get out of my way.
That could have turned everything. Fast flash. Paranoia in. Monk hiding inside of logs. They get the lockdown, and how is that a shot?
I don't know if he was lit up by a dart or a drone or something.
Oh, Life.
Couldn't have been for long.
Where are you going, man?
We're getting a bit silly here.
The dude's running into a lockdown.
Into a lockdown, op in hand, trying to make a play by himself. And I think he just played himself into a Lotus. Kiwi flash, Mr. Fallen gets the kill, Bunt's left alone, and it's a Prime Gaming Flawless to close it out, tie us up at 1-1.
Great recovery out of Foot Esports. Watch the final round one more time. It was clean from Foot.
It was lit up. Closed out one more time. We got another look at the Prime Gaming Flawless as Foot are able to take down ASC in really beautiful fashion there. And yeah, there was some goofiness out of ASC at
Definitely,
the end.
definitely.
At
That
the end of
defensive
that
side, I
round.
mean, it was whack. They didn't do anything. They did the same thing over and over, live peeking mid. I mean, it was every single round. The desk, again, mentioned this exact thing about the playstyle from ASE. And it's showing itself as a problem again. This was their map pick. Wasn't one that they played much when they qualified up into this point, but maybe you can see why. It's funny that the attack side was where they ended up having more ideas, but there were so many nice ones on defense on Haven. And Kiwi finally coming alive. Mr. Fallen as well. That defense from him was really, really good. Dealing with, and really, I mean, he had a read. He had an understanding of how these guys were playing, especially with the info that his teammates were getting. A lot of times he was making the perfect play. So credit to him. He's going to have to continue that into Lotus because it's a map where you can definitely have the same sort of working about from ASE, but it's Foot's playground. It was surprising that EG even took it against them in that last series.
I don't know that anyone expected that. You're absolutely right. And off of the loss that ASE just took, it seemed like they were kind of clueless on the attacking side. Maybe you find a little bit more on Lotus, but we'll see whether or not that is the case. We're tied at 1 apiece. Elimination on the line, and Lotus to close us out. We'll be right back.
Well, we needed to see if FUT could find some answers, and they did just that as they managed to pick up a win, force a map 3, and extend this series. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Mimi as well as Kakuka. And let's just jump right into this one here because, you know, what a juxtaposition, if you will, from map 1 to map 2. A very clear difference of ideas and execution. It was quite perplexing.
Yeah, map 1, FUT honestly looked rough. They were struggling to find any ideas. ASE was just running their executes and it was working every time. And we switch over and it's the exact opposite of map 1, where ASE instead is just looking out of ideas in the late round, continuing to do the same execute over and over again that is very one-dimensional, and FUT is just playing their default standard. They're a solid Ascent team, and they easily shut it down.
I don't want to be negative here, but even with that, I don't think that I'm sold on what FUT did here. I think that they had some really good ideas. I do think that at some points, especially on the second half, ASE did not really know how to execute onto this mouse, how they wanted to work around it. The retakes were definitely not there.
They were non-existent.
Synergy, yeah, was non-existent.
And again, this is similar to the first series that ASE played, where when it gets deep into these series, deep into these maps, depth becomes the issue. But on the other side, for FUT, they took the opportunities that ASE gave them and they took them in stride. This team was playing well. Their retakes were well put together on this map. I think the coordination between the players was on point. I'm always impressed with Krax when he's playing on this KO, and I think his supportive utility was great, as it always is on this map. It was fundamentally sound, but it didn't have to be anything special, really, I think, on Ascent.
Yeah. And that being said, like, understanding that it didn't have to be anything special there, I think really just helped FUT just kind of push past this and take us to that map 3. And also off the back of, you know, Kiwi 1, or Kiwi, excuse me, I don't know why I see Kiwi 1, darn you, Doug. Demon 1 has done it.
You are addicted.
I am so sorry.
Loves EG.
I'm a big EG fan. No, but that being said, I mean, Kiwi had the game that he needed to have, and he looked good doing it, just like his picture.
Especially from the defense, I think that he was fed up a lot by what ASE was doing. He did find a lot of opportunities for himself. Otherwise, his team were created for him. And in the end, especially knowing that we're going to a third map, we need Kiwi to show up, especially because of the duty that he's going to encounter in Lotus.
Yeah, and thus far here at Masters Tokyo, we haven't seen the Kiwi that was dominating at home in the EMEA League, who's looking really good against some of the top teams. He's been struggling, but I think this map was the first one to build confidence, to get his performance up, now that we're going back to Lotus, which has been the home ground of this team, of FUT in their EMEA run, but they just come off of a loss on.
Yeah, and now I can't help but wonder, right? Yes, they did come off of a loss. This matchup has been a bit perplexing, and I kind of almost feel like, Kakuka, we're at a point here where maybe it's just whoever enters the server and gets hot first kind of just seems to just carry it forward.
I mean, I want to think that now the ball is on FUT's
of course.
court. Yeah, because now they're starting on the attack, right? And we know that they have the set pieces. We know that they can become predictable. That is the barrier that they have to break here. As you were saying, Mimi, Kiwi having the game on today, he needs to keep that going on to Lotus, not that he's going to be playing on the Neon, and be part of this very clear executes. They're very, very well prepared, and I think that that is something that could disrupt ASE.
It absolutely could, and that's especially considering that I don't think this is at the top of the map pool for ASE. When I was watching them playing in China, this map looked pretty weak, honestly. They're playing a solo controller composition, and they have the double initiator.
Maybe there's some changes.
Yeah, maybe. I'm hoping so, but at home, it was them really looking kind of one-dimensional in the late round on their attacking sides. With that solo controller, they were looking quite really telegraphed when they were mid-rounding, but they do go back to it. However, they're starting on defense, and I think these double initiator comps do way better on that side of the map.
I think that many teams have had this doubt when they go into the double controller that many people think is completely compulsory and necessary for this map. But what do you want to have? Do you want to have the Killjoy? Do you want to have the Breach? Do you understand what you get out of those two? And do you think they're more important than having the Viper?
If I was in the Prime Game Agent Select, I'd want to have FUT's comp. I really like the Neon. What it allows you to pivot in the mid-round on your defensive side. You can be so proactive to take space or to pivot, and you can have the double controller, the Killjoy. You can really have all the tools you would want, and the stuns can make up for not having a Breach. This is FUT's home map. They should win here, but ASE still have a chance to shock.
Well, the good news is we're going to jump right into the action, and honestly, it just doesn't get any more dire than this. Win, you fight for survival against DRX tomorrow, lose, and you're leaving Japan early. Let's send it over to Duck and Bala.
Thank you, Golden Boy. One map, Bala, to decide who advances and who goes home for it to be Lotus, where we're going to have the differing of compositions regards to double controller, double initiator.
Yep.
Neon versus Jet, the matchup is so good.
Yep. I mean, we're sending 2 teams home today. One of these 2 teams at the end of this map is going home. One of them advances again, GB said, against DRX in that final matchup to decide who goes to playoffs. And right now, you're looking at 2 teams who have shown up in different maps, and they're opposing picks as well. ASC in that last one ran out of juice. Foot in the first one didn't show up, but they're here now. So if there was anything to indicate, this map should definitely be a good one. I think that composition that ASC is running is something that Foot, surprisingly, is going to be really familiar with. You saw a lot of Breach in EMEA. You saw a lot of single controller in EMEA. And Foot just continuously running the same comp with the KO solo initiator, the Neon, and the standard triplet of Viper, KJ, and Omen. Instant duel down C.
He's already through. Life able to get 1, not able to get 2 though.
It's the same sort of thing that we saw in the tail end of Ascent. Those 1-for-1s. In this case, Foot coming out 2-for-1. Super happy with that initial engagement. And it's even worse on these maps when defenders go down in even trade scenarios because there's 3 maps or 3 sites to deal with. Flash over top did just spot that Mound was empty, so you should have a rotate coming through, at least to either assist on B or help out Monk.
Right on cue, you see them turning over. Monk Solomon here, he's playing tree, and they're not pushing up that way. I don't know that they're gonna spot him. He's in a really good spot to make play here. Oh gosh, every single bullet missed.
Player standing.
And Maj is not. A 1v3 4 bunt.
Spike planted.
With 46 HP, nothing but a classic. The play would be ridiculous. The alarm bots are first to fall, and he follows shortly thereafter. Foot get another pistol.
Lost 3 in a row for them. Streaks there going up big. In that head-to-head record on the pistols. And they're so crucial. When you see both sides run out of steam, they're so crucial. Foot since Ascent have looked completely not different. I think I agree with Kukuka in terms of the fact that ASC running out of ideas on those retakes and defensive ideas overall added a lot to what looked like Foot playing very well. But either way, the individual level, they're definitely stepped up since Haven.
ASC have sent 3, well 2 now, because Bunt's rotating away, but they've posted up aggressively in B. Doesn't seem like that's where Foot are gonna head, as there's this 3-man death ball exploring C while the rest of the numbers are split towards A.
Dangerous proposition. We've got 2 Bulldogs alone on A.
The tap of the door, and they just back right up.
And knowing that actually B-Main was under control of the defense right now, actually pivots them back over towards A. The original idea was to break through that breakable door and pivot towards B. Now they're going to use the Viper Wall to clear up towards A. Flash close, Shorty close as well.
He slipped the net. With the Shorty, he gets the kill, upgrades the weapon now. 30 HP, there's still so much to do, and there's not much health to go around for him. Harmlessly falls. Still a 3v3 here, Cracks so weak. The retake attempt from ASC have to be a bit labored, and Maj has already dropped 2. Mishin with nothing but a classic meets a similar fate as Foot get 2.
ASC just ran in, trying to up the pace like they did on Haven on those retakes.
She knows mine.
Just ran straight in. A couple players got trapped there too. And Foot, they got both bonuses on Ascent. Lost 2 players in that last one, so 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal. It's not the greatest of buys. Not the greatest of situations. The Neon joins this A control side. And the Omen and the KO of Mr. Fallen and Cracks. Flash over top, that's been a success point. 4 foot over and over is when uncontested, and even when contested, that flash can do so much work. Working past the Viper Wall immediately. They've got so much space to pick this A side.
HFMI is playing very close by, and they pounce at just the right time.
There's some teamwork there from ASC finally coming through. Peeking on the A side, HFMI through the smoke. The turret obviously down now that Monk has fallen. Should leave a gap here on the B side. Foot immediately capitalizing on that, but the other turret down too from the distance of Maj. He's got to be careful with this. Could come back up at any point. Maj is not actually going back. He's pulled away the turret.
And Life has taken all the space that he's being given. He's so far up. There's a smoke currently keeping him back for now. But as soon as that goes down, you know he's going to be looking for a play. Instead, he peeks ahead of the smoke, looks for the kill, and finds it! Huge position, huge round by Life.
And no bonus there from Foot. So the streak won't continue. And I like that round immensely from ASC. The double peek downstairs, the flank from Life as well. He was in mount for quite a while. Starts his flank as this A hit comes through. So great timing. Foot just missing on a couple of those ideas though. The couple of possibilities of ASCs that they did go for. This time they might challenge here. There's no Neon this time, so it's going to be much more controlled from Foot.
Note
from
here,
Cracks.
Note here for ASC, because of the way Life played the last round, he's able to have blades online, hand a weapon over to a teammate, and they're instantly used.
Fast reaction from Foot to go into the C site. They haven't challenged Monk at all. He's got a judge close by. 2 nanos as well to play for.
Oh, of course he does. But the lockdown's going to be the line in the sand.
He's going to jump in.
Oh, was so well handled and considered by QE.
Yeah, he already had control of the smoke, so very happy to stay there.
Expecting the pounce as Kiwi gets a second. The spike does go down. Those blades that we saw, that we mentioned from Life at the very beginning of the round, haven't even had a chance to challenge. This retake attempt is surely going to be labored. They're down in numbers, they're down in weaponry. Life upgrading 1 though. As they try to swing it out, HFMI and Life both fall. And that's the cue for them to cut their losses. Whoa. Take one with them, but that's all it is.
Good reaction from Foot. I mean, instantly hitting. When that Sky Flash came through, when the Omen one-way came through on that A side, they switched immediately to the tools they have, and ASC didn't consider it. Another shotgun from Monk, too. They're buying up in this one. But with the full armor, despite some of his teammates going for light, when they definitely could purchase up full. Random spam. Mr. Fallen alone this time trying to go for something. And it's because he's joined by the knife. They're trying to misdirect and again hit the C side.
And it's right back into the shotgun that you mentioned. Remember, it was the judge previously, this time a Bucky.
They farmed up the Viper's Pit in the meantime.
No smoke to play inside this time.
Oh gosh.
Just barely ahead of it, but still patient. Dropped nonetheless.
It's a very strange idea, given that there's mollies down in front of him, to play in front every single time with that shotgun. Why not play back at the pillar?
ASC still have 3 rifles to play with. Bunt, you see him having to carefully consider every possibility. Pushing forward, past the utility and right into Maj's crosshair. Cracks has already gotten 3. This is very quickly becoming ugly.
There too, you can see Foot. They use a pit that actually allows them to play for post. Out and mound, allows the Viper to stay out and mound as well. But they know the situation, they know these guys love to flank. And they play all inside of that pit. So well considered. You're right, though. Ugly it is. 4-1 right now. It's back to saving here for ASC.
And it's a lot of the same thing we saw in the previous round. And we've seen in a few rounds, really. Life and Bunt taking a lot of space C. Playing in a smoke. How disciplined can Foot be?
I wonder if Mr. Fallen last round thought that they were eco. Because he goes solo mission again. Krax finally does join up, though. And everything that Foot is doing, they just figure out what ASC is doing and just run the opposite way. This is 3 rounds now. Will Maj escape? No.
In the face of the turret, too, man. Just finding the narrowest of windows.
And there's going to be guns recovered. Only Life to pick him up, though. And that means Bunt left alone with just the Sheriff. Well, Foot can set up in post positions. Doubled up on stairs, though. That smoke might fade.
Bunt has hit a couple of pretty nasty Sheriff shots. But is he going to be expecting the pressure?
Player standing.
Nope.
Not at all. Krax was in a great spot. There was help, too. You mentioned it. They were double stacking stairs. Too much for Bunt to do. Too much for Life to do.
Some of those heroic moments from attacking Seoul Esports that we saw in that DRX game that gave DRX a little bit of trouble are definitely missing today. Even in that win against Foot here on Haven in that first map. Just not quite converting. Life had a fantastic series against DRX. Right now you're seeing a lot of moments where he's ready and definitely given the opportunity, but not quite hitting as hard as he was. These elimination games change the circumstances for anyone. And if you're wondering right now, this is a Foot Esports timeout.
Down 5-1. And forced to, again, answer questions. This light armor strat that they've been leaning into have gotten them a couple of extra gun rounds, but they aren't really finding success there.
And the info on the screen, by the way, ASC, correction, it is their timeout. Coming to an end right now. I was wondering for a second there, because...
Yeah, I was really confused.
Said it on the screen, I was like, you're up 5-1. Gotta come through now, though, for ASC. I think these early aggressions that are continuously happening, Foot is reacting so well to them. You've got to be able to do something else with that space. An extra peek somewhere for Life down B or something when you corral them and force them to rotate.
But instead, it's a bit of the same. It's aggression towards C. This time it's well held, though. Life is the only casualty. And the Spike is in a precarious position.
And they have follow-ups this time, too. I mean, they hold onto the space. There's going to be a flash with the door for Maj to potentially find something.
Player standing.
All he finds is a couple of bullets, courtesy of Bunt.
And that one way makes it impossible for him to get across to that Spike to make plays. They're going to have to look for other routes.
Yeah. This will be difficult for Krax to consider and convert. And it seems like we may have a moment to chat here. So, Bala, I do want to get your thoughts on this because that look that we saw was very similar to what we've seen out of ASC a couple of times. What was different there? What worked? Because Foot have been able to handle that.
I think the delayed stun there from Yishen was fantastic. And you saw Foot wanted to fight through it. They've had a little bit of a confident surge, given the scoreline. But that extra late stun allowed basically Bunt to clear through everything that was going through. That neon wall also not super supportive of the rest of the team. Out of Kiwi. Just for himself he can play behind it, but there was only one lane on the left. Now it's free. But that's something that's easily adaptable against. If you're Foot, you just realize, okay, let's play a little slower when you're going for this. Let's not have full confidence through, even though sometimes it can get us some value. Let's carefully prod. Let's carefully approach the sites. Mr. Fallen, I mean, you've seen success from him over here, especially when they go with Krax, especially when they go with Kiwi. A-side default working very well. Might get broken down here, though.
Killjoy utility, Sky utility, and HFMI to consider.
Set up to wait for the smoke to fade now. Timing with the smoke on stairs.
The door, the paranoia, the nano's used.
Oh, wow. So much in the middle of that site right now. And it's a full fake.
Late misdirection, and that turret, yeah, finally getting a little bit. It seemed like Monk was a little bit further away. Either way, Foot have gotten their way in.
Oh, no!
Invested in Cracks was ahead of it. But Ishin, wise to it, able to respond.
That breach ult stunned them up for life to open up the door too.
HFMI has 1 HP. Grab the spike, getting away. Kiwi and Mr. Fallen both so healthy, and with 13 seconds left, they should be able to get the spike down. Can Kiwi hold them back? No! In a position to make something out of it, and he cannot. Leaving Mr. Fallen by himself, a 1v4. They're both weak. There's a shot at this. Oh. Well handled by ASE. And in situations like that, you've seen teams break down. You've seen them take single individual swings, and you have special moments. That's just not one of them.
There's ways that in moments like that where you're 4v1, you can clean it up.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Saw it there from Attacking Soul. One player jumping through, the other player following up. Instant trade. It's a good attempt from Foot, but not quite going to come through. And it's giving some life here.
Yeah, last 2 rounds going over to the defense. They've got the lockdown from Monk too.
Ooh, late call for ASE right now. They're just joining up on that C site. It's not going to be a factor, but they definitely called an audible about what they wanted to do, and they're going to receive.
And that is a little different from Foot to respond. It's normally a nano from Maj that soars through to block that off, but this time it's the Viper Orb.
It's the same call out of Foot every single round, and I think against ASE, this is probably a good idea, because it's the same call for them too.
Right.
It's just the KJ, it's just the Sky on the other side. And you can start to do minor adjustments within this default that Cracks and Mr. Fallen are running on this side of the map. For example, this, breaking the door early, breaking the turret, allowing for this pivot to be threatened a lot better.
ASC still holding fast at Mound, and it seems like that is where they're going to want to go. A tap of the door, a smoke, even a paranoia towards A.
Here it comes.
But there's no reason to believe.
Timing is terrible for Bunt.
The Cloudburst providing cover. ASC playing in the smokes, finding a kill, getting away.
Okay. Around the corner too, 13 HP is what he comes away with.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, the pivot's gonna come through.
Oh, that nano hurt.
What?
I mean, a funny look is all it would have taken. Mr. Fallen pushing through the smoke, HFMI.
That kill should be the final thing to confirm that they should push back into B.
Mr. Fallen so far up. Well, 10 seconds left. That would have been so big out of Monk. Can Ishin stop them? Can he delay? Spike planted. 1. Cracks. Just there. And I wonder if he's expecting Atta Captain.
He knows Atta Captain's there. He knows he planted.
The thing is, he hasn't had any info on this line. Maybe it's enough for him to swing out the fault line there. The swing onto it, and Atta Captain greets. Foot get to 6.
How's that stun missing?
It had to have been narrow. Pixel, because it looked like it was dead on. You're right.
I mean, both of them, I feel like, were on that line. I wonder if he was too close to the wall. That's a great way to split them up. And Foot, again, super cautious. I mean, they had plenty of opportunities to pivot there with the info. That was given. Thankfully, in the final moments, it does convert for them to stay up in a lead, in a good lead. Finally, a switch up here from ASC. Life's got the op, and he's pushing into B.
Flash, everyone there, but the shot goes wide. Atta Captain does not miss, however. Kiwi wanting it to go, but the fault line keeps him at bay for the time being. Second shot, this time successful from Life.
It's crazy, too, that he's able to use the remaining portions of that dash. He activated at the very beginning of that round when the initial peak happened. Somehow he saves it till then.
It seems like we're going to end where we've been so many times before. You're right, the reposition is beautiful. He's ahead of the play.
Okay.
took 3 shots and took 2 lives with it. That's all he was able to do.
My ultimate is ready.
KJ ult. In the game against EG.
Break the panel and note that turret is there. So there's no real reason to believe until it gets cleared out, and that's exactly what just took place.
Oh, Bunt's fighting here. Up in heaven.
You should run.
Ishin's close by. But they're gonna respect the lockdown.
They have to.
Is Bunt gonna...
30 seconds left.
There's a counter roll possible if he gets over towards Waterfall.
Thought he was gonna ult for a moment and stay.
Aftershock again has been so good at delaying.
The flash onto the swing, looking to find some space.
There's the Defenders KJ lockdown. They can play from B main here, but Bunt does have a smoke and finding kills on the exit. Not gonna help Foot here.
Cracks has 7 HP.
You can almost stick this outside the molly.
The hand. Oh, how does he still get the kill? Oh, no way, Maj! Ishin, 1v2, in the smoke. Out of it now, getting it down to a 1v1. The tap is there. No utility, he's got to take the fight. Time is short. As smoke dissipates, the options are running out. The decision's simple, but surely he doesn't have time for the defuse.
What a turnaround for Maj. First thing he does, by the way, he's all the way A main, throws a molly. A lineup from the other side of the map, then goes on the lurk. And he gets spammed before he even sees him, still confident to take that fight and swing against Bunt as well. There's a moment there where Foot thinks that the player is completely sticking. And that definitely put some uncertainty into them that they might have lost that round. That allows at least for that first kill. Finally a save from ASC.
There's just so much staying power. Life with the blades.
What? What? It's every time with this guy.
Every time you think he's overstaying, there's no way he gets a kill. He's so dead, he's so done. Takes one with him, stays alive. Still!
See him? Oh. Crack still controlled. Did invest into this one. Monk's got a shotgun again. He's pushing.
It's a bit surrounded. HFMI is going to be able to provide some pressure from Mound. Bunt has the paranoia. There it is. Dropped out, and that's going to funnel back the remaining defenses from Foot.
Molly. So close.
The Trailblazer takes a bite out of him. 37 HP, and they're trying to spam through. Not quite secured on site. 2v2 still. You see the shells. You see the lead flying across the screen. As Monk tried to do it, but Anna Captain does.
Dude, I like this Monk guy.
I mean, these rounds, all of it.
This game is getting ridiculous.
Monk is insane. You know, we saw those closing moments. Think about life at the very beginning of the round. Anna Captain with a huge play.
That was his pit. And they planned in the open for it, too. By the way, if they don't break that nano that landed early,
yeah.
Hey, they don't have space to fight there. They're starting to stick the spike on it.
Go.
Last round of the half, and it's an aggressive one. Kiwi instantly using his ult in conjunction with Mr. Fallen, getting behind him. The paranoia. There's okay, never mind. Bunch just got a head on a swivel.
Still got him in the back line, though. Mr. Fallen forces them to get off.
Life evacuates, space stays alive.
4 mollies available here. They have to hold on to Mound. That's the win condition for this round.
The door's just a threat. HFMI playing on the other side of it.
They might breach ult here.
They do.
Onto the site,
It's
but
not going to hit anyone.
they need to fight the Mound players.
And that's exactly where they are. HFMI still in a position to make a big play, but he's waiting for the right moment to strike. And he's done.
Molly missed.
2 left for ASE. Make that one.
Player standing.
Is that enough? Monk on the tap, but he drops down. Surely has been earned! But Monk gets the kill.
Ada Captain for sure hurt him. The dude's shooting his weapon. He knows he's off. And that's gonna hurt for Foot.
You were just saying you like that Monk guy. He just gave you more reason to like him.
Last player standing.
What a play.
One enemy
A
remaining.
1v3 to close things out. Unreal. Oh, and a look of disbelief from a couple of members of Foot.
It'll start getting to you.
And it doesn't get any greater than this. Facing elimination. You're up 4 at halftime. Golden Boy, what just happened? Guys, break that down.
Monk just channeled all of his energy and kept, at the very least, ASE competitive in this game. 8-4 is the result as we go into the half here. Of course, Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Kukuka. And let's just talk about what we saw in that first half, Mimi, because it was just very clear that the Foot are just doing their thing.
Yeah.
And thriving.
I mean, they're running a lot the same executes that we've always known them to do on this map. It's their classic stuff. The C exec where we're throwing a close door, we're pushing past that, we're doing all the normal things, and that was mostly working. But there were actually some rounds where ASE was finding value and managing to adapt. In this one, punishing the C exec, and in this one, also having a really fast reaction to Foot's B hit.
Also understanding that Foot do not favor that B side, so trying to read into the classic util that they throw into C, what they play with that 3-2. We see the adaptation, maybe it is not enough, and then we just go to run and gun rounds, especially this last one. We could see Ada Captain just bring his hands to his head, being like, why did I pick on that last fight?
Yeah, they've had those moments of brilliance for the side of ASE, but it's generally been struggle. Still, 1 point of sunshine for them, I suppose, has been like, he's been really good this map. He's been good for them no matter how much they are struggling this tournament. And Kiwi on the other side, he's the guy I'm looking at into this second half. His neon really defines their style on the defense, be it aggressive with him pushing, him offing and then playing more passive, or being the guy to be ahead on rotations.
Yeah, and just knowing that they're playing with that solo controller, that they have the extra utility with the initiators, he probably is going to have a hard time, sorry, not a half time, dealing with this, so he needs to step up.
Yeah, well, right now, if you're ASE, it's do or die. Same for FUT. This is it. Let's send it back over to the casters to close it out.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Foot find themselves up 4 at half. Just a couple rounds away from avoiding elimination, from staying alive. And ASE are the ones who are staring up a greater mountain.
It's crazy to think that we started this with a dominant half out of ASE and a dominant map on Haven from them. But here we are in the series, and they're facing elimination. They're down on this map.
Poison's off.
Back on the attack. They've had some struggles here. Life looking around with the Sheriff. Not much to find, though.
It's interesting here. It seems like they're so concerned with the flank from C. They have 3 members holding still back in spawn.
The spike is most advanced with Life right now.
Yeah.
And it's exactly like we saw on Ascent, on Haven. They're peeking all over the map at this point. Open the revolving door. Just broke the panel.
Yep. Flash into B as well. It's just like an overstimulation of possibilities for the defensive side to consider. Because so far you've seen presence everywhere. But they end B. Kiwi spam not gonna land. Life waiting on the other side of the door, and the flick is clean out onto Ada Captain. Excellent adjustment, but is traded back. And they're playing far off here. They're playing off site.
Remember, Foot has won the last 3 pistols.
They're trying to scale forward in the face of the paranoia. You see the flash coming through. Ishin trying to swing around. He's landing some damage, but it's not enough. It's not fatal. Oh, but Life is. Whew. Mr. Fallen, 1v2, just a classic. Time is short. The smoke is there. He's got to try to land the shots. He's got it down to 1v1. The Monk is so weak! That very well may be it. The Red Bull clutch to open the half for Foot.
Mr. Fallen. What a play. He's spamming his classic. They know he's off the spike, but they've overcommitted because they know it's halved. fact that he has enough time to get this reload off too. Sneak back out. Monk is the one running out of ammunition there. And there's so many room to play out of that smoke. I love it. In that little bowl there,
Yeah.
you play around the geometry of the smoke to make yourself peak so fast and switch your direction so fast too. Force buy up for ASC. They're in it again. They won the last time they went for one. They've gotten the site completely for free.
A 5v5 post plant. How insane of a series it's been. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Mr. Fallen's used both of his smokes already, so they have to wait for the cooldown to cut out the site.
Foot finding 2 kills through spam.
Oh, what? Stinger's not doing the work though, completely.
3v2 for Foot. Monk weak. Monk dead. And that's another round for Foot. The investment does not pay off.
In fact, that choice might put their situation from possible to very, very dire. You're looking at 11 for Foot here. Because after that force, they're going to have to save. Yes, they got the spike down again. They might be able to afford a sheriff here and there. A stinger here or there.
What are they going to do?
They're making the decision not to force again.
Yeah, and I wonder what they'll do here. They have 4 sheriffs. Oh, they are buying a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Stinger in the hands of Life and Bunt, who remember had a filthy 2K with that same weapon just a few moments ago.
I mean, they've got to start actually hitting into the bank of Foot because you've given them 3 rifles carried over the last time. And I mean, these smokes, every single time Life goes for a smoke for him to dash out, they just spam it.
It's just so predictable in a sense, at least on the side of Foot. They seem to have had their number.
Only one player here who went down, died outside of a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Things had fallen apart for ASE.
And it's unfortunate, but the Prime Gaming Flawless comes through. For ASC, this got to be at the worst point possible. Again, they bought up a little bit there. They're going to need to rely on what has been their plan this entire time, which is light armor. But while that's happening, they're considering the fact that they might be going home in a few rounds. That their run, their opportunity to take their first win for China on an international stage might be fleeting in their hands.
Right there.
Ever since that first map win on Haven by them, things have been different. Very different. Foot's woken up. And ASC, that energy that they came in with has been lacking since. This is the team that pushed DRX in a 2-map series, yes, but definitely made it so that those DRX players had to sweat.
They made it competitive. They made it interesting. But as you were saying, the interest has been gone since Haven, to be honest.
Early pick, though. Shifts things slightly. Silently walking through HFMI. He's all the way up the stairs. Maj looking for him.
And it's HFMI who finds him.
They've got the gaps now. Those 2 nanos are gone.
2 nanos are gone. You do have Ad Captain close by, though. He's playing in the smoke.
Wow, and they've just used huge retake tools. A flash, 2 flashes from Mr. Fallen and Cracks to re-clear B-main. They didn't really believe this hit was coming. And the threats of lurkers so often capitalize for ASC. Foot careful of it.
He said they needed to start to dig into the money. This is a great opportunity for ASE to do just that. Isha pushed off the angle, flashed.
It's even now. They have to use the Rolling Thunder.
Yep. Something that you imagine you wanted to be able to preserve. But is that going to be enough to secure the round? Fault line there. The spam too. Not even able to get it to half. So for Ada Captain, this would be way too much. The spam secures the round for ASE. Whew.
By the skin of their teeth, though.
Yeah.
HFMI is the only one who stays alive in that one. It was a 2v1, but one had to fall with a spike to deal with. the defuse from out of Captain.
One enemy remaining.
Good early entrances though. HFMI with 3. I think both of the initial kills came in from them. And they win the round, but they've got a long road ahead of them. Timeout coming in. That's both of them now from ASC. None from Foot.
What a luxury of a position to be in if you're Foot. Right, you're up 6 rounds. You still have 2 timeouts. You're just 2 rounds away, excuse me, from closing out the series.
I've seen horrible comebacks, horrible throws in this situation though for Foot. They lost a game against Team Liquid when they were up 10-2 in the first half. 10-2. Situation not much different there. Completely different team though in ASC. But that haunts you almost forever.
Well, if I remember correctly too, they lost that 10-2 lead on the defensive side, which is exactly where they find themselves. But like you were saying, entirely different team, entirely different situation. The pressure much greater for both.
Yeah, so I don't know whether that compounds it for Foot or...
Does that help? Does it make things better or worse?
Get out of my way.
Not really much more time to dwell over it. As you see, Kiwi has already gotten so far up. They want to try to apply some pressure. That late paranoia is going to cause so many problems. Bunt's dead. There were so many layers to the aggression from Foot. The stun, the paranoia late, and the kill.
I've got your trail.
Monk is once again so far up mid. Seeker's in the flash, nothing found, but space gained. Live swinging through, the first knife not landing, the second one does, and an opportunity for more. A position to make a play. It's HFMI who's on the trade.
Trades it through. Foot trying to hold on to the space. You could see actually on the waterfall side, they were mollying twice. They threw a nanoswarm and a snake bite to hold it down. That saves the space for the defense. Surely you saw him.
Monk gives up his life, detained by the ult. Expecting something, and Azishan who's going to have to pull off a 1v3. He's got it down to a 1v2, but Ada Captain holding the defuse. He's gotten it all the way there. Foot gets a series point.
They close out too, take the Vandal with them. Gotta look at the economy instantly here. It's rough for attacking Seoul Esports. Only 2 rifles gonna be able to bot up. And to think Foot, who went down early against EG in this group stage. The team that has not yet qualified for champs, none of the EMEA teams have. They thought they were done for after that early game, but NAVI lost as well. So that battle continues.
Just a stun from Foot towards A-Main this time, and a knife. No aggression, no positioning.
ASC might be done here after this round. For a first showing at an international LAN. They turned some eyebrows in that first series. But here, they might be the first team to exit from Masters Tokyo.
Desperation and a need to put everything behind this possible final punch. Lockdown invested. And the space gained, but HFMI falls. I mean, everything is scattered. You see it on the minimap. They're trying to corral them, to control them defensively, but it seems like there may be an attempt at a reflank.
And look at all the space gained from ASC too. They've walked into it.
Rolling Thunder.
Doesn't
Mr. Fallen's behind them. He's going to be creeping up towards B. Are they going to be expecting the pressure? Yes, Bunt does. 3v3 now. As the spike continues to tick away, there have been so many pesky fights happening elsewhere, but the main target, time, becomes the problem. Can Foot get in? 1, 2. Maj gets it down to that's it. Monk alone, a 1v1. Kiwi at half, 34 HP. Kiwi on the tap, the swing, and the clutch for Monk. The Red Bull clutch keeps ASE alive.
How do they hang on to that one? I think they're recognizing instantly what Foot is doing when they get up these sites. They're playing so far back, knowing that they want to push. But instead of pushing, they scatter backwards, but take so much space back in A main.
One enemy remaining.
To make it so difficult for Foot to retake some of that space. No, they don't push Waterfall. No, they don't push Spawn in Heaven. But that battle endured. You can see it's Monk to stay alive in it. Round's already started. And we've got low econ for Foot. Means the overdrive is active for Kiwi.
They've taken all the space C. That alarm bot's not gonna stop that! Kiwi with 2, Kiwi with 3, and that very well may be the dagger. He's gonna do it on his own.
Down A.
4 served up, the 5th not far off. The opportunity for an ace is delivered. Foot, stay alive.
What a way to end the map from Kiwi. The star player who's been quiet so far at this tournament ends it with an ace. You thought at the beginning of this day you might actually be considering Foot going home. But these last 2 maps proved completely otherwise. And handle a situation where they go down bad in the first map. They lose, in fact, on the first map. And recover really nicely. And unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Attacking Soul Esports. A formidable attempt at the international stage, but in fact, the Chinese win still eludes.
You gotta respect it too, because they did it their own way.
Yeah.
Finding themselves down in an elimination match, they still did what got them to this point. They still tried to make the same unexpected plays, their flavor, their brand of Valorant, if you will, but it's Foot that handles it beautifully.
Well done from Foot to recover in that series. And honestly, to recover completely out of that initial series against CG. Yes, the second map was a lot closer, but I think what you're expecting from Foot after watching them in EMEA, even after watching them at Lock-In, wow, that expectation was higher here. It was very, very low prior to the season. And that split definitely shifted expectations. It was a big surprise. It's a big surprise to see them here at all. But they look fantastic. To take a 3rd place in EMEA over the likes of NAVI. Legendary team. Who still will have to battle against them for that final champion spot.
You can see it for as much as it was a 13-6 in favor of Foot. So many of these rounds were down to the wire, Paula. I mean, they were a treat. They were a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. Little shotgun plays from Monk.
Chaotic, silly at times.
Love it. The amount of solo peaks from life that you just don't expect. You're like, this guy's crazy. Can't wait to continue to watch him. Life is the only player, by the way, on ASC that we've seen on an international stage before. We saw him for 1 series back at last year's Champions with EDG, who steps on the stage next. It's good to see him get some redemption after leaving that team. And actually continue to compete for who is China's best team. Because they beat them on their way here. But they might end up much lower.
13-6, a 2-1 win for Foot. The future is bright for ASC, but for now, the present is all that matters. Foot survived. We're gonna go to a break, and friends, we still have 1 more series to go today. We'll see you guys on the other side.
FUT manages to keep themselves alive in this tournament and push forward as they eliminate ASE and send the Chinese team home. But it came after what was a pretty damn good way to close out a game. I mean, shout out to Kiwi for the ace, eh? Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the best possible way to close this one out, and also just the most FUT way possible to close one out. It's just their classic. They go to the Lotus on the same execution. I feel like you've seen it too many times.
Yeah, the thing is that I think I have a PhD on this map, especially on Lotus. We talk about the tendencies and repeating them, but seeing them over and over again and actually see them overcome, maybe a little bit of the lack of preparation, let's say, especially when it's such a long game, when you go to the third map and it's actually displayed and played in this way, I feel like it was a very FUT way to close it.
It really was, and this was a big test for both of these teams. I think we've talked a lot about how both of them have shown maybe a lack of depth in the later part of the series thus far here in Masters Tokyo, and I think FUT did prove that, well, they are running a lot of the same stuff, they are repeating a lot of the same ideas. Their ideas are sound, and the way they execute them is very solid, and that's what helps them close this out. Even if you come back and watch their VODs, it is pretty hard to counter this stuff, because they've been consistently finding success with it. Only the best teams have been able to beat them on Lotus.
Just get worried, right? Because you're giving us a lot of the same, and we needed to see a little bit
forward.
Yeah, looking forward. It's like I'm a little concerned about FUT, but I want to give them their moment in the sun here. But we do have to ask the questions like, how far can they go?
Maybe in the interview we get some answers to, you know, what they think about what has happened here and how are they going to move forward and try and make it out of groups and make history as the first Circus team to make it out of groups. Also, this gives them a better edge, especially now that after this we have the NAVI game to qualify for Champions directly.
Yeah, they've already matched the run that SMB had. They got one win all the way back at Masters Berlin. If they can get another, there is that chance to make history and be the deepest run of an all-Turkish team at an international event, and they look pretty solid. There's definitely a chance they can make it out of groups here. I think with this game, it's not against a team who we're talking about being in contention towards the top of the tournament. Obviously, they went out in the first round of groups, but it's one that can gain them a lot of confidence after a very tough loss to EG and can prove to them that their strats, the stuff they've been running for a while, is still sound even against international competition.
That, I think, is a perfect point to make there, is that it is, the structure, what they know well, and they did the thing that they needed to do. If they had gotten beat down on the things that they know well, then we'll be singing a much different tune. Unfortunately, though, the tune that we're singing here today is Goodbye to ASE. Attacking Seoul Esports, HFMI and the boys are taking a trip back home. And although I will miss saying HFMI's name, well, I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I don't think I could actually say his name. None of us can. It was exciting to see Kakuka, this Attacking Seoul squad.
You can say it. HMF5, 0DZ, JC9C7. I don't see the
Don't let Mimi gaslight you, everyone. She has a paper.
Spanish in one go. I don't think I can do it in English. Like I have a brain lag there, like, cause it's just too information in very little time. To me, one of the discoveries has been Monk. I think that overall the series, especially today, I think that he's had a very, very good rounds. They go at least with a map win. It's definitely better than nothing. And hey, maybe next time it will be a difference.
Yeah, and some of their ideas impressed me. Their Haven in particular, I think they took some stuff over that other teams are running globally and added that. From watching them stage 1 back in China to stage 2 there, and now being here at Masters Tokyo, I think you can see a constant upswing with this team. They're still falling into the same issues of depth, but those are things that come with time, and they proved here that they have really strong players, that they can implement ideas that other teams have and work on them effectively. So there is a future for them, but it's not this event.
Yeah, I hope that this is not the last time that we see Life and the boys over in ASE take the stage. Oh, you watch it, you. But for now, though, we actually got Yinsu. You see her standing behind me. She's ready to go. She's got out a captain for the Verizon post-match interview. Yinsu, what you got?
Thank you very much. Golden Boy, that's right. I am joined by Atta Captain, and Scarlett is going to help with some translations. Merhaba, Atta Captain, first of all. Congratulations. Now, it looked like it was a big challenge for you today. What was it like playing it? Did you feel like it was a big challenge?
Yani gerçekten sizin için zorlu bir mücadeleydi. Hakikaten üstesinden gelmekte biraz zorlanıyor gibi gözüküyordunuz. Sizin için nasıl bir mücadele?
İlk maç birazcık oyuna giremedik. Rakibin oyununu açıkçası anlayamadık. Yani tek tek piklediler, bir şeyler oldu falan. Pek çözemedik oynanan oyunu. İlk maçı yani kötü kaybettik. Ama ikinci maç artık kendi seviyemizi bildiğimiz için birazcık kendimize geldik, toparlandık. Daha da düzgün, temiz bir oyun ortaya koyduk. Güzel bir sonuç aldık.
Well, it was kind of difficult to enter the first game because we had trouble understanding and adapting to the enemy's play style, so it was a dire match for us. But as the game progressed, as the series progressed, we were more like ourselves, and then we adapted, we overcame, and yeah, we showed ourselves.
Let's talk about that playstyle, because in your region, in EMEA, we don't have a team like this. It's very, very different. So how did you guys adapt to them? What do you think, what was the thing that you did in the end that made you win the series?
O zaman biraz da yani takımın oyun tarzından, rakibin oyun tarzından bahsedelim. Çünkü EMEA'da yani onlar gibi oynayan çok fazla takımla karşılaşmıyorsunuz. Onların oyun tarzını biraz daha değerlendirir misin ve onları yenmek için sizler neler yaptınız?
Açıkçası kendi oyunumuzdan ödün vermedik. Ekstra rakibe anti bir şey üretmedik. Ekstra yani cidden rakibi antilemek için bir şey yapmadık. Kendi oyunumuzu ortaya koyduk ve çok rahat, çok temiz bir oyunda kazandık yani.
Well, at the end, I mean, we mostly try to play like ourselves. We tried not to counter the enemy's movement and their choices, but you know, we fell back to our own play style, and that was basically how we overcame that difficulty.
Great strat. Now, as captain, this is your first year playing Tier 1 Valorant, and you're about to go up against DRX. I want to ask you, how difficult do you think that game will be? And also, is there a player that you're excited to face from DRX?
Ata Kaptan, ilk defa Tier 1 Valorant oynuyorsun ve sıradaki rakibin de DRX. DRX sence nasıl bir ekip ve özellikle dikkat edeceğin bir oyuncu var mı?
DRX cidden taktiksel olarak ve eğimsel olarak ve bireysel olarak da çok güçlü bir takım. Şu zamana kadar bütün top turnuvalarda ilk 4'e girmeyi başarmış güçlü bir kadrosu var. Yani ekstra olarak diyebileceğim bir şey yok açıkçası. Evet, ilk defa Tier 1 oynuyorum. Ama yani hiç kimseden bir korkumuz yok açıkçası. Rakibimiz bu, korkalım falan öyle bir şey aklımızda yok. Karşıda kim varsa rakibe her zaman saygı duyuyoruz. Kendi oyunumuzu ortaya koyuyoruz. DRX'ten de açıkçası oyununu sevdiğim ve cidden izleyip takip ettiğim Mako var. Çok başarılı bir oyuncu. Oynayış tarzını seviyorum.
DRX is a really strong team, both tactically and individually. But there's not any specific person that I'm afraid of, or as a team like we're afraid of. No matter who we're up against, we play our own game and try to beat them. But like individually, I really respect and like Mako's gameplay. So yeah, he's basically the person that stands out.
That's going to be a great matchup. Thank you very much, as captain. Thank you, Scarlett, for translating. Well, the battle between EMEA and China continues as EDG will be taking on NAVI. But first, here are the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
It's not every day that you get to see a full Turkish team take on a full Chinese team, but that is exactly what these global events are all about. Foot Esports taking on Attacking Soul Esports, and genuinely this matchup is for all of the marbles.
It's a terrifying jump scare on the other side, but that transfer was filthy. See, very far, just contacting, the swing is there.
They're coming one by one, Doug.
Yeah, they are. That is a terrifying prospect. And now dropping down, no value found. Maj 1v3 to keep the map alive. Not gonna convert. ASC take down Foot, map 1. Mr. Fallen now cleared in hell. He's still causing problems!
Might get the fourth.
The fourth available and the fourth delivered.
3 at the same time, fast play. With the own no command.
They're not slowing down at all. I don't know if he was lit up by a dart or a drone or something. That couldn't have been for long. And it's Prime Gaming Flawless to close it out, tie us up at 1-1. The hand. Whoa, how does he still get the kill? Oh! No way, Maj! You see the shells, you see the lead flying across the screen. As Monk tried to do it, but Anna Captain does. That alarm bot's not gonna stop that! Kiwi with 2, Kiwi with 3, and that very well may be the dagger. The opportunity for an ace is delivered. Foot, stay alive!
血，瞄到的是你，小伙计咋个比？名字都不值一提，对不起，先说对不起，他和他的题，预备起，等到几着急，我从没杀到底，预备起，起，一着我从没杀到打到，预备起，一着我从没杀到打到，预备起，打个都不走不值一提，等到几着急，我从没杀到底。
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tokyo. And I'm going to say, guys, Drake and Eminem have been real quiet since that drop. real quiet.
I didn't know the Kang diss track went that hard. That thing is crazy.
I feel like you two, Doug and Bala, we gotta respond somehow. Should we make something? Yeah?
I'm down. I just wish I wish I knew what he was saying. I'm sure it's spit though. I'm sure it was hard.
I'll tell you right now, it was fire. Okay,
yeah?
just trust me that it was fire. And speaking of fire, this EMEA versus China storyline continues. Earlier, we just saw you guys were casting. FUT, they came out on top, but EDG, they are about to take the stage, and Baller could still be the team to bring the first ever win back home for China.
Yeah, I honestly thought it might happen at the beginning of that last series, but it's crazy to me to consider that this is a possibility in this series right here. It's been a long road for China, but I honestly think, based on the form of NAVI, this might be the best chance.
Yeah, they've had plenty of opportunities. I mean, you see it on your screen right now. There have been opportunities historically for China to walk away with a win, and at the very beginning, they just haven't been able to pull it off. You see it at the very top of your screen. It was actually FUT who took them down 2-1, but it's just been unfortunate failure after failure. 7 times in a row now, and now the opportunity to pull it off.
Yeah, and speaking of unfortunate events, this is Lock-In, as you guys see EDG. At Lock-In, they nearly did it. They nearly beat 100 Thieves. They won. They lost map 1, won map 2, OT in map 3, and again, lost 14-12, Bala, just like the other day. But the good thing is, Lock-In, they didn't have a chance to bounce back. They just went home. Here, they do have a chance. Do you reckon they could do it?
Yeah, I definitely think they could. I think they looked great in their opening series, and I think they've improved event after event, from Champions to Lock-In, even that series. Me and Doug were casting that 100 Thieves game. It was crazy, down to the wire. I honestly thought they should have won that game.
Yeah, and one of the, I feel like, key players today is Kong Kong. Fortunately, I had the chance to catch up with him a little bit earlier as EDG arrived at the venue. Kong Kong, come over. I wanted to ask you a quick question. We're going to get a translator here for you. The last time you played, you popped off. It was a crazy game. What did you make of your own performance?
对，上次的表现非常的出色，然后很疯狂。想问一下，你对于自己的表现有什么样的评价呢？
就很平常嘛，我感觉这只是我一部分的力量。今天我要把我另外一部分力量带过来，就是我们拿下 NAVI。
I just play as usual, and it's part of my stress. I'll do all the best for today's matchup.
Thank you very much. 谢谢康康，谢谢。Honestly, I felt like I blessed the translator for not going in as hard as Kang Kang did, but he kind of said, you know, I'm used to performing like that, nothing new. But what people don't know is that that's actually half of my power. And today, Doug, we're apparently, according to Kang Kang, are going to witness the other half of what he can do. And I'm excited.
I do think that he is a key to the success for this squad, right? He's got to be able to perform. He's got to be able to deliver. And they were a lot of fun to watch the first time around. NAVI, potentially a different beast, but I mean, Kong Kong, there's a lot to be excited for.
I mean, we just saw T1 and their strength against NRG. And NAVI lost to that team. NRG squeak away with the win. But I'm just thinking, if they did that against T1, and they were so close, honestly, probably should have carried through. We had so many moments from everybody on EDG, but Kong Kong specifically, I think, could have carried that game all the way through, despite already beasting.
Yeah, and you can see how hard he took that loss, saying here, I just can't sleep at all. He never tweets, by the way. This is like once a year he tweets this, but his performance, Doug, is not even just good, you know, for someone of his region or someone of his role. It was just, like, undisputedly one of the best performances we've seen from anyone.
Yeah, that's absolutely hard to argue with. I think undisputed is the best way to put it, and I want to go back to what Bala was saying because I think you're right. He had the opportunity to carry it the entire way through, and given what kind of form we see out of NAVI today, he may have to do that.
I think specifically when I look at that tweet as well, just not being able to sleep, the guy plays with so much energy, and it's not surprising to see it run out. So you do have to kind of rely on some of the other players on EDG, especially because they have so many crazy Yuto combos and compositions as well that they run that is part of their success too. So I don't want to put it all on Kong Kong to win this game.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we do have Kong Kong here talking with his IGR Hall Dome as well as they came into Masters Tokyo.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 EDG 的 ZMGGKK， 你们可以叫我康康。我觉得学到最多的东西应该是在不能够一贯的去利用自己的激进去创造那种优势，在适当的时候应该缓下来，去想一想团队怎么让队伍赢下这场比赛。我觉得我们现在在做的一些事情，就是我们需要去学习，但是这并不代表我比他们弱。我们有自己赛区的独特，我觉得参加第3次无畏契约的感觉应该是更兴奋吧，因为我觉得我能够赢更多的比赛，在这一次更证明了自己，向全世界证明一下我们到底有多厉害。我有这样想过，因为我玩这个游戏就是为了站在世界舞台上告诉所有人，我不比他们差，我不比任何人差，甚至我比他们都厉害。就是我现在觉得，我们如果打好自己的东西的话，我们是有胜算的。面临任何队伍，其实都有胜算的。我们在该激进的时候，我们会打得特别激进，然后在该稳的时候，我们现在也知道一个度去怎么去稳定下来。现在我们5个选手也是交流着打嘛，所以说就能够更灵活的就是在场上的时候能更灵活的去转变一些思路吧。其实我根本就不在乎中国无畏契约第1的那种 title， 我只在乎我们能不能拿下世界第1的 title。
现在队伍自信程度肯定是100%的，然后现在队内的状况也是每天都在紧急的训练备战的环境当中。先是给自己定一个比较小一点的目标吧，先赢第1场，然后后面的也会竭尽全力赢。觉得不单单是对于我的意义吧，包括我的团队，所有人都是一个很珍贵的一个回忆吧，在未来的话。
因为我们在前2次经历了世界赛的时候，我们把一些所困难的东西，在这一次我们完美的规避掉了，或者自己能够化解掉一些我们之前遇到的那些问题。所以说我们现在在努力的备战，努力的去适应环境，然后现在又没有了时差的那些干扰，所以说我觉得我们就应该大展拳脚了。
首先是 teamwork 上面肯定是在比 lock in 的时候要提高了不少的，然后再加上一些比赛当中的一些细节也是有所提高。对于打法上面的话，我觉得随机应变比较重要一点吧，因为我们的打法并不是像 EMEA 还有其他赛区能打得过，
就是我从来不觉得我们算是那种 underdog 的那种感觉。所以说我觉得我们是需要在更多的国际比赛当中去学习一些新的东西，但是我们在学习的过程中，我们也有拿出自己的本事，拿出自己的那种方式方法去赢下这个比赛，然后把我们学习到的跟我们自己的东西结合起来，我们就会变得更厉害。
I mean, they are chasing that win, and today could be that opportunity. When I was watching Kong in the last game, I was like, this is Prime 10 CNED and everyone else mixed together in one. And Bala, we're going to get Kong versus CNED today!
What a matchup. It's crazy. And honestly, it's weird because CNED hasn't been playing much of that jet that Kong is really fierce with. We're seeing it on almost every map for him. He's a beast, and this matchup is going to deliver today for sure.
I can only hope that this might mean that Kong finds himself on a Yoru or something. If we had the Yoru CNED or the Kong CNED Yoru matchup, that'd be gold. But yeah, I think he's gonna have his hands full, right? Because CNED has shown we've seen it a couple times in this tournament already. You saw it in the stats just a few moments ago. The guy can take over a game. He seems so much more comfortable on the Raze role, which is a conversation that we had leading up to the tournament too.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to me, but honestly, as a fan of NAVI, I'm disappointed with the rest of them and not CNED. And I have to put as much importance on CNED's performance that we just put on Kong's performance, because I think he's the key for this team. I think he's the only guy who kept them energized in that first series that they played against NRG.
I mean, this operator battle is going to be crazy. I cannot wait to see. We've heard from EDG already. It's time to hear from NAVI. Here's Doombros. Doombros, my friend, I need some good news for the EMEA boys. Now, you're playing against EDG. We don't get too many of those teams in EMEA. How much adjustments have you had to make to go from a team like NRG to EDG?
EDG is completely different play style from NRG. So I think for us, we've just been preparing the whole day, preparing some protocols and just thinking about how we should deal with their pushes and their play style. But I feel confident that we have it.
We need that confidence. Thank you very much, Doombros, and good luck. I mean, this is such an interesting match. We heard from Atta Captain earlier, they tried to counter the Chinese playstyle. It didn't work, so they just went back to doing what they usually do. Do you guys think that's the optimal game plan for NAVI as well, just to do what they do?
I think the two Chinese teams that we've seen so far at this tournament are night and day difference. I think EDG plays a completely different pace. Yes, ASC can throw that in there, but I think EDG is consistently going at you with these random set plays. I liken them to HyperX, and I think that NAVI versus HyperX battle that we saw last year was very interesting, and I think they should be prepared, but it's about so many of their players stepping up to deal with it.
Oh, and I think a lot of it, too, is how do you prepare for something like that, right? Like Doombros was just saying, we're going to be prepared. We know what we want to do. We've been prepping for it all day. This isn't something that you study and you read the defaults and then kind of go around that. It's much more difficult.
Yeah, and it's scary if you are a NAVI fan, because in every tournament they've gone to, this goes back even further, by the way, First Strike, the regional EMEA Masters, they have never finished outside of the top 4. And today could be the first time that they don't even make it out of the group stage, Doug. I cannot imagine a world where it happens for this NAVI team.
Yeah, it is insane to think about. The pedigree of success that this roster has had, you go back to their previous banner that they donned, they're good. They're historically very good, and these are situations in which they thrive. But again, this is a very chaotic beast that you're going up against.
Yeah, it's crazy to me because this is like one of the first times that they haven't played many group stages, but they often at least go up into that winner's match. They're down in elimination, and it's very unprecedented.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's take a look at map select now and see which maps we're going to be going to.
All right, let's get started. Match 3, last match of the day. So EDG, you are higher seed. Do you want Team A or Team B? Team B. Okay, so NAVI, you will be Team A. And we will start with your first band. Haven, your band?
I'm a band.
Ascent. Okay, map number 1. Pearl. Side on Pearl. Attack. Okay. Map number 2. Fracture? Bind, okay. Side on Bind. Defense. Okay, we're going to go into the next set of bands, starting with NAVI. You have Fracture, Lotus, and Split. Band Split. Okay, your band, you have Fracture and Lotus.
We ban Fracture.
Ban Fracture, so map number 3 is going to be Lotus. Side on Lotus. Defense. Okay, run through this real quick. So first set of bands, we have NAVI with Haven, EDG with Ascent. Map number 1 is Pearl with EDG on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with NAVI on defense. Next set of bands were Split and Fracture. Lotus is map number 3 with NAVI on defense. Sound good? Oh, good luck to you both.
Thank you.
It's going to be a big challenge for both of these teams. For EDG, they need that win so desperately. And for NAVI, they don't want their journey to end here, because if they do, they will not be going to Champions and they will have to play LCQ, guys. I cannot imagine a world where NAVI are the team that drops out of these four. But let's talk about the map vetoes, Doug. I think you and I were both kind of laughing at the fact that Doombros was caught off guard.
Yeah, he was like smirking. He looked over to Angel with a big old grin on his face like, we got him. But there were so many questions about how they chose to go about it, Ball. I think you were equally surprised.
Yeah, that was one of the most emotive map vetoes we've seen.
Yeah.
And honestly, I have no clue why, because they picked Pearl when they could have picked Fracture, and they also have Lotus as a third map, which, yes, they won against NRG, but bro, you cannot tell me that that map looks good for NAVI yet.
No, I loved it. As soon as EDG said bind, Eric opened his strap. He just like opened it to check what was going on. But the first map is going to be Pearl. NAVI, they're undefeated. They've never lost on this map. But EDG, though, Bala, this is a map they should have won. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they should have won against T1. Honestly, I think it was resilience by T1 and shows the reason why in this group that T1 has a big opportunity even after that loss against NRG. They look so good, and it speaks more to them than EDG in my mind. EDG still should have closed that map out, and I think it's a fierce pick to go for NAVI. They must have seen something.
This is going to be a perfect way to start the series, though, right? For as much as NAVI, you mentioned, Yunsu, how historically good they've been here, and the fact that EDG, yes, they should have won this map. It was off of a couple of heroics by Kang. It's going to be a very good matchup to kick things off, and then to think further beyond that and consider that Bind is on the board. I freaking love the map. The matchup is going to be good for it, too.
Yeah, I am also a little bit worried because when it comes to reps, yes, NAVI, they're undefeated. But if you take a look at what they did in regular season, they played Giants twice, FA, and Team Heretics. This is not a map that good EMEA teams, the top level ones, even like to play. So I don't know why they win here, Bala. They must have a plan. And let's take a look at the Prime Gaming Agent Select. What do you make of this?
I mean, they're sticking with what they know. I guess it's so far away from other teams they're playing. It's the single controller with the Sova, the KJ. I really liked this in the past, but I think we've shifted in such a drastic direction away from it. And what it is what EDG is playing. The Viper Harbor. That stuff is consistent.
Yeah, that double wall comp, the ability to control B, using the utility of both of their controllers. We've seen how smothering it can be, and North America has adopted it heavily, the Americas region, and it just has not translated the same way in EMEA.
I think the big problem for NAVI on that map and trying to play for that comp is the role issue still, and it's definitely a factor here.
Well, this is going to be a crazy bloodbath. I can't wait to get into this and throw this over to your casters. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yeah, I mean, you guys have set up this match perfectly. It's going to be a special one. Yeah. Edward Gaming versus NAVI as well. The battle between China and EMEA, it continues, it stretches further beyond, and there's so much on the line as well. I mean, it's already been teamed up for us, hasn't it, Josh?
It certainly has. I mean, the possibility of having to go through LCQ, as Yinsu was saying, almost unthinkable for a NAVI squad that everyone was expecting to be a top 2 team in EMEA. And that did not happen. They ended up being the 4th seed, and now they're the ones at risk. That's what's on the line for them today, not just being eliminated from Masters Tokyo, obviously, which both teams are playing to avoid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that first chance as well for Edward Gaming to really get that
They nearly didn't have it.
They nearly didn't have it.
We watched Attacking Soul Esports just play this match against Foot, and I thought there was a chance there that Edward Gaming would come into this match not even able to win China's first match, but they've still got that on the table.
Still there to play for, and much more. It's an elimination game. The heat is being turned up. We set our sights as well over towards Pearl as our opening map between these two teams, and I am so excited for it, man. Kang versus CNED, that's the matchup that I'm really looking forward to.
Oh, and here it is.
Right into mid, off the rip. Preordained is what it feels like. Kang one in the tally. Let's see how this fight gets taken. Dart taken care of. An attempt there from Sugetsu, but he's brought down, traded. Chichu now running down and getting the squeeze onto Angel. He's going to be able to hear all of this. He has to hold close to default, but he is being swamped from 2 different directions. Cove, recall star, or at least a normal star, at least to get him back out and into safety.
Really well done by Xiao there, throwing help utility for Angel. Can he make anything of it?
Let's regroup with the rest of his team. Still played as advantage for NAVI. Smoke fading away. Equalizing a little bit though. Maybe they can make something from this. Haodong, low on HP. Gets a bit of information.
That might tell him that Haodong is in back hall though, and he's not. He's tucked over a generator.
Oh, well, okay, just spamming onto that corner. Still weak enough. Haodong takes the fight together with Chichu. That's going to be a pistol round. Going away of Edward Gaming.
And Kang starts it off by winning that aim duel against CNED. You are going to see this Jet head-to-head constantly on Pearl, and mostly from EDG. EDG's composition, the meta comp, is built around putting Kangkang into those positions. He's going to be opping a ton as well on the defense side. NAVI's composition, it's really weird. I mean, we saw them play it at Locking kind of before this Harbor Viper meta got established. It looked really good. In fact, all time, you might be surprised to know that NAVI are 8-0 on this map. They've never lost on Pearl, despite the fact they don't play any Harbor Viper. They've also not really played against, listen, I don't want to rag on the EMEA teams too badly, but they haven't played against any teams that are considered great on this map. So that might be one of the big reasons why they're undefeated still.
Pearl tends to get avoided quite a bit in the EMEA. Banned out or avoided entirely, so you are completely correct. It's an apt point about the amount of preparation and practice they might have against some better teams out in the map. Should be quite clean though, assuming you get the spike down. Taking a time with it.
And also, this has got to be traumatic for EDG, having to start on this map after it's been the heartbreaking, confidence-crushing way in which they've lost 2 of their best opportunities to secure a win in the column for China. You think back to Lock-In, EDG, hearts broken, 12-14 loss to 100 Thieves. And then we saw it again in this tournament to T1. The exact same thing, 12-14 loss in the final map on Pearl. Just history keeps repeating itself in cycles for this team. They can't get it over the line on Pearl despite being a really good squad. So they're hoping for something different here.
To bounce back from that mentally is really what you need to perform at the highest level, these big international tournaments. And the desk was talking about it, Kangkang's tweet as well about him losing sleep over these losses. Don't blame him.
Yeah.
It's been hard fought. The guy certainly been doing his fair share of deadlifting for the team, but let's take a look at this round now. A couple of rifles in the hands of the EDG, so there is some danger here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So slightly.
Their economy is excellent, in fact. So EDG are going to go and take A main control. Zipan's just jiggle peeking that. Hasn't seen anything just yet.
There it is. Information for Zipan. It's going to be backing away almost immediately here. Stars still available to be activated. This fight has taken it out, though. That's an important one. Smoggy wins it, pushing through the high tide. Again, just squeezing through the back. Angel's still alive, but Smoggy, again, the watchful eye on all of the extremities.
The trade's been good, but Sugetsu, he's got past this Nano Swarm.
Still Smoggy. He's there. The rifle in his hands. A short work. He's on for the ace. Already 4 kills for him. The lockdown placed. CNED. He sees the spike, but he does have to vacate. He's got to get out of there.
And he's trying not to give away any information either.
Just walking, narrowly avoiding detainment, but you know where he is. Cascade now pushed into his face. A bit of spam this way. Snakebite avoided. Tap onto the spike. No one's watching for it, but wow, Smoggy set up for the ace.
Smoggy, the highest rated player in the most recent tournament run that they had in China. Not the top of the table in terms of the fragging, because that's almost always going to be Kangkang, but arguably one of the most impactful players that they have. He's gone from being that main duelist for the team, while Kangkang was playing the chamber back in the old meta, to now just being a full-time flex for the squad. He's playing Initiator, he's sometimes playing duelist for them. You'll see him on Lotus later on. And now on Killjoy, showing you what he's capable of. EDG's, one of their biggest win conditions is getting the other players that aren't Kangkang online. Great start.
Amazing start. I mean, this is Navi's map pick of Pearl. They went here after watching, Edward Gaming have these incredibly close losses on the international stage, most recently as well, maybe expecting that they could have an advantage here, but so far so good. Yeah, now 3rd round, man. They've knocked Navi down to the half-buy.
This is going to be very difficult for Navi to hold on and avoid a 0-4 beginning. These bad starts to maps were plaguing Navi. Their game against NRG, they started map 1, 2-6 down, map 2, 1-8 down, map 3, 1-8 down. I mean, the beginnings of these maps were just diabolical, but that's maybe an opening for Zipan's foul.
Potentially a great one, but, well, Cena just can't quite claim the 2nd kill. It's evened out. 4 versus 4. Weapon advantage, of course, still to Edward Gaming. And look how they're playing. It's doubled up towards the back of Horse. A stun at the feet of Howardong, but swings out. He claims his just before it's said and done. Well, Shao was really point making a mess of this. He's really just pulling them back into it because suddenly, just like that, you cannot count a team like NAVI out.
A small smile there on Zipan's face. Chichu made an absolute mess of that one in the duel against Angel. But NAVI were also getting some blinding shots off. Xiao in particular on the Astra with a Sheriff in hand. And you're right, you can never count a team like this out. Even when they're playing a little sloppily or they're in a slump, the individual ability on players like Xiao and Sugetsu, the mechanics, the aim, is just sublime.
Yeah. Xiao playing with a point to prove. Might have seen my top 10 list, I'm not too sure, but those shots were quite good.
And look at what that's done for the economy. CNED gets an operator in round 5.
Watching towards mid. It's interesting. I mean, Edward Gaming, when they've been playing Pearl, not too much nuance in terms of their play on this map of the attack side. It's heavy emphasis placed towards A and B, the far other side of the map in terms of those extremities. Middle, they don't really put too much play into, but CNED chooses to watch it. Here we go. High Tide ripped across, is having to really shove him off that angle because, again, holds his ground, dashes back. Great opener.
Nice timing from CNED finding the opening kill there. Kang's looking to see if he can equalize things over towards A. It's so interesting hearing the Desk and Doombros discuss EDG as being a very aggressive team. They're actually, in my opinion, one of the least aggressive of all the Pacific squads that we have at this tournament. Or at least they're the team that knows when to slow it down.
Yeah. I'm saying in the content piece as well, Kang himself, oh my, agile with the movements, Sugetsu though, does not evade going down.
Yeah, that's opened things up on the other side, so it's a 4v4, but now NAVI have lost control of B. The Seekers will tell them everything.
Cleared away for a safe plan. Angel seeing if he can do some damage before they can get themselves into the position. As a dart, see some spam behind this wall potentially. Anybody taking care of this? Doesn't tag onto anyone. Nobody. What is that? 2 kills from that position. Tagged up. Just absolutely ludicrous.
It's a bad plant though. This Astra Wall is going to be really important here.
Yeah, it's committed. It's going to force Edward Gaming to play in front of this now, or at least to try and pick and choose a timing past it.
Can anyone hear the diffuse noise? It looks like Smoggy might be able to.
Kang. Swings out, takes a timing there. A misplay potentially. Here's the tap. Chichu's going to be able to hear that. Back and forth through the wall, and there we have it. Navigated effectively, diverting that. It was a bit of a chaotic crisis, but no.
But the big reason, I mean, Brent, the big reason they lose it is because nobody just jumps through their own Viper wall and gets 2. This was great from Chichu to start this off, but this is the play that gets it, and it's just a bouquet that's ridiculous. How he kills CNED, I've no idea. I don't think that's intentional. But do you remember back to NAVI playing against NRG? They were giving up 2Ks all over the map.
Yeah.
They were swinging out on Ascent A heaven, losing player after player to 2Ks, 3Ks from crashes.
Spacing not being good.
The spacing was awful. They were also getting collatted on split constantly. This NAVI team, their spacing is causing them massive issues. Just how they group up together needs to be a focus for them.
State of the economy is a little bit odd here. Zipan with the rifle in his hands, maybe just going for a bit of a play, hoping to catch one player unaware. Pays for it though. Still a minute 10 in the round as well, so potential for them to really slow this down. Take the B site in waves. Don't have to rush into too much if you are EDG.
And one of Haodong's big points in this round is going to be to try and figure out if NAVI have stacked the site. As the IGL for the team.
They're scared of a push through A.
Yeah, you can see them pinging it in the spawn.
They flash spawn as well with the sky to try and get any sense of noise cues that somebody might have been pushed, but no. They're going to choose to commit into this. There's a smoke in their face. Trailblazer.
That flash,
2 areas. Nice start.
Flash behind gives them good confidence, but now nobody doesn't have one up to actually push forward.
30 seconds left.
Not going to have that utility now. We're getting to 27 seconds. NAVI, pretty much the entirety of their team as well, grouped up towards this area, trying to force out and bait out. A lot of these big tools. There it is, Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plan with 17 seconds left. Time running so damn short. CNED skipping and hopping all the way across. He's going to be falling. Spam through Xiao. He claims 2.
But the spike was planted.
It was indeed. Wasn't denied. Common angles. Bullets raining down onto them. Nobody is weak. Angel, 5 health. Dart going to be used to clear close. Into Link. A rifle picked up, but overextends. His body just out in the open, and it's left Xiao to do the most. The moment where they line up here. Time pressure, no, and they were watching for it. The smoke, the push, 5-1. That's going to be that scoreline. EDG off to a fantastic beginning.
What an excellent start for the Chinese team that are hunting for the first win for them across 3 international appearances, and also the first win for Chinese Valorant. They've been hunting for this all throughout their history as being the #1 team in China. And they've forced out a tactical timeout here as Doombros gets a chance to talk with the rest of the squad. You heard about how Doombros, it was actually one of the best answers that we've gotten from the coaches in terms of those little interview pieces, but he said that they'd spent the prep work. The thing that he pointed out was building specific protocols within the team to deal with EDG's aggression. Now, if you're unfamiliar with top-level Valorant gameplay, that means, you know, if EDG do X, then we reply with Y. So maybe it's, if EDG smoke in specific places, we're going to have somebody watch it because they like to push through. Or it's, you know, if they use this little piece of utility, we're going to expect them to go extremely aggressive and we're going to drop back and give them more respect than we would to other teams. You know, small adjustments like that. But actually, EDG are playing this really slowly, very patiently. And that's what I noticed watching them in China. They're about the only team in Chinese Valorant that will slow the round down in the middle. And Haodong, one of the hallmarks of how he likes to call the game, is applying pressure in one area of the map and then slowing down in the mid-round and try to bait a reaction out of the other team. Now, NAVI themselves are actually quite slow too.
Yeah.
So this could end up being a really, like, brain-intensive, low-action game.
I mean, a nuanced game of Valorant, which you might not really expect too much, right? I mean,
very surprising when you're thinking about Kang CNED on this map.
Operator for CNED, though. Pushed up, deep dart broken. Has the dash, is going to activate it. You know, somebody's here. Does he choose to take the fight? Orb in his face. Still has the dash.
Meanwhile, pressure being applied over towards A right now. EDG are like faking an entrance, trying to burn it out. No, they're just going straight in.
They're just barreling forwards.
Okay.
Yeah, no subterfuge around this one. Spike starting to get planted now with the breaking out of that utility. Fragment to the side is a little bit late there. It's delayed.
They got in very quickly into A. Chishu is miles away at this point.
He's going to be out of the action, honestly. This is a big map as well. He might have to get a bit of a move on.
We saw Vipers have those Nanoswarm lineups, Mako specifically, from mid.
Big group up here towards the back of the site here. No command. Ripped off. Kang falls. Finds it. Lockdown as well.
They're rapid.
This is really difficult. They're going to have to try and wrap around and break this one, but they're all just falling to it. It's watched. Through the choke point. Up to just Smoggy. Detected. Pulled. This way, that way. The util is nice from Navi. They do circumvent that.
And 2 big ultimates being used there. The null command to make sure that EDG didn't really have any counter utility to throw, and then the lockdown to secure the space for them. So that's a combination that you're not often going to see from teams on this map, but clearly Navi very comfortable in their own game and how they want to play a retake like that. EDG was scrambling for an answer. So now we're going to see an extremely weird situation. And once we head back into the game here, you'll see that the economy, it's a little awkward for EDG. It's not too bad because there's a Blade Storm online, but Haodong does have a Stinger, and they have massive ults. So EDG need to win this one. Very important for the momentum.
The fact that Kang hasn't bought a rifle for Haodong, I think, implies that he wants to try and get the op for next round. Here we go, moving across the side. CNED wide out in the open. There's really no support for him there. He's been punished for it.
It was Smoggy taking a straight-up aim duel as well. Chishu had the free kill, and Smoggy just takes him out.
So that's the op, maybe saving a bit of pocket change for Kang if he was trying to opt into saving it, but still holds his ground and position. Trailblazer pushing forwards. It does spot out a lot of that Killjoy utility. You can see the pings on the map there. Oh, A up. That's spammable. Got to be careful. But slowed down again. What you're saying, Josh? This EDG team, they've definitely learned from these international appearances.
Absolutely.
One suppressed.
Oh, that timing.
Wow, that is brutal. Well, the right click doesn't land. Zipan who wins the fight.
Don't know how, he was pushed up right into Zipan's face.
Into Seekers though. Finally the tempo is increased. take the site though. 30 seconds. Lockdown's going to be used to try and clear them back. Angel still holding his ground there. Bit of spam onto the corner. Gets tagged ever so slightly, but has to respect this one. Still, the spike's not going down, and it's an opportunity for Navi to really flood back into this one, but spike planted. Here's the Viper's pit as well. I think escapes it ever so slightly on the edge.
That is not a good pit for the position.
Not planning for it. Shout rips off the head of nobody, trying to hold towards the back of Hall as a tap onto the spike. A bit of spam. Raw damage again. The Viper's pit falls as well as Chichu goes down. It's down to Smoggy. He cannot withstand that. Triple face, the Navi players. Excellency on display.
And I talked about how important that round was going to be for EDG because their economy relied on it. They had so many ults too. They absolutely fumbled those ultimates. I mean, the Viper's pit was literally just missed where the spike plant was. And that's a very, something you can just go over in server time, should never be missed in a situation like that. And then also, might have missed it, but Haodong sent his Reckoning miles away.
Oh yeah,
I mean, he just sent it into spawn when EDG had no chance of being able to follow up on it. Navi just flooded into sight. So a big fumble from EDG after an excellent start on this map has allowed Navi to get back into things. You can't offer a team like Navi opportunities. They're gonna take them.
Steadily clawing their way back in terms of the rounds. Emphasis placed from Navi into mid. Taking this one together again, it's CNED holding with the op towards double doors. And his angles, Chichu. He heard the footsteps and he was hoping to catch a cheeky timing. CNED though too wise for that. Doesn't give up that space and positioning. The rest of Edward Gaming also now grouped up on a bit of a weaker buy. Kang does have the rifle though, and well, nobody as well with the Guardian. Start to do some serious damage, already dashing forwards towards the back of the site. How does he want to play this one? Well, with pure disrespect, that's what he's got in mind. Just walking right through the high tide, slow down, not a care in the world. He's going for it again, man.
Yeah.
Look at this. This time holding a closer position towards the back. He's got the rest of his team as well to help him out. Maybe nobody potentially getting a flash online at some point to help him out.
Navi are taking a long time setting up this retake.
The side flip like this, it could be in a bit of trouble. Moving the way through, yeah, I've seen it taken care of through Art now. These players need to be keeping this one together. Otherwise, it's going to be falling to pieces very, very quickly for Navi. Edward Gaming still with the Sheriffs, with the rifles in their hands. It's a one fight. Very smart reposition from them in a moment.
Yeah, what a great adjustment. EDG have been playing these post-plant situations so strangely, sometimes with players miles away, sometimes pushed up extremely close, and that time flipping the map. Kankan's not going to play with disrespect like that all the time, but this was such a great round to do so. He's the only player with a rifle. He's got to make a play, otherwise the Navi retake is probably going to work, and he chooses his timing perfectly. CNED was all alone on that side of the map. Kankan once again winning that Jet head-to-head, although, frankly, hasn't really been the story of the match so far.
Seeing the way that this Pearl map has played as well, it's a breath of fresh air. It's been really no semblance of trying to play for the post-plant util. It's just been these fights being taken, util to set them up.
Yeah, different style for sure.
Yeah, EDG. Set the sides towards Art, break the util.
And then slow the pace down. Now, Navi aren't the kind of team that's going to make an aggressive move on the other side of the map most of the time. You know, Angel's on Sova. He's not going to be pushing up and allowing Chichu a free pick. This style works fantastically in China, but it's not really finding the openings that Haodong's looking for.
Well, they do force out the dash from CNED.
Yeah.
Which is quite nice. It means that he can play as aggressively now with this operator.
And also because they haven't given away any sound cues, CNED isn't here to meet them on B if they do intend to commit.
Here we go. It's a stamping herd of elephants all the way down. Shao inside of his own star, yeah, playing around it. Let's claim Kang. Jet player falling. Smoggy was attempting something there, akin to a lurk all the way through into Art, so it's left him at a massive player disadvantage. Now you see it firing through. The sidelines are theirs. They know exactly where nobody is. Convergence on his position. So Navi really are just collecting these rounds up.
Yeah, they are. Certainly back into this half. It's a prime gaming flawless for them. Not an anti-eco or anything, just Xiao choosing the right timing to make the play. They forced a timeout here. Look at this play though. He blooms this smoke, and it's the kind of smoke that he can, you know, he can throw that at any point, whether he's there on the site or whether he isn't. It's just a good smoke to have. We saw him throwing it as help utility for Angel previously too. And he dips inside of it at that point. Catches the EDG players completely off guard. EDG have still got holes in their game for sure, and you can make plays like that exploit it. I think one of the most challenging things for EDG when they come to global tournaments like this is that they dominate China so easily, it feels, that even the plays that have holes in them, the plays that aren't tactically, fundamentally sound, they still win. And so trying to pick those apart from the good strats is difficult when they come to an event like this.
Yeah, trying to make those improvements ahead of time.
You don't know which ones are going to work globally because you don't have that level of experience. That's where the learning comes from champs, from lock-in. But trying to pick out and select the right plays and discard the bad ones without playing scared is difficult. It's a real challenge for these inexperienced squads.
Here they stand, approaching the halfway mark of Pearl. 2 rounds away from that, but as you can see from the timeline, Navi making it more respectable. See if EDG can.
Well, it's a bad economy for them.
The last 2 underneath their belt, yeah. But they have got that operator in Kangkang's hand.
And this is the round to go for something crazy if you're EDG, like we saw before. Navi fighting for a main control this time. Not something that they've done too much of.
There's a dart and a flash to re-clear. And a drone as well is used on top of it.
Very heavy commitment. And, this tells you that Angel's moved away from his normal position over towards back B, and he swapped with the operator. Can EDG get a read on that?
This is a very deep angle for Zipan to be playing in. The op misses onto the corner. Smoke blooms. Creates a bit of a one-way for Zipan.
It's a very awkward
space to maneuver.
Yeah, it's a very awkward smoke to get through as an attacker. You feel unsafe constantly there if you're trying to scale.
Renew it. Another star placed down. 45 seconds. That's what we're looking at in terms of the round. A bit of re-exploration from Shao now.
And it looks like with the direction of the spike that we're going to have
soon.
Oh yeah. So we've got a small battle in art, but also the jet fight over towards B long. And Shao wins that one against Smoggy, so no opening there for the attackers.
Yeah, Smoggy just out in the open, not expecting a player to be pushed like that.
There is an op battle over here, but the spike's going back over to A.
Yeah, this is all over the place. A jump spot. Peak holds his ground. Both of the shots going wide. A bit of a handshake as the bullets go over the shoulders.
This has pulled the A players away.
Oh yeah, it's faked it. Chichu falls. Kangkang's getting out of there now. 11 seconds remaining, but nobody onto the A side to deny this one. So the plant will go down. We'll see the extension of play in this round, but there needs to be some risks taken. Nobody, that's why he's pushing forwards, but as he goes to clear close, his crosshair placement just wasn't locked onto the right place. Give Shao an easy one, left into a 2v5. It's gonna take a miracle. Maybe Kangkang can be the player to do so. There's one. Jump spot, collateral! Again! Skewered into the back, and suddenly it's winnable. And Elba pointing out the knives have been earned. He backs away with the dash because he's buying time for Haodong. Haodong spotted. Around towards the back, a tap onto the spike. Kangkang, the emphasis is placed. And a shot lands, but he just cannot manage it. But my God, did he give it all he's got?
So close. What a play. I mean, phenomenal stuff. I thought everything that he did there was immaculate, and I'm amazed that they had the awareness to still be looking out for Haodong. Really, that's the play that ends up losing it for him there. Kangkang did everything he possibly could, including this.
I mean, that is insane.
But it's such incredible awareness to still be checking flowers for that second player.
Yeah, it really is.
Kangkang's providing that much pressure. Great stuff from NAVI to shut that down, because that looked superb.
That's the quality of play you can expect. In case you haven't been watching Edward Gaming play, Kangkang, it feels like he pulls out moments like that at any point in time when he's got that operator.
Which he still has.
Yeah. And so final round of this first half. Trailblazer used.
That's a
But
lot
after
of
the drone, yeah, the drone does spot the 2 of them, doesn't it?
They know the
oh boy. Hunter's Fury all grouped up. It's tagged. 2 players. A lot of damage done. It's Angel. Rips it away. The first kill for him. Let's see, this is a bit of a scramble for EDG. It's Offset, the player disadvantage. Smoggy, he earns his towards R. Again, the tempo just been dropped a tad, isn't it? Slow down the pace, cut noise. Wait to see what Navi will do, because it's re-exploration from Angel. It's watched, yep, Kang's got it. The op angle. It's there with Angel falling now. They want to try and go into this, but Zipan is close to the corner. They're going to clear him. Yeah, it's a hard clearance from Howdon, but he doesn't have anybody else to trade it through still. The shot lands, the shot's nailed. Kangkang, you can always rely on him. CNED, nice. Bladestorm now with the dash. Plenty of updrafts as well to go. What can he do with it? Up in the air, the reactions! Just extraordinary. And Sugetsu, last one standing, a 1v3. Warbang through, dash away, 1 bullet left. Of course Kangkang's going for it. He's feeling it. 7-5, well-earned round.
Excellent stuff from Kangkang, really showing what he's capable of in a much slower paced half. He ends it with 14 kills, still not top rank. It's Xiao that was part of that big comeback from NAVI. NAVI started the half desperately poorly. I think it was 1-5 at some point. But they get themselves back up to a respectable half for both teams.
There's a lot of danger in a map like this, isn't it? Navi's map pick, sitting at that round deficit. It's a hard one for them, but let's send it down to the desk to break it all down so far.
What a half that was. I got Doug and Bala with me again. We wanted to see Ned versus Kangkang, not so much against each other, but they both have had their moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kangkang in the last 2 rounds alone, the guy's come alive. It's been crazy to watch. I think the battle for this composition against this Viper Harbor has been very interesting, though, for NAVI, because a lot of their ideas are still working. Those main reclears still working quite well. You saw in the last 2 rounds. But I think one way back when is this retake that they attempted. Obviously, EDG did a great job pushing through that Viper wall, but this Astra wall, for me, misses the mark. It's so interesting because you can play around it like Smoggy does so well, so EDG capitalizing there immensely. I think they fixed those issues much later in the half, and you'll actually see it way later. The Astra wall that they used, look at it, completely different, and there's no room to play around.
Yeah, it's much better handled, right? And yes, it did take Kangkang getting, what was it, 8 kills in the last 2 rounds, right? All off of the op. That's when it really felt like he came online and was really able to...
Just to maintain the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Just to keep that up. And imagine the heroics, just to stay at that point.
Yeah, and I thought maybe that they might get some PTSD from having to play Pearl again this soon, but Doug, they're handling it well. But what about NAVI? What would you like to see them do into the second half? Because this will be a massive upset if they don't win this.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think all eyes go back towards CNED, right? Again, he has to be able to match up with the firepower that Kangkang has just put out in the last 2 rounds.
I think the Kangkang firepower is only going to get better. The guy started to attack side hopping. Yep. He's now on defense without playing against a double wall, right? There's only Astra in the hands of Xiao, and Xiao's playing great, but that defensive side op is going to rip them apart if they don't do something and do something fast.
I mean, I just hope Kangkang sticks to that ult, because when he didn't, the last time we saw him against T1, it was a little bit disastrous. But Josh and Bren, this is going to be a great second half. I can already feel it. Over to you guys.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just been explosive so far. None of that double wall, post-plant, Molly's being sent over. No, I mean, this is NAVI playing something quite unorthodox in terms of what we've been used to over in the Americas, but Edward Gaming, can they carry on at this pace with the way Kangkang is as well? Got to be prioritizing, like Yinsu was saying, that operator in his hands ASAP.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think Desk has some great points. Kangkang should find it easier to have an op on defense. He's got to worry about different pieces of utility, though, like the drone and the recon dart.
Where is that landing?
That's a recon just to clear out that close area, the same way that a Cascade Flash would usually do it for the Harbor Viper comp. And it's very difficult to break whilst not being committed.
2 players contacting an either way, turret taken out. They expect it. Someone close, 2 of them. And Kangkang does not shy away from the fight, but he's taken out.
Xiao and Sugetsu stand like pillars in mid.
Still another bit of an attempt from Chichu. Oh, agile with the movement. Smoggy's still looking as well to take his own fight towards B. But NAVI don't rush into things. They get the kills, they back away, they slow it down. They've got a minute left in this pistol round. They don't need to jump into anything.
EDG are going to look to try and make a move here. Because when you're in a 3v5, you've got to try and make something happen.
Chichu can hear it. Oh, wow. Almost catching that timing.
I mean, he's also only got a classic there, so very difficult to land the kill.
And the Swarm's going to be deaded here. Dart does tag towards the back onto 2 of the players. Smoggy has got to hold it down towards that angle, but everyone just trying to push through the smokes as well. Help flood into the site before NAVI were able to get the ball rolling, but that's a pistol round for them.
And when you have players that are as incredibly mechanically skilled as NAVI, where their aim is so precise. People like Sugetsu and Xiao, for example. These ghosts just look ultimately deadly in their hands. The small taps, precise tapping, aim onto the head. Xiao and Sugetsu are going to be a deadly force whenever they're playing together for mid control or B control.
Yeah. Important one to win for NAVI as well. Deny any chance for EDG to get the money rolling. Kang actually opting into a bit of a marshal. Grouped up. Cena's now got that Phantom as well, so extra bullets in the clip for him to spray through, farming up the orbs. Bit of priority here. NAVI going for that classic buy of theirs as well with 2 of the ghosts. Looking for a clean, flawless round from them. Hopefully get the economy going.
And EDG cannot afford to let a game of Pearl slip through their hands again. Like we were talking about earlier, there have been 2 matches lost this year that ended on Pearl in 12-14, heartbreaking, confidence-crushing, morale-melting fashion.
Nobody swinging to break the drone. Everybody walking through in towards Art. NAVI haven't made any noise here. Grouped up side by side like ships in the night. And they collapse, they collide. Head to head, face to face. High Tide blocking off a bit of that one, but not too much left to withstand it. Towards the back of the side, nobody's escaping some of the harm, but as well, that knife will spot at least him. Slowed up.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. That's like a warship meeting a dinghy on the open ocean. That's not a fair fight. Splintered the EDG ship to pieces there. But yeah, the slim lead that they had at the half is now going to get equalized. And 7-7, they're going to be massively relying on Kankan to get some value done. That's a prime game in Flawless for NAVI. Score 7-7. Yeah. And this composition is going to really force EDG to think on their feet. It's the Sova utility in particular that's difficult to anticipate. You see the way that Com plays it on Fracture, for example. It's about anticipating where the darts are going to land most of the time and making sure you're not playing one-and-done positions against the drone.
But when Sova's never played on a map as well, you're not really pre-aiming it.
Yeah, it's
you
very
don't know
hard
when you don't know when the darts are coming towards you, so that's what makes it so effective.
It's also just good for being able to get information behind these high tides and Viper walls.
Yeah, certainly. Really important beginning for NAVI. So again, reiterating the same points, it's forced Kang to go into the half armor and the rifle. He doesn't have the money flowing enough to buy an operator on the defense side, so.
Shishu with a bit of a jump peek there.
Yeah.
Zipan's looking to pre-aim it. It's only a Bulldog. But now he's trying to take out any alarm bot that's going to be in that area. No such luck.
Nobody.
Oh. He's so far ahead. I mean, Kankang's not the one taking contact there. It's the Sky.
Yeah. It's unusual. And so much later. Look at Kang right behind.
They're not going to anticipate this. The recon die got bad information. Angel thinks this area is clear, but Kang can't afford to go quickly because he'll make footsteps. He is going to get behind them, though, and meet an alarm bot at some point.
And he did get information.
It's hard for him, really, to influence the round, though, without giving away his positioning to Sugetsu, who's ready to pounce.
He has called, though, that they've all rotated over towards B. That's why EDG is stacking it. Yet Sugetsu, he's watched it. So Kang not going to be getting away with that. Not onto the flank. Spam onto the high tide corner. Chishu falls close to default. Round the side. Howdong, Smoggy. They pounce out from the woodwork. And Smoggy has maybe made this one winnable. 19 seconds. Spike drop down is favorable. Spam. But screens the reload. Fight there for the taking. Incredible stuff.
Where's he pulled that one out from?
That's just insane.
How has he managed that? He was getting spammed in the corner. He hears the reload on the player that invested those bullets to do such significant damage, and he chooses his timing to pounce.
He doesn't lose his cool when the bullets start raining through that wall. He hears the reload. He swings off of it, hoping for a freebie.
And he pulls it out against Sugetsu and Xiao as well. What a monster.
That is just disgusting.
That's 2 rounds now where Smoggy's won it for them.
They needed it. Deep wall cutting across towards A.
Take a look at the economy here, just for a moment. Chishu only has a ghost, and Kang has not dropped for him because Kang wants to get an op online.
Yeah.
the economy management here a little awkward for EDG. And Chishu's the player that's hard anchoring B, so this could get really weird.
There's CNED as well, who's decided to opt into the operator of his own. He has worked himself onto that deep B angle. There's a fight that potentially you might see a bit of a brawl towards A. Still doesn't land the shot onto the jump peak. Along using his high tide. It's an interesting one.
It's a bizarre one.
It's like an abstract art piece on the minimap.
I mean, it's also a question mark, so it really is a piece of poetry.
Yeah, I'm often left with questions sometimes watching some of these teams, but in this case, it's been a delight.
Okay, so now Chichu, is he going to look for info again? No, just pops up the Viper wall. I am really interested to see how this player with the Ghost is going to be able to handle the hit. They've been effective so far for Na'Vi, but the time is running low.
Yep, 25 seconds. Rifle in CNED's hands now. There's a snakebite at his feet. It's going to stave off that aggression as well. The Viper Orb will fall, though. Kang still towards the back of Halls. What timing does he take? There's a smoke drop down. He just can't quite land the shots, the bullets. Raining down, not hitting that spray. Down as well, and the smoke still watched for. CNED is there. Chichu flicks to the side with the Ghost.
Huh?
Okay. Wins that one, doesn't he? Everyone from Na'Vi backing away, though. They want to try and play this one from a post-plant position because Angel does have the Hunter's Fury.
Xiao's about as far away as he could possibly get.
Yeah.
They'll still have a pull on the spike.
That's that global presence and utility. Really does apply that time pressure. EDG hoping that they can at least stick onto it, on top of the angle, swinging through into the high tide, and now really is all on Angel. Okay, Hunter's Fury. It's ripped across over the top as well. Xiao is still behind them. Damage done. Xiao right behind. It denies it. It's half on the defuse. Nobody is miles away. He realizes it's not winnable. The timing, it was there for Xiao. There was always the potential that he ended up missing it, but my God, that was strained.
Yeah, but Na'Vi showcasing how they're going to play that long-range post-plant game with this composition. With the pull and Xiao going on an extraordinary lurk. Xiao is never in danger there. There you see the pull on the spike. Both teams actually with very good protocols in this round. You saw Na'Vi holding the smokes, knowing that EDG wanted to push through them. And then EDG themselves with the high tide pushing through. I think both teams played that nicely, but it's EDG's economy that gets massacred.
It's so weird, isn't it? Because they win that prior round, it resets the loss bonus. They can't save for the op still.
Yep.
And they've been sacrificing their economy this entire time to try and get Kang this op. It's going to take another miracle. Nobody. Close. The rifle, though, not getting any work done. Round to the side, Kang's there. Dash, disengage away.
How's he got out?
There's no way he's surviving here, but he is.
Upgraded to a Vandal.
That is insane.
Absolute robbery.
Where's he pulled that one from? Off the ground.
He's just mugged Na'Vi.
That is unbelievable.
Question is whether he can make anything of it, though, because they're still at a player disadvantage here. It's a 3v4.
And here we have it. Cosmic Divide cuts up, smokes, Nana Swarms, dropping it. Nobody can push up and play off of this one, backing around. Back of the site still contained. This Cosmic Divide is really difficult to get through.
And you can see how good Na'Vi are at playing around their own comp. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, the dart behind the wall. Any chance of EDG trying to play as the wall was going down denied? They back away. Looking to do some damage here. Is the round really still winnable? Time is ticking. Further and further. There's a pull on the spike.
There's just no way it is. I'd like to see Kang save the oh, well, if he saves the Vandal, he might not have enough money actually to buy the operator, so never mind. Okay. All right, so by the look of it, we will finally have the Kang op online. So he has enough to be able to buy one Cloudburst, one updraft with his op and his light armor. But we're already 6 rounds into the half.
Yeah, this is Na'Vi that, I mean, at this point, they equalize. They now have the lead in the rounds. It's 9-8, so is it going to be too little too late? We'll have to find out.
I'd love to see if Na'Vi have got any fast rounds planned to make the tempo different, assuming they get the read on Kang potentially having an op.
The drone's used early, doesn't spot Kang. Obviously, he's playing all the way over towards B, deep. Player at his side, and now pressure mounting onto Howdon. Can he anchor? To be any sort of explosive presence. Well, smoke goes down, nobody out into the open. There's a splash. A dash, CNED's towards the back with a dart as well. You can feel the pressures there. Smoggy did well to try and watch for that one. Covered one angle, still close to the corner, has the lockdown. Angel, he knows he's there. Way to the side, adjust the aim ever so slightly. gets away with it. Left on 56 health. Complete avoidance of Kang.
Really well done by NAVI. They realize that Kang is not going to be opping over towards A as soon as they take A main control. They pivot into an A hit. Nobody caught out in the open. And they stop Smoggy from being able to safely put down that lockdown. No chance of a retake. 2 players with massive ults there. Haldong had Reckoning, Smoggy had Lockdown. Neither of them able to play in this. NAVI just applying the squeeze onto EDG, and perfectly timed with when Kang finally had enough money to get the AWP online. We're still only just beginning to enter the final quarter of Pearl, but it feels like NAVI have gone from looking shaky at the start to now being completely in control. They're controlling EDG's economy. Their A and B hits have both been excellent. People are getting caught out left, right, and center on EDG by the Sova utility, by the timings of things. And it honestly feels like the same kind of story that we've seen twice this year already, where EDG let a Pearl slip through their fingers.
Oh, your heartbreak. Tragic series of events. So many chances for EDG to get a win here and there at these international events. And now, this match right here, elimination. It's the last chance for Masters Tokyo to make their stand. But now you've got so much to play for. I mean, listen, we'd be saying that normally with any elimination game, but there really is just that extra bit of pressure on both of these teams. NAVI trying to fight not to fly 5,000-6,000 miles to play an LCQ. That is just insane. I mean,
yeah, that's one of the scariest games I've seen. Wouldn't want to be sitting next to that person. EDG gonna take a timeout. I think even more so than anything tactical, now's a good opportunity for the EDG coaches to just be calming the team down.
Yeah.
The more you think about the fact that you're letting it slip away, the more it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you start worrying, if you lose the confidence, you start doubting your teammates, going to hero plays, all of these things can be a swift path to defeat.
Maintain that composure. But his half is it's slipping away from them. It's all been NAVI.
It's also just excellent work by NAVI.
Yeah.
They're identifying where the operator is, and these execs, EDG don't know where to look with the utility. I don't think they'll have ever played against a composition like this, or at least not recently. People used to run solo Astra comps on this map, but not for a long while.
Look at how good it is. I mean, the deep knife that's delayed for the first 10 seconds of the round. They know that nobody's pushed up close. Drone spots out Kang. So
and
that's the goal of that utility. Yeah, and they instantly respond. This is the NAVI game plan. Even though they're not running the double wall comp.
This is quite cool, though. Haldong stuck himself into a really awkward position. So if they're anticipating NAVI running away from Kang, nobody's baiting for Haldong here. The problem is he's only got it.
Well, he just cascaded from the corner. He's
just giving away where he is.
Yeah.
All good.
Okay.
I mean, he only had a Sheriff anyway. It's not like you can spray everyone down.
Uses it to reposition. Updraft on top of the box.
Kang's already here.
No command as well. Through. There it is. Rips forwards. Run and gun. That's the play. CNED doesn't want to catch those hands as well. Not in a straight-up gunfight. Takes out the opposition. Xiao really being swept, just trying to buy time for the rest of his team as well, because nobody in Haldong, they were being squeezed.
Good help. Very good help by CNED and Sugetsu.
Nobody got Zipan up. 2 versus 3. Chichu taking risks. Wider play. Shot's not really landing onto the target there. Rattled off with the Sheriff. Still the lockdown. Opting to use it.
For it.
Opting to use it. They have the guns for the job as well. The fight is lost. Xiao is so damn consistent. The rifle will change hands here. Picked up towards main, but really have to get a move on. They don't have art control. There's nano swarms. There's a pull. Really just does not feel winnable for Smoggy. Just way too much against him. The tap onto the spike, baiting out the next level towards it, but you can hear it. The spike is ticking, rapidly approaching the demise of the round. Baiting it out. There's one, almost grabbing the second, but again, just that time, he doesn't have it, he realizes it. Operator even denied from him. He was hoping to get that into the next round. But NAVI, they just got a chokehold. They know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, their control of the game is excellent. Remember, though, that was an anti-eco round. EDG are going to be going into this one with rifles. This now becomes the most important round of the map so far. Round 20. Could well define whether or not NAVI win or EDG are able to get back into things. And a moment to talk about Xiao. I mean, his Astra just puts him in positions to take smart fights so often, and his aim is superb.
25 kills.
Unbelievably consistent.
Just insanity with this level of play.
It's like the Grim Reaper. He's utterly inevitable.
Exactly right. That role that he's playing with the Astra, it's usually going to be that final line of defense if it's even necessary, but he's been ripping apart EDG. Alarmbot close here. Contact play, but groups up with NAVI. They remove a lot of this Killjoy utility. Flash over the top as well. Reckoning is a choice to fight this. Edward Gaming, they want to take it to them. Spike's been dropped. NAVI, okay, all the way, this way, that way. It's going to be the dash to disengage for CNED. Behind the box as well, wants to try and take the clean fight. It does so. Kang will fall. Spike is still dropped in the middle of nowhere, but massive player disadvantage. What a reaction from NAVI.
Yeah, so good. Those are the kind of protocols that they'll have been working on.
Round to the side though, players are weak. Juju resets the aim towards the box. Shao! There's that last level, that last line of defense, but it's up to Angel. Smoggy has the read, he's holding this angle. Not a care in the world, not a worry, can he land the shot with the reactions? Again! Smoggy has been the savior for this team.
We talked about how important that round was going to be, and Smoggy bails them out. Not just that, but the grit to go for 2 aggressive reclears of Art. The first one, supported by the Reckoning and the Seekers, didn't work out, but here, Chichu and Smoggy decide to refight that area again, and they catch a player reloading and another one not quite ready for the timing. And then what a read at the end from Smoggy. There are 2 players, one on each team, really stepping up, and I thought it was going to be CNED Kankan. It's not. It's those supportive players, the last bastions, Xiao and Smoggy, having their own private battle to see how many rounds they can win.
And that was one hell of a lifeline that has been offered. It's got the op back into Kang's hand. It's renewed sense of hope maybe that the map could still be theirs. It's only 2 rounds to stand between them and being able to bring it to even against what Navi's running. The drone didn't see anything.
And that's more scary for Navi. If you don't see anything, Kankan might have just been dodging it and getting ready to post back up. But they're gonna start going forwards anyway.
Yeah. 5 is bit off of what kind of timing, not too sure.
It works though.
Yeah, play it down here. Knife broken. CNED, he's inside the pit. He's got the dash active. Looks like he wants to make a play. Spamming, that is so damn dangerous. But the decay kicking in. There's a lockdown. This will clear this one all the way out. Chichu can't afford to play into this one. They're still watching double doors because they knew that Sugetsu was lurking. Dog did spot him at the beginning of this round. There's a gap towards the back here of Halls, and there it is, Smoggy. He catches it. Maybe not the player is anticipating. Chichu finally dealt with though towards the back of Halls. It's 4 versus 4, retaking. But the operator plan denied. Spam through. Taodong bringing this one down. Angel now forced to try and plant this, but as the smoke fades away, Sugetsu is massive. It's 2 kills.
Here.
Both sides looking for an advantage with the operator. Kang down. Angle there. Back of Halls. Smoke. CNED in towards it. It's got to be calmed. He hits the flick. Do they know where he is? Dashes back. Pings towards it. Out to the wide. Sugetsu lands the shot. 3 kills in the round. Can he make it 4 to bring it to 12? A tap. Doesn't open himself wide. He knows he's not on it. He gets the info. Another tap. Smoggy desperate to bait the peak. Does he know he's not in it now with the tag onto the defuse? Smoggy timing on board. And what is that? Sugetsu is just a menace.
There are so many unbelievably good players in this match. It's an absolute pleasure to watch them play these kind of situations. The way that Sugetsu's won this round is unreal. And these tiny, tiny little peaks are perfect to just draw the player off the spike. After Smoggy's been so immaculate in the end of these rounds as well.
That is icy.
Beautifully played. That once again knocks the EDG economy down. This is going to be the most difficult round for them to win if there's any chance of the comeback happening. Any chance of this going to OT.
Navi, one more round will do it. Lock up the first map in this series. Will be under their belt. Walls on walls. It's a cascade and a high tide. Sent flying near the beginning. Navi grouping up. 3 of their players. Not really too much intention behind it though. Just a drone while the rest of them actually back away.
It's a good break, though, because it stops them from seeing nobody tucked around the corner. And he's at a close distance to maximize value from his stinger.
Again, it's going to have to take so much. Kankang falls. Going for the reclear towards A main. Forces out the high tide. Rips its way through. Smoggy doesn't land his shot. Nana Swarm activated. More there. Hunter's Fury now. It's in the corner. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. The first tag. An attempt by Sagetsu. Still kills going slightly even. 2 players left standing. Can nobody do it? Flashes there. Does connect all the way around. And okay.
What a play.
Earned himself an upgrade.
He's the player that was holding close towards A main at the beginning. Managed to finesse everybody.
It's been flipped towards the back. Trailblazer. Okay, doesn't actually choose to tag it onto the player planting 5 HP. Smoggy into the smoke. CNED, I mean, he's looking the wrong way. Lockdown committed. It has to be. Got to respect a player like Xiao. Pushing round. Xiao doesn't choose to kill it. Okay, now destroying it. It's alerted him to his position. The Jiggle peak. Smoggy wants to take first contact on 5 health. He has been just outstanding.
EDG are going to live to fight another day here on Pearl. The last 2 times we've seen them play it at an international event, it's been a 12-14 loss. It's always gone OT, but they've never been able to drag it through. It's going to have to go OT again today if they want to win it. Smoggy was under outrageous pressure this round. He got solo Sova ulted and then ran around to deal with Sugetsu, who was pushing him from B-Link.
I can't believe it.
What he's been able to achieve is unreal in this game.
I mean, he's been that beacon of hope for them.
He certainly has.
He's kept them in it so many rounds now.
They're going to need it again, and their economy's still not good enough for Kankan to be able to pick up an operator.
Might be a good thing, honestly, with the way that Navi have just been avoiding him like the plague. Drone. Tag onto the corner, clears through into A. Mid is being explored.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I was taking a look at the economy. Kankan could have bought an op here, and he chose to go for the rifle instead.
Oh, doubled up. How long? Behind the box, flash, anti-spam is there, and it's collected!
What a setup.
One after another.
They know that Navi have been pressuring towards Art so much, and they decide to go for that. Beautiful stuff. Spike drop down, and EDG are not looking to fight over it. It's just going to waste more time as Navi try to win a 2v5. EDG are doing this. How? I'm not quite sure. It has taken miracles and gutsy plays. The decision to go for an all-in piece like that.
Heroics on display.
But unless Angel and Sugetsu can do something superb here, it looks like we're going to be heading to the final round of regulation.
Piece of util broken, forces out that high tide. 30 seconds. Just seems so improbable right now for Navi. I mean, they're still lurking their way around, but I think at this point opting into keeping the operator. Angel just picking it up as well. No intention to throw away their lives.
And this will be an excellent boost to the economy for EDG. I know there's only 1 round remaining, but there was a serious chance that they win and still enter the final round with crushed weaponry. Had this one been expensive, but it's not. It's flawless.
What a map we have had. I said it at the beginning, man. We knew it was going to be special.
Yeah, but in very different ways, I feel. We were anticipating this battle between CNED and Kankang, who, in their opening games in the tournament, put on such a masterclass display with the operators. And now this has been much more slow, patient, disciplined, to be honest. But with those flares and flashes of aggression and set plays, the hero moments from individuals.
He's still here. He's still at the event.
He is. He is. I mean, I don't think you were missing him yesterday. But yeah, Navi are going to take another time out here and try and cool themselves. EDG on Pearl just seem destined to go to OT. Is history going to repeat itself again? Surely not for the 3rd time running. Surely not.
Everything, man. Everything to prevent it. Let's see, though. Navi taking this time out. Last round of regulation. 1 chance to close it out before it can really get to OT.
And at this point, you're so deep into this half, it's the final round. What more do you have to show? I mean, take a look at the economy here, though. It's a Guardian and a Blade Storm being used for Xiao and CNED. On the other side of things, Jishu does upgrade that Guardian into a Phantom, which makes perfect sense. They've got the economy for it. And I've seen Howdong have these Reckonings a lot on this map, and yet not a huge amount of value being gained from them. If he can find a good spot to use that ultimate to re-clear NAVI or to play the retake, it could be game-changing. It could push them over. But here we go.
The knife and the dart used together. Clears out towards A very fast now. NAVI, they're not wasting time. The Blade Storm all picked up. That's going to be the null command.
I mean, there's a massive rotation happening between the EDG players. Nobody in Howdong ran immediately over to B, anticipating that NAVI were going to make this swap. What kind of read is this? This is incredible.
Read, I mean, not only this as well, they've got Kang playing close with the operator. He's not going to show himself. The drone's still in the back pocket of Angel, but it's a job of nobody to try and break it. He's pushing something. He's pushing up. Nobody's got his teammate close to the corner. Someone needs to break this. It spots him. And it's the bait and switch.
Wait, they didn't break the drone.
They didn't break it because nobody wants to try and hold for any sort of kill. Swarmed onto the angle here, and there it is. The rifle letting it rip, flicking a wrist towards the side. Kang. Oh my goodness. Bullets landing towards the back of the head. He's right to the side. He will fall through the smoke. And damage not enough done to bring down the player. Zipan's weak. Tap of the plan, trying to bait something out. And again, Chichu will be the one to fall. Reckoning, everything being expended. It's desperation for EDG to hold on. And Howdong, he might just be the man to do it. Nanoswarm's deaded, shots landing. And Zipan, a sliver of health. Turret in his face, not planted for him. Wide to the side, a cove as well. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. We are going to OT.
We talked about Howdong's Reckoning, and that was a miracle play. A miracle. 2v4, just as NAVI are backing off to be able to play the post plant, he swings in with pulses at the feet of the NAVI players and catches them in stumbling retreat. How has EDG pulled that one out? 3 in a row to take us to overtime. They lost at lock-in, 100 Thieves, 12-14. They lost just here in Masters Tokyo to T1, 12-14. So criminally close to being able to take their first match win at an international event. And the first match win for China. Not quite the same thing on the line here, we're only in map 1. But they will want to reverse that scoreline, reverse the fate. Can they hold on in OT? It has been just the worst for them so far.
The battle rages on, doesn't it? Both the Jet players opting into buying the operators.
Of course.
No armor.
Of course.
One smoke between them each. Drone doesn't see much. Deep dart, that's all the Sova util really being used now. About 1:10 into it.
And EDG looked like they made an adjustment here based off a timeout or a discussion internally to try and deny Angel good information with this and play around those Sova timings. You know, they anticipated the rotate, had like a fake play with the drone in round 24, and now they've dodged all of Angel's util and grouped up at B.
Jump smoke just in case. Lining up. Making me scared.
Xiao in the smoke.
Yeah, smoke up close again. This time Trailblazer used a bit further back. Xiao catches the timing. Nana Swarm vulnerable up. There's a snake bite. It's all used together to try and clear out the common corners. Howdong. Cove. It's in his face. The back of horse still not cleared though. It's watch nobody adjusts the aim. 4 versus 4. And the reflank attempt to smoke. He just misses the timing. Recall. There it is. Lands a shot but instantly traded.
3v3.
To get 2 watching for it. Flash over the top as well. CNED struggling to get a handle on it, but yet adjust the aim nevertheless. Kang brought down. EDG. Howdong and nobody. They've got to do so much. Pre-aiming onto the corner. Up to just Howdong. 1v2. A white face, a white swing. Xiao, here's the footsteps. Star there, forces the fight in the astral form. Tap with the rifles. It's a game of chicken. Does he choose to push? Held, still, time on his side. Lands it. 13-12. A twist and turn in the regular tale that we've been telling for EDG on this map.
And Howdong has been unbelievable for them. Normally, I think you would consider him, the IGL of the team, to be one of their weaker players. But that 2K he got in order to drag them to overtime, and then a 1v2 here, he is just saving this map for EDG. He's the difference, he's the twist in the tail. But can EDG close it out? That round took everything from them.
HyperX really so smart the way he played it. He's given them a chance. A golden one. One round. Nobody tagged. Nobody covering him. He tried to break the drone. He didn't even do just that. Shao. Oh, this guy. These moments of brilliance just shining through, and it looks like an attempt from EDG. They want to flood in. There's a cascade. There's a gap there, but again, it's answered. Pound for pound, Shao has just been such a ridiculous player. Earning the Cosmic Divide. Kang pushing through. He's got the operator. 61 health. He wants an easy fight. He hears the footsteps. Does he choose to take the repeat down? My God, no scoping. Get rid of that Nana Swarm. He's tired of it. Turret broken. Still so much to watch. Flash over the top. What? A flick to the sides. Oh my.
But it's Shao again. 4 kills in the round, controlling EDG, putting them out. And EDG, opportunities squandered. That's been the problem when they've come to global tournaments before. That's another one. They had map point there and squandered it with nobody getting caught out. And that's happened a few times. Nobody's trying to play very aggressively. We saw him tuck pillar. We've seen him tucked A main, pushing A main, caught out in the open a few times. They are really abusing this guy, who's trying to play it as almost a quasi-duelist role.
Yeah. Another timeout earned.
Timeout taken. Both of the teams are given an additional timeout when we go into overtime. NAVI make use of theirs. Shao is currently sat at 33 kills.
This is a level of performance that, listen, the EMEA fans will be hammered against the wall saying, "We told you so."
Absolutely.
He's capable of this on the big stage.
And of course
we've seen it before.
Of course they are. You'd be a fool to doubt NAVI. Sure, they have slumps, but they're a team where you just say to yourself, okay, but if they play like they've done in the past, anything's possible. These guys have won trophies. I mean, everybody on the team, even after bringing in CNED, he, of course, has won the biggest that you can.
And just spectacular individual form on Astra, nevertheless.
Yeah, his Astra, though, is crazy good. He's known as a big initiator player, but I think he just gets such smart fights when he plays Astra, because he's allowed to play a bit more of a passive position. It's somewhat similar to his initiator fights that he takes. Obviop, once more.
And 13-13. Nana Swarm and Snakebite, that's sent gliding. You can hear it right through the air. Meant to punish anybody who's playing. I believe towards Link. Forced the dash out of CNED now with the operator again.
EDG haven't been able to get to round 27 previously. He's always been shut out before that. One Pearl.
Trailblazers used and broken. EDG want nothing to do with it.
I like this alarm bot that Sketsu's put down in A main. It just gives them such confidence, but he's actually facing it as well. He's looking for a fight over here. So Kangkang's slowly taking space over in this area.
I think Zipan's got a flash off the alarm bot.
Yeah,
looks like what he's setting up for.
But surely Sugetsu would almost take contact first.
Let's see what he chooses to do. Fight! Sprayed through! Howdong! Again! He's not messing around, is he? An instant stun from Shao to try and slow down the inevitable, but at this point they have already barreled through. They have the sight. There's Dart. Revealed, spam sprayed, adjustment to the movement. You're looking agile with it.
Yeah, but they haven't done any damage.
Potentially because the cone was up, but as it falls down, CNED's still there towards the bag. CNED claims 2, and he's looking for the 3rd. Turret removed for him. Shao, he's got his back towards the corner. Kang close. It's a 2v1. Patience is played. CNED's got the knives, and this is it. A 4th kill to turn the round in his favor. He's hunting for the target. He doesn't clear the corner. Chichu, cool, calm and collected. Doesn't overstep himself, doesn't overplay it.
And look at the disappointment on CNED's face there. He knows he should have cleared that corner. And after he'd done so incredibly well in the round, it just feels like you've thrown it away. But what is this from Howdong again? 2 more kills to set his team up. And that trap play, like I talked about, that didn't look good.
No.
I mean, Sugetsu was taking contact before that. And yeah, that's what it means to him. It puts EDG at another map point.
You can feel the stress, man, emanating from the stage. Like we were mentioning, it's not just an elimination match. Yes, we're early on in the series, but For EMEA, they're playing to avoid last chance qualifier.
And what a crazy situation that's in. I asked some of the teams at the press conference, do you think that adds additional pressure? And they're like, yeah, of course it does. Of course it does. We can't even, you know, just focus on Tokyo. We're thinking about champs as well. Very difficult position for NAVI, for FUT, for all of these teams. Trying not to be the first one eliminated, especially for NAVI because they're the lowest seed. So even if they go out at the same position as FUT, they'd end up heading to LCQ.
Yeah, that's right.
Tough spot for them, tough spot. Even if they lose here, there's chances for them to pull it back on Bind and Lotus. The Lotus attack side looked very good against NRG and their Bind has been solid, but you want to win your map pick. That's what this is.
For EDG, Edward Gaming. ASE were denied the chance to get the first win for China on the international stage just earlier today. They were eliminated, so they're the last one standing. Stalwart defenders for the pride of their entire nation. Let's see if they can do it. Can they claim the first chance here on map number 1? They only need the 1 round. There's a drone used very early on. It's deep.
EDG have not been getting any value out of players stuck in back halls here. Normally, a player in Smoggy's position has just been flushed out. They've got Astra stuns, they've got recon darts, they've got KO flashes, a lot to get you out of this.
Knife was close to the corner. Smoggy could actually break that one. Maybe a bit of a misplay. Clear towards the back here. Now Trailblazer used. There was an attempt of a punish. Sugetsu tried to run up towards it.
They know that nobody has been sloppy with his positioning. So that makes sense there to try and punish this guy. But he was behind the corner, at least this time.
50 seconds. No player advantage.
And no player in B Link, which is where NAVI are headed.
Angel's pre-aiming for the jump spot. Smoggy was playing there. They drop down into the smoke now, working their way through into B Link. It's going to be that 4-1 split. Somebody holding towards the backside of this one. Howdong is there on to Heaven. Feeling it now towards the back of Halls. What can Smoggy do? Pushing right through into the smoke. Smoggy still alive. Takes the first fight, but CNED, he wrangles control of the rifle. Maintains and holds.
EDG just cannot figure out how to deal with that. That player in backside always getting flushed. And now in a 2v4 to win the map.
So much to clear. Not futile to really do it here. Still the rifles. Look at this crossfire setup, it's brutal. 2 players in link, one towards the back of Horse, one takes the fight. Kang managed to work his way into the back of Horse here, but what can he really do? He's dashed right out into the open! Yeah, CNED's gonna capitalize instantaneously. 14-14. We go again.
Switching sides. Overtime.
So 3 map points given away by NAVI to send this to overtime. And now 2 map points failed to capitalize on for EDG. Neither team able to get over the line here. It's both of them struggling when it gets to those important points. They're putting on a show.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time that Kang has not bought attacking op in OT.
Just going for the rifle. CNED thinking otherwise though. Heavy group up. It's up to him to do something about it and spam onto the corner. Catches Kang. Adjustments. It was there with the aim. Reposition with the dash close to pillars. Anything to clear him out. He wants to take another bite of the apple. Wide swing as well. Wide face the no scope. CNED is an absolute beast. Maybe just getting a bit ahead of himself. He was hoping for the second kill there. Maybe to just refresh the dash.
I don't think NAVI will be mad about that one though. They're in a 4v2 to get themselves another map point.
Jump spot, nobody, reactions. Spike was picked up, side by side. Smoggy at his back.
And if EDG pivot, they've got Shao at their backs.
All that space has been vacuumed into mid, you're exactly right. So NAVI have got a really clear idea of what's happening here. They can play off any one of these players. Contact Zipan, really good with the movement.
Clean, extremely clean from NAVI. They throw something different out there. You know, Angel's normally going to be playing towards B. It's normally quite a passive B setup. This time, putting CNED deep and having him get aggressive off the back of someone else's spam. And it's, you know, Angel playing with CNED this time. I think that's the first that they've gone for a setup like this.
And listen,
that's crazy.
Some level of fortune involved, of course. You know, you're spamming down that angle. Angel gets the first, but CNED just pulling off amazing moments. And now, shoes on the other foot, isn't it? NAVI They just need the one round. They can lock up this map.
NAVI have already let 3 map points slip through their fingers, though. They've not been clean with it so far. Can EDG pull out the impossible once more?
Can they stay alive? Operator again. Towards the side, he hasn't really adjusted his aim for it. He already crossed over towards the side. There's a flash into it. He's still got a dash. Takes the fight. Dashes forwards anyway.
The reaction times are unreal.
Kang, when you watch him, you just know he's not going to miss. The aim is just so calm. And he's giving them the player advantage now. An immediate rotation all the way over towards A. NAVI. I feel like they've got a bit of a read on this. They've left Shao in a forward position here towards A main because they took that space earlier. And the rest of them now grouping up. They have to be careful though. Kang! He does not miss!
Why is that flick?
It's insane. The reaction times of this guy, I don't know. I haven't seen anything like it. He makes the op look like it's pre-nerf and it's all running all the way towards B. Chichu calls it. The rest of NAVI approaching his position now. Trying to get this plant down. Zipan's there. Got a clean fight. Anti-flash. Chichu, he was ready for it, anticipated it. Spike's been dropped into the back of Hall. You don't really need to make these plays yet still. Kang goes for it. 3 there. Knives around the side. Make it 4. Why not? Add another one to the collection of multi-kills. This guy is a phenom.
Overtime.
Everybody that plays against him says he's the real deal, and you see it now in the matches. I mean, to be honest, Smoggy might be outperforming him here in the match, but overall, look at this flick.
That's
Down B.
I mean, that's
One enemy
so fast, and such a large difference compared to where his crosshair placement was.
Yeah,
It's ludicrous.
Yeah, have to get the thesaurus out, I think, Josh, honestly. Because the amount of times we've been describing this guy is ludicrous, insane, crazy. He just pulls off the impossible.
He's exhausting the list of superlatives, isn't he? But that's why people consider him the best player in China. What he can do, these kind of things. He's going to pick up the attacking op again. So it's op v op on EDG's attack side. They've done this almost all the time. We saw a slight difference in round 29. Which of these teams is going to be able to get it across the line, though? This looks like it could be the longest game that we've ever had.
On a 3-match day.
No one wants to go home.
Yeah.
In every sense of the term.
Maybe production, but...
Keep him trapped.
Listen, I'm here. I'm here for it. Keep the game going. 15-15. Extension of play in map number 1. It's a lovely camera shot.
And how do you bring out new ideas? You know, you're so deep into this. Both teams have already used the timeout that they get in overtime, so it's all just down to the players. The players have to be constantly thinking, generating ideas, ways of spicing stuff up.
Kang. And the swarms. They'll be popped off here. There's 27 seconds in this round. Turret not broken. They're just spamming down the common angles as well. Walls in their face. No one really knows what they're landing and hitting with these shots. Where are they even aiming at? Haodong just pulling brilliance out of thin air. Flash over the top, right over the top. And time is running so damn short here. Spike in the hands of Chichu. He chooses to plant it wide out into the open. Spam by Zipan, but it doesn't connect onto it. Close to the corner, that's Smoggy.
That spam would have won them the round.
Thought it was brave. Chichu planting out in the open there, but it works out. 2 versus 2. Nana Swarm popped off. Close to the corner is Smoggy. Chichu knows. Oh my God, the shorty pulled down and swinging off the contact. Oh my God.
That looked a little weird from EDG, but it gets them up to 16 and map point again.
Okay.
Incredible stuff. I mean, Haodong gets a kill on CNED. I'm sure he's just aiming for the turret there. Maybe he's pre-firing. Maybe he saw a glimpse of something. But he pulls a 2K out again in a desperate situation for EDG.
Yeah,
we've seen amazing stuff. From Kang's opping, Smoggy's insane multi-frag rounds, where he just straight up wins it for the team, and Haodong's clutch 2Ks. This team is desperate not to lose here.
You got to get it over the line. They can't have the repeat. The international stage is the best chance they've had. Yes, Kang. Oh, the consistency is off the charts.
He puts his team in a 5v4 to win on Pearl.
Can they do it? Can they get it over that line? Alarm bot's going to be broken here. CNED, he activated the dash. It's going to be fading away of how slow this is being played. Trailblazers getting a bit of information there, spotting Xiao. And it's enough to indicate, or at least force the rotation.
Yeah, Kang just comes sprinting over.
Not wasting any time. Turret's broken. Watching towards Ard. It's up to nobody to hold this main angle because look at Kang. Again, exploring close. Catches Angel with the bow out in his hands. Now they move forwards, through into Art. 2 players grouped up, but this is it, surely. The finisher, Kang seeks to deliver the final blow. Nobody's there. 3 kills, 9 turn, once more, straight through. Map 1 is theirs.
Pop off, Kang, you deserve it. They turn the tail. Rewrite the history books on Pearl. And EDG finally able to get over the line in overtime. It took them until OT. After a great start on this map, they finally drag it through. But both teams had their chances there, and we saw some immaculate play from both sides. NAVI are going to be gutted they weren't able to win their map pick. And look at the difference in vibes as they exit the stage.
Oh.
So enthralled, thrilled, ecstatic at that one. And that is going to immediately undo the morale damage that they suffered, the psychic damage from losing to T1.
One enemy
Overnight,
remaining.
the mentality reset, whatever it was, but yeah, you're taking map 1 against NAVI, of all teams. It might have been the 14 coming into the event from EMEA, but it's still NAVI. They never count this team out. They pushed them right to the limits, and it took everything being pulled from almost all the individuals.
Yeah, ridiculous rounds. Kang had some spectacular rounds with his operator in particular, but we also saw Smoggy basically hard carrying them, deadlifting them through the early portions of this map. And Haodong was the only reason they made it to overtime. The only reason that they were still in there. Some ridiculous 2Ks.
Yeah. Just everybody pulling up the bootstraps as well, stepping up when it was needed.
And spare a thought for Xiao, who ends the map with more kills than the bottom 2 players on EDG combined.
More first bloods as well than anybody else on the rest of his team.
Xiao was doing everything he possibly could there to get them across the line.
He went nuts.
But NAVI want to win. It's going to have to come on Bind and Lotus, which are coming up next.
Yeah, to bring it all the way to the distance. And I mean, the deeper we get into this map pool, the more interesting it gets as well. NAVI be making adjustments with their own, moving away from the Yoru picks as well, that experimentation. We've already seen evidence of that, but you know, we're going to be seeing as well potentially a glimpse of the attacking Gecko op from EDG on Bind. I mean, listen.
And if those words may sound crazy, I hope the desk is going to give you a glimpse of it, because yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. This series really living up to those expectations that we've been placing on it, because it's all being mounting well. It's going to do it for map number 1. See you on the other side of the break as well with a continuation of the series.
I'm standing by with Iris and Coach after a huge win from EDG. I gotta ask you, given everything that just went down, what was the key for you staying in that game?
现在这是非常关键的一场比赛，而且是一个非常大的一个加时赛嘛。你觉得能够把这场这么紧张刺激的一个加时赛拿下来的一个关键是什么呢？
我觉得我们在不断的交流、不断的沟通，每一步对方的细节跟有没有可能产生的漏洞，我觉得今天在这一点沟通上，我觉得做得非常好，所以才可能拿到这个加时的胜利。
I think the key is definitely we keep communicating in the games because we always try our best to find the details and find if there are possible mistakes from our enemy. So I think we focus on this really well, and that's probably the biggest factor that we could put out this win.
The communication paid off. Congratulations. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
What a map that was. What a map. In fact, Doug was so affected by what he saw. I know he was just doing an interview, but we got to give him a break. He deserves the break, Bala.
Absolutely. But I love what After said about that match because when it comes down to it, it is about communication, right? It is about the chaotic moments that they had. How many just close rounds that you really have no clue what's going on? How many times do you have to track what the NAVI players are doing to be able to sustain in matches like that?
I mean, the fact that they beat their Pearl overtime demon.
Heck yeah.
Bala, they did it. They did it. I can't help but wonder if NAVI should have left that pick for a little bit later, maybe lean into something more like a Fracture or anything else.
That was my big question when I saw the veto. It's like, it's such a weird random pick to throw out, but this game was such a banger. And I think, to me and Brennan and Josh were mentioning a lot how it was the Xiao show versus the Smoggy show. Literally, these two guys went crazy against each other. And I think specifically Smoggy for EDG was so good at maintaining these very important rounds. There was a time when they were both 27 kills and 27 kills, opposite sides of the server, but so important for either team.
I mean, we talk about CNED versus Kong Kong. I did not think that this was the matchup we were going to get, but it did come down to so much individual brilliance, which, Bala, is not usually Navi's win condition.
Yeah.
They don't play to win like that.
It really is, and honestly, I think that's something that's changing right now, or something that at least they're relying a lot more on. And unfortunately for them, those moments didn't fall, mostly for them. It was a lot of Kong Kong, it was a lot of Smoggy, even Howdown added into it. So I think we're seeing times changing with Navi, and it's not necessarily the best look, I think. And I think you saw it a little bit in EMEA as well.
Yeah, I think that was the problem people had coming into this tournament. Are Navi going to go back to, I want to say FPX at this point?
Yeah.
That version of them or this? And we theorize whether Navi should just stick to their own game plan or maybe try and counter EDG specifically. Which version do you think we saw there?
I don't know. It's tough. I think EDG has evolved so much. Josh was mentioning on the desk how they actually aren't really an aggressive team. And I was really referring to when we were talking earlier about some of the set pieces and little microaggressions that they can make. But that was non-existent. I mean, the attack sides were so slow. It was grating. Nails on a chalkboard, how slow that was for them.
I mean, we spoke about this as well. Navi, they've always finished in the top 4, Bala. Not one time at an international tournament did they ever fall outside of that. But if they lose the next map, it's going to be a little bit dire for them, as you guys can see on your screen. The elimination stats here. Yeah, talk me through this.
9-2. I mean, they've gone through a lot of lower bracket matches, so 11 matches is crazy for them to do. But now they're down a map. They're facing complete elimination. I'm not sure how many times that's actually occurred.
Do you believe in destiny? Do you?
Yeah, I can. I believe in destiny.
I'm about to drop a stat bomb on you. Right, so Navi in international tournaments, when they have gone one map down, not many times. I mean, I think it's around 6 times that they've done this.
Okay.
When they're one map down, they've only ever managed to come back and win the series twice. Once against Fnatic and Masters Copenhagen, and they went on to win the tournament, and once against Exit in the thou shall not be spoken incident. But that's not what's interesting. That is not what's interesting about my stat bomb. The interesting thing is, both of those times where they did manage to make the comeback, they made it on bind. They started up by losing map 1, winning bind, and then going on to win the entire series.
So you're telling me that the first map doesn't matter because we're going to bind next?
Yes. I mean, they beat Fnatic and Exit.
I don't know.
By doing this.
I don't know. I'm honestly, this is crazy for me to EDG to pull out that Pearl after, remember, they were down 12-9 in that series.
I think they showed a lot of heart in that game. That's something really, stupid to say, whatever. It's very basic, but I didn't see it from NAVI. And I think when you're looking at this team, I think the question was in the regular season about how these teams were, or how NAVI was actually going to change up the meta, whatever, all that sort of thing about their playstyle and the trolling that they're doing. I don't think that question is getting answered in a positive way here.
I'm loving what you're saying, Bala, but I want to hear what Doug thinks. Here he is standing by with Doom Bros ahead of map 2.
Coach, an insanely contested affair there on Pearl, going all the way to, I lost count on how many rounds. What was the biggest thing that went wrong for you there?
I think we stressed in some situation where we should be much calmer and just play together. And they have such good aim that we're going to get these multi-frags that shouldn't be happening, We should just be able to play a bit more tighter, a bit more calmer, and just refrag, A lot of these moments should be our rounds, in my opinion. And that was really it. Otherwise, it was a pretty simple game.
Simple. You're insane. Best of luck to you in the rest of the series. Good luck, man. I gotta go.
Oh, sheesh. Ayo.
Yeah, hey.
Ayo.
Hey.
Yeah, that.
Breathe a little bit, bro. Breathe a little bit.
You guys got to talk a little bit longer. I need a second. Where's the water?
That was a nice. That was a nice Smoggy cosplay. I feel like you were running in like he was doing everything.
Jumping through Viper walls, doing my own thing.
Yeah. What were the vibes like? I know you just spoke to Doom and after. What was it like?
Both teams, oddly, to be honest with you, with Doom Bros, he was very like lighthearted. And very much like, it was all good. We lost a map that he called simple. He called it simple.
That's
like
Eric, though.
That is what it is.
I mean, that's Doom Bros, right?
Yeah, but you consider the stakes, though. Right?
He knows about the bind thing. That's why.
He's never been in this position. I mean, he's elimination in groups.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Agent Select as we head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select, because Gecko Viper Harbor on one side, and then who knows what Navi are going to play on the other.
Yeah, Angel on KO.
Oh, they've changed.
Really?
Okay, they've swapped back from the Fnatic comp. I guess they didn't fancy running the Cypher. And yeah.
This is interesting. I mean, basically the T1 comp for EDG as well. And yeah, we expected that. Yeah, I don't know. Navi, I honestly don't even care about the comps. I'm not going to lie.
Sir, why is Shao playing Brim and Angel playing KO? Why?
You have strong feelings on this one, too.
It's true, though.
Answer the question.
One of the best initiators in the world. And yeah, no, I agree with you. And that's, again, the role issues. It continues to happen. It continues to happen.
Well, Bala, he believes in destiny, which means Josh and Brent, Navi are going to win this and start the comeback.
Yet to be seen, honestly, yet to be seen, because, heading into bind, Navi again, chopping and changing a bit of compositions. We're looking at their bind, they're not going to be running the Cypher, like Desk was touching on. And instead incorporating a bit of the KO as well. I mean,
I can't
half of the course of EDG as well, but
yeah, I can't really think why they'd run a KO specifically against EDG. Like, the knife doesn't seem like it's going to be extremely good against, the Gecko. Maybe it's just designed. But listen, the way that EDG's composition works, they have a lot of utility that they're going to want to use in order to take map control. Not that Kang particularly does run the Gecko like that. Normally he just plays passively outside showers on their attack. But in theory, a 0 point could stop High Tides, Cascades, Trailblazer, Wingman, all of that kind of stuff.
Well, here we go. Pass off the rip, that's a double face as well. Crouch down, and the shots are there, connecting for EDG. Smoggy. He's in the fight,
that's a headshot
live and
through the
kicking.
wall.
Yeah, that's damage done to Angel. He's got to back all the way. Trailblazer now going to be used. There's a path. Out of showers, up through short as well. It's going to be fragment nade. Angel's low enough as well to keep instantly kicking in. Just drop down here. Does he try and take a time in? It's being watched. With the dog on top of it. It's combined. It's beautiful. So you're going to capitalize off of it. Down to just to get to with the right clicks. Okay, eventually landing it, but 3 more bullets. Might have to exchange the gun, and there we go. Picks up the ghost. It's down to that 1 versus 1. Him versus Smoggy. Does he anticipate the close-up position? He does not. It's Smoggy. Wins it, and the pistol round for EDG.
We saw that battle so many times in the first map. The Killjoy v Killjoy. Now both players have swapped over, obviously. Sugetsu keeping that role as a sentinel, whereas Smoggy is the extraordinary flex player for this team. He's going to be playing all sorts of different stuff, from initiated to sentinel to duelist, and showing the value that he adds to EDG here. Big pistol round. That is going to be helpful.
Up to EDG to not let any of these advantages slip. Deep smoke drop down. That's just to give a bit of space as well. You can see them farming up the orbs. Zipan's one step closer to his own ult. Be the priority, but you know, we've been joking around a lot, Josh, as well, about EDG with his comp that they're running. Just because you know, you see the Gecko, you think, okay, a lot of utility, really powerful stuff. Combine it together, get a lot of value. But
right there.
Kang doesn't really have those ideas often as well. I mean, you'll see him buy an operator and slowly contact into areas of the map when he is playing on binds, even if he is playing the Gecko. Here we go. No time wasted. 1 or 2 players spotted. Wingman getting that plant down, wading right into it. 2 players stacking up, yet the weapons carrying him through without any casualties.
1 enemy remaining.
And compared to T1, who we saw previously running the same composition, EDG are going to save a lot of that Gecko utility for the actual exec onto the site, which is an unusual way of playing the composition, as you were saying, Bren, because it is refreshable. You can pick it up off the floor. But Kang prefers to have his rifle out at all times, or his op out at all times on attack side. And really, when you see how skilled he is, it's difficult to argue against the fact that he should mostly be trying to, you know, prep himself to take the fight. This round very clean, Wingman in, Harbor utility decent, although it did offer a little bit of a spot towards the back of the site for NAVI to play. Keep an eye on that later on.
Yeah, no, interesting to note as well. I mean, Sheriffs across the board, with NAVI being on that defensive side, it means that they've had to go for half armor, and not all of them have been able to buy all util. Shao's missing a molly. There's no heal online.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I don't know if it will make a difference, but we'll try and keep an eye on it.
I mean, the half armor, not usually that important, but against Spectres, it could change the outcome of a couple of fights.
All over the top. Chichu's going to be trying to use that one as well to maybe get some low timings.
This is Kang's classic position when they attack. This is where he controls on the default. He's just going to be making it seem like there's nobody over here, and then looking to control this area, and late into the round, going into showers. I think that's abusable if Cned wants to take fights over there a little bit with Angel or Zipan. Otherwise, EDG are just contacting around the place.
The 0 point is quite good, actually, though. It's used around a minute 10 mark, because now it forces the rotation out from Angel. It's going to be there. Fragment nade. Tossed in. Now they've lost Shower's control. Flash. Rebounds. Smokes in their face as well. Snake bites. Drop down to prevent any aggression going through into Lamps as well. Still a chance for a teleport pivot. Is that what they're going to try and do? They want to try and fight. Right into them, up close. Got the rifle now, moving forwards. Exchange as well. Bullets just raining down into Lamps. And already the rest of the team collapsing through. Meanwhile, Smoggy is making his presence known over towards B. He's got the entirety of the site. He's like, guys, let's TP. Why not? Escape it. But he might be walking right into Shao. Any second guesses over this one? Smoke still dropped down here as well. Wingman with the spike, get that plant down. Zipan grouped up together. Kang.
Wow.
Oh, goodness me. That is close.
With a crouch dodge to avoid getting sprayed by that. He took a headshot, but it was kind of through the tube, through the metal. So he ended up not taking as much damage, I think. Alternatively, it might have just been a 140, and then he dodged the second shot entirely.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, he takes a 140, and then he dodges the second. I mean, that is crazy. But EDG are able to take that round. They were taking fights in Lamps in order to maximize the value of their Spectres that they'd kept in the bonus, and Navi were happy to try and duel them in there. It does not seem like a great area of the map to heavily fight over as the defenders. And then, yeah, watch out for those Smoggy lurks. They don't necessarily need Smoggy to be able to entry on bind. There's not really any dashes to break crossfires that are super important if you take the fight over towards A with Shower's control.
Navi on their half buy as well. They were putting a lot of focus on the extremities here towards B long and Showers early on. They've only kept on to B long, holding that, farming up the orbs once more. Trailblazer, going through Showers, it's broken. This is going to give them maybe a bit of false information though. Zipan should see that with a jump spot. Presence there, drops down the smoke. Ollie used as well, but 50 seconds left in the round, lots of time to work with. If you are EDG.
Without a raise, EDG do not fight over hookah control very often. So Navi's focus on B long seems like a decent idea, but they have got the rotate entirely wrong here. This looks like it's going to be a very simple round for EDG to wrap up. It's only Shao here with the Sheriff.
This could have gone wrong for EDG if Navi chose to gamble and stack onto this site, but instead it is, like you said, just Shao. TP's now to try and as well help out, and yet the angle's there, watched. But traded, Smoggy's there, time. It's running short, onto the angles. High tide coming through, gotta be able to watch this one. Seekers are committed to get to right through the wall, but nobody's through into the back of Elbow. 0 point, cancels out the Blade Storm, but they know where the last two players in Navi are.
One enemy remaining.
Jumping wide, Angel trying to take the fight as well. This precision, really doing the most here. Seen it.
Headshot.
That's lovely damage, and maybe a chance. Satchel, oh, he's beefed the movement. He doesn't pay for it with his life. Drops down, 1 kill. Holy, that was looking more than doable.
There's a hole in the wall right next to nobody's head.
I mean,
that is close.
the presence of mind of CNED in that instance to get the kill and reset his aim enough as well, lining up for the headshot.
Yeah,
Almost gets that done.
He took a moment. I really thought that was going to be an easy round for EDG to convert. They only had that single player on site, but again, the Sheriffs just look so good. Another round where CNED comes extremely close to getting his team across the line, but it's Navi with another horrible start to a map. I brought it up before how badly they begin these maps so far at Tokyo. It's just been brutal.
Yeah, slow beginnings.
The slow beginnings are killing them, especially when you think about how map 1 went to overtime. Not even overtime, they were up 12-9.
Yeah. There were chances, but now it's EDG with a 4-round lead, leading in the series. Elimination match.
And the attack opping Gecko is here. Thrash comes out.
Here it is. Thrash, detainment. There it is, close to the corner. Hands out wide to get to. He's looking this way, all the way around, trying to dodge all his utility. Still close to the corner. He does dodge it to get to. You are an animal! 2 in that position. It's just absurd. Should not be getting away with it. In the midst of all of this, it's up to Howdong. Can he salvage it? Can he pick up the pieces? He takes the TP now into Showers. Doesn't know where anybody really is here. Shao close to the corner. He's ready to meet him. This corner's not going to be cleared. Shao, yeah, easiest kill of his life.
Big round from Sugetsu. Exactly what his team needed, but how he quite managed it, I'm not sure. EDG didn't look like they had enough of a plan on the follow-up to the Thrash there. They didn't just use it to try and secure Hookah control and then commit the site with it. They properly did detain Sugetsu, but then they got held back. Navi have massive ultimates to work with here on the defense side. They're going to try something extremely aggressive in Sand at the beginning of the round. This looks like a flash and a potentially some kind of showstopper play off the rip.
And Holtz to really make something happen. Satchel to the side. Is that a bit of a team flash?
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So Navi just prod into Sand at the start of the round. Here's what this attacking op Gecko is going to be doing for a lot of the time. Controlling Showers. And then he'll group up with the rest of the team. But of course, you know, with most players, you'd say, what is this strategy?
Yeah, what is he doing?
But when it's Kang, wait, headbutt it.
There we go, body block.
Nice one, son.
Yeah, okay. Still going to be able to get them into short, ideally. Another snake bite drop down. Anong has his own reckoning, but there's plenty more ults where that came from. Navi can offset that advantage at any point in time. Here's the reckoning. Are they going to use anything? Yep, Viper's Pit into Lamps. Denies it, pushing through. Angel. No utils to set that one up. There was a rocket going right at them. CNED happy to let it rip, but a Viper's Pit of their own. Honestly, just meeting them. Close up. Absolute pollution warning, and Kang still watching the side. He's got the sight line locked down to it. They need to be aware of this. Any sort of attempt to push through. Exchange, so rifle picked up. Cove.
They're all in
broken.
Cove.
Yeah, and it could come, I mean, really down to any semblance of just timing.
Launching smoke.
Outside of the Viper's Pit, though. Together. Smoke, there was a gap. Angle there. Shot beams down, Kang. Howdong hoping, praying. Molly at his feet, the reposition. 31 health. Flash doesn't see it, he's tucked. into the corner. Surely you get clears there. We can hear the footsteps, the boots rumbling beneath him. He doesn't know where they are right now. Could be anywhere. Shao was watching for it, aware of it. Tapping onto the defuse, trying to bait out the spam. Close together, sprayed, have denied! Chichu, he comes out with the goods.
That round was anybody's. It could have flipped at any point based on spam into a situation. But Chichu wins it in the most unlikely way possible, getting that 1v3 towards the end. He's the player that ended up being masterful in the clutch. If you think back to that locking game, what son? Love that idea from Secretlab. Not that it particularly had an impact in the round. It was all the Viper on the other side of things. It's a major clutch to pull things out in favor of EDG, knock the economy back down into a weird position for NAVI. They're going to take a timeout here. Part of this might be just to discuss whether or not they want to force up around the 3 rifles that they can afford. Whether they want to save for CNED to get an operator online. You know, both of these teams have unconventional ops, to be honest. Instead of the Jet, it's the Gecko for EDG, and it's going to be the Raze who sometimes picks it up for NAVI on the defense.
It's really quite difficult. That prior round for NAVI, I mean, can't stress enough how brutal it was to lose it.
Yeah.
The amount of ults that were invested into that, Josh, and how it breaks their economy here. Again, the loser's bonus is reset because they won round 5.
Yeah, it's catastrophic.
So they're in a really dire straits right now. It's looking like the first half of binds is going to snowball out of their control. EDG going to be happy with that, though, aren't they? I mean, this is a team that playing with elimination on the line, playing with a chance to get the first win for China on that global stage.
Smoke's down.
Fighting over B-Long, fighting over showers. That's the NAVI game plan in this half-buy round, even though they've got 3 rifles.
And a contact push out of showers, 2 players together. Quite like this call from NAVI. If they've been watching the VODs, EDG love to play really passive containment of showers, pretty far back. And they've realized it. Nobody is here. Yeah.
Such a timing.
I really do like this idea, and it could be brutal right now for EDG because they've left Kang push forwards. The Classic will do the job. CNED will be like, all right, happy to collect that. Thank you for the gun.
EDG need to accelerate into B if they're going to push this area.
No, Shao, he had you till out is watched. Dipan to high-low setup. What a return of fire out on. He oversteps himself though, doesn't he? Tries to take a little bit more out, Shao. Oh my.
The hero for NAVI. On map 1, steps up again. She won the 1v3 last time, but this is a very, very different situation. NAVI have done enough here. Strangely, EDG actually looking more uncomfortable in the slow pace. You know, they were asked to turn up the tempo there after they lost all of their control over towards A, and they just fumbled it a bit. Didn't wait for the Seekers to come out of nobody. Haodong still deciding to fight that.
20 seconds, he's going for it.
It looks impossible.
He's going for it, there's a molly at his feet, okay.
Well, that's a bit bizarre, because if he'd kept that, they would have actually been able to get a couple of rifles on board, even though it's an eco round. All right, they're just going to go for something very small. Great kill by Zipan to start things off, keep Shao alive while he's playing with his iPad. And then Shao, he drops the Fruit Ninja and decides to take a couple of hits.
Yeah, man. I mean, the boots are rooted into Garden. Landing, nailing those 2 shots. Beautiful stuff. I mean,
this is the same kind of thing that we've seen from NAVI all tournament, though.
Yeah.
This is NAVI struggling to get a start in a map, and then they start to come back into it, and they heat up.
My ult's ready.
They win some major rounds.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Take a reaction time test after that one. How does he land that?
It's a great off angle that to play in hookah. Will very often get you results.
Massive from Sugetsu. No danger now being placed this way, but there was a lot of contact plays, and close to the corner. Shao, lucky they didn't end up falling.
Yeah, that could have gone dangerous.
And still could. Still could! With the Sheriff, he's there. Angel forced to let loose the ult now. He's like, okay, got to push them back somehow. But again, the tempo has been cut. EDG, they slow it all the way down. Abilities. Sticking through. Oh, tap. There's damage done. It's a crossfire setup all the way through with the rifles vulnerable. Spray down. Sugetsu can't land the final few bullets necessary. Bring down a second player, or close. A res, very far back position. They do get Angel back into the fight here, but can Howdong do even more? Close to triple the movement. And Sugetsu gliding across the ground, but the plant's still down. Chichu have to pull off the impossible with a ghost. Doesn't quite have the util for it. Yeah, I mean, that snakebite has gone absolutely to the middle of nowhere.
I'm sure he was aiming for Sugetsu.
Yeah, yeah.
So Navi clean that one up despite a little bit of danger, and now they're starting to get their feet under them. It's 3-5 to score, but momentum in their favor, and they've shown an ability to be able to read what EDG are doing and catch them off guard. Kang without enough money to be able to buy an operator, though I think Howdong could have dropped for him had they wanted to go in that direction. He's going to go into the next round with 5 rifles. And so far, Navi are putting a premium on fighting for the outsides of the map. It's a game plan that is working, actually. Oh, they're just walking up behind CNED's op. Like I said, the Raze operator, a feature of Navi's defense side occasionally.
Yeah, and CNED's going to hold the left, Xiao close towards the right, just in case. Just to back away with the timing, though.
Ooh, he was prepping the ult there off the Trailblazer that came through, spotting people in showers.
And maybe opting to use it if it connected, latched on, stunned. Trailblazer clearing. Oh, CNED drops down. Gives up the high ground position. Now the Reckoning as well starts to be used, pushing them back into the corner. Still a couple of areas you can play quite safely. CNED making his way over towards Lamps, barreling through with the rifles.
Xiao caught by the Reckoning there, unable to stand tall.
Take the fight against him. There's a gap though in the wall. Angel, quick to capitalize, quick to take advantage of that fact. Here we go, let's go. Still watching for these angles. It's really just scattered approaches. Team fights, aim duels all over the place. A dodge towards the side, nobody. I mean, that was just all over the place.
And EDG are able to take it, holding complementary angles. I'm pretty sure there was an EDG kill there while utterly full blind.
I mean, nobody did dodge the first flash. I mean, let's see it again in the replay, because I think that is just incredibly fast reactions, but I felt like, I mean, that was just a return as well to almost like the domestic Valorant we've been watching of EDG.
There it is. That's the one I'm talking about. Chishu, full blind, runs through, grabs that. Yeah, I mean, you're right. That was a bit of the chaos that we've seen from EDG, where they are in a situation like that and prevail. The crowd waiting to go nuts for a wingman play. Yeah, Kang's been getting usage out of it to...
Been using it to plan.
Yeah, to plan, basically. He's mostly been saving his utility for when they actually get to the site. Using Dizzy a couple of times just to take a little bit of map control. Well, I'm sure they're going to go nuts for the first wingman defuse. By the time we get to the sides being flipped, though, it's possible that Na'Vi might be seriously facing elimination and having to go to LCQ. And Barla was talking about it a little bit, how ridiculous that situation is. Na'Vi's win rate in elimination games is bonkers. I mean, partly because of that lower bracket run that they did in Copenhagen to be able to win the entire event, but also because they're a stellar team, a phenomenal team that's currently in a bit of a slump, but still expected to be able to take out EDG, I would say. They're slim favorites in this game, even in their current form. And at the moment, that is not the way the series is going. EDG, especially at the beginning of these maps, is tossing them around. Kang with another thrash.
How does he want to use it? Oh, okay. They hit a flash. Still has it. Will anybody be able to play off of this? Okay, now he's going to be using it. Cascade.
Usually this would just be for a little bit of control and then, yeah, coming back.
Yeah, so he grabs it back.
And now he's got it.
B main.
Yeah, he's got it for some kind of site control. You would expect Howdong to just stay here and then call a bit of a pause in the round. They're looking to bait a reaction on the other side of the map. And CNED has reacted, but only to tuck himself into a corner, not to actually explore into Smoggy's crosshair.
Spike handed over. A thrash in the hands. Maybe waiting as well. Trailblazers use anything to break it. I believe spotting 2 players, if not 3. Here's thrash being used again. There's a knife. It does cancel it. Orbital strike. There's a couple of ideas behind this one. I'll be really seeking to try and disrupt this one. Hoping that they were up close towards it. They Through the TP, Showers, nobody's here. He's got the Seekers as well, clears through, and CNED's going to be caught into that corner. Still wants to take the fight though. Flash wasn't good, it was dodged.
Amazing dodge.
They hear that other TP through Showers now. This is the adjustment that's really necessary. Viper's Pit has been dropped. Wingman for the plan. Snakebite at his feet. Will he survive? No, he will not. Grab that one back, vulnerable up. There's only 13 seconds left. This is getting more than dicey. Looking not really quite doable. Smoggy takes a fight towards the back of the side. The gap's there. Shishu also finding his already. Weaving throughout the smokes as well. Obfuscated, yet Navi still looking to maintain control. Players are low. Kanga and Shishu, they managed to get the spike down in the middle of all of it.
Shishu might be asked to get another 1v3 here inside his pit.
But how can they do it when they're this low? The Navi players are so healthy. The Molly as well. Does the work for him.
What? That one was into hookah.
Yep. Gun was even needed. Tap onto it. Kang forced the swing, but it's watched. Too much mounting against EDG to really overcome that.
That's so unfortunate though for Shishu. He's just there trying to keep his pit alive. And the molly is to stop anybody from swinging back lamps as Navi focus forwards on the front of the site. And it actually bleeds through the wall to tickle Shishu's ankles and take him down.
Yeah.
That's so unfortunate from him.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah. He's on the other side of the wall here.
Showers
Last player standing.
amazed and delighted when he got a kill out of that one. That's the kind of stuff that Navi need, where they have woken up, winning 3 out of the last 4 rounds, and getting themselves into a reasonable spot for the half again.
It's just similar scenes. Almost every map that they've played. Deep flash, good info for Zipan. But EDG have been playing the slow spread default for most of the rounds as well, so doesn't really give them a good indicator. This will, though. It's a contact push out through Showers to get to. You're holding your ult out in the open.
He's just holding a crack there for information. As soon as he takes contact, pops ult.
He's locked off the entirety of hookah. Dog broken, nade at the feet. Nobody can walk past that. Choke point is theirs. Now Util being used as well in kind. This is Navi just trying to, again, lock them off, slow them down. EDG get anything going for them. They push all the way through here. What's the call? 50 seconds. This is such a deep flank. All the information is theirs.
They're not going to expect CNED.
Yeah. Here it is. Round to the side! How is Kang hitting that? He's got a Sheriff, and now you see it. A TP coming through there. That's nobody. Right by his side. Smoggy also going to be following suit. The rest of his team making their way through into cave. 30 seconds remaining.
Showers in such a weird spot. He might be able to cut off the spike, kind of weirdly predicting their rotate through cave.
It needs to be dealt with. 60 seconds, waits it. Final moment, all the way. That is patience at its best. Players on the site dealt with. Xiao being a difference maker.
What a decision from Xiao there. Just talking himself up to the rest of the team, I think.
He is having a series.
Yeah, that's an anti-eco, but it's one that could have very easily gone sour for them. And he had already heard 2 people go through the teleporter to site. There's a good chance that those guys have the spike, and Xiao is just left top short with nothing to do. Yeah. And instead, picks the perfect timing, and like you said, amazing patience. So Navi, 1 round away from tying things up at the half. Showers fight.
All the way. Deep nade, mosh pit. Combining all this util, but it's used just 1 singular molly. It's enough to push them back, and well, with the Phantoms in play, why not? Free to spam those corners. It earns that first kill. Big advantage for Navi. It forces Shishu to make something of it. Risks taken. He goes down, showstopper. Was ripped. CNED's like, well, where's the rest of you? Dash to avoid it. Nade around the back. Trying to get the punish now onto him. That is such a wide swing.
From both of them.
Oh my goodness.
Well, EDG will take that one.
Yeah, okay.
It opens up the round just a little bit at the minute mark.
Smoke's down.
They're going to try and re-explore Showers. They know that this is the area CNED was playing in before. So with him pushing short, they think, okay, Showers is probably clear.
Nobody caught with a knife. This smoke, close. Players towards the back of the side. There's a high tide, breaking it. Spam with the Phantom, slight gap again. This has been getting cleared by Navi. Gotta suspect this one. Cove.
30 seconds left.
It's dropped, but immediately broken. Howdong's still going to be sticking this to get this plant down as well. An extension in the round. Time being bought. Seekers all the way through. That's a fight taken by Howdong. He just swings into the back of the side. Adjustment with the aim. It's not there for nobody. He doesn't win his fight out. 8 bullets left. Is it planted for him? Tap of the rifle. Oh, the precision. It was there, but just too many bodies, too many players. Navi surviving through, and they do bring it 6-6. Equalized in the half. They are going to be so pleased with themselves with that.
Yeah, after going down 0-4 to begin this one, this is a major recovery. Navi's game plan ended up working really nicely. They were just focused on controlling the outsides of the map, showers, B-long, and it paid dividends for them. When EDG pushed down short, they had good positions to be able to collapse onto the site, and otherwise, they were winning the fights. EDG kind of missing the utility there.
So 6-6, that's where we find ourselves. The first half of Bind. I mean, really drawn all the way back from Navi. Let's send it down to the desk as well to break it so far.
Thank you very much, Josh and Bren. Bala, it was a great start for EDG, but the Shao shows to get to, they really got Navi back into the game.
Yeah, a couple rounds there where even on the anti-eco, you could tell that they were willing that game back into existence, because Shao and Sugetsu, those are the guys I think that you remember from last year as being the players for Navi, the guys who brought them a championship. And honestly, they're holding this game together. But it's making it so I think they're favored now going into the second half.
I do think it's been fun to watch both of these teams playing chaos, right? We were just talking about Shao and Sugetsu, and I think about that round where he was pushed up, catching the rotates over on that eco as they were trying to hit showers. It's chaos moments like that that feel like it's a bit reminiscent of what we just saw in Pearl. Those overtime rounds where everything was just chaotic, and I can't help but lean towards like EDG thriving in some of that space.
Yeah, I think in the last game it was EDG just capitalizing on those moments. Here, it's Shao finding these crazy timings 2 rounds ago, like you mentioned. And when you listen to Doom Bros talk about between maps, how it's important for for all the players to be playing together, I'm wondering how much you have to rely actually on individual form instead of really relying on some of these trades and positioning, all these different things, because honestly, that's not something you can fix overnight. So to see them step up is really, really important if you want Navi to stay in this.
Yeah, and for EDG, I really want to see Kong stop dying first. I think he's dying first a lot, Doug, without as much impact as the first map.
Yeah, and I think his role is just very different from what we saw him doing on the first map. He's on his purpose is different, his job is different, and I think that can be a difficult thing to adjust to, but I think the second half very well could tell a different story.
Well, this is going to be a huge half for EDG. They're still hunting for that first win, and Navi, Josh and Brent, if they want to avoid LCQ, they got to bring it back.
Paving away, aren't they? Making it nice and even on Bind. They do not want to be playing in the last chance qualifier for EMEA. Any chance ahead of them, really. They've got to win this map to avoid that fate. Flying all the way back, prepping for that as well.
Navi have straight up just been like top 2 in EMEA since forever. Since forever. So already finding themselves in weird situations. Where's that 0 point going then? Is it going to make it feel like they're taking some B-long control? Yeah. Whereas instead, Angel's on the other side of the map.
Yep, sails all the way across. Where's this one going?
So that's just like a backwards flash that you throw, so that it's primed by the time it bounces off the wall. It looks like
landing away from him. Okay, dash is active now. Flash as well off of the contact. Nobody. Adjustment is there. The aim. Precision to bring down to get to, and the showers plays, they don't want anything to do with it. They look like they wanted to pop through.
That's a lovely idea. Comboing the Dizzy with the flash there to ensure that the player gets blinded and you can take a fight, and priming it all off Smoggy's contact.
Oh, deep pushed up position. Didn't hear any footsteps. He does hold that space. Re-exploration from Navi though. Jumping around, B-hopping, gets the info. Knife as well, tags onto 2, so Navi looking to potentially commit. High ground angle was watched. Angel's close. Wins his fight out. Still with the classic Howdong. Here's the footsteps. Nobody with these flicks, these micro adjustments. Just being so spectacular. And there's Chishu. Yep. The knife in the back. Extra element with that deep push out. He was always going to be lurking as well, the backstab.
EDG, they managed to stop the bleeding. As Navi, prior to that, had won 5 out of the last 6 rounds. And like Bala said, it felt like the momentum was thoroughly in their favor heading into this half. EDG are going to start out well. They've won both pistols in this map now. and showcasing a trap play that's really cool. I wonder if they've got that elsewhere on the map. You see Kankan playing with nobody again over towards B long. So it's quite possible they're going to really focus on comboing. Well, hello, where are you going?
You are so close. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder.
I mean, what's the reason to make a play like this on a round where you have such an advantage?
I mean, Kankan as well was holding a deep angle. Angels ripped his head off of the Sheriff, meanwhile, towards B long.
Very risky behavior in this round for EDG, one that teams are normally going to win about 90% of the time.
Yeah. And it's sowed a bit of chaos into it. When you lose a play like this, they attempt to reclear. It's contact plays. CNET, of course, is watching.
Oh, it's all crumbling for Edward Gaming.
NAVI love to slow rounds down like this. They are being gifted one. Close again. This time, forced to take these risks. Trailblazer, it's broken.
Good bait, though, for Smoggy, potentially.
And Smoggy now.
He doesn't have dash, though.
Some value out of it. Well, Zipan falls. Still forcing a fight out. No more smokes as well. Shao moves through. Aware of it, yet still. Smoggy just can't win the fight out. These Sheriffs, in the hands of the NAVI players, they are just demonic.
So incredibly deadly, but they've also just caught people contacting around the map all the time.
Oh my!
And they finished the round in the same kind of way. That early kill on Kankan, we didn't see it, but you see his positioning. Just looking to challenge and take a fight over towards B long, and then that prompted a series of contact pushes. Yeah. You see the pings on the minimap just there, actually, before we went into the replay. Oh, God.
That's a pre-fire.
That's pretty good from Angel. See the
Everybody
pings?
Spike down A.
Yeah, NAVI were just pinging out the fact that EDG went for a repush in sand. Repushing sand, or pushing sand in general in the mid-round, is something that not many teams are doing in the meta right now. HyperX are doing it a ton, and it's been working very nicely for them. Most attacking teams are going to leave a bit of a gap in their default over towards that area. NAVI may have prepped specifically for this, or adjust to it.
EDG going to be kicking themselves that they did drop that prior round.
Yeah, just when it looked like they were going to be able to re-grasp control of the map, slips through their fingers.
They have stacked over towards B though. So 4 players watching, almost lining up. They hear it. Coming up towards sand. They want to take the fight. It's a little bit messy, a little bit scrappy yet. Okay. The weapons do carry them through. Even time to pick up the orbs. Start prioritizing those ultimates.
Zipan calls to the rest of the team. I've let him through for you.
Yeah. That one's for you to get to.
NAVI up. And here we see a proper rifle round. Kankan is going to op on the defense side as Gecko. Didn't stop him on attack. Why would it stop him on defense?
It is unusual. Man, you just look at that timeout, the timeline. The rounds earned. NAVI in complete control. Even when they slip up a little bit, losing that pistol round, round 13, matters not.
Yeah. I mean, apart from the first 4 from EDG, they've been really struggling to get anything online. And the slow playstyle may well bait out over-aggression from Edward Gaming.
Looks like NAVI are setting up for an A split here. Angel's position, maybe some util over the top. Slow showers take as well, might be in order. That's going to be the Trailblazer.
And this is definitely the weak side of the map for EDG.
There's quite a bit. Don't spot a player on top of truck. Smoggy even feeling like he has to use a smoke to cover the showers angle because he doesn't know if it's compromised this entire time. Here's the second wave of utility. CNET, very clean movement with the satchels. Lands right on top of truck, doesn't take a clean fight though. Now the dash for Smoggy. Wants to take a fight. Off angles, no! With the rifles, Chishu, okay, he does respond. There's a showstopper! Stopped in his tracks, but on top of bench to get to. Precision. One shot to the cranium, brings him down. It's 2 versus 3. Kankang's retaken with the op. Oh, here we go. There's one. Bench compromised. Lovely movement. Jiggle of it to get to. Evade's falling. Still watched. Comes down to reactions, doesn't it? That's a wide face. Now it's brought it to a one-on-one. Okay.
They tried to double swing and they've just given Kankang a pick.
Yeah. Out to the open. You cannot grant him chances like that.
What a decision. And this will help the crowd. I mean, what a decision from NAVI. It's Sugetsu felt uncomfortable with his position over towards bench, and that makes sense, right? Because Kankang's got an operator and a long sightline there where his head can be seen. But Sugetsu and Angel combine together to go for a double swing on a player that's opping, who is easily going to be able to isolate ones out of that. They're hoping that Kankan push forwards.
Yeah, really.
But Kankan's, at this point, he's thinking to save until Angel grants him the pick.
And you cannot give him those glimpses, those chances.
That's a miracle and a thrown round from NAVI.
Enough to bring it to 8-8. And again, similar to the storylines that were being told in that first map. Took those heroics of EDG to really claim that map away. He's moved the operator into hookah.
Yeah, this is what he was doing last round as well before he rotated for the retake. He's hoping someone's going to explore there because CNED was playing hookah heavy at the beginning of this half.
There's a no commando all the way through at the back of triple. Smoggy is feeling really susceptible to a bit of spam. Angel, twisting, turning, auto strike now. Drop down at their feet, but fights are taken. It gives them the timing. Xiao returns the fire, brings out with 2. Sugetsu also collapses and collides. Snakebite at his feet, trying to get the res off. There it is. Adjustments necessary. Detainment. Is it there? It is. Hands up. Kang seeks to claim the kill. There's a rifle. Here's the flash. Why not? Take a fight. Sugetsu says, I dare you. Second guesses it with the off. This man is playing gun game.
Back-to-back incredible clutches from Kankan there. I mean, the usage of utility, so unorthodox, so good. He gets his thrash in a 1v2 to be able to detain one of the players, comes around the corner with a shorty, cycles between the Vandal.
One enemy remaining.
What is going on?
As this wingman clears a close area as he cycles through his weaponry.
I love this camera shot. This man's operating at 2:58 p.m. Look at that.
Yeah, it's not the left hand doing the work, it's the left frontal lobe.
Rent free. Set up on the angle. B-Long has no way to really escape from this. There's, okay, flash. I don't know if he heard an audio cue or what, but he's already backed pretty far away. Dog clears either side. Still a chance. Angel holding the flash again. This is trying to set him up. It was right over the top, so yeah, can't hold it. Does allow NAVI to cross into this one, but it forces out this high tide. Another snake bite, drop down. What a chance. Hidden, the wall of water.
Just so
helping him.
bizarre.
It is so strange. You can't prep for scenarios like this, man.
Haodong's high tides are so weird.
Kang pre-aiming where he thinks a player might be. Flash gets him back onto that angle, but the barrel, does it stick out?
I've got your trail.
Nate to the back. It's the go button. Seekers utilized on either side. Double dash. There we go. The satchel into the back. CNED. He's cut it up. The crosshair placement. He's fading it out. And there it is. As soon as he hears the op shot, takes the wider face, takes the wider swing. He needs the rest of his team though. And finally, starting to make their way up through into B-Long. 30 seconds. Plant into the corner. Tap, tap, tap, tap, tap. My God! Nobody gets it. Denies the plant down, but it was traded. CNED. He's alive in this round. He's earned himself another nade. There's a dash. Buying time, waiting for Chichu, but okay. Caught out, flick to the side. This is just sheer chaos. Dash. It's not planning for him. Angel forced to take the fight now. Half onto the defuse. Smoke. He gave Angel the right angle, the right timing. He contacts into it. But this is just, I mean, again, I'll repeat what I said earlier. You just can't prep for rounds like that.
That's 3 rounds in a row that have come down to ridiculous clutch scenarios. 1v2s, 1v1s. I love the idea from NAVI with CNED. He played that situation perfectly. To take control of backside, bait out the op, punish Kang. What?
One enemy
Oh.
But this game is so tense. Finally, we should get a bit of a reprieve as NAVI are on an anti-eco.
They do. That's a push out of sand.
Oh no, of course.
CNED was alone.
Of course we're not going to get any break.
Catch your breath, not quite.
But it's just the tension in this game is unreal. Both teams happy to slow down the mid-round and then ending with outrageous clutches. And I think the tension that all the players are feeling is trickling into the game because there's so much on the line. EDG are desperate for this win. The first win that they would have at an international event. First win China would have as well.
What a call here.
And yeah, they're so happy to take the risks, but calculated ones on the eco rounds.
Either side, to be honest. Knife across. Tag there. They don't know Lamps is compromised, but they're going to get themselves onto the side. Tap onto it. Viper's Pit. It's dropped down. This is going to be really quite difficult to get through now. Deep flank still triple face with a lot of the players of EDG. Kang's trying to go over something, but really you just cannot see a thing in the pit. Contacting all the way through. What? Again, the reactions, the precision of these Edward Gaming players. My God. Every single moment, it's turned on its head. It's two players left standing here for NAVI. Make it one. It's all up to Angel, the IGL, with so much to do. Not enough resources at his disposal.
You can't catch a break in any of these rounds, including the Thrifties. EDG just finds so many opportunities there. The push is inspired down B-Long at that kind of timing in the round. But also, Smoggy's aim is ridiculous. Smoggy and Kankan finding these fights all over the map. They've just picked NAVI into a series of ones instead of a full team, and that's what Doombros was talking about in the coach interview. How NAVI need to be grouped up in those situations to be able to trade each other.
Yeah.
And, yeah, completely alone.
That's the comfort zone for EDG.
It is, yeah.
It really is. If you give them these individual duels, they love to play like that.
Nobody with Chow in showers. Nobody with Sugetsu inside his pit. Punish for it. Flips.
Oh.
But again, only one rifle on board for NAVI, and they find themselves up a player.
Is that nobody just going for the AWP? I think a bit of a tap, yeah. A bit of spam.
Nobody doesn't look like he really has his head in the game in this match, actually. He's been caught out a lot on Pearl and Bind. But right there, the rest of the team is really pulling him through. And he does occasionally come out with magic.
No util being used to clear this one. Kang again, just holding it. Hoping for the re-swing, hoping for the peak. Orbital strike, nade. Really nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The util dumped in.
Why not? Let's have another Thrifty.
Yeah. Open invitation to the site here. NAVI happily going to be accepting. All the way through, into the back here. Howdong and Smoggy. What he contemplating that he needs to really save this one. He was watching in case there was a flank attempt.
They have a ton of money. The EDG economy has just boomed off the back of the previous Thrifty. And now we're going to see it go the opposite way as well. Both teams are going to be able to buy fairly well for, I think, the rest of the map.
Yeah, potentially all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, depending on how one-sided it ends up being, but so back and forth here. And I feel like both teams are taking risks when they're on their anti-ecos. We pointed it out because Doombros had talked about it, that NAVI were playing alone in those kind of situations. You know, Xiao, like I said, alone when Smoggy dueled him, and Sugetsu alone not holding hands with anyone inside his pit. But here again, EDG caught trying to defend over towards B-Long. I mean, the pick onto nobody. A bit reminiscent, actually, of Kankan being caught out in that situation in round 14.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you just cannot afford to give away those kind of picks, because they'll snowball. 10-10. And mistakes are bound to creep into games of this kind of magnitude. And we're not even that deep into the tournament, but there's so much on the line.
It means so much for both of these teams. Attacking Seoul Esports knocked out just earlier. It's all on Edward Gaming, really, representing China for NAVI. Again, trying to escape. Not only the sidelines of Kang, showstopper, responds and ripped through. CNED does get the one. Wasn't perhaps the target he was looking for, but to take it nevertheless. Now we see it, no command. It's through, it's dropped. Angel to his knees. Potentially resable, you hear it. Yep, from that kind of range. Sugetsu is safe to do so, but it's instantly punished. All the way through, Sugetsu! Just ridiculous. It's a wide face, a wide swing. He pulls 2 kills out of seemingly nowhere.
That's the level of quality that NAVI have got on board.
Oh, timings!
They both now just group up.
Yeah.
And yeah, EDG are leaving. I mean, the timing found...
It's just brutal for them.
It really is. They've left open the B site completely.
Played into the back of the spawn. They're only going to know, really, when the spike gets tapped.
And this is anyone's. It looks like NAVI should have the advantage in the 2v2 post plant of this, in this kind of scenario. But they've got to be careful, got to be cautious, and maybe if they take a bit too long about this,
I mean,
EDG will get the
30
read.
seconds
If they
left.
end up pushing
into spawn, there's no way.
I mean, Haodong isn't on an aggressive line.
It's a contact
so-
double clear. They're hoping to catch somebody who was all the way back. Haodong is so
they-
far back.
I mean, there's only 20 seconds. They have to end B.
Yeah.
They're hoping to catch somebody in the back. But this also means that they're not going to have too much time to reposition.
10 seconds left.
And can they possibly get the read here that the site's utterly empty?
Planted inside of Tube. No information.
Oh, that bad flash is going to make them think
Oh,
that
no.
EDG are on the flank.
This could be disastrous for Navi. But yeah, no sound cue off of the flash. It is being watched for though. Sugetsu, now he hears it. There's some util. Can't hit the shots though. He did a lot for them in this round. It's up to Zipan now. Can he salvage it, pick up the pieces and make something for the round? A wide swing from Smoggy. He's punished. But Flash thinks twice, thinks against it. Haodong. Just magnificent.
He's been incredible for them in clutch situations. And Smoggy's amazing to be able to get that opener as well. But yeah, Haodong, an absolute clutch menace for them over on Pearl with his 2Ks to get them into overtime and winning one of the OT rounds for them. Really stepping up. And he's shaken Navi.
Enemy remaining.
Both teams feeling it, aren't they? Felt that, the deep breath taken collectively by the Edward Gaming players. I mean, celebrations, of course, in order. This has brought you a very narrow margin. Up to 11 now versus Navi's 10.
There have been such an extraordinary amount of rounds in this map decided by 1v1s, 1v2s, situations like that. Navi are now 2 rounds away from being eliminated 0-2 at Masters Tokyo, both in terms of match scores and potentially map scores right here in this one. After they played, you know, a reasonable game against NRG, but they just are so close, neck and neck with EDG, and yet the small moments going the way of the Chinese squad. This is unthinkable scenes for Navi. They haven't found themselves in this kind of position before. Always make it deep in tournaments. Fantastic record in elimination games. The thought of going back to EMEA to have to play LCQ after you just get out of Tokyo.
Yeah,
At least if you get eliminated this early, you've got some chance to prep. But that is a sad silver lining.
It's brutal, isn't it? You know, you're thinking about it. The blessing that's been brought by Fnatic's finish and lock-in just quickly turns into a curse.
And the monkey's paw curls.
Knife over the top. That's going to be sailing down. Lands into showers, so they now know where Kang is. And
do they anticipate the op?
Probably.
Yeah.
At this point, probably, mates. Yeah, I think they do.
Blinded.
So Navi are going to accelerate this. Slow acceleration for sure, but all grouping up towards B. Only 2 players from EDG there.
Yeah. Trailblazer used a bit later here. Nade. That's going to be for the back of the site there. Fragment, Snakebite, all of it in conjunction. Cascade, dash forwards. Oh my god, hello! Jishu, he's gifted that one. Hopping onto the box. Sugetsu, you have no right, man. How is he resetting the aim, but nobody's clearing close. Haodong's there, and 3 kills for him.
Over
in the blink of an eye, Josh.
EDG are up. They are on 12. Match point in their hands.
That was a subtle shake of the head from Angel. Not pleased.
No.
Rushing into it, man. Rushing into it. What? You have handed them the 12th round. Look at that.
I mean, what was the blind there? The court scene there? Was that coming out from nobody, or was that some kind of team flash? I'm not exactly sure. Give credit to nobody and assume that it was a nice counterplay. But CNED looked like he was about to go and kiss Jishu on the mouth.
Yeah, he's right up close.
All right, 1 step away from EDG. We saw both of these teams miss a few map points on Pearl. Can EDG put it away for them, for China?
To get our first international win on the stage. The entirety of their region against Navi. Nevertheless, strong opponent. They have chances now. Dog, Trailblazer, does not see it. Pushed up onto the right-hand corner, that's Angel. Seems at the off angle. EDG, good gaming using their own dog, don't actually spot too much. In fact, now a bit of a heavy group up. Flash goes deep into showers.
I don't think he even, did he even pop it over there?
I'm not too sure.
By the way, Zipan and Angel only working with Sheriffs in this round.
Mosh pit's being thrown here. Is that one landing? Maybe expecting somebody to contact through. I mean,
It was
I think that was just going short.
It was supposed to land B long, but I don't think
it landed short of it, I think.
Yeah, I think it missed. Landed on a rooftop somewhere. Na'Vi grouped up, going for a B pop.
Must give info. Knife broken.
That
Wall
means
in their face.
Kangkang can use his thrash.
There it is. Kill found, but he's going to be pushed out of the corner. Another satchel play. Damage done to CNED. Still standing, though, still alive. The rest of Na'Vi collecting it with the rifles. Molly at the feet of nobody. Spam through to Smokey, heard it. A tap of the plant, and now we're seeing the ults really let loose. This could be it. The turning point. No connection on the flash, yet nobody still takes the fight, still pushes forwards because he knows time is of the essence. Shao shuts it down. Any chance for some counter play? Oh, goodness me.
Na'Vi dig deep and force things into a final round of regulation. What a round from them. Great utility work to push Kangkang out into the open. And this time they're actually ready to punish instead of going for their exec. They also dealt with nobody really nicely, who overstepped himself just a slight bit trying to punish the timing. Well. 11-12.
Comes down to this, does it? Okay.
Overtime or an Edward Gaming win.
How do they handle it? Na'Vi pulling everything together to try and deny it, but last chance in the regulation.
I mean, they're aware. They've got to know that Smoggy's in that corner with how quickly Kangkang broke it. The question is, do they have utility to be able to punish, and it doesn't look like it.
The mosh being used.
Angel's coming back over here, and he has the fragment grenade. Smoggy's got dash, though, so it doesn't look like the Jet's going to be stuck in the corner.
Yet to be seen. Kangkang still has his own ult as well. Thrash could be brutal. They're going to be playing heavy for B long. I mean, look towards Lat, or I should say, that's a deep push from Smoggy. Just contacting in. The Na'Vi player's holding. Flash pushing past it all the way forwards. He only gets the one. This is crumbling. Satchel forwards, no kill. Bit of spam, random bullets as well, hoping for a freebie. Doesn't get that with the Viper's pit down as well. Again, just raw spam, praying that the bullets connect. Nobody is quick behind them. Into elbow, must have heard this call as well. Spraying through, can't land the transfer. CNED, he returns and trades. It's 2 versus 3. Pit's still up. Util in the hands of Howdong, doesn't know where the players are, but he's doubled up. Him and Chichu. The smoke's in their face though. Hard to get through, eventually fades, time running out. They still have the cove, but it's crossfire. Shao's ready for it, it's a slide off angle, he's swinging, surely, yeah. Off the contact, it's all down to just the one. Playing away, backed away, time running so damn short, sees to get to, running and gunning. We are going to overtime again.
Na'Vi looks so composed in these moments, and that's a major contrast to EDG in those final couple of rounds. Kangkang had his thrash and was unable to use it in either of the rounds that could have sent them to the victory. He goes for a repush along with Smokey. It just feels antsy from EDG.
Yeah.
They're relying on hero plays to be able to take them across the line instead of playing fundamentally well as a team. And it's offered Na'Vi an opportunity back into this. On map 1, we saw Na'Vi up 12-9. It ended a long time later, deep into OT. This time, you know, EDG had a similar kind of advantage. Na'Vi had to win 2 in a row even to get us to this point. And ops on both sides. Screw the regulation time, it comes down to OT. What you got? What is still remaining in the tank?
EDG hoping now to pull it over the line here in map number 2. Prevent it going the distance. Na'Vi, I mean, obviously having different ideas of their approach into it. It's a deep Viper Orb that's going to be placed down into short.
Kangkang's also taking this attack up into hookah.
There's a corner! Sugetsu has been playing there frequently.
Great read. Kangkang changes up his positioning in order to punish an Na'Vi player that he's pretty confident is going to be playing that angle. Beautiful stuff. Now Na'Vi go for a reclear of sand. Is that what Shao and Zipan are up to? Yeah, they use the Trailblazer to try and set Shao up.
Yeah, the Trailblazer.
But this, because it's not a contact re-clear, it's going to clue EDG in.
This is going to be a brutal time in for the observers.
This fight's all over the place.
Backing away. Here's one. Shao resets the aim as well. The rifle was cooled down to potentially take away a second life, but no. Denied, traded. 3 versus 4. Oh, Angel! Where's he pulling that one from? Ferrari swing.
30 seconds.
Peeking wide, there was nothing to set it up.
That's
and
ridiculous.
okay, he's made it 3 for 3.
If he dies there, we're calling him a fool, but he looks like a hero because he lands the shot.
Certified angel moment. Cove, drop down, Haodong looking for the safe plant. Shishu pushed up close and DP hears it. Tapping through, that was for a smoke. Shishu also answers. 2 versus 2, gotta know where the positioning is. And Shishu is relatively trapped. Did he hear the drop down? He was covered from the wide swing, vulnerable up. CNED dropped down to 52 health, still with the operator. He'd love a rifle right now, but he doesn't want to make any noise. Any chance of him winning has to be off of contact, cutting all semblance, any idea where he could be. Out of the minds of EDG, but they set this on up all the way. There it is. Haodong takes the peak. 13 to 12. Once more, it's Edward Gaming granted a chance to close this out.
And now pulses are going to quicken, hands are going to start to shake. Both on the verge of momentous, historic situations. NAVI eliminated this early in the tournament. Unthinkable. EDG 1 round away from being able to have that glorious win that they're looking for. A historic moment for China. That's what they said in an interview before they even flew out here. That's what they were looking for. A historic moment for China. Winning a match, making it to playoffs.
Think about it as well, as a region, they've been playing catch-up. Haven't had the many years that we've had so far in VCT history.
Game's not even released there.
Exactly. These players are playing on the international stage, people questioning even, decision to invite the Chinese teams. But listen, this is why you never count out any region. Give them the chance to shine, and my God, they will do so brightly. But still one more step to take to bring it over the line, to send home NAVI, send them packing into the last chance qualifier.
And I wouldn't get the confetti out yet. You saw how deep we got into overtime on goal.
Yeah.
I mean, NAVI, I feel like a fool every time moments of doubt creep into my mind with this squad, because you look at the roster and what they've achieved in the past. And I still believe they're capable of being able to win this series, but they're going to have to prove it.
Let's see how it goes.
It's been on a knife's edge this whole time, this series.
Been in this spot before, that's for sure. So, see if they can ramp it up now. Bring it even once more. Keep the play going on behind. Xiao tucked close to the corner. There's a double-up play into Showers. This is very different. Usually, Edward Gaming, they were playing heavy towards B long. Does Xiao clear this one? Smoggy is looking in a different direction. Dash, though, backs away. Doesn't realize that nobody else was behind this one. Nade, Trailblazer. This might just be setting them up. Showers control still theirs. An Angel seeking to re-clear late. He pays for it with his life.
3 players left.
Try and breathe some life into the round, into the series, to stay into the action. Contact plays, 55 seconds, a chance to teleport, to evacuate, to get into a different direction. It's a double clear onto the flank through short. NAVI, they're still sticking around, and they are paying for it. Edward Gaming, they converge, they collapse, they strike them down, and China get their win.
Scenes of celebration for the players, and for all the staff in the back as well. They've just exploded out from where EDG coaches and support staff were. Monumental victory, and what a scalp to take.
Yeah.
NAVI of all teams, after EDG was so close at lock-in of being able to upset 100 Thieves, and then incredibly close in overtime to taking down T1. It is this squad, NAVI, who failed to live up to their expectations and their hopes. They're gonna have to fly back and play in LCQ. Bitter, bitter disappointment, I'm sure, on that side of the stage, but overwhelmed by just waves of euphoria spilling out from the EDG camp. The 3rd time that they've come to a global event like this, and they finally have it. That's why Kang savor the moment.
Yeah. Exultation, can barely believe it, but it's well earned. Every international appearance, every loss paved the way to this one. This one victory on the big stage against one of the best teams in EMEA. I stay in the tournament, Josh.
Against a championship caliber team, a team that's lifted trophies before, and EDG, after learning so much from their previous losses, are able to take one over the line. And this team in overtime, name a better combo.
I know, man. They deliver such amazing matches.
Incredible levels of entertainment. Having to take a rest.
Yeah, take a breather, take a load off. You deserve it. Obviously, plenty more battles to come. Job's not finished. This is just really the first stepping stone to potentially many more for EDG. For now, celebrating in the moment because this was an elimination match. They get to keep playing in Masters Tokyo.
That also means that the EMEA teams are locked in for champs. It's going to be Liquid Fnatic and Foot heading to champs at the end of the year, along with another team that's going to be able to qualify from LCQ. And NAVI will be hoping that that's them. They got some things to improve on, I think. They've definitely shown some weaknesses, some holes in their game over the course of this year. Or really just after lock-in, to be honest with you. They were hoping that this would be the time to turn it around. Alas, not today. A 0-2 for them in the tournament, punctuated by a 0-2 loss to this inexperienced but delightfully entertaining Edward Gaming squad.
Oh yeah, and I mean, the raw skill just bleeds through in every single moment these rounds. Listen, we're critical in some instances, giving stuff away, but when you see stuff like this, you cannot help but smile.
It's so impressive. It really is. I think Edward will be happy today.
Oh yeah, Edward will be very pleased. Celebrations all around.
His players were gaming. Edward was gaming. Oh, an absolutely spectacular match here. And it just makes me look forward to this EDG game coming up even more. They've got themselves a rematch.
Yeah, they certainly do. Paving the way even further now into this cruise, but obviously the action doesn't finish yet. Early days in this tournament. That's going to do it for this match. Let's take a short break. On the other side, the desk will be breaking it all down.
What a day, what a day. EDG, they finally did it after every time here at international tournaments and going home empty-handed. They've got a win. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Bola and Doug. I forgot your name for a second. I'm really sorry.
All good. I'm only thinking about EDG as well. I completely
honestly,
understand.
The only names I know right now is like Haldong, Kong Kong, Chin Chu. You
Don't
know.
blame me.
That's about it.
Big same.
Nobody.
Big same.
Yeah.
What a moment that was.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I mean, the game is barely released in China. It's so insane, the fact that they just took their win against NAVI. Against any other team, maybe in the earlier stages of this, maybe even against T1, I wouldn't be saying this, but NAVI has the pedigree as champions. Every single player on that team has won one of these tournaments. To see EDG do that is ridiculous.
It was just so intoxicating to watch. It was so easy to get invested in the run because of the way they were going about it. It was flashy, it was highlights, it was clutches, it was some of the best stopping I have ever seen in my life. And for them to do it that way was just so fitting and so poetic.
I mean, look at what it means to them. Look at the crowd. They are fully behind them. I think Kong Kong, by the way, if you guys ever met him or spoken to him, he's the sweetest kid ever. But on the stage,
so intense.
Killer.
He can rival Marv when it comes to how cold this guy is. Look at him.
Yeah, dude, he is scary. I mean, when you're looking at him against the against him on the stage, he's scary. He's intense. Nah, for real. You're right about that. And it's crazy to me that he's so young and is able to pull that sort of stuff off, and also feel the energy in the room, and also hunt for the crowd's affections.
What I love also is that Doug, they won this fair and square. They were great. They played some of the best, some of the craziest Valorant I've ever seen, especially on that first map as well. And now we've got them a win. We've got them a win. It should be a 2-0 there, which is even crazier. That it's a 2-0.
Overtime. I mean, the distance that they ran, all of it was just so. I think it was funny to hear you say it that way, because I thought, well, I mean, yeah, of course they won fair and square, but it
you know
really
what I mean,
it was well-earned.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it was a well-earned win, yeah.
I know why the extra map is there, by the way. It's because they got that many rounds in overtime. Like,
They might as well have done another map, you know. But you briefly touched on it, Doug, but I want to bring this back, because I personally feel like from now on, if anybody wants to have a conversation about who is the best opera of all time, you know, who's the best in the world, I refuse to participate in that conversation unless Kong Kong is included.
you know, normally I would think that's a crazy thing to say after a single series. But that series was crazy, bro.
I mean, in those two maps, he put together a lifetime worth of frags.
And against T1.
Like that, yeah.
It's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just outrageous.
Some of those highlights were ridiculous. Yeah, I'd put him in the top 5. I'd put him in the top 5, and I think even he could start to enter that conversation. Like, I'll be chill about it. I'm not going to put him in the best in the world yet, but if he keeps that up throughout this tournament, if he brings China to a crazy Cinderella, miracle, Zeta-esque, Japan-esque run for China, yeah, man, absolutely.
Well, I think he can. Speaking of Kong Kong, he is standing by right now with Sideshow in the Verizon post-match interview. I'm excited about this one.
Hello there. I'm joined by Kong Kong from EDG after a phenomenal victory for his team. I want to ask, first of all, what does this win mean for your team and for Chinese Valorant in general?
其实你应该听懂了。首先，恭喜你们获得这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，这场胜利对于你们队伍，以及说对于中国的无畏契约来讲，意味着什么呢？
这意味着开始。
It means a start, a beginning.
That is a great answer. I mean, you've got a long way to go. You were down 9-12 on Pearl. It was looking dire. How did you manage that comeback in Map 1?
在第一张图上海明珠的时候，其实你们是9-12落后的，所以在那个时间段，你们是怎么去稳住心态，然后去翻盘的呢？
那个时候5个人的沟通都特别的冷静吧，然后就不断的连成一根线，然后看到了朝哥那么多精彩的残局操作之后，我们都在想，这个时候肯定不能让朝哥孤身一人奋战吧。
I think we were very calm, and especially we will keep communicating with each other, and we will combine each other, because Smoggy has so many flashy plays in Pearl. So we were thinking like we can't let him fight alone.
Everybody had such incredible plays, but I want to know, inside your communications, who is it that keeps the team calm? Who keeps people level when things are going so crazy?
想问一下，当局势这么紧张的时候，以及说可能当局势变得非常焦灼的时候，你们队内是谁一直让你们去稳住心态，让大家就是去冷静的去处理局势？
有2个人吧，一个是 Nobody， 一个是浩东吧。他们2个今天在场上的沟通，我只能说把我们整支队伍从一个疯癫的状态拉回了一个正常，甚至我们超乎了以前所有的那种时刻。所以说，我觉得今天真得感谢他们2个。这样子冷静的一直对我们的一些输出吧，冷静的一些输出。
I would say 2 people from our team. One is Nobody, one is Haodong. When we were in a kind of chaos in the games, these 2 people, they really dragged us together back to a normal team from a kind of crazy team form, you know. Especially, I think we already exceeded probably the best form that we could have. So I would say these people, the information and communication they had for us definitely helped us to perform really strong in Pearl.
You have a rematch against T1. How are you going to win this time?
你还有一场要跟 T1 的一个对决，也是再相遇。你要准备怎么去应战这场比赛呢？
我们会复仇的，而且我们一定会完成比今天比赛更超出10倍的那种发挥去对抗他们，因为我们不想再输给他们了。我们这次一定要拿下。
We'll win against them, and we will definitely take the revenge on them, and we will perform 10 times more amazing form and the games against them in tomorrow, and we'll definitely take down them.
I don't think I'm ready for that. If you end up performing better than we've seen so far, it will be utterly spectacular. Thank you very much for the interview. Appreciate the translations too, and we'll send things back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Saisho, Kankan, and Iris. I really love the way that he spoke how, you know, this is just the beginning. And the way I think the way that he described Holdong and Nobody as well, he said, you know, they dragged us from being kind of like a team that was falling apart into a team that was good enough to beat NAVI.
You saw that in the server.
Yeah.
I mean, on the tail end of Bind, it was Nobody. I mean, how many times he got spams through the smoke and stuff like that? It was crazy. I just love that quote, though. It means a start. For China. That's crazy. What I mean, again, for a kid that young, I mean, I feel like we're going to grow up with this guy.
Bro, we're done. We're on the way out.
I say you could be his dad, but speaking of dads, Angel and NAVI, they have unfortunately been eliminated, and this is a crazy elimination. NAVI have never been eliminated from a tournament this early, and it also means that, Doug, they have to play LCQ.
Well, and just the fact that they're going to be in LCQ is ridiculous, right? There are so many things that have just taken place that have subverted expectations. The fact that NAVI didn't make it out of groups. The fact that this is another loss in an elimination situation for them. The fact that they're going to have to work their way to LCQ just to potentially make it to champs is just wild. And, I mean, yeah, they went toe-to-toe with EDG, and it was fun, and it was HyperX and whatnot. There are things they need to shore up before their next tournament run.
I think the craziest part is after the result today, they again placed lower than Foot.
Yeah,
and that means Foot are qualified, that means Fnatic are qualified, that means Team Liquid are qualified. We know the teams who qualified to champs out of the league, the international leagues right away.
Also, what a lovely graphic to show how stupid people are on Twitter. I feel like it just like drums home the point. But this was supposed to be the second best team from EMEA, Doug. I think everyone unanimously thought that them and Fnatic would be the ones that are toe-to-toe, would be the ones that we see at champions without a doubt. And now I feel like the narratives have been flipped.
Yeah, I think, once again, NAVI find themselves in a position that nobody expected. And again, in the face of the stats, in the face of the poll, you go, that's got to be one of the best upsets we've ever seen in Valorant history.
I agree.
You make a really compelling argument. I mean, who else would you put up there?
I mean, what, like the crew stuff that they beat Fnatic?
No.
Sure.
No,
I'm okay with crew. I'm okay with
come
crew.
on.
I'm down with
Maybe
crew
like
being up there.
some of the Zeta games back at Reykjavik last year. I would definitely put this one up there. I think for the fact that it's a Chinese team the first time they ever get a win is definitely huge. And the fact that it's against NAVI, you saw the poll.
Yep.
I think that's the important part. But I think back to crew and some of those upsets. I mean, the string of upsets that they had.
Yeah, but like you said though, EDG Cinderella story run. We need one. I feel like we need one for this tournament. Before we round everything off, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day, and this goes to Smoggy, who also had an incredible series. And what is that? Like, what is that?
Yo, he just broke his wrist.
I've seen you do that. I have seen you do that.
Not with one bullet like that. Not an elimination game.
Yeah.
Come on.
You didn't pull that off in your premiere match?
Yeah, maybe not against NAVI, but, you know, in your own way.
If I was on that stage, maybe I'd hit that.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the bracket, because how many people at home predicted this one? I want people to actually be honest. If we take a look at Group A, it's gonna be T1 versus EDG for that second seed.
Oddly enough, you asked how many people predicted this. I hate that I'm taking this here, but Bren and Josh's bracket predicted this.
The
they had the script.
Come on, man. How did they get into bracketology, this script? But they do have T1 over EDG, so I think that I think after what I just saw from EDG,
yeah, that's
they're
a
beating
tough.
T1.
Yeah,
I think they're beating T1.
It could go either way for me. I literally just don't know at this point. But if we take a look at Group B as well, again, it's another group. I feel like DRX in the lower bracket. What is going on? But Foot, of course, they with the LCQ kind of threat has been eliminated for them. But surely they would like to make it out of groups. They've come this far.
Yeah, honestly, losing pressure like that maybe is a bad thing in this case. I mean, you're playing up against DRX. Obviously, you can make the argument either way, but I think for Foot, they looked somewhat uninspired in this game against ASC.
I got a question. What's a bigger upset, EDG beating NAVI or Foot beating DRX?
EDG beating NAVI.
Yeah? Okay.
Hard.
Here we go.
Yeah. Hardcore.
Yeah. Well, that is all we have for today. Can you believe it? You know, sorry guys if you're expecting more Valorant, but we're going to be back tomorrow. It is the final day of the group stages. We're going to be bringing you DRX versus FA and T1 versus EDG. Thank you so much for staying with us all day. Here is your Prime Gaming post-day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Can we send Doug home too?
Bye, Doug.
What?
Today, two teams are fighting for a prime playoff position, and unfortunately, two are going to have their trip to Japan end early. These players have crossed paths before, but now the stakes have never been higher. A playoff spot is on the line. NRG, T1, let's do this.
Crash comes shortly.
Oh Lord, the drop! Hello, Crash is going to take down Bam, but it's Munchkin having a round here. 3 already. Crash is burning both flashes, but Munchkin is not relenting. This guy has just aced NRG.
Let's go!
And Victor is running it back perfectly. Anyone else to find him? It's Munchkin waiting. The fuse started. Oh, and Victor again. They're running low on it. Carpe's going to find Finesse. Yes, Crashes finds one, but he needs to find a whole lot more, and he ain't got many seconds to do it in. He's gone down, and there is map 1. T1 digging deep there to beat out NRG.
Victor looking to find some space. Wall committed now, and Showstopper as well.
Yeah, this
Zeta found one.
Did isolate Munchkin. Swing through the wall. They lose. Sire player still standing, but only for so long. Once again, NRG pulling off these retakes very well. NRG clear T1. As T1 going to retake towards the site, and it's comfy. FNS and Artist all too prepared, not feeling any strain at all. Carpe waiting, Sire delivering, that's Artist gone! He got Crashes too! Oh! Sire player! What a time to come alive! It's basically on Zeta here, the only one sitting pretty! He's doing everything he can! NRG, come on! Zeta!
This finds it! Carpe's going to find one. Victor, he will find the trade though. He finds a second.
He tried his best, but it was never going to be enough. NRG, 13-11.
It's not every day that you get to see a full Turkish team take on a full Chinese team, but that is exactly what these global events are all about. Foot Esports taking on Attacking Soul Esports, and genuinely, this matchup is for all of the marbles.
It's a terrifying jump scare on the other side, but Bond! That transfer was filthy! See, very far, just contacting. The swing is there.
They're coming one by one, Doug.
Yeah, they are. That is a terrifying prospect. And now dropping down, no value found. Maj 1v3 to keep the map alive. Not gonna convert. ASC take down foot, map 1. He's fallen, now cleared in hell. He's still causing problems!
Might get the fourth.
The fourth available and the fourth delivered.
3 at the same time, fast play. With the own null command.
They're not slowing down at all. I don't know if he was lit up by a dart or a drone or something, but it couldn't have been for long. And it's Prime Gaming Flawless to close it out, tie us up at 1-1. The hand. Whoa, how does he still get the kill? Oh! No way, Maj! You see the shells, you see the lead flying across the screen. It's Mog trying to do it, but Anna Captain does. That alarm bot's not gonna stop that! Kiwi with 2, Kiwi with 3, and that very well may be the dagger. The opportunity for an ace is delivered. Foot, stay alive.
It's going to be a big challenge for both of these teams. For EDG, they need that win so desperately. And for NAVI, they don't want their journey to end here, because if they do, they will not be going to Champions and they will have to play LCQ.
This fight has taken it out, though. That's an important one. Cascade now pushed into his face. A bit of spam this way. Snakebite avoided. Tap onto the spike. No one's watching for it, but wow, Smoggy set up for the ace. It's watched. Yep, Kangan's got it. Plenty of updrafts as well to go. What can he do with it? Up in the air, the reactions! Dash away, 1 bullet left. Of course, Kangan's going for it. He's feeling it. It's Haodong bringing this one down. Angel now forced to try and plant this, but as the smoke fades away, Sugetsu to the fuse, Smoggy, timing on board, and what is that? To do, fight, sprayed through. Cove was up, but as it falls down, Cnet's still there towards the back. 2v1, he's hunting for the target, and he doesn't clear the corner. Map 1 is theirs.
Pop off, Kankan, you deserve it.
Hughes trying to bait out the spam. Cove together, sprayed, have denied. Chichu, he comes out with the goods. 60 seconds, waits it, final moment, all the way. That is patience at its best. Is it there? It is. Hands up, Kang seeks to claim the kill. There's a rifle, here's the flash, why not? Take a fight. Sugetsu says, I dare you. Second guesses it with the op. This man is playing gun game. Chichu is gifted that one. Popping onto the box. Sugetsu, you have no right, man. How is he resetting the aim, but nobody's clearing close? Haodong's there. Edward Gaming. They converge, they collapse, they strike them down, and China get their win.
Matane! All right, well, I think that's a good place to close out. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mizuka, as well. Ora, ladies and gentlemen.